The massive wave of frost pulled the attention of all the reptiles. Unlike inside the dungeon where they would be attracted to anything foreign, there was nothing on the outside to suppress that lizard brain reaction of getting away from something that dangerous. So it begins, the prince said as he felt the mana bomb go off as he decapitated another lizard. With that, the prince started to pick up speed as he pumped the runes on his armor, looking to get as much speed as possible as he circled the woods, killing the lizards as they ran away. With the lizards running in all directions, a good number headed for the rest of the group. Ilara and Arianwin wasted no time in putting a little bit of distance between themselves before both of them released their domains. Ajax mostly stayed on the defensive. Besides hardening the earth beneath their feet and creating a small earth wall, he purely focused on using mana siphon on as many lizards as he could, pushing its range further and further. Ilara and Arianwin started firing off spell after spell, their domains letting them bombard the wave of lizards. Unlike Araner, the two elves give off the same impression of danger to the lizards, so instead of running from them, the lizards charged right for them. Darkclaw wasted no time jumping in to play protector for Ilara. He would have done the same for Arianwin, but not only did she already have Regalia filling that role, but her winter domain was much better defensively than a storm one, and the cold would also negatively affect him. "We've got flyers," Benedict called out as he pointed towards the arch as a wave of flying lizards that Ajax would call pterodactyls took to the air. The pterodactyls were much more fragile than their ground-locked brothers. In exchange, however, they were not only faster, but from the wind mana Ajax could feel surrounding their wings, they wouldn't even need to slow down as they attacked. Ilara was quick to change her priority. While Arianwin continued to focus on the giant lizards on the ground, she almost exclusively started to shoot the flyers out of the sky with bolts of lightning. With the increasing number of enemies, something finally made it past Ajax's small perimeter and headed towards the group. Being only a level 75 non-miniboss monsters, Ajax had no issue dodging the bite attack before crushing a molten-infused axe straight into its skull. The problem there came when Ajax tried to exclude the lizard from his mana siphon. Not wanting to use his skill while technically making contact with the lizard, Ajax tried to stop his skill from working on it. The flash exclusion, however, not only removed the lizard itself, but all of the other lizards as well for a brief moment. Araner had finally managed to make it to the arch in this time. This was lucky for the team that happened to be exiting the dungeon at this exact time. A group of 20 people with their levels in the low 50s were shocked at what awaited them on the outside. They had just finished clearing the second floor of the dungeon, and they were not ready for something like this. "Is there anything coming out after you?" Araner asked them in a strict tone. "No, sir, I don't think so." The leader quickly grasped the situation and adapted. "We triggered the obelisk and cleared the last of them." With that, he turned his attention back to his team. Form a defensive perimeter to protect the mages and Kalithra. The entire battle lasted no more than 20 minutes from the moment Araner and the prince joined in culling the beast. Not only that, but nobody had died following that moment. Darkclaw had his shield integrity lowered to about 50, and Regalia was missing a few scales here and there. Ajax had only faced 4 more lizards following his first encounter, and he took care of all of them with his bow, as he used his light and life mana to fix his leg, and Harold took the job of the frontman. This didn't mean that nobody had died as a result of the break. Araner and the team that came out during the battle had started looking for survivors, but had so far only found the torn-up leftovers of what had been the elves not fast enough to evacuate. "Well, that was a good warm-up," the prince said as he joined Ajax and the rest of the people from Grindor. His armor was governed in lizard blood, but Ajax couldn't see a single scratch on it. Good thing there was no floor boss. Ajax was amazed as he looked out over the battlefield. Since the lizards were just monsters breaking out from the dungeon, they left behind no bodies. More than a few of them did, however, leave behind empty shells of ice when they had died to Araner's initial attack. "How was your first dungeon break?" the prince asked all of them. "This wasn't my first," Ajax answered as he thought back to the Kitsune floor boss that forced his entire team to run. "It's the first one you saw outside of the capital. They are almost common there with how many people delve, but we also have proper defenses in place," the prince said as he looked with pity down at the corpse of what remained of an elf. Far fewer casualties there. An elf sprinted past their group as Ilara, Darkclaw, and Arianwin were returning. From afar, Ajax could also see Araner and the group that exited moving towards them as well. "He's probably the scout," the prince said. "They sent him to let the others know it's safe to return." That was a dark thought for Ajax. He had gotten a lot more used to death as he lived on this world, but even then he had been sheltered from most of his second life as well. The people returning now wouldn't be any safer the second time around if a break happened. With a shake of his head, he put the thought out of his mind. It wasn't his issue to solve. Everyone knew the risks. All he was responsible for was clearing the last floor when he was not being boosted. "We can go ahead and bring the carriages inside the clearing," Araner said as he joined them. We won't be able to enter until tomorrow as they will be reestablishing order. Did the guards make it? The prince asked. Most of them did. I didn't see many uniforms, Araner replied. I doubt they'll be the ones coming back. Ajax moved on to the newest notification, blinking for his attention in the corner of his vision. As it turns out, it had been well worth the twisted ankle he had gotten by following his restriction. He had managed to gain the skill empowering restriction. What is it? The prince asked as Ajax pulled him aside. It was Ajax's turn to throw him the same cocky smirk he was usually on the receiving end of. There is a new record for the number of restrictions it takes to unlock empowering restriction. The prince's face first saw a shadow of confusion fall over it before his eyes opened wide in realization and shock. You already got it. The prince tried his best to keep his voice low as he quickly activated a privacy item. Ajax knew that there was no chance he would have managed this with his trait, but he didn't let that keep him from basking in his success. I did. It happened when I twisted my ankle by following the restriction on mana siphon. That makes no sense. Your restriction wasn't that big, the prince said as he stroked his chin. Ajax blushed a little in embarrassment. When I tried to stop using mana siphon on one lizard for just a brief moment, I ended up stopping it from working on all of them. The prince quickly put together what happened and even matched it to the moment all of the lizards tripped during the battle. Still, something wasn't adding up for him. Is it because both skills you limited were legendary? He couldn't help but wonder, since unlocking the skill after only 2 restrictions was unheard of. Now that you have the skill, however, we need to talk about how you will use it. Gaining the skill, Ajax could intrinsically feel a lot of what the ability could do. He knew that he could put a restriction, and he could set a time. He could even influence what the buff provided. That is where the innate information stopped, however. First thing we need to talk about is how the restriction works, the prince said. One thing people mistake about this is that the restriction works as a limit placed on your system as a whole. That's not correct. How do you mean? Ajax asked. Your restriction for mana siphon, when you tried to turn it off for that one lizard, you turned it off for all of them, the prince pointed out. Putting up that same restriction with the skill won't magically make you able to exclude just one person because they are touching you. How does it work then? Ajax was confused, since that's how he had assumed the skill would work. The skill works by adding a command in your own mind, the prince explained. This means that you would instinctively turn off mana siphon just to make sure you wouldn't use it on anything you make contact with. If you have the skill to exclude only one lizard, then it would do that. Otherwise, it would do it for all of them. Does that mean that I could still use the skill on something that was touching me so long as I didn't know they were touching me? Ajax asked. Yep, the prince confirmed. A good example of that is putting a restriction not to attack an elf. If an elf covered head to toe in bulky plate armor fights you, until you find out they are an elf, you would gain the benefit of the restriction despite breaking it. Ajax was at once both happy and sad. The skill working this way would mean that he had a way of creating loopholes for himself, but he couldn't use the skill to make the system verify things for him. Next, the duration of the restriction. The prince continued. There are 3 important points. The first is the soft minimum, 1 day. Any restriction that is shorter than that can be placed. However, the benefit would be nearly 0. That made sense to Ajax. Switching restrictions from one to another was clearly not in line with the way the skill was intended to work, having close to no effect before a minimum time limit would fix that, though it would still let him use the restriction part of the skill for shorter periods of time if that was what he needed. The second is a week, the prince continued. This is similarly the longest duration you should be placing a restriction for. You can do it for longer, but the increase in time past that point makes the increase in power minimal. That was good to know. Ajax imagined that he would be spending a lot of time playing around with the restrictions as he got a better feel for it. Is the last one a middle point, the best time to power ratio? No, the prince shook his head. The last one is a permanent restriction. This is only a last resort. Why is that a last resort? Ajax questioned. He knew why it wouldn't work well for his purposes, but depending on the power, it could lead people to forming a whole style based upon multiple such restrictions. The most obvious reason is that the skill can only handle one restriction at a time, the prince explained. Sure, the power gain from a permanent restriction is pretty big, but unless you push the skill past the first threshold and manage to get the ability to place more restrictions at the same time, you will basically lose the skill. Wouldn't that mean that you could grow this skill specifically so that you could place multiple permanent restrictions later for a big boost in power? Ajax asked. In theory, yes, the prince acknowledged. The skill is, however, very hard to level, not to mention that actively working to level it could limit your other skills. There are 2 reasons I am mentioning the permanent restriction. One, so that you don't place one by accident when playing with the skill, and the second, so that you actually do know it is a big power boost there for you to use in order to survive something. Any questions so far? Ajax could think of a few on how the restriction worked in terms of the loopholes he could use regarding not being aware he was breaking the restriction, but that could all wait. Okay, now for the more varied portion, the prince said. You can use the skill to place many different types of restrictions, but they all fall into two types: restrictions placed on yourself as a person and restrictions placed on your skills. Isn't that the same thing? Ajax asked if he placed a restriction not to use mana, it would obviously affect his skills as well. It could have the same effect, but the way it is achieved makes the skill work differently. The prince explained. A restriction to wield anything but a sword, and one to only use the sword weapon skill will both do the same thing. You can only use a sword. A restriction on yourself, however, can be channeled into any type of bonus, even if it has nothing to do with the restriction in question. Restriction on a skill, however, can only boost the skill restricted, though the bonus is much better. So if I use a restriction to only use fire mana, I could put the bonus of that into increasing my physical power. But if I limit mana augmentation to only work with fire mana, I can only use the boost to strengthen the skill. Ajax caught on. Exactly. The prince nodded. For now, I suggest you play around with only restrictions on yourself. Why is that? Ajax thought he was missing something. Because of how empowering restriction, the prince answered. While a restriction is active, the skill will slow down any other skill from leveling, but if placed specifically on a skill, it will slow that specific skill down a lot more, and it can even affect the threshold options offered. This is not a skill you want to use while training or practicing to increase other skills. Ajax wasn't happy to hear that. How was he supposed to get used to using the skill if he couldn't practice with it? Then again, the skill would be useful when it came to results. He might not use it when he was practicing alchemy, but he would definitely use it if he was making something important to make the result better. In the end, Ajax currently decided that the skill would best fit as a reactionary element of his fighting style. If he was facing an ice elemental and he needed the power boost, he would restrict his ice magic, or if he broke an arm, he would restrict use of that arm. Until the skill gained a few levels, it wouldn't be all that powerful anyway. With that, Ajax and the prince returned to the group, as Ajax had a lot of things to consider. He was very happy that he managed to unlock the skill he had been interested in for a few years now. He would just have to find a way to practice the skill without it crippling the rest of his progress. It was interesting to see all the elves streaming back into the clearing now that the danger had passed. The guard outpost by the arch was already back up, and a few more teams had returned from the delve, two of which brought with them a few monsters that needed to be killed, but nothing as strong or as numerous as the lizards. The first thing Ajax did after his talk with the prince was to let Lexi know about his new skill. The reaction he got was not one he had expected. Don't use it on any of your mana aspect skills. Lexi all but shouted at him once she heard about the skill. I wasn't planning on it, the prince already warned me not to use it on skills as a whole. Ajax tried to reassure her. Using it on skills isn't ideal, but using it on mana aspect skills can get you stuck at a threshold. Lexi explained. The first threshold for most mana types is the level 50. That's relatively early and almost everyone breaks through it with the efficiency upgrade since it's the only one you unlock. Using empowering restriction on aspect skills can make it so that option isn't there, and it will get you stuck at level 50 until you manage to get another option. Ajax was feeling quite smug, as he knew all of his rare mana types had already gotten past that threshold, so that wouldn't be an issue, but he would make sure to be careful with his epic ones. He wasn't worried about his legendary affinity, as life was so versatile he was expecting to be spoiled for choice when it came time for that threshold. I won't, Ajax promised her. Good, Lexi hugged him. Congratulations on unlocking the skill. It can be very powerful despite the downsides it brings. The team had no issues entering the dungeon the following morning. The guards at the entrance, in fact, insisted that the Viscount responsible for the land surrounding the dungeon had been sent a message about what happened, and there was every chance a gift would be waiting for them as they exited. Ajax had started playing around with his newest skill as they were walking through the first floor of the dungeon. There wasn't enough time for him to place any proper restrictions so that he could see how the benefit behaved, but he could place 10-second restrictions to see how they would feel. The first trick Ajax noticed as they were moving was that the restriction for having an arm fall limp had the same beneficial effect as the one for him not being able to move the arm. In essence, the restrictions were pretty much the same thing if his arm was by his side. If he was holding his shield, however, the second restriction would still prove rather useful while providing the same benefit. The first floor was an easy clear, where they found the first arch and went through it. The prince had been so impatient Ajax didn't even get a chance to see what the miniboss guarding the arch was, as the prince had already dealt with it by the time they got there. The second floor was where the progression truly began, some sort of metal and fire floor. Ajax let them know. While Benedict, Lexi, Xavier, and Anna should have had no issues even with a bad matchup against a level 51, he still wanted them to know what they were walking into. Anna frowned a little hearing the dominant mana types. Her preferred fire style was particularly bad against either element at a similar level. Still, with all the extra stats she'd gather from the extra dungeons she did in the Empire, and the Republic, she was confident a 5-level difference would actually mean she outmatched the monsters. The floor they walked in on looked to Ajax like they had just stepped into a giant's forge. Oddly enough, he could actually see a good amount of the entire floor from his position on the table, where he saw a mug the same size as himself. It has been at least a decade since I last saw an enlarged contained floor. The prince commented as he looked around. Twice that for me, Araner mentioned. I just hope the blacksmith doesn't show up, Ajax said as he warily looked towards the closed door. He won't. The prince assured him as the group moved towards the first arch that was by one of the many toolboxes scattered around. Though I will tell you to be careful if you find floors like this at higher level ranges. Once the levels go past 150, bigger objects are acceptable as monsters, even something like the table we are walking on. Even though Ajax knew that bigger didn't always mean better, he was still a little wary when it came to fighting a monster the size of a small city, for all that he may very well be able to chip away at it. While the behemoth could barely move against something in that weight class, a single minor mistake would be enough to kill you. The first thing to engage onto them was a hammer. Unlike the cartoons he had seen back on Earth, the hammer didn't open a set of eyes. It simply used mana to launch itself towards them. It's all metal, Xavier said as everyone had plenty of time to get out of the way before the hammer actually landed on any of them. How are we supposed to kill it? All monsters on this floor are golems, Anna said. There has to be a core inside it. Since it's made of a solid material, the core can't change position. All you have to do is break it. I want this one. Lexi said with glee. She knew exactly what to do to destroy something that was stuck inside a hard shell. Careful, it's going to spin, Ajax called out as he felt the hammer pull another load of mana. At around the same time, a pair of tongues also jumped from the toolbox and looked to enter the fight. Here comes the second one. Who wants this one? The prince asked with a wide smile. The core is at the screw point. Araner provided. I'll grab that one. Benedict said, happy to find something a physical-based fighter had a good chance against. Lexi wasted no time dashing towards the handle of the hammer after it missed its spell and sending a powerful shockwave through it and killing it the same way she did with the plant back in the previous dungeon. Do you see anything you want to fight? Ajax asked Anna as he started looking around for something that fire might be decent against. Right there. Anna pointed across the room as they waited for Benedict to finish his own battle. The place where Anna pointed was a sack of what Ajax could only assume to be coal. He quickly got what his friend was thinking. It didn't happen often, but it was in moments like this one that he was reminded of Anna's pyromaniac streak. The size of the coal bag had to be at least as big as some of the largest mansions he had seen. It would of course take more than an errant spark to light it all up, but once the fire was started, the amount of heat it would radiate would surely match, if not beat out, the worst deserts and volcanoes Ajax had encountered even on higher-level floors. What about you? Ajax asked Xavier. A fire elemental, Xavier said as he pointed close to where the coal bag was. As Ajax looked more carefully, he saw a very high-quality crucible that he would bet his entire fortune his father would love to work with. Next to the crucible, however, was a stack of many different already smelted bars of metal. I say we go for the elemental first, Elena suggested. Ajax could absolutely understand her reasoning, coming from an elf who lived in a forest. The way she was looking at the bag of coal suggested she didn't like the way Anna was looking at the bag. Once Benedict smashed the core of the tongs, the group, as a whole, made its way towards the crucible. How come there aren't more golems or elementals? Ajax asked as they carefully made their way towards the other side of the enormous room. Because the floor is much smaller than a usual floor would be, there are only mini-boss-level monsters, Anna explained. This is one of the worst floor types for boosts because of how strong the monster types are. It is, however, one of the best ones for regular clearing. The mortality rate on these types of floors is 1/10 of what it usually is. Ajax had to agree, even if the entire floor was almost as large as the capital that was on the extremely small side when it came to dungeon floors. Even just looking around, he could also see at least 10 different arches already, something that definitely wouldn't be the case with a regular floor. As they approached the crucible, Ajax could see multiple elementals there. Besides the three pure fire elementals, Ajax counted at least 4 ember elementals and 1 molten elemental that was inside the crucible. I'll leave one of the fire ones for you, Araner said before he began one-shotting all the other elementals with ice lances that matched the power of the ones he used in the tournament. The molten elemental was one Ajax found rather troublesome to deal with. It didn't have the usual weakness of a liquid-based elemental because of the high density of the liquid, but it kept the benefits of a liquid's flexibility. It was also, however, particularly weak against the cold, and ice specifically, which meant Araner made short work of it. As Xavier took on the final remaining elemental, Ajax couldn't help but be curiously drawn towards the large stack of smelted ingots off to the side. He was even more surprised when his sense mana picked up on one that he could actually take outside the dungeon buried deep at the bottom of the stack. Ajax squeezed his way to the ingot and tried to draw it into his storage ring, only to find out he didn't have the space for it. He quickly headed back and started pulling things out of his ring and handing them to Lexi to hold before he returned to collect the ingot. "What did you find?" Lexi asked curiously once Ajax returned with a triumphant smile. Instead of answering, Ajax simply pulled out the ingot and patted it proudly. "My father is going to love this." The ingot was close to the size their house was back in the village. "Oh," Anna made a pained sound as she looked at the ingot. Who would do something so wasteful? "That's a steel magicite alloy. The magicite would be much better used for enchanting and runic engraving." "Is it any good for a blacksmith?" Ajax asked, a little worried about the souvenir he was taking for his father. "It would actually be very useful in helping to grow their skill level since making the alloy is so wasteful they almost never work with it." Anna answered, her voice still a little pained at the waste of magicite. "We should make up our minds regarding which floor to head to next quickly." Lexi whispered as she saw Anna heading towards the pile of coal. The mage knew her friend well enough that instead of looking for an elemental, she was going to take out her outrage at the waste of valuable materials by setting the whole pile of coal ablaze. "Was it really that bad?" Ajax asked Anna as they made their way through the next floor. Anna had proven her mastery over the element of fire as she not only lit the mountain of coal, but also followed it up with a spell to make them burn faster, releasing a heat wave that would have done quite a bit of damage had it not been for his mana skin. "You don't understand how wasteful it would be to make a bar that size." Anna defended herself as she blushed in embarrassment at her own actions. "Magicite has no mana concentration. There isn't high or low quality, which is why it is used sparingly in enchanting and runes. Surely someone has used it before to make this alloy before." Ajax reasoned, since not even Anna would know about it if it was such a niche application. "Yes, there are times when using it is worth it." Anna let out a long sigh. The resulting alloy, however, always matches the steel used. You used the same amount of magicite for steel around level 50, like the one you have, or steel at level 150. Only at the higher levels is it ever acceptable financially to form the alloy. Now this was something that Ajax could understand. Alchemy had a similar situation with the use of catalysts. Curtain catalysts would work for almost any level mixture, but using it on something with low-end materials would be nothing but a waste. "Is this type of steel any good for anything?" Ajax asked, "besides getting a few skill points in blacksmithing?" "Very much so," Anna nodded. "Since the steel is of lower quality, it can be molded by lower-level blacksmiths. Since the alloy is already part magicite, it will take enchantments and runes a lot better than normal materials. It would be ideal in helping any journeyman or higher blacksmith in unlocking the engraving skill that is needed for enchantments and runic spells." Ajax couldn't help but wonder why they wouldn't create such an alloy in small amounts if that was the case. People could keep resmelting the same piece in order to unlock the skill. "It won't work," Anna said as she looked at him. "You only get one chance after melting this alloy to work it. If it sets for a second time and you melt it down, it will lose its properties. That's why it takes a journeyman blacksmith. Let me know if there is anything left of this bar after your father unlocks the skill," Lexi said as she listened to their conversation. "Dad is in charge of the blacksmiths in our house, and he will very much want to buy whatever you have left from you." As they were talking, Ajax quickly picked up on a small pack of shadow wolves that was launching towards them. The stealthy predators had made it surprisingly close before their stealth failed them, as it was drained by Ajax's mana siphon. The wolves were normal level 63 monsters, not even minibosses, but they were too quick for Ajax to have time to warn Lexi and Anna. All he managed to do was take defensive position in front of Lexi to intercept the wolf heading for her, while launching a spell at the one heading for Anna. With his sword and axe, Ajax wasted no time killing both the wolf that attacked Lexi and the one that was going for him. Outside of their stealth and speed, the level 63 wolves didn't really pose a threat to Ajax at all. "This is not the place for a casual chat," the prince said from in front of Anna, where he took care of the final wolf before Ajax's spell even made contact, especially on a floor theme like this. The floor theme the group had decided to go with for their third floor of the dungeon had been one that had what Ajax recognized as the usual forest distribution, with an overwhelming amount of shadow mana. The group decided that this would be the best choice, as shadow mana was mostly focused on stealth, meaning that once the enemy was located, taking down one that was several levels higher wouldn't pose as much of an issue. "Sorry," Lexi and Anna said at the same time as they retreated more towards the center of the group. Ajax had already killed a miniboss on this floor, so had Anna, Lexi, and Xavier. They were simply looking for a final one for Benedict before they could leave the floor. "Found one up ahead," Arener said. "It's a snake." All of the monsters on this floor had been a half-beast, half-elemental hybrid. These creatures were similar to the phoenix in that while they did have the physical form of a creature, their bodies were entirely made up of elemental magic, in this case shadow magic. Benedict took out his own flask of boosting potion as he prepared his enchanted sword and shield. Since the creatures were formed of shadows, attacking them with regular physical attacks would be pointless. Using a weapon crafted from magic-infused components was the only way a physical user could fight them. The fight started as Benedict threw a torch at the location of the snake and used the light to finally locate his enemy. Despite being a physical fighter, Benedict did still have magic skills, most notably sense mana that he used to lock onto the snake as he dashed towards it, not letting it get in position to lunge. The snake was coiled around a few different branches and had to be at least 40 feet long. Despite its nimble reflexes, Benedict had caught it unaware and managed to land a good opening slash on one of its eyes. Ajax didn't know how, but apparently even partially elemental creatures still relied on their sensory organs, unlike full-fledged elementals who didn't. From there, Benedict pressed his advantage beautifully as he stuck to the snake's blind side as it jumped from branch to branch, following the head and looking to finish the battle quickly. It was here that the level difference showed. The snake had about 20 levels on Benedict. Not only that, but unlike Lexi, Anna and Xavier, Benedict had missed out on 3 floors worth of additional stats in the Empire. Not only that, but the disadvantage had compounded on floors in their previous dungeon runs through the Republic, where his physical fighter limitation stopped him 1 floor sooner than the mages. The snake was quick enough to keep retreating while only taking shallow wounds. Despite the disadvantage in speed, Benedict showed his genius in carefully leading the snake right where he wanted as he finally trapped it and dropped down to impale it right through the head. The snake had nowhere to go as its body was tangled around the branches all around them. Feeling the snake expel a large amount of mana, Ajax suddenly worried for Benedict as the snake phased its shadowy coils right through the branches that were restricting it and tightened its coils right on Benedict as he was dropping towards the head. That was close, Benedict said with a grin as he approached the group. All of them congratulated him, none of them making any mention of the blood that was dripping from his nose. Clearly some of the blow from that final attack had made it past the defensive enchantments. What floor next? Ajax asked as he presented the options, while Alara cast a few healing spells on Benedict. With Benedict, Xavier, Lexi, and Anna bowing out at this point, the next floor was an earth floor, selected more for its valuable potential instead of any ease of clearing. The floor's inhabitants would all be below level 80, and neither Herald, Darkglow, or Ajax would have any problem dispatching them. They quickly made their way through the earth golems. Unfortunately, they hadn't managed to find anything they could take back out by the time they cleared all the minibosses they needed. So we have a light and fire floor, a lightning and wind floor, or a plant and something you don't recognize. The Prince Herald asked as he took in their options. Out of the 3 of them, Herald was the weakest, and he would have the hardest time killing the level 95s. I say we go for the plant one, at least that should have something I can kill. Nobody else had any reason to object as the group made their way onto the next floor. Ajax barely had enough time to clear the +1 to all stats notification before the smell hit him like a ton of bricks. It took a lot out of the princess to not retch at the stench. What is that? Alara asked as she covered her own nose. Holy shit, Ajax mumbled as he looked out over what he could see of the floor. You're only half right there, the prince said, his usual grin unaffected by the smell. On a closer look, however, Ajax noticed the prince was in fact holding his breath. I guess we found out what that mana type you didn't recognize was, Decay. Ajax cursed under his breath, just his luck to find a floor based around natural plant fertilizer. Ajax's initial reaction to the floor was negative, but that quickly changed as he looked towards the look on the elves' faces. What's going on? He asked as he saw the princess and Alara look gleefully towards the floor. Nothing, Araner said as they all put on a neutral expression. So this is how you do it, Harold said as he let out a low whistle he quickly regretted because it caused him to take a deep breath. Do what? Even the prince was curious what Harold had pieced together. Araner, Alara, and Arianwin kept their neutral look on their faces, but all of them turned towards Harold. Every merchant house has been wondering for years how the established elven households have such prosperous access to specific high-quality plants. Harold explained. What was specific about it, however, was that it was mostly quick-growing plants or collectible parts of older plants. They have been trying for years to get their spies to learn those secrets. Ajax quickly put together why Harold was aware of this. Something this big would be of great importance in a political arena, so of course House Silvertongue would be aware of it. The question was, what could they get for it? What is it? The prince asked. He was also aware of the secrets, but he wasn't all that invested in the crafting or procurement side of the nobles. Darkglow had the good sense to understand that this wasn't something that would simply be handed out, so he wasn't surprised when the prince put up a privacy screen around all of them. The elves were included just to confirm Harold's hypothesis. They harvest anything with the decay attribute they come across in high dungeon floors and use it to rejuvenate a small garden where they can actually grow the higher-end ingredients or just nurture some high-end trees. Harold laid out his theory. Finding decay floors isn't reliable, but they would only need one twice a decade at most just to rejuvenate their gardens. If the floor is as plentiful as this one can be, they can probably stretch it out for longer. Wouldn't someone have figured this part out if that was all there was to it? Ajax asked. They probably have gardeners with specific skills tending them, Harold explained. Without a large amount of fertilizer, it would take a long time on incremental improvement to raise a garden like this while also raising the farmers and gardeners. Everyone who has tried it was going for a quick version. I remember that, the prince exclaimed as he remembered being part of a boring briefing regarding the subject. They had some success with the first and second harvests, but the garden lost its mana concentration soon after. After listening to the explanation, Ajax couldn't help but be a little mad at his own oversight of this. For years now, he had been pumping a lot of his own mana into his garden by topping up the plants, infusing it into the ground, and even releasing it into the air around them to increase the mana concentration, but he had completely overlooked adding highly mana-infused fertilizer. We should scour this floor then and see if we can get any results with this theory, the prince said. It won't do you that much good. Arianwin spoke for the first time since entering the floor. The mana level here is too high to start with. Trying it with this would just be a waste. The statement is truthful, but she's trying to cover something with it. Harold advised the prince, clearly his relation to House Silvertongue was paying dividends. Thinking about the situation, Ajax could see the problem they would have. It was the same problem he encountered every time he infused more mana in one area too quickly, where the mana would burn out anything living in the area. While this discovery will help along his own garden's progress, it will take time before he could use anything with mana levels equivalent to the low to mid-90s as they were on this floor. It won't work for us because you have to slowly work up to the point they can handle this level of mana. Ajax offered his insight. You've been trying this in your little farming plot. The prince's question moved the elves' stares from Harold to him, a bit of surprise briefly showing on Arianwin and Alara's faces. No, I was trying to get the same result without anything but regular fertilizer. This is what I was missing. Ajax silently cursed his oversight. It's been really slow going, and the few attempts I had in trying to speed things up set me back. So it's worthless to us, the prince asked. No. Ajax's answer quickly put a damper on the elves' happy thoughts. We can still use what we take to grow some high-end ingredients for 1 or 2 harvests. It won't help us long-term, but it's still useful. But Arianwin started to talk, but Araner cut her off. What do you want for it? Araner asked instead, quickly picking up on Ajax's plan. This is high quality. We can't make best use of it, but it's not worthless. The prince also picked up on Ajax's thoughts. Since it's not a restricted resource, however, it belongs to us. Well, to the crown and Ajax, since the delve spots are ours. You want to sell it to them, what for? People delving this high up is pretty rare. Ajax thought aloud. With how restricted the dungeons are for high-end delves, I doubt there are more than 1 decay floor a month even being spawned in a kingdom at this level range. Since this is still kept secret, I would guess a lot of those go to waste since the people who get them don't know what to collect. Ajax could also feel the satisfaction at learning of this. With his ability to determine the floor types and lower floors with any decent amount of decay mana on them could be something he could collect from. Let's trade whatever they can collect on this floor, Ajax offered. In exchange, they can give us 5 times the amount in less mana-infused fertilizer they have stockpiled, the best we can use. Deal, 10 times. Both Araner and the prince spoke at the same time, a stare-down starting between the two. 6 times, Araner said, and at this moment Ajax deeply wished that Anna was still there with them. 9, the prince rebutted. 7, 8, 7. Araner repeated, and Ajax could see the prince concentrating. Neither of them were merchants, but clearly the both had at least one merchant skill they had trained at least a little. Unfortunately for Ajax, Araner was almost twice the prince's age and he had traded far more. 7. The prince agreed in defeat as his own skills lost out. You need to start with level 40 stuff, any higher and it won't work. The princess said, I need something higher, Ajax said with a smile. My garden is already above standard. I am thinking level 50 should do. That wasn't Arianwin started to say, only to stop as she went over the deal one more time. The terms were they would be traded for the best that Ajax can use. Since Ajax could use higher quality, they would need to provide that higher quality. What will you be doing while they scour the floor to collect all of it? The prince asked, since it would probably take Araner a while to do that. I'll get the miniboss out of the way first, but after that I will use as much as I can for alchemy. I might be able to make something that should help Harold kill something on this floor as well, Ajax said. Harold looked excited at the prospect. 15 levels was a lot for him to jump considering he wasn't quite as much of an outlier in terms of combat as Lexi, Benedict, Xavier, or Anna. Not to mention he hadn't delved the same number of floors relative to his level as them either. Despite the large decay presence on the floor, the main element was still plant mana. More than that, Ajax found that the plants on this floor seemed to have a much sturdier base, and they could take more of his life mana before they were in danger of disintegrating. Fuck, Ajax exclaimed as he dived for cover, putting a large tree between himself and the cauldron he was working with. An instant later, the cauldron detonated like a grenade, throwing shrapnel everywhere. What are you doing? The prince asked as he inspected the blast site to see that it was one of Ajax's cauldrons specifically for explosive ingredients. Overfilled the explosive ingredients, Ajax said as he came out from behind the tree. Turns out even if the ingredient can handle that much mana without disintegrating, it becomes too unstable to work with. What were you making? Harold asked curiously. Herbicide, Ajax answered. Since it's made from this floor, the dungeon should have no issues with you using it to kill a plant miniboss. Did you make anything successful? Harold regretted the words as soon as they left his mouth, but he was a little disappointed in the failure. Oh yeah, Ajax said without even noticing the unintended criticism in his excitement as he pulled out 2 flasks. This is a physical booster. It will grant about a 10 increase in physical stats for 5 minutes. That's almost twice as good as the ones I have, Harold exclaimed, and even the prince looked interested since that was the same effect as some of the best boosting potions the royal family had access to. Yeah, but the backlash is twice as bad, lasts twice as long, and it also causes diarrhea for the duration, Ajax said. This other one is a quick-acting short-term paralytic. Takes about 2 seconds after the poison is applied to fully paralyze something for 5 seconds. Subsequent applications take longer to take effect, but the paralysis period should be consistent up to 4 applications. That should be enough time for me to kill something, Harold said with glee. It won't work on plants, only on flesh sadly, and it's for something as large as an adult human needing a larger dose for something bigger, Ajax said. I'll give the herbicide another go. I know where I went wrong. With that, Ajax took out his second cheaper cauldron and got to work, Harold quickly backing off to a respectful distance just in case it exploded again. It took Ajax multiple attempts before he was finally able to create a herbicide he was happy with, thankful none of his other failures ended in an explosive manner. Despite this, Ajax couldn't help but feel that he was lacking. No matter what he did, Ajax didn't think he was getting everything out of the ingredients he was using. This should be good enough to help you kill a miniboss, Ajax said as he passed the herbicide and the booster potion to Harold. What went wrong? The prince asked as Ajax was collecting his alchemy equipment. I don't know, Ajax said. A little exasperation leaked through as he got to the core of the matter. I tried multiple different approaches until I ran out of prepared ingredients, but it never felt right. That's not unexpected, the prince said with an understanding smile. If anything, that you managed to even make something as good as you already did is a reason for celebration. Most people take at least half a century of dedication after they finish their apprenticeship before they can properly use ingredients from this high a floor. Looking at it that way, Ajax could see how he was expecting too much from himself. He could feel his alchemy skill being pushed to the edge as he tried to adapt and react during the brewing process just to keep the mixtures stable. His dungeon crafter skill was almost at its first threshold as well. Unlike your combat prowess, your crafting doesn't scale as much off stats. Give yourself time to grow your skills. The prince knew that Ajax had recently gained 2 epic alchemy crafting skills that will speed up his progression. I know it might not seem like it because of how young you are, but you have centuries to go before you even hit your physical prime, let alone start to grow old. That was something Ajax still had issues coming to terms with. Unlike most other things, his experience from Earth was actually more of a detriment in this case, as his previous perspective on age didn't match the one present in this world. He was not even 25, and he would easily live another 40 times that long, considering how quickly he had raised his vitality and how it would continue to grow. Watching Harold as he battled the miniboss was relaxing. With the boosting potion and herbicide, the battle actually favored Harold. The only thing he needed to look out for was the 5-minute timer on the boost, but he managed to win with 20 seconds to spare as he opened up a large gash in the center stem of the giant Venus flytrap-looking plant where he poured his remaining half a vial of herbicide. That was closer than I would have liked, Harold heaved out as he returned to Ajax, Darkclaw, and the prince. You still had plenty of time left. The prince said, if you were down to the last 10 seconds, I would have started to worry. Here, Ajax said as he extended another vial to the man. You're giving me this now? Harold asked while accepting the potion. It's an antidote, Ajax explained. Won't do anything for the backlash of the potion, but it should negate the diarrhea. Harold looked like he wanted to comment on that, but 5 minutes since he took the boost had elapsed, and an ominous gurgle from his guts was all it took for him to uncork the flash and down the potion. UGHHHH, Harold tried his best to hold it down. Can't you do something about the taste? Once I can make them consistently, I'll worry about that, Ajax responded. With that taken care of, the group moved back to the rendezvous spot where they would meet the three elves. Seeing how they were the first ones back despite the almost 20-hour-long session alchemy, they had clearly found something worthwhile. Do you think something happened? Ajax asked after 2 hours of waiting. Nothing here on this floor could pose even a mild threat to me, let alone someone like Araner, the prince reassured him. Collecting might be taking them a while, however, as mages are not known for their physical stats. Half an hour later, the first change they felt in a while happened. A massive heat wave washed over all of them. It wasn't quite as strong as the one Anna unleashed on the lower floor, but it was comparable. They'll be coming soon, the prince said as he activated a rune that formed a small wind barrier around them. What is going on? Ajax asked, a little surprised. Floor boss spawned, the prince answered. Is this your first time seeing how an elemental floor boss affects the floor? Darkclaw asked. Ajax simply nodded in affirmation. Over the years, he had seen 20 floor bosses after the Kitsune. Despite the higher chance for them to appear as the floors got close to level 100, it wasn't guaranteed. Of those 20, he had even killed 4 of them, the others forcing them to retreat and have the dungeon guards kill them on the outside. None of those 20 encounters had been with an elemental-type boss. He had learned about them and knew that they would affect the climate of the entire floor, but it was his first time seeing it. The heat wasn't that bad, Harold said as he waved his hand towards the wind bubble. It's not for the heat, the prince said, a small shiver traveling through him. It's for the smell. If you thought it was bad before, imagine how it would be after warming it all up. I take it you found something, the prince asked, half the ring. Araner said as he passed the ring over for the prince to inspect. Does that have a preservation enchantment? Ajax asked as he looked closely at the ring. It has to. Arianwin explained. Decay mana naturally wants to spread and well decay. Even with the enchantment, it will only prolong the time until it takes for the mana density to lower. This made sense to Ajax. The enchantment wasn't temporal in nature. After all, it worked to keep things fresh by keeping them isolated from outside influences. This wouldn't matter all that much to something that was already decaying. Let's get out of here, Alara said as she looked around for an arch. I don't want to stay on this floor any longer than I have to, even as valuable as it may be. What choices do we have for the final floor? The prince asked Ajax as they started moving. Earth, fire, lightning. Ajax answered as he nodded in the direction of each respective arch. He kept his answer down to a whisper, since the next floors would have levels as high as 123. Ajax could only get the dominant mana type. Earth it is. The prince nodded and took the lead towards the first arch. We'll wait for the both of you at the nearest city, Arianwin said as they made their way towards the arch. All of us could do with a shower. Nobody objected to that, and Ajax was sure that as soon as the people outside got one whiff of them as they exited, there would be no objections from them either. As they got to the next floor and Harold, Ajax, and Darkclaw got their increased stats, they all left Araner and the prince to clear the floor. Finally, you're back. I was so worried. Lexi wasted no time tackling Ajax as he exited the arch, something she very much regretted as her nose protested Ajax's new fragrance. What happened? Anna asked. We'll explain on the way, Harold said as he started moving towards the carriages. Everyone around the arch gave them a wide breath after Alara reported the status to the dungeon guards. Some of us could use a shower and we'll wait for the 2 in the nearest village. Ajax spent the way towards the village explaining what happened to Anna and Lexi. He had also offered to share with Benedict and Xavier, but both of them were content to wait and not get closer to Ajax than they had to. That is very interesting. Anna nodded as she also quickly put together the same theory Harold had once she heard that the floor that delayed them was a plant and decay floor. So what is the next dungeon? Ajax asked. That would be the first Deepwood dungeon and also their worst one, Arianwin said. It's one of the worst ones with a 19-level floor jump, and it starts with a 31 to 36 range. Ajax could help but agreed. Even for him, the dungeon would only provide 3 stat points to all stats, while everyone else would be limited to 1 because of how the floors jumped. We're going into Deepwood, Ajax said with a small frown as he remembered the start of his interaction with Deepwood's ambassador. In Deepwood, we must stick together, Alara said. All of you will have assassins after you. It's too big of an opportunity for some of the more bigoted nobles to let slip. Will it be that bad? Ajax asked. Araner won't be able to join us in the dungeons since we don't have the spots for him. Once you all exit early, stick close to him, Alara warned. Not only that, but always exit with a shield up and ready for an attack. Other races aren't allowed to delve their dungeons, so humans coming out will get a dungeon break reaction. The conversation continued on the topic as they made their way to the village, as all of them started mentally preparing themselves for how Deepwood would be. The situation was tense. Thankfully, the attack had been launched by an academy student whose level was in the early 30s and could be ignored as a reflexive attack since he had his bow in hand. What are humans doing in the dungeon? One of the more racist students directed his question towards Leoriel, that she had also just commanded him also didn't sit well with the young noble. Their party has been given permission to delve the dungeon by the queen herself. Leoriel didn't bother to explain further even when the silence stretched uncomfortably. At what cost can we have other races enter the dungeon? The silence was broken by an elven boy who didn't look at the four humans with distaste. While the boy wasn't racist, he had no issue letting slavery work out positively for his own fortune. His family had built a rather sizable wealth by buying and training slaves. It was simply what they were good at. They also had one of the largest stand-alone armies. It was mainly formed of commoners who signed the right for the noble house to conscript them into a militia in exchange for training. This had been their way for years, and almost all of the commoners who had entered the contract never ended up being called upon. The simple threat of being able to call them was worth a lot more to the family than the cost to train them. This was a one-time dispensation. Leoriel quickly crushed his hopes. So this is the group from Grindor. The Duke's son finally joined the conversation as he cut short his examination of the four humans. Mother told me that they would be coming. They're not even slaves and they are in our kingdom and delving our dungeons. The racist elf began to heat up again. What possible price would move our queen to accept such an insult? I suggest you calm down, Thaniel, the Duke's son said coldly. This special dispensation was given to prevent all-out war. Both Araner and Leoriel frowned at just how well informed the student was, despite that neither said anything as the boy was clearly smart and helping the situation go smoothly. The young noble had quickly herded his classmates and guards and moved them to one side of the clearing. While thankful for his actions, Leoriel was feeling a little troubled by the fact that they weren't leaving. The whole situation had blown over, and for over 2 hours and 30 minutes nothing seemed to be amiss before one of the students once again approached the humans, the rest of the group following behind her with a variety of different looks on their faces. Are you Xavier Grindor? The girl asked Xavier. I am. While Xavier hadn't joined in the previous interaction, he wasn't at all intimidated by the elves. Did you really already graduate from the academy? The girl's excitement grew as she stared at Xavier's classically handsome face and the blonde locks that framed it. Who cares if he graduated from the academy? One of the elven boys asked, jealousy not giving Xavier a chance to speak. He's half a year younger than I am, and I still have 2 more years. He qualified at the age of 16. The girl defended Xavier. The human academy is just a lot easier, the boy said as he nodded towards the humans with a sneer. Barely any of them can use magic, so they have to make it easier. He's the same age as me, but I could beat him, same as I could any other human my age. The boys had meant the statement as a challenge and an insult. However, the reaction he got from the humans was one that nobody had expected. Instead of being offended and outraged or dismissive, all 4 of them broke out into laughter. Their reaction even caught Araner and Leoriel by surprise, as they had been prepared to end any conflict. You think I am a joke? The boy yelled as he took an aggressive step towards them. I very much doubt you could beat me. Xavier said, his face once more stoic. An intimidating look contrasted to his previous laughter. We just cleared the 2nd floor of this dungeon, while I am guessing you were here for the achievement of clearing the 1st. That, however, is not the reason I'm laughing. The change in Xavier's demeanor, combined with his social skills, was enough to intimidate the elf into retreating a step backwards unconsciously. That act in and of itself, once registered, only fueled the boy's rage further. You think so little of me, you. The boy's words were cut off as the Duke's son put a hand on his shoulder to silence him. This brought the entire group's attention on the Duke's son for a quick moment before it shifted back to Xavier as he started talking once more. From what my inspection skill is telling me, you'd have maybe a 1 in 20 chance to beat me in a fight, 1 in 15 if I'm being generous. I know for a fact, however, that you wouldn't be able to give Ajax a fight even if he took it easy on you. Oh, is that so? The boy angrily yelled as he used his inspection skill on Xavier, only for it to be blocked, so he turned towards Benedict and tried it again. On Benedict, the skill managed to take hold enough to let him know that challenging Benedict was a colossally stupid idea, just not yet a suicidal one. Are you this Ajax? As if on cue, following the words, 5 more people stepped out from the arch, 2 elves, 2 humans, and 1 beastkin. All 5 of them had a combat-ready stance, with 3 of them also holding a mana power shield around them. Their entrance should have been a simple curiosity, but the identity of one of the people was too much for the academy students to ignore. Is that one of them whispered? It's her. Another barely got the words out as she stared in awe. The Ice Princess. As princess of their neighboring kingdom, Arianwen had previously made a trip into Deepwood about 5 years ago. On that trip, she had taken part in a tournament, and despite being 5 years younger than the tournament limit, she had managed to pull out a hard-fought win. The students' trance-like states were broken by a slightly panicked scream. Ajax. Lexi cried out as she dashed towards him, her eyes focused on a rather nasty-looking cut that adorned his left arm. What happened? Are you all right? Ajax didn't hesitate to catch Lexi in a hug with his good arm while being careful to keep her away from his injured one. I'm fine, I just got a little careless. Ajax waved away her concern. This mantis-type monster, however, had a very interesting poison. It's hemorrhagic, but its strength is based around disrupting healing magic. For the next part, Ajax leaned in even closer to her ear and activated the privacy enchantment on her earring. It's right at the edge of my poison resistance. Both my light healing and poison resistance should progress nicely. Ajax knew that he could easily heal straight through the poison by simply adding a life mana-based healing spell. He had in fact done that exact thing to heal Harold, who had gotten more than a single cut during his own battle with a similar monster that gave Ajax his souvenir. But since the poison was actually inflicted during proper and appropriate combat, Ajax's skills would benefit from it a lot more than any self-ingested poison, so he was content to take advantage of it. "So you're Ajax." The elf who had been previously screaming at Xavier murmured as he tried his inspect skill on Ajax, only to be rewarded with a sharp jolt of pain that further fueled his rage. As the elf took a step towards Ajax, he was quickly obstructed by every single female in his class. His murmur hadn't been as quiet as he had thought, and none of the girls wanted to risk having this idiot attitude affecting Arianwin's impression of them. "So that's him." The Duke's son addressed Xavier as he looked towards Ajax. "I have to admit he looks intimidating enough." Ajax's taller frame with wide shoulders but still slender build combined with his pitch-black hair were rather intimidating. A brief twitch of pain cued Xavier in that he attempted to inspect Ajax, the human prodigy who beat the Ice Princess. Those words sent another ripple through the group of students as they not all watched Ajax closely, most of them wincing in pain as they tried to inspect him. "I thought humans aged like dwarves. Is he half-elf?" Daniel asked the Duke's son. He had calmed down following his first outburst, and seeing how their enraged classmate had done when confronting Xavier, he was glad his friend had calmed him down. "He isn't, and they do," the Duke's son said. "But just like Prince Xavier mentioned earlier, he is younger than us." Those words caused a blanket silence to land upon the group before a flurry of whispers broke out amongst the elves. The Duke's son didn't miss the opportunity he was looking to create as he approached Leoriel. "Would it be possible for us to accompany you on your way to the capital? With their presence here, I feel that the roads would be more dangerous than usual." As the group approached the dungeon, they started running into a fair number of different types of monsters. They were all fairly weak for the most part around the low 50s, but every now and then a stronger one around level 70 would show up. "Why are there so many of them?" Ajax asked, confused. "No kingdom should have a section filled with monsters of this level just out in the open. It's because of the level jump between floors," the prince answered. "We have a dungeon with a 20-level jump, but I never saw anything like this there," Ajax said as he thought back to that dungeon. He had to admit that the entire area around it was rather deserted. "That's because it is more centrally located," the prince said. "The monsters are routinely cleared out as punishments given out by the Adventure Society. There is no reason for Deepwood to clear out the monsters in this area. In fact, it's better for them if they don't." "I doubt these monsters would slow down any invasion force," Ajax said. "We are cutting through them with no problem and there are so few of us. They aren't a deterrent for invasion, it's for runaways," Benedict chimed in. "Our border with the Empire is mostly open plains, and runaway slaves are an issue. In a forest like this, just leaving the monsters alone will be a strong enough deterrent for anyone under level 50. Despite his disdain for their methods, Ajax had to agree that it was a smart move. Why waste resources to deal with something that not only isn't a problem, but is actually a benefit? "The quicker we get through these dungeons, the better," Lexi said darkly. Arriving at the dungeon arch, Ajax saw that it very much resembled the dungeon from back in Grindor. There were no people setting up small stands in the surrounding area, simply a small guard outpost that was there to register anyone entering and send out an emergency signal should there be a dungeon break. "There are 11 of you," the ranger leader of their new protection detail said as they poured out of the carriages next to the dungeon. "The agreement is access for 10. I will be staying outside," Araner said simply. "What do you think you are doing?" one of the guards on duty at the dungeon said as he saw the group head towards the arch. His glare filled with disgust as he looked towards the humans and Darkclaw. The man was quickly pulled aside and silenced by his partner, who covered his mouth while lowering his head to the elf. "Are you suicidal? She's a Queensguard. Just record and report. Anything else is going to be handled way above us." With his perception, Ajax had no issues hearing the rushed whispers, but he paid them no mind as they all stepped inside the arch. The first floor they entered was a massive cornfield that surrounded a large fortress town. It didn't take long for them to find the first arch that was guarded by an oversized raccoon. The beast didn't even stand a chance as Harold decapitated it with a swift swing of his sword as it tried to jump him. "Earth, water, and darkness," Ajax said as he touched the arch. "No light at all, so I'm thinking some type of cave-themed floor. Let's look for another one," the prince said. "A flooded cave is one of the few things I am not certain I can protect you from." There was no argument there as nobody wanted to risk drowning, and they moved on to the next arch, one defended by a small pack of coyotes that quickly followed the raccoon's fate. "Plant, life, water, earth," Ajax said as he touched the arch. Some light as well. This should be a swamp or a forest or field with a river going through it. There were no objections to this theme, so the team entered and found themselves in a swamp. Be on the lookout for mud golems. There was quite a bit of life mana. Ajax warned them as he took in his surroundings. Everyone nodded as Lexi, Anna, Benedict, Xavier, and Ajax started their hunt for a miniboss. Araner POV, it would only be 2 or 3 hours before the low-leveled nobles would return. This dungeon would be one of the quickest the team would boost, since there would only be 5 total floors, including the quickly passed first floor, and the final one that the prince would clear by himself. Even then, Ajax was the only one who needed to kill a miniboss on the second floor, and that would speed everything up even more. Spread out and search the surrounding areas. Leoriel Shadowstrider commanded. I didn't know the girl all that well, but I remember fighting her father on multiple occasions. Their house had always produced skilled rangers, and while she wasn't yet at the same level as me, she was still young. Half of the elite guard force she was commanding headed into the forest to check. It was clear to me at a glance, as they split themselves into teams of 2, that this guard force was thrown together last minute. They were all competent, but they didn't have the fluidity that came from working together for a long time. They had likely been selected for their strength, and the fact that they had no issues with humans. What is going on? The smarter of the 2 dungeon guards asked me, after he got nowhere with Leoriel following his partner's insulting questioning of the queen's decision to allow non-elves into the dungeon. The ambassador in the Republic almost caused a war when they used a skill on a human child during a feast. My answer was calculated to share specific information that was not sensitive and would only build goodwill. The head of their house was quick in asking for access to Deepwood's dungeon for the slight. Why are there so many humans then, and why only 1 beastkin and no dwarves? The guard asked. The house in question came from Grindor, not the Republic. I responded. They sold a few spots to Sylvanthal and the Republic, but most of them went to their own kingdom. That's enough. Leoriel said as she approached and sent the guard back to his post. Those were some misleading answers. Everything I said was true, I said. You also left out that the child in question was the head of the house, let alone his unique situation. She said as join me in watching the arch, just assuring the political importance of our short trip here is reported. I canteen. It is also undermining the royal family's credibility. Her tone now accusing. Hardly I wave my hand. The mistake will simply be one more thing reinforcing the reason why the king stepped down from the throne and let his daughter take over, as it was his decision to send that ambassador. I could tell that while she didn't much like my reasoning, she accepted it. After a minute of silence, she moved on the next point, one I knew would be coming. Is everything they're saying about the human true? I don't know what rumors have made it all the way here. I say nothing and preempt any further questioning on this topic. Nor would it be my place to share any information on this topic. All I will say is that he is still a child, by noble standards anyway, and that he won the tournament. What about his views on elves? She moved on, accepting my answer. He has no issues with elves as far as I could tell over the weeks we traveled together. This was a point His Majesty had asked me to make sure was made perfectly clear. A bad encounter here so early in his development is the biggest risk. Our conversation was cut short as a group of 12 elves exited the dungeon. 2 of them were above level 100. Identify yourselves, Leoriel said as her hand snapped to her bow. What followed was a tense half, and as Leoriel verified that the people who exited were who they claimed to be. The youngsters among them were academy students from the 4th year, and the 2 veterans were guards of a ducal house whose scion was part of the class. I also tuned out the 10 minutes Leoriel spent chastising the guards for not informing her that there was already a boost happening. There is nothing in the surrounding areas. At that moment, the teams that surveyed the surrounding returned, their words putting the 2 veterans on guard. Is something going on? The senior of the 2 veterans asked. And may I ask why you have a spell ready? The second question was addressed to me. That's Araner Starfury. The second veteran said, recognizing me, his words putting the first veteran on a hair trigger. It was at that moment that the 4 humans I was expecting stepped out of the arch. I wasted no time releasing the spell and creating a protective wind wall around them. My actions were well timed, as one of the students was quick to fire an arrow as he saw humans exit the dungeon. You are to stand down, Leoriel shouted as she notched an arrow of her own. I quickly made my way over to the 4 while silently cursing. Why is it that anything that can go wrong always does? The first reaction to the question had been a resounding no. Both Araner and the prince knew that there was no way it was a coincidence that the students were here. After thinking on it for a bit, however, they decided to allow them to tag along, but only if they could keep up. As a whole, the group wanted to spend as little time as possible in the Kingdom of Deepwood, so they would be heading straight for the capital from here. Their timeline would have them exiting the kingdom in under 2 months. So they started their 10-day journey towards the capital. It didn't take long for the first radical to make the first attempt on the group. 2 days into their journey, as they were passing through the lands of a small-time baron, whose house had fallen from Viscount 3 generations ago, the group was charged by a small army numbering 200 people. "We're under attack," the prince calmly relayed as he entered the large carriage. "By what?" Ilara asked, uncertain how to take the prince's nonchalance. "Baron, I didn't pay attention to the name," the prince said with a shrug after a moment of silence. "Small force of 200. It was here that Ajax got to see countries put so much emphasis on their elites. The group that was escorting them was formed of 21 people. With the exception of Leoriel, they ranged in level from the high 80s to the early 100. The people ambushing them were just common guards of failing house, most being in their high 50s with a few standouts reaching higher. The fighting Ajax had seen before as part of the skirmish between two local nobles was nothing compared to what he was seeing now. Outnumbered 10 to 1, their escorts had no issues carving a bloody path through their ambushers. The difference in stats and skills was too high for there to even be a question of who would come out ahead. Shortly after the fighting started, the students also joined the rest of the group in the spacious carriage as the most defensible position, though both Araner and the prince insisted that their guards remain outside as a security precaution. Despite them being on the losing side, Ajax couldn't help but pay very close attention to the ambushers' fighting style. It was clear that despite some of them not being mages, or even hybrid fighters, they were still using spells as part of their combat. One archer summoned a small fire in front of himself that he used to ignite the arrows he had dipped in some sort of accelerant. A warrior had used a weak wind spell centered on himself that caused a swift breeze to flow towards him from all directions, giving himself a way to know if someone was behind him. As he watched, Ajax made a small note to himself to spar a few of the physically focused elves once he got to Sylvanthal to see if he could pick up a few tricks that humans might not have come up with because of how rare magic was for them. "Did the Baron not come himself?" Ajax asked after watching the carnage for a few minutes. "He did," the prince said as he pointed towards the man in the center of a defensive circle formed by the remaining 40 ambushers. "The idiot who can't cast focus well enough to cast a spell properly." Ajax was utterly unimpressed by the noble. During his time in the capital, he did learn that most low nobles and commoners weren't all that different. The big difference came that nobles were given a big push early in life to level, that they were boosted through dungeons and had access to stat-increasing potions. Nobles who lived in the capital were more refined by their environment. With peers and external pressure, the quality rose. Out in the countryside, the only difference between nobles and commoners were a few extra social skills and a large number of points added to vitality that was compensated for by bought stats. "Will they just kill him?" Ajax asked as he watched the defensive formation be taken apart with almost no effort. "No, it'll be a public execution," the Duke's son answered. "They'll capture him and the royal family will make it a spectacle to outline their stance on any attacks on your group." The flicker in Anna's expression as she digested the information was missed by almost everybody. It was only her best friend who caught it. "What's wrong, Anna?" Lexi asked. "I'm not sure how to feel about this development," Anna answered honestly. He was a sacrificial pawn. As Ajax thought about what that could mean, it dawned on him. If students in the academy hadn't known they were here, how would a nobody baron? He was clearly leaked the information. Considering the presence of the escort and the public execution, it was all planned out by the royal family. Though that does beg the question, are you here as part of the plan or is your father playing a different angle? Anna asked the Duke's son. The man in question didn't have the social skills high enough to hide the apologetic look he threw his classmates as some of them stared daggers at him for dragging them into something without letting them know. Ajax also made note of the three of them he picked out that had not been surprised by the revelation. Either they knew in advance or put the pieces together before Anna pointed it all out. "It's a different angle." Harold said the Silvertongues had given him a full debrief on the royal families, archdukes and dukes of both Sylvanthal and Deepwood. While they didn't have perfectly up-to-date information, as shown by the surprise news of a chance in ruler. "Father is looking to make use of your visit to take care of a few problematic minor nobles in his lands." The Duke's son didn't hold back the information. "Us traveling with you like this would give me the pretext of being offended at any disparaging remarks about some new friends I might have recently made. The whole plan relied solely on them making the journey to the capital together, something that had already happened. And do you have anything to provide for us?" The prince didn't even skip a beat as he asked for payment for their part in the plan. "I was hoping to pass this along once we arrived in the capital, but I see no reason not to tell you now," the Duke's son answered. "There is a kidnapping plan for one of the nights you are in the capital. I am not sure who is the target or whose plan it is, but I do know they are using the Fade Leaf mercenaries, who have more than one person working for them at the Springwood Inn." There was a deep silence as the group was slightly surprised to hear the name of the inn they had actually planned to stay at instead of their decoy arrangement. "That'll do." The prince nodded with a grin, not giving away any effect the information had despite the lacking poker faces of the rest of them. Ajax would have had trouble holding in a laugh when confronted with some of the expressions that some of the students had when they heard the exchange of information between This was all overshadowed, however, by the realization that he might very well not be the target. He subconsciously got closer to Lexi and placed his arm protectively over her shoulder. The threat has been dealt with and their leader captured. Leoriel's voice broke the silence. We can continue on our way. What happened? Ajax asked, probing to see what she would say. The crown has removed an inconvenience while strengthening the security of your group. Ajax was pleasantly surprised to see that Leoriel didn't try to hide that they expected the ambush. Did they also order this attack? Ajax's voice turned a little flinty. Much as he despised certain types of nobles, he also took issue with betrayal. No, Leoriel answered. All nobles whose lands we would be passing through have been notified of your arrival. They were not notified of my presence. We expect at least another ambush before we reach the capital, possibly two. The road we're taking specifically goes through the lands of nobles whose personal forces don't pose a threat to your escort, and whose financial situation would not allow them to hire more experienced people. Ajax was satisfied with that answer. He couldn't be sure if it was the truth, but while it wasn't a situation he endorsed, it was one he could accept. Why go through all this to remove them? Ajax asked after he returned to his seat. Couldn't the queen just take away their lands? In theory she could. Arianwen answered. Unfortunately, it is an unwritten rule that a king or queen who removes lands from nobles for simple mediocrity and slight incompetence sets a precedent that would see them removed. She just needed them to give her a better reason. Having an escort and a group of academy students tagging along hadn't been that much of an inconvenience at first, but that was solely down to the fact that it had only been a few days. Being accompanied at all times meant that Lexi couldn't practice forming her domain, and neither could Ajax practice to unlock his vibration mana. It was a blessing for Ajax that he could keep practicing his alchemy, or he would have gone a little stir-crazy. The second ambush the small convoy met had gone down far differently than the first. Unlike the first Baron they happened upon, this one had at least scouted the people he was looking to ambush and had wisely chosen to forego hostilities. Baron, what a surprise to see you here. Leoriel greeted him and his 300 fighters. It is a pleasure to see you again, Lady Shadowstrider. While the Baron's words were polite, his delivery was wooden. May I ask why you are traveling through my lands? The Queen has tasked me with escorting our guests to ensure no international incidents occur. Leoriel answered. Is there something going on in your lands that you have such a force with you? We are merely ensuring that there are no thieves lying in wait. Even Ajax could spot the lie a mile out, but nobody called the Baron out on it. I do wish you safe travels. Looks like the plan failed. Ajax mentioned once they were out of the Baron's earshot. Not entirely, Harold said. It's the beauty of a plan like this. Even though the Baron still lives, that was a very harsh warning he just got. Either he cleans up his act, or, considering he could very well have died today already, there most likely won't be a third chance. Their convoy was halfway to the capital by the time the students had managed through sheer persistence to convince Arianwen to give them a small personal demonstration. Alara was also roped into helping by having a little spar. Ajax was watching the two of them face each other with deep-seated interest. Despite this being a short spar, where neither would even be seriously fighting, it would still be the first time Ajax would see two domains overlap in direct confrontation. The moment both domains were deployed, Ajax felt how the storm and winter fought for supremacy. The blizzard surrounding Arianwen could be seen taking the lead, no doubt helped by the fact that she had a higher level in her domain skill. More interesting, however, was what Ajax noticed was happening as spells started flying. The whole point of a domain was to have weaker spells travel through it to absorb mana and gain power. With two domains overlapped, however, when a spell drew power from the domain by draining the mana along its path, it would allow the opposite domain to take dominance. The clearest example of this happening was when Alara opened with a lightning bolt that cut across the battlefield and cracked the ice wall Arioin had opened with. Not one to let go of an opening, however, the elven princess was quick to send a powerful gust of wind down the same path. The lightning bolt took an air blast perfectly connected to send Alara flying backwards into a tree. As the fight dragged on, it became clear that Alara not only didn't have the same experience with using her domain as Arianwen, but the princess had experience fighting against other domain users as well. After a few exchanges, the spar ended, but the power both of the elves had wielded left a deep impression on the students that were watching them. Almost all of them promised themselves to talk to their family about finding a way to incorporate a domain into their fighting style. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. We've entered the final Viscountcy before we reach the capital. Leoriel warned them as they were only a little over a day away from the capital. It didn't take a genius to figure out what she meant by that, so everyone traveled more compactly into the main carriage for protection. The third ambush seemed to follow the theme of the first, where the ambushers didn't bother to talk and just attacked. This group was a bit stronger than the first, but what they had in quality they lacked in numbers. The attack was only 50 people. This wasn't enough to succeed, and it was something the Viscount leading them also figured out quickly as he tried his best to retreat. Leoriel and the rest of her escort wasn't about to let the Viscount live as they moved to chase down the retreating stragglers. She hadn't made it more than 100 paces from the carriage when her attention was drawn back to it by the door being ripped open. Ajax could barely track what was happening as Danger Sense started yelling at him. A foot in front of him, Ajax could clearly see the hand of an elf dressed in full black leather, holding a longer dagger that was pointed towards him. Holding the elf by the wrist was the prince whose runes were flooded with mana. The assassin tried tossing the knife at Ajax as soon as his wrist was caught, but the prince blasted the dagger off course with a quick spell that left a sizable dent in the walls of the carriage. The assassin's next move, however, caught Ajax by surprise. The assassin didn't even try to free his hand from the prince's iron grip. He instead drew another knife and cut himself free by sacrificing everything from the elbow down. The assassin made a concentrated effort to have some of the blood spill towards Ajax as yelled out a command. "Marked!" The assassin yelled before he exploded into shadows. Ajax recognized the technique used as it was the same one Shadow had used for moving through the shadows. He also wasn't the only one to do so as Araner blasted the area with a powerful light spell as the assassin retreated out the already ripped open door. As the assassin exited the shadows and ran for his life, Ajax could see the trail of blood that he left in his wake. Everything happened in but a few moments. Ajax had been left feeling a little defenseless as he was barely able to do anything to defend himself. Still, as he looked towards his right hand that still held another needle ready to throw, Ajax couldn't help but smile a little at having fought back against someone so much stronger than him. "What did you hit him with?" Araner asked as he had noticed Ajax throwing the needle without any hesitation. "Poison I came up with," Ajax said proudly. "Oh." The prince looked like he forgot all about the attack as he quickly put up a privacy barrier around him and Ajax. "What's it do?" "The opposite of a hemorrhagic poison." Ajax tried to explain his creation, so his wounds would stop bleeding quickly. The prince frowned as he didn't seem to understand. If he doesn't get it treated quickly enough, there is a good chance that a clot will form in his heart or brain. Ajax's smile looked a little evil as he explained his poison. "It might look like it's actually helping him right up to the point he has a heart attack or a stroke. Can you do something about the mark?" the prince said after a short moment to process. "The mark?" Ajax asked, unsure what the prince was talking about. He had heard the assassin yell. "Marked," but he didn't know what he could do about the skill. "It's a rare skill that works off of shadow mana," the prince explained. "Focus on where the blood landed on you and see if you can remove it with mana siphon." Despite his best effort, Ajax didn't manage to sense any mana. Surprisingly, however, his mana siphon did find something to drain, so Ajax kept at it until there was nothing else there. "Did you catch him?" the prince asked as he lowered the privacy barrier and looked towards Leoriel, who was standing in the doorway of the carriage. "No, he got away," Leoriel said as she lowered her head slightly in shame. "He got away from you after the beating he took despite leaving a long and deep trail of blood." Even Araner raised a brow at the ranger. "I prioritized killing the Viscount before he could escape." Leoriel didn't feel guilty about that. Her orders were clear, and she knew that with both the prince and Araner here, there was nothing she could personally do to stop an assassin from succeeding that they couldn't. "I see," the prince said with a frown. "In that case, you best send one of your men ahead to make sure we can enter the dungeon when we arrive tomorrow." The delve wasn't. She started to answer but didn't get to finish. "He was marked," the prince said as he pointed to the blood spots on Ajax. While Ajax might have gotten rid of the mark, nobody else knew that. "The quicker we finish the trip, the better." Leoriel had nothing to rebut there, and she silently cursed the assassin as she sent one of her people to make sure there were no issues when they arrived at the dungeon. "What is this mark?" Ajax asked. It wasn't something he had heard about before. "It's an assassin group thing," the prince said darkly. "Pretty much every assassin group picks it up." Benedict chose to explain. "It also becomes part of their initiation along with some blood ritual and hunting. Hardest part is the initial hunt to unlock the skill for the founders. You get marked with the blood of one of them." Ilara joined in. "That basically puts a tracker on you and marks you so that any attacks coming from the group become stronger. Not only that, but with every failed attempt, the mark can stack up." "Any way to get rid of it?" Ajax asked. He was pretty sure that he had gotten rid of the tracking part of the mark, but the damage amp was still there. "The mark only fades when the last group member dies," Araner answered before he turned darkly towards Leoriel. "The mark does lose half its power if the person who marked you is killed, however. So they won't stop?" Ajax asked. "No chance for that," Benedict said with a scowl. "There is a reason why, despite the almost guaranteed way to get a rare skill that stacks like that, almost all nobility avoid it like the plague. Every single person in the group just became allergic to your survival. It won't mean anything for a few weeks, but after that it will start with rashes, then flashes of pain, migraines. It will keep escalating until you die or they all do." Hearing that, Ajax got a malicious thought. What would happen if I just decided to enter a dungeon and live there for a few years? Ajax had no sympathy for the assassins. That's one of the crueler ways to deal with the skill. Ilara said, "We have records of assassin groups going mad and killing their employer for putting them through this after 5 years of torment after their target did exactly what you're suggesting." As much as Ajax would love to give Karma a chance to serve the group they're just deserts, he simply couldn't afford to waste a few years in a dungeon even if he spent the time practicing his skills. At that moment, Ajax could once more feel the mark on him pulse one more time before dimming down and fading away into the background once more. His poison worked. Together with all damage the prince and Araner did, it was enough to finish off the assassin. The crown will add a few more high-level guards to your escort following this development, Leoriel promised. I assure you we will do our best to finish your trip as quickly and safely as we can make it. As the convoy made it to the dungeon, the students finally all went their own separate ways. Most of the students were extremely friendly towards Arianwin and Alara, with a few of them even being friendly with the non-elven members of the group. By the same token, a few were ecstatic to be able to finally get away from them, and they didn't bother to hide it. Ajax and the rest didn't care all that much. They were all focused on the arch in the middle of all the defensive formations. A capital dungeon. The initial floor started from 25 all the way to 30, with 5-level increments per floor. Ajax was doing his best not to drool as he thought about the plus 11 to all stats that were waiting for him. Hell, with such a low increment, he was willing to try for a plus 12 and go past the level 100 threshold. As the humans and beastkin made their way towards the arch confidently, they were greeted by the jeers of the crowd. If he had to find a way to describe what it was like, the best Ajax could have come up with was a peaceful protest. A small contingent of guards opened up a path for them to reach the arch, but on either side of that pathway elven adventurers were spitting out vitriol towards them. Despite the hate and outrage, nobody even tried to escalate things to a physical or magical altercation, and the group simply ignored as they entered the dungeon. The first 3 floors were a joke. Since none of them could gain any stats from them, they simply barreled through the first arch they saw. On the second floor, Arianwin didn't even bother killing the miniboss guardian, simply freezing its feet in place as the entire team walked through the arch. The 4th, 5th, and 6th floors were a steady step up in difficulty for all of Ajax's classmates, but none of them were true issues for any of them. The floors took a lot longer to clear since they had to travel and find one miniboss for each of them to take on alone, so they called it a day at the end of the 6th floor and set up their camp in front of the arch that would take them to the 7th floor. "What are you thinking about?" Ajax asked Lexi as he snuggled into her around the campfire they had set up. "I'm a little worried about tomorrow," Lexi admitted as she returned his affectionate gesture. "You've got nothing to worry about." Ajax wasn't just trying to reassure her, he genuinely meant it. The 8th floor should only go up to level 65. As long as you don't choose to go into a bad fight, I have no doubt you should be able to win with vibration mana. I want to clear the 9th floor, Lexi whispered, almost like she was admitting it to herself. That confession struck Ajax silent for a moment. He wanted to tell her not to risk it, that there was no need for that, but the words died in his throat as he thought about the risk he was taking by going past the level 100 barrier for the same increase. "I'll make sure you get a good matchup," Ajax promised her. With that, all of Ajax's classmates called it an early night, as the following day was going to be much tougher for them than it would be for Ajax, since with the number of floors left to clear, they would take at least another 2 days. The assassin died. Ajax told the prince now that everyone else was asleep. "That's good. Did you get a skill from killing him?" the prince asked. "Nothing," Ajax said, and he saw the confusion on the prince's face. "What? I guess it was too much assistance," the prince said with a light sigh. "Seems like your poison isn't as lethal as I thought it was." "That doesn't mean that I don't want to buy a batch once we get back to Grindor. Imagine that, a poison that makes your opponent overconfident by seemingly slowing their blood loss only for it to give you an opening a little later." "Hold on a minute there. What do you mean by too much assistance?" Ajax asked. "You just killed a trained fighter that was almost 3 times your level who was trying to kill you." The prince's voice was low and serious. "Even if you had help, you landed the killing blow yourself." "About what level would you say the plants you used to make the poison were?" "Before I started topping them up, mid to high 50s. Ajax wondered where he was going with this. "Do you have the ingredients to make a stronger one?" The prince pushed on. "Might have to substitute a small bit on one of them, but I can get a mid to high 60s one," Ajax said as he looked through his special ring, "if I can get it to work at that level." The second part he whispered to himself as he remembered how many failures it took to get the working variant he had now. "Great, see if you can finish it before we leave the capital." The prince's grin turned a little evil. "We might be able to get you a good skill off the next idiot that comes after you." Leaving it at that, Ajax went to join Lexi in the tent they shared. Seems like tomorrow would also be a difficult day for him, as well as he only had 3 attempts to get the poison right before his ingredients ran out. As the team woke up, they quickly made the transition to the 7th floor. While this floor wasn't a breeze for any of Ajax's classmates, the level 60s could only be counted as a good warm-up. Ajax had carefully chosen the 8th dungeon to make sure he got one where he could find a few alchemy reagents, so that he could get in the swing of things before he started his attempts at the poison, using the ingredients he brought in with him. Not only that, but he was hoping that whatever he could make to help give Lexi a better shot on the 9th floor. "What are you making?" Harold asked Ajax as he saw him slaving over the cauldron while everyone else was hunting in the jungle that was the 8th floor. "This is a strong freezing agent," Ajax said as he carefully bottled the mixture while using his air magic to ensure there was no contact with the air. "It doesn't feel cold," Arianwen said as she picked up one of the flasks he bottled. "It isn't cold," Ajax confirmed as he sealed the 3rd flask. "The mixture doesn't stay in liquid form when it is in contact with the air. While evaporating, it draws in all the heat it can from the surroundings so quickly that it freezes everything. It's why the flasks are so big and sealed." "You mean to say you don't even open it? You just throw it and smash the flask?" Alara nodded as she looked at the flask Arianwen was holding. "I've used ones that exploded before, but I have heard there are freezing ones as well." Ajax didn't mention that the freezing ones were a lot trickier to create. The difference between the two was that the explosive one became unstable in contact with air and exploded, while the freezing one was stable in both stages. This meant that a skilled alchemist could use his mana to stabilize the explosive mix during the creation process, even if it made contact with the air. After he had 5 flasks filled with the freezing potion, Ajax swapped over to make a very sticky substance. The main reason for this was that the arch guarded by the miniboss he had defeated had a very strong earth mana present. Using both the freezing and sticky mixture, Ajax was pretty sure that Lexi could use her vibration mana to best an earth golem. Ajax only needed to make 2 flasks of the sticky mixture before he finally decided to give the poison a try. Unlike the 2 previous mixtures, the difficulty when making the poison didn't come from how the mixture reacted to the outside, but from getting the ingredients to properly mix. Ajax silently worked for over 30 minutes as he blocked out everything that was happening around them, as he trusted Harold to keep an eye out for him. Unfortunately, even that wasn't enough, as the mixture separated instead of neatly fusing. Much as he wanted to give it another go, it was time to get going as he finally noticed that everyone had returned. "Here you are," Ajax said as he passed the flasks over to Lexi. "What are these for?" Lexi asked. "That arch there leads to a primarily earth-dominant floor," Ajax said as he pointed to the arch. "Not only that, but I can also feel a good amount of life mana as well, so we should be able to find earth golems there. These should let you stick them in one place, freeze them, and then you can use your vibration spells to shatter them." "You're going for one more?" Xavier asked incredulously. Lexi simply nodded as all her classmates looked at her supportively and with a very slight hint of envy. Out of all of them, Lexi was the only one who stood a chance on the next floor, as she was the only one with something as powerful as a legendary skill to make up the 25-level gap. As the team stepped onto the floor, Ajax noticed that they found themselves on a hillside covered by white marble. Everywhere he looked, Ajax could see massive temples with white columns that reminded him of the Acropolis of Athens, with the surrounding filled by moving statues of all different sizes made from the same material. "Whoa," Xavier exclaimed as he closed the notification for getting an extra boost in stats from clearing the floor and took in the architecture all around them. Seeing as none of them could recognize the Greek architecture made Ajax a little worried about what that could mean. Was he the reason that certain odd floors kept popping up? It had happened before. The most obvious example had been the floor that belonged in a galaxy far, far away, but he had left that aside as a technological understanding. This, however, was basic stonework. One thing was for certain: Ajax had no intention of clearing this floor any more than they had to on the slight chance that the floor boss was actually a Medusa. Didn't take long for the first group of statues to attack them. Just like Ajax had expected, however, they weren't any harder to handle than the usual earth golems he was used to fighting. The only difference was that these had a much sleeker frame that depicted a very fit human instead of a vaguely humanoid-shaped mound of earth or rock. "There is your target," Ajax said as he pointed Lexi towards a small temple inside of which a statue was guarding an arch. "Why that one? It's rather big." Lexi questioned the one Ajax selected for her. "It's too big to squeeze between the columns." Ajax explained his plan. "Throw the sticky mixture through the door and then use a shockwave on one side of the temple to bring the whole structure down on it. Then I can use the opening when it's digging itself out to toss the freezing flasks and set up my spells." Lexi quickly caught on to his plan and was fully on board. Knowing she wouldn't have much time once the fight began, Lexi accurately tossed the flasks so that the sticky mixture would spread just past the entrance to the small temple. She then moved to the right side, where she could see the statue had started following her movement. Lexi took out her boosting potion and downed it before she quickly began the chant for her domain. This wouldn't be a battle of attrition like the one on the previous floor, where she chose a defensive monster and slowly whittled it down. Either she could kill this statue before it got to her, or the prince would intervene before it killed her. As soon as she unleashed her domain, the statue started sprinting for the exit of the temple. As she started the chant for the shockwave she planned to use to know the temple down. It was frightening to see the large rock giant dash so quickly towards the exit, but her fear subsided slightly as the giant tripped right at the entrance as her cast was almost finished because its leg got stuck in the black tar-like substance Ajax had provided. The spell worked even better than she hoped, as not only did it bring down the coulombs, but it also caused the statue to lose its balance right as the roof collapsed on top of it. Despite the elation at her success, Lexi moved on straight to the next spell that she would prepare to unleash as soon as the statue dug itself out. With a flask at the ready in hand, Lexi carefully approached the pile of rubble that was moving as the statue broke its way to the surface. The previous pristinely sculpted muscles were now chipped and scratched, a thick layer of dust covering everything. Lexi didn't hesitate as she tossed 3 flasks of the freezing mixture Ajax had given her and was prepared to unleash her spell as soon as it finished taking effect. Anna and Harold both worked together to keep Ajax from rushing in there as soon as he heard her shoulder crunch from the impact. Despite the pain, Lexi grit her teeth and watched to see the head, neck and top right part of the statue freeze as an odd steam rose from where the flasks spilled their contents. She carefully aimed her spell and unleashed a powerful shockwave that crushed the frozen part of the statue to small pebbles. Lexi was able to hold on to her consciousness long enough to make sure the statue didn't get back up before she succumbed to the pain and lack of mana. The whole world started going black, and Lexi was sure she was out before she hit the ground. Ajax's panic left just as quickly as it arrived. The moment he felt the statue die, he knew that Lexi wasn't in any more danger, despite knowing that it didn't make him any slower in pushing himself to make sure he caught his girlfriend before she dropped to the ground after she passed out. Lexi was only unconscious for a few seconds, as Ajax used his light and life mana to help her enchanted items in healing her following the battle. As she woke, Ajax could see the confusion as her memories of the fight were reviewed, despite that he was happy that even when waking up like this, she made jerky motions to stand up, simply learning even more into his embrace. "How are you doing?" he asked her after she got her bearings. "I've got a killer mana headache," Lexi said in a quiet whisper before her voice picked up some volume and pride. "But I did it. I never doubted you." Ajax's lie was almost perfect. Nothing about him gave away that he had almost crushed that statue the moment the blow on Lexi landed. The same could not be said of Harold and Xavier, who were right next to him. "Yeah, right," Harold, who had held him back, mumbled. "Bullshit." Xavier delivered the least believable cough of all time. Lexi kindly chose to ignore the two of them as she got back to her feet before checking her notification and breaking out in an exclamation. "I did it, Lexi." Ajax's tone now had a quiver of concern as he examined her head for any injury he might have missed. "No, not that." Lexi waved him off. "I got my domain. The skill is finally their domain: disaster, fire, wind, water, vibration." A new wave of congratulatory cheer went out from all of them as Lexi did her best to overcome the exhaustion she was feeling. "Anyone else want to try and clear this floor?" the prince asked after he gave them a moment. Nobody spoke up. Anna knew that she didn't have the defense required to take a direct attack and fire, just couldn't kill anything fast enough for them not to retaliate. Xavier looked like he was thinking about it, but in the end he decided not to push it and simply shook his head no. "Fine then, Ajax, go take out your frustration because we need to get moving," the prince said. "Actually, we aren't in that big of a rush," Ajax said. "You do remember we are trying to get out of Deepwood as quickly as possible," the prince said with a serious voice. "I know, but this floor is perfect for my alchemy," Ajax said. "Earth and life mana perfectly complement my poison. I only have 2 attempts, so it will be 2 hours at most before we move on to the next floor. It's just not that big of a rush." Following his comment, Ajax dashed off in search of his own mini-boss to kill in order to bleed off some of the restless energy that had built up as he watched Lexi's fight. It didn't take him long to find a target, and with it being only level 70, Ajax used his hammer and metal mana infusion to turn the Hydra statue into a massive pile of rubble. As soon as he was finished with that, Ajax let out a relieved sigh before taking out his cauldron and reagents. The first mixture Ajax started with was a simple healing potion. He was only making it to get a good sense of the ambient mana before he tried the poison. While the healing potion came out great, the same could not be said for his first attempt at the poison. Sure, the abundant earth mana in the surrounding air had made it a lot easier for Ajax to get his ingredients to combine. He hadn't accounted for the side effect of so much earth-type mana. While his mixture did come out just as toxic as he would have liked it to be, It also came out with the same consistency of honey. There was no way to use it as a poison, since it would more likely than not simply plug the wound it was applied to than enter the bloodstream. His second attempt did wind up better than the first, but it was still nothing he could proudly call a success. The second try had come out as an inferior version of the poison to his identification skill. It was still stronger than the original poison he had used to kill the first assassin, but only marginally so despite the much better reagents used. How did it go? The prince asked once he saw that Ajax was finished. Not great, Ajax said with a sigh as he tossed a small tin with the first result. That should work as an antidote to hemorrhagic poisons that are resistant to healing. Just make sure to only apply a little, wipe it away quickly afterwards, and don't use it for any wounds above the neck or close to the heart. I thought it was a poison opposite the hemo. The prince cut off his own sentence as he opened the tin and saw the viscosity of the mixture that might as well be a cream. I'm sure it will have its uses. What about the other attempt? That one went better. Ajax said as he showed a small vial of the poison. Still very close to a failure, but it's a little stronger than the one I had previously. That will have to do unless you find some other ingredients in the dungeon that you can take outside. The prince followed that with an evil smirk. You still finished off the last kill. We'll just have to make sure not to hurt the next one that badly once he starts running. After the team stepped on to the 10th floor, all of Ajax's classmates exited the dungeon. With only Ajax being able to gain anything from this floor, he made quick work of it and moved on to the 11th. It was here that the delving speed started to slow down for the first time since they started their trip. With Arianwin and Alara also needing the floor clears, they now had 2 more people scouting and soloing bosses. While the 11th, 12th, and even the 13th floor weren't all that hard to handle, the same could not be said about the 14th floor that pushed Harold to the limit. I got this, Harold grunted even as the snake he was fighting sank its fangs into his leg. The prince respected Harold's determination and watched as Harold brought down his sword with so much power that it went straight through the snake's scales, brain and flesh to pierce out the snake's mouth and into Harold's own leg. As soon as the snake was dead, the prince was there to apply a tourniquet to Harold's leg to both stop the blood loss and to stop the poison from spreading. It's a hemorrhagic poison. Ajax quickly analyzed what remained of the venom sac from the snake corpse. It won't stop the healing, but make sure you keep the tourniquet in place until the wound is sealed or he will lose too much blood. The prince nodded as he gave Harold a supplement snack to eat that should help him replace the blood he lost without interacting with the boosting potion he took before the fight. Wouldn't your poison cream work as well? Darkclaw asked as he prodded Ajax jokingly about his failed attempt. In theory, yes. Ajax nodded, but it was still an attempt to make a poison. I wouldn't try it out without a proper healer present, and especially not on someone who can't take a potion. Once Harold was stable, the team moved on to the 15th floor, where Harold bowed out, and the rest of them remained to battle the level 100. Since Ajax had managed to find a humanoid floor, none of them were that worried about the upcoming fights. Yes, they wouldn't be easy, but all 4 of them had already cleared similar floors in the main dungeons of their own respective kingdoms. Are you sure? Arianwin asked Ajax once they were all standing in front of the arch to the 16th floor. The jump in power is a lot bigger than just the 10 levels. The dungeon becomes a lot harder. The monsters are stronger if more solitary. I'm sure, Ajax said as he followed the prince onto the 16th floor. Once there, everyone but Ajax and the prince exited, while Ajax took a deep breath, feeling the increase in ambient mana as he swiped away the extra stat notification to take in his new surroundings. The 16th floor was forest-themed. Out of all the options they found on the previous floor, this was the best one. Not only that, but it seemed like fate for Ajax considering the first floor of the first dungeon he entered was forest-themed, so his first floor past level 100 should be the same. Ajax POV, the dense forest stretching out all around us is completely unfamiliar. Danger sense is constantly pulsing despite the fact that I haven't moved from the spot right in front of the exit arch. I know this was briefly covered in the academy, but you haven't yet faced a monster above level 100. Take your time to inspect and analyze them. The prince reminds me as I scan the trees surrounding us. The academy did a deep dive on monsters, but even then they mostly focused on monsters that can be found inside the kingdom or the lower floors of the dungeon. The main progression of a monster is the stages of growth, from infant to young, adolescent, adult, and finally peak. While the beating heart of a monster's power, its mana core, was covered in depth as it forms early on, monsters also have a level-dependent evolution, the mana channels that connect the mana core to every inch of the body. This happens at level 100 and comes with a massive jump in power. It is that jump in power that keeps almost all adventurers from making the push past level 100 inside the dungeon. A few stomps and snapping branches behind me, along with a much stronger pulse from danger sense, lets me know that something is approaching quickly. I don't waste the time to look behind me as I roll out of the way. I move quickly enough that I have time to really take in the stag that tried to gore me with its large antlers. It's level 107. The prince tells me, should be good for a warm-up. If you can't take this on, you won't kill a mini-boss. As I dash in with my shield held firm, I bash the stag's head away as I open a clean path for my axe to open up its throat. I can feel the mana pulsing through the stag's body. More than that, because it's all happening internally, mana siphon can't touch any of it. The stag doesn't just feel like 7 levels higher, it feels more like 27 levels higher. My axe slashes down covered in wind magic to help cleave straight through, and while it does manage to break through the fur and skin, the wound isn't as deep as I'd like it to be. The stag's mana pulses much harder. I can see it gathering in its antlers. During the fight, the prince has already started his duty. My battle with Stag must have drawn some outside attention, since I can feel the prince's mana being channeled as he dashes through the trees surrounding us. I can't focus on that just yet. I need to first kill my opponent. As soon as the mana starts to level the stag's antlers, mana siphon find a hold, and I can feel my own mana reserve not being emptied so quickly. The attack is clearly wind mana. A massive wind blast is being sent towards me, but my drain is clearly something the stag didn't anticipate, as it takes him far too long to channel the attack. By the time he launches it, I am already moving out of the way. Impressively enough, the stag has the ability to dual cast. While charging up his wind attack, he was also managing to keep me from binding his feet into the ground with my earth magic. The stag isn't all that skilled, however, as while I might not be able to cover his feet, and I did manage to form a large hole under him by pushing 300 mana into it. Our second clash happens as the stag is trying to leap out of the hole. This time, however, I have a better idea about how to handle the exchange. I am clearly not the only one, as a small puff of air is released right before the antlers make contact with my shield, killing a lot of my momentum and not forcing the stag to expose his neck. The defensive maneuver works perfectly as I have no opening to strike at its neck a second time. Unfortunately for the stag, that wasn't my plan at all, as I swing my hammer glowing with the eerie glow of void mana. The hammer connects cleanly on the stag's ribcage to the right of its mana core. The split second longer it takes the void attack to travel from the point of impact is enough for the stag's front leg to slam into my thigh, breaking straight through my defensive enchantments, and still hitting hard enough that I can feel my bones crack. The battle, however, is over as soon as the void attack finishes its travel. I can see the bug-eyed expression as the internal damage forces the stag to vomit a mouthful of blood, and its previous steady stance starts to lose its balance. I'm not willing to let this chance go as I launch myself off my good leg and follow up with a second void strike to head. The stag tries its best to put up a defensive wind wall, but with its mana core cracked, the power and control over its own magic diminished greatly, and with mana siphon still working away, the spell can't take form. The battle ends with a gentle tap of my hammer, and a brief look of confusion crosses the stag's eye before blood gushes out of its eyeballs and nostrils as it falls to the ground, dead. That was harder than I expected. I say to the prince who returned as I use my light and life spells to heal my leg, I'm sure I have a massive bruise where the hoof connected with my thigh. I'll need maybe 2 or 3 hours to recover, but I'm confident in taking on a miniboss. You did well. The prince says as he examines the wounds on the stag. Wind was a bad choice to use for your first attack. Those mana channels let it answer your wind mana with its own, so it did almost nothing. We spend the next 20 minutes waiting for me to finish healing my leg before we start moving and searching for my target. As we move through the forest, I can see the monsters finally putting up some resistance against the prince. It isn't anything impressive. All of them are killed with a single attack, but they are at least able to perceive and try to react to him now before they are killed. One wolf even managed to dodge his initial attack as it channeled earth mana and tried burrowing through the ground. It takes only another hour before we find the miniboss we were looking for. A small pack of 3 wolves surrounds a large alpha that is guarding an arch to the next floor. I'll distract the 3 of them while you deal with the mini-boss. The prince offers. As soon as I am in position, the prince launches an attack at one of the wolves by throwing a dagger at it. As soon as the attack connects, I follow up in the moment of distraction and launch a lightning-infused arrow straight towards the alpha. The distraction was enough for the 3 wolves to ignore me as the alpha yelped as the lightning surged through him. A pair of beady black eyes locked onto me. Despite the obvious pained yelping, I could see the anger and hate in its eyes. Unlike the stag, I don't want to give the wolf any chance and draw a second arrow. This one is infused with magma. I can see the wolf tracking the projectile, yet despite its best efforts, it still can't seem to move its body well enough because of the lightning coursing through it. The arrow doesn't strike the head as I planned, but it does take it in the shoulder, releasing magma inside the wolf body. The fight is almost over, but the large amount of mana being channeled unsettles me as the wolf releases a howl, and I brace myself by switching to my shield. I'm surprised to feel that nothing happened. In my confusion, I lower my shield to take a look and see the wolf crouching on its back legs right before it leaps and disappears, as it finally uses the mana it was channeling. My danger sense screams at me, as the wolf jumps from my own shadow going straight for my throat. This isn't good, I can't stop it. The best I can do is try to minimize the damage. I flood as much mana as I can into summoning an ice shield around my neck, while also swinging both my hammer and shield looking to make sure I kill it after its attack lands. None of that happens, however, as the wolf's skull is shattered by a flying knee from the prince as he intercepts its ambush. This is why I told you to be careful, the prince chides me. Until you get a sense for what mana type a monster favors, don't leave openings like not infusing your own shadow with mana. I have nothing to say to that, not that it would matter as the ice surrounding my throat wouldn't let me open my mouth anyway. I got ahead of myself. The last few dungeons had been getting easier and easier as my stats kept increasing. I wasn't expecting such a last-ditch effort. Good reaction. The prince says as he makes sure the alpha is dead while I remove the ice surrounding my throat. Good chance you might have won that even if I didn't interfere, but it was too close for me to chance it. How long do you need before we try again? An hour for my mana to regenerate. I answer as I take a potion to help me with my regeneration. I won't mess up next time, I promise myself. Ajax wasn't taking any chances with his second fight. Both him and the prince had wandered through the forest as they waited for Ajax's mana to recharge back to full, and they both searched for the next mini-boss. That eagle looks like a good choice, the prince said as he pointed to a bird with a wingspan of twice Ajax's height. Ajax nodded in agreement as he saw the bird using a wind affinity spell. With the knowledge of the monster's mana affinity, he felt a lot more sure of his chances. Not only that, but while birds were usually more dangerous than other animals, they were also more fragile. Unlike last time, Ajax now had the opportunity to take a potion before the fight began, since the timing wouldn't be so close as it had been when the prince needed to distract the 3 wolves that had surrounded the alpha. As he drank the potion, Ajax felt his muscles flex as he felt light as air and pulled out his bow as he loaded his first arrow. Rather than go for his usual opening shot of lightning mana, Ajax decided to go with magma. He had learned early on in his days with the collectors that flying enemies were best grounded with a sneak attack, while lightning might also achieve that having one wing covered in magma was a much surer way of achieving this. As Ajax pulled back the arrow, he could feel the bow starting to struggle under his strength. The gear he had been given by the crown was supposed to see him through his delves in the Republic and maybe Sylvanthal, but with the stats he had now, after going through so many dungeons already, as well as a boosting potion, he was reaching the limit of his bow. Ajax combined Inspector's Eye, Spot Weakness, and Dismantle to find the best spot to place aim his arrow before using Focused Aim, Piercing Shot Mana Augmentation, and Mana Siphon to put as much power behind his arrow as he pumped 300 mana into the Magma Augmentation. The eagle was quick to take to the air, though its previous swift and refined movement was now clumsy, slow, and discoordinated. Ajax wasted no time pulling back his second arrow. Now was the perfect time for him to switch to his lightning as the eagle started to gain more altitude. Even if the paralysis was only temporary, it would still send it crashing into the ground. Unlike his first shot, Ajax was no longer aiming for any specific point, and instead he was doing his best to predict the eagle's flight path, as all he needed was for the arrow to make contact for his augment to do its job. Unlike his opening attack, Ajax only used 150 mana for his second shot. The second barely missed as the eagle was able to deflect it by an inch using its wind magic before locking onto Ajax as the enemy that was attacking it. Ajax wasn't deterred and fired a third shot identical to the second. This one was much easier to land as the eagle was doing its best to dive towards him. The third shot almost suffered the same fate as the second due to the eagle's much smaller form as it dove towards Ajax. The arrow barely made contact with one of the eagle's large sharp claws, but that was enough for the lightning to discharge, and the muscle spasms ruined the dive as the eagle plummeted the last 30 feet straight into the ground, only a dozen feet away from Ajax. Ajax didn't waste a single moment as he pulled out his hammer and axe as he charged. He had felt the eagle using its magic even as its body refused to listen, and it created a small air cushion to brace its landing. The spell had been made less efficient by Mana Siphon, but it was still enough that the eagle was mostly just inconvenienced by the crash. Unlike most other monsters, Ajax didn't choose to go with his void mana. Instead, he infused both his hammer and axe with metal mana. Birds had hollow bones, so crushing damage was highly effective, and its feathers would be almost negligible in terms of defense. Ajax could feel the bones snap and shatter as his hammer landed on the eagle's already injured wing. Instead of being able to follow up with his axe for a second strike, however, Ajax was forced to roll out of the way. As the eagle's beak shot forward the moment the hammer knocked the defensive wing out of the way. The eagle's attack was still too fast to fully dodge, however, what it gained in speed had been lost in raw power. The attack had managed to break past the enchanted shields on the armor. It wasn't enough to more than leave a nasty scratch on the leather. Unlike the stag Ajax had fought as he entered this floor, the eagle wasn't as used with being wary of the ground beneath its feet, and Ajax managed to use his control over earth mana to bury one of the eagle claws into the ground, while also solidifying the earth following that. With the eagle stuck to the ground, Ajax quickly switched his hammer for his shield as he went straight for the injured wing. Following the hammer strike, Ajax could now clearly see the hollow white bones breaking out through the skin and swung his axe looking to cleanly sever the wing. Neither the eagle's remaining free claw nor its beak were able to break past Ajax's ice-infused shield, as the axe imbued with wind mana made a clean cut, taking the wing cleat off. The sudden loss of weight unbalanced the trapped eagle further, giving Ajax an opening for an open attack to the body that he infused with fire mana, an added cursed slash, leaving a trail of burning black flames on the eagle's chest. With the curse applied, Ajax quickly switched to his holy mana, as he started to remove the curse directly from the eagle while also switching back to his dual-wield hammer and axe. This proved to be Ajax's first serious miscalculation, as unlike the humanoid opponents he had previously hit with the combo, it seems the monster was able to much better handle the agony inflicted by the curse removal, with a clean claw strike breaking through Ajax's defensive enchantments, cutting through the leather and leaving a nasty cut on his shin that reached all the way to the bone. Despite his crumbling form, Ajax relied on unnatural balance to push forward with his attack, as he brought his metal-infused hammer with precise blow down on the eagle's skull, while his axe was following it with a wind augmentation and precise cut to the throat. The eagle was able to lessen the hammer strike by raising its beak and spreading the blow between the skull and beak, but the blow was strong enough that, combined with mana siphon, it completely disrupted the eagle's ability to control its mana. This meant that Ajax's axe swing was able to cleanly decapitate the eagle, bringing the rough fight to an end. Once he was sure the eagle was dead, Ajax stood back up and leaned on his intact leg as he heaved lungfuls of air. The battle had lasted no more than a minute since his opening arrow, but it was intense. Ajax had burnt through a third of his mana quicker than he had ever done outside of using life mana to animate anything. That was a good fight. The prince complimented him. Something you might want to keep in mind for the future, however, is that mini-bosses past level 100, with the exception of humanoids, almost always have some form of berserker rage, and inflicting pain isn't all that effective. A nod towards the closing cut on Ajax's shin made his point. I'll remember that. Ajax huffed as he cleaned the wound and pushed more mana into healing it. The only thing Ajax could pick out about the two arches he had come across was that the first led to a floor where water mana was dominant, and the second to one where lightning mana ruled. The prince preferred to deal with the lightning floor rather than spend days swimming and looking for the obelisk. Ajax didn't even waste time to properly take in the next floor as he turned back around and exited the dungeon as soon as he confirmed the notification for extra stats. Despite the hurry, Ajax was careful to exit the dungeon with his helmet on and his shield in hand. The helmet was mostly there to hide the fact he wasn't an elf and buy himself some extra time before anyone trigger-happy enough thought he was a monster exiting the dungeon. This time there was no issue as he exited the dungeon. Leoriel was on the lookout and quickly picked him up and dragged him away from the dungeon arch and towards the rest of his group. It was there, however, that the issues began. As they approached the group, Ajax could hear an irate elf spewing hateful comments. While Ajax had no way of knowing, one of the elves that had been part of the group of students had had family die at the hands of Duke Manashaper a few hundred years ago. With the news of the Duke's granddaughter being in the capital, one of the students' slightly older cousins made a beeline for her. Ajax had no idea what the situation was or what was going. He had expected he would have to ignore such behavior as they made their way here. Tired as he was, however, Ajax hadn't even known he had done anything before everyone in the area turned towards him suddenly. While Ajax slowly made his way towards Lexi, the elf's mouth had snapped shut. The elf was barely over level 60, and his face rapidly paled as he looked towards Ajax. Lexi had turned towards him as well, both having felt the same thing, though they were reacting to it very differently. Despite being on the weak side as far as these things go, Ajax's disdain for the elf and protectiveness of Lexi could clearly be felt as his aura pushed out without Ajax even realizing. While Ajax might not have felt or even noticed his own aura, he quickly registered the two auras that sprung up and smothered his own. Leoriel had unleashed her aura, looking to suppress Ajax, seeing his use of it as a method of intimidation. Her efforts, however, were in vain, as both her aura and Ajax's were completely smothered by Araner's aura that was pushing his stoicism and crushing everything else. What is the meaning of this? Leoriel hissed out, offended at how heavy-handed Araner had been. That was clearly an attack. What? Ajax was dumbfounded at what was happening all around him. That was undirected aura. Araner said calmly. It is also the first time I have seen the boy use it. I am guessing he just unlocked it, and it reacted to the way he saw his beloved being treated. Leoriel took a moment to consider what Araner had said. That moment was enough for her to process the true extent of what Ajax having an aura truly meant. He's not even 25 years of age. He is barely past level 50. This is unheard of. Leoriel muttered to herself so quietly only Araner and Ajax heard her. While Leoriel awe wasn't heard by everyone, they were all independently aware of what Ajax possessing an aura meant. Alara, Arianwin, and Darkclaw all threw Ajax piercing looks as they were trying to pry out his secrets. His skill levels can't be that high if he is not yet 25 years of age. Alara whispered to Arianwin and Araner. Just how high are his stats? The previous record for unleashing an aura was just under level 80, but it was done with some very high skills. Was he holding back his stats the entire time? He might be making up for skill levels with both quantity and quality. Arianwin whispered back. Sure, his skills aren't absurdly high, but he must have a lot of them, and there should be quite a few rare and higher. Ajax wasn't so much concerned with the whispering, as he was with inspecting his status to see what had happened. Seeing his progress following the brief engagement with the Wolf Alpha and the Fight Eagle was satisfying, but the addition of aura to his traits had his focus. Ajax had expected that he would break the record for the earliest aura unlock, but he had still expected to be around level 60 before that happened. While Ajax was watching his status, and the rest of his group was considering the implication of what Ajax unlocking his aura already meant, the elf berating Lexi, and the rest of his entourage finally got a hold of themselves after being subjected to Araner's full aura, even as friendly as he had deployed it. Not only that, but they had also put together that the first aura they felt, the one that had disdain and slight malice towards them, came from one of the humans. You dare attack us. The elf prepared himself to go on a tirade. Leoriel cut him off at the knees as she had her entire squad surround Ajax's entire group. Instead of doing so protectively, however, all of the guards were facing inwards with hands on their weapons. The guards, however, made no further movement. The two closest to Araner even had a slight tremor in their hands as the elven champion raised a brow at their actions. Is that it? The elf lost the mocking grin once he saw that nothing else happened. They were allowed entrance by the grace of Her Majesty. Leoriel answered him. They are now under arrest, and it will be up to her how to handle this incident. This answer annoyed the elf and his entourage to no end, as they all knew nothing will come of it. They had looked into the reason for the group's presence before they came to antagonize them. While attacking a Deepwood citizen would be just cause for having their protections removed, an aura attack from someone who had just unlocked it, and towards someone who was openly antagonistic, would never hold up. Are you certain that is the best course of action? One of the elves' guards asked as he slowly extended a small sack with a bribe towards Leoriel. We would be happy resolving things ourselves. No need to bother the queen. Are you stupid? Leoriel's blunt attitude was clearly not what anyone had expected, but she continued to berate them. Starfury would turn you into an extremely realistic ice exhibit within seconds. Lord Starfury isn't who we have some to settle with. The guard's voice quivered a little at even the idea of fighting the elven champion. It's the human. Baron Hearthbound, as well as everyone else in our group, is under my protection. Araner cut the conversation off there. I would insist on hearing the Queen's decision regarding the incident, unless... The last drawn-out word got a lot of surprised looks. Alara, Arianwin, and Leoriel especially looked surprised at what almost everyone interpreted as asking for a bribe. Yes, of course, you would be compensated for your trouble, my lord. The guard was quick to pounce. You misunderstand me. Araner answered with a grin. A duel to settle the incident would be acceptable to me, so long as it takes place between the two parties in question. Everyone's surprised and for the most part slightly resentful looks at Araner turned straight towards the previously mouthy elf with Schadenfreude. They all knew exactly what would happen in a fight between him and Ajax. You would have the young lord fight someone close to level 100, the guard asked in mock outrage. He is barely level 62 and the aggrieved here. Of course I wouldn't stand for such an unfair fight. Araner responded, his social skill pulling their weight as he seemed offended by the implication. I swear on my name that the human is not only younger, but also lower level than the young lord. That statement left the entire group of elves stunned, their faces turning from shock to horror, as one by one they turned towards Ajax, who had now moved on from the event, and was ignoring them in favor of trying to cheer Lexi up. With the situation at an impasse, the group of elves retreated, and Leoriel now approached the Araner. As soon as the prince comes out of the dungeon, you will all be taken before the queen to deal with this encounter. I'm sure that won't be a problem, though I will have to ask that one of your guards is sent to make arrangements for our accommodations. Araner agreed. Following our audience with the queen, we would need a good night's rest before we move on to the second dungeon. Leoriel agreed to the offer with a nod, and the rest of her squad flared out a little around them, isolating them to ensure another incident doesn't happen. Waiting for the prince was usually a boring affair, where the team would normally already have headed towards their next destination, but that wasn't an option in Deepwood, and especially not in their capital. This wait was also an exception, however, as there was something very interesting that everyone was invested in, namely Ajax's aura. "I don't get it," Ajax said. "I thought you could only have one trait." Ajax's mother had mentioned that to him at the beginning. He hadn't questioned it when he got his noble title, since his mother mentioned that those titles usually combine with others. But not only was the noble title temporary, there was nothing it could do to boost divine witnesses effects like it would do for other traits. That in the trait also mentioned it couldn't be detected, so maybe it couldn't combine at all. "That is the commoner view on it, but not correct," Araner answered. "It's just the one that applies most often. Any traits that have overlaps will combine to provide a boost that is stronger than the individual effects of either trait. An aura or a bond, however, have nothing to do with the skill level cap, so they are separate. Oddly enough, aura and bond also combine, providing not only a stronger aura for both parties, but it also lets the both parties know their exact location over short distances when the aura is extended." "Why do they combine?" Ajax asked. "What do they have in common? An aura is an expression of your soul, which is why one only gains it when their stats and skills are high enough," Ilara explained. "A bond is formed between the soul of two beings. Congratulations on breaking the record for unlocking your aura," Xavier said as he patted Ajax on the back. "I was hoping for that myself, but I'm pretty sure you'll hold on to both the age and level records for a long time." That remark prompted a few more congratulations before the group settled in to wait once more. Unlike their last dungeon, the floor the prince would have to solo would only go up to level 120, so it shouldn't take all that long. They in fact didn't need to wait all that much, as the prince was done in just under 3 hours. As soon as he exited the dungeon, however, the group was marched towards the royal palace. The palace itself was unlike anything Ajax had ever seen before. He had seen the royal palace of Grindor, which looked like an overly large medieval European castle, and he had seen the massive council building of the Republic that looked a lot like the House of Parliament without the big clock tower. The elven royal palace was unlike anything could compare to what existed on Earth. How the elves had gotten so many trees to merge their tree trunks was a true mystery. More than that, he could feel just how potent the mana that was, though he was unable to feel anything else about it, most likely because of the wards that no doubt littered the place. "It doesn't look all that secure," Ajax muttered as they walked over the routes that took the position of stairs. He couldn't see any gate or a perimeter wall. All there was guards all over the place. Elves don't rely on structural obstacles for defenses like the rest of the humanoids. Arianwin whispered to Ajax as all of their escorts turned amused gazes at him, hearing his words. "Because we live in trees, our guards have ways to access an extra source of mana from the trees themselves." Ajax stopped dead in his tracks hearing that, almost causing the soldiers behind him to run him over, but he couldn't pay attention to that at the moment, as he was processing that new piece of information as it fit like a piece of a puzzle he didn't know was missing. In hindsight, it also made sense that there wouldn't be that great a need for walls and gates when all elven cities were just trees that were part of a very large forest. The difference between the regular trees and the trees where the elves lived was that the cities were influenced by the elves that lived there. Another big implication of this discovery, however, had to do with the fertilizer Ajax and the prince had so generously provided to the elves. He had initially, though, that the elves would just use it for their high-end resource gardens, but there was nothing stopping them from using it to grow the mana level of the trees their own palace was grown out of, essentially increasing security as a whole. "Come on," Lexi said as she lovingly intertwined their arms and started pulling Ajax along as the group restarted their pace towards the palace. "You can walk and have a revelation about what that means at the same time." "What revelation?" Leoriel asked quickly, her voice harsher than she had used previously. "I don't know," Lexi answered honestly with a smile. "He'll most likely share after he finishes organizing everything he's realized." "This happens often?" Araner asked curiously. He hadn't gotten to experience the event besides the first time Ajax realized about the use of fertilizer. "He just views the world differently, I think," Lexi said. He was already far above his peers when he joined the academy, and coming from a backwater region, he had a few revelations that have caused similar reactions. As he continued walking, Ajax paid no attention to the conversation happening around him. Instead, his mind went through all the new possibilities that could apply when it came to dealing with high-end trees as the basis for a defensive position. His first thought had been towards how mages could use the increased mana pool. It was now no wonder that none of the other races had managed to encroach on the elves. He was ready to bet that there were similar fortresses set up all around the entrance of the forest, where a war would be fought, and few things were as terrifying to an army as artillery mages with an increased mana pool. The second thought his mind drifted to was how this extreme advantage could also turn into an Achilles heel. If something like a lizard bond with a venomous bite that could infect plants and travel through their mana, then a single spy could get the defenders to poison themselves as soon as the attack started. The final and biggest revelation came to how different the approach to defenses could be. Booby traps could take on a whole new meaning if they were linked to the trees themselves. The usual problem with everyone not aware of a trap triggering it could be bypassed by making use of the plant's own instincts to anchor it while also supplying the mana required. As Ajax thought about this possibility, something else came up that he hadn't considered before. Could a plant become a bond? He turned to ask the prince, but he was quickly shut down before he could even open his mouth. Don't say a word. The prince said, "We'll discuss whatever it is in private later." Ajax opened his mouth to protest when he took in his surroundings to find that he was now deep inside the palace, and they were heading towards a large set of doors that reminded him of the smaller private throne room King Grindor had for official meetings that had to happen outside of the more public throne room, where the nobles of the court usually gathered. "Wait to be called upon," one of the guards at the door said as the group approached. Ajax was very tempted to take a deeper look at the wards and see if he could use that as a catalyst for a breakthrough for Inspector's eye, but he was almost certain that not only would his actions be noticed, but also that they wouldn't be looked upon as simple curiosity and chance for improvement. It took 5 minutes before the doors were opened, and an elf called them, and the queen will see you now. The elf didn't seem all that remarkable to Ajax, but from the reactions of both the prince and Araner, there was clearly something he was missing, as both of them had much stronger reactions to him than they had to Leoriel. Ajax was also very tempted to use Inspector's eye on the elf as well, but could tell that would be even less well received than using it on surrounding wards. As Ajax entered the small throne room, there were multiple things that fought for his focus. The armed guards spread throughout the room, reminiscent of the squads that were ever present whenever he met King Grindor. The non-combatants that should have been members of the royal family or trusted advisors. Most of all, however, was the throne that looked to be grown out of the floor upon which stood the elven queen, an intricate crown on her head that was actually connected to the throne and through it to the entire palace. "I'm not sure what surprises me more," the queen said as they entered. "That there has already been an incident of this nature, despite the recent arrival in the capital, or that it wasn't Grindor's eldest prince who caused it." The queen stood stoic on the throne, and while her words were not friendly and her tone neutral, it wasn't her that Ajax was the most wary about. That honor would go to the few members of the group he suspected to be the royal family. There was no defining trend on those that looked at him and the rest of the non-elves with hostility. There were both young and old that disliked them, and that were indifferent. "I would hardly qualify that as an incident, Silvaris." Prince responded. His non-respectful address drew annoyed, and even hateful glances from everyone in the room apart from their group and the queen herself. The first time someone awakens their aura, it's always unstable. The prince knew he had no reason to hide the fact that Ajax had only now managed to awaken his aura. It takes people with a weak aura decades to learn to fully suppress it, so Leoriel would know exactly what happened since she hadn't felt it during their entire trip from the border. The queen herself was well acquainted with the prince and his antics, so she wasn't surprised by his informality, nor did she really consider what had happened an incident. She only wanted to get a read on the group. From their reactions, she could tell that the boy Ajax was a little worried, but trusted the prince's judgment. The beastkin was slightly worried as well, but not because he didn't recognize her game, it was simply because he had no champion from his own country there to back him up. The rest of the humans and the elves all knew exactly what she was trying to do, and their social skills prevented them leaking anything. "While this is a more private matter, I am here in my official capacity as queen. You would do well to address me as such, prince," the queen said imperiously as she activated the runed ring she wore that released a wind blade. The attack passed an inch away from the prince's face, doing nothing but ruffling his hair before it harmlessly dispelled as it hit the wards on the walls in the back of the room. An awkward silence filled the room at that, and the queen was happy to let it last for a few moments before her stoic face morphed into a grin Ajax recognized as one similar to the one the prince oftentimes wore. "Or if you prefer a more relaxed atmosphere, I'm sure Nymerian Corrodor would be happy to catch up with you." The prince nearly flinched as he heard the name. Nymerian was one of Deepwood's current champions. More than that, he and the prince were only a couple years apart in terms of age. While the prince had always been a step ahead of Nymerian in terms of strength, Nymerian's fighting style focused on the use of acidic compounds that were a direct counter to the prince's reliance on runed equipment. "It would be best that we keep this formal. We are in a bit of a time crunch," the prince said before adding a delayed, "Your Majesty, very well." The queen nodded, a spark of anger briefly flashing in the back of her mind as she was reminded of Ajax's status as a marked target. While she had planned to use his visit to reinforce her foundations early in her rule, by eliminating a few troublesome nobles, she had also made it crystal clear to the more powerful that the boy wasn't to be in any real danger. I'll ensure your escort is sufficiently upgraded to make up for the circumstances. While the queen and the prince were talking, one of the royal family members with green hair so dark it was almost black approached the group, his eyes briefly passing over the humans and beastkin with disdain before finally landing on Arianwyn. Arianwyn, dear, it has been so long since I last saw you, the elf said in warm voice. Almost a decade, your highness, Arianwyn replied with a bow. The elf in question was the former king of Deepwood. He was now technically a prince since he stepped down from the throne, but only someone politically incompetent would not recognize the amount of sway he still held. Far too long, the former king nodded. You've even managed to develop a domain now. Not only that, but second place in a tournament is nothing to be embarrassed about. As the king said the last part, he threw Ajax another disgruntled look. I'm sorry to say that I underestimated the tournament. Not only did I lose in the final. Just barely, the king quickly said. Clearly he had been well informed of what happened in the tournament, but the semi-final was also much closer than I would have liked. Arianwyn finished, and the king now turned his hostile looks onto Darkclaw. It's nothing that you should let get you down, the king reassured her. I'm sure she'd do better now that she won't be surprised by Baron Heathbound's unusual fighting style. One of the guards near them joined in with the conversation. Arianwyn couldn't help but wince slightly at the statement. She was fairly certain that she could still beat Darkclaw despite the few extra dungeons floor he had gained in her kingdom, but she was now sure the distance between her and Ajax had in fact increased. The king caught the wince as well as the slightly guilty look. She turned towards Ajax for a brief moment before her social skills masked it with the usual noble poker face. During the entire interaction, Leoriel had briefly approached the queen to whisper something to her. You are quite the bright young man, the queen said as she rose from her chair and approached Ajax. More than your talent, even an extremely important discovery is credited to you, one that is so poorly mistimed for my own rise to the throne. The queen was finally getting to the point she wanted. She would have assured a meeting with Ajax even without the excuse of an incident, but this provided her the best leverage to try and pressure the method of increased stats out of Grindor, so that she would have some extra time to prepare before everything was made public and the noble hierarchy was thrown into chaos. That is something that will be shared to all in time. The prince tried to intercept. Grindor will also be making it an official public announcement as a show of good faith, so there will be no misinformation through spies. HMPH. The former king snorted at the prince's words. It's just like you humans. A discovery of this magnitude and the advantage of it being discreetly provided to your royalty, and he is barely rewarded with the title of Baron. Ajax and the prince briefly traded glances before the prince gave Ajax a brief nod to answer the accusation. My title as Baron is only the initial part of my reward, Ajax said and drew the attention of the former king to himself. As I was the only one to successfully implement my method, some more testing was required to prove I wasn't a unique occurrence. Not only will my title be increased to Duke upon my return to Grindor, but the title of Baron was in itself a way to help me and my family lay down solid foundations for my house. The former king looked like he had just bit into a particularly sour lemon, as he had nothing to rebuke to that. The queen, however, had latched on to a certain part of his answer. I very much do believe you are a unique occurrence. Why, I'm told you had an epiphany just by walking into my palace. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees as all the guards zeroed in on Ajax at this new revelation. The prince was quick on the uptake, however, and tried to intervene. This is not an interrogation, your majesty. It may not be, but this could pose a very serious threat to not only my life, but also that of the entire royal family. The queen countered with a steely voice. What would your father or brother do if they were in my situation? For once the prince had no response, as he knew very well that if the situation was reversed and he was in her place, he would also insist on answers. He wouldn't actually harm a guest, but he would demand some answers. I will not be unfair. If the information is valuable, he will be fairly compensated. Even if the information is something I was already aware of, so long as it is even somewhat sensitive, he will be rewarded. The queen's words displeased her father, as he didn't believe the human to deserve that much consideration, but he still kept quiet. Ajax didn't say a word to that. Instead, he turned towards the prince and waited to see what decision he made. As much as the prince would have wanted a chance to curate what Ajax had to say, he knew he wouldn't be given that chance, and there was no way to fight their way out of it. With a resigned sigh, he simply nodded to Ajax. It was the first time I was informed of your mage's ability to tap into an additional source of mana from the tree that forms the palace itself, Ajax said. I couldn't help but wonder if it was possible for someone to form a bond with a plant, like the tree itself, for example. As Ajax finished his sentence, a deadly silence settled on the room. The prince, Ajax's classmates, Harold and Darkclaw looked at him, intrigued by the possibility. Ilara, Arianwyn, and Araner looked at him with the same wide eye look the queen and most of the elves in the room did. The big shock, however, was the furtive glances some of the younger members of the royal family were throwing towards one specific guard that had stayed at the queen's right shoulder when she was on the throne and now followed behind her like an attendant. That in and of itself was enough to answer Ajax's question. So I'll take that as a yes. Ajax broke the silence, and everyone focused on him once again. Seeing as I never heard of any such bonds, it probably takes some very special plants, or some farmer somewhere would have already shared it. All of the elves present focused on Ajax as he spoke. Even Alara, Arianwyn, and Araner had been shocked, since having an elf bonded to tree fortresses was the way the elves not held their capital palaces, but even secured their border fortresses. This was one of the reasons their borders hadn't grown all that much since they were established. It took ages for a new fortress to be grown. Since I went through a few elf cities on my way here, I am going to guess that this specific species of tree is the only one you have that you can actually bond with. Ajax continued to explain his train of thought, seeing as there were some young-looking roots around the outside of the palace, whose thin trunks had barely started to merge. I am guessing that the supply for seeds isn't an issue. That leaves either a question of bonding to them extremely difficult, or that the resources to nurture them are rare and valuable, or both. Araner looked at Ajax with renewed respect. He had long since respected Ajax as a fighter, but after watching him in a social setting, his opinion of him had somewhat settled. His skill when it came to any strategy-based game also let him know that he would never be a master strategist. With this, however, Araner marked Ajax not only as the future powerhouse of Grindor, but the most important person even at the current moment. Queen Swiftleaf could only blame herself as she did her best to not look towards the beastkin that was in the room. She had pushed for the interrogation, but that was all she could do. With Ajax cooperating so readily, she didn't even have grounds for aggressively confirming he wasn't holding anything back. She knew he wasn't because of her epic truth-telling skill that had passed its second threshold. All she could do was ask herself, why didn't I tell the beastkin to wait outside for this? Now the Republic would also have access to information about the Fortress Guardians. Ilara was impressed with Ajax's deductive reasoning. He had been right on all accounts so far. The last guess was a little off. He was technically correct. It was extremely resource-intensive to not only grow, but even maintain the fortress trees, and that bonding with one was hard, and only got harder as the tree aged. The last point was moot, however, as the elves had figured out a way to guarantee the tree would accept a bond, but preparations needed to start from the birth of the new Fortress Guardian, and those could only begin after the last Guardian died. Her own younger cousin was the new Fortress Guardian for their own estate after all, and she had witnessed the process. You are correct, the queen said with a sigh. My nephew is the Fortress Guardian for the palace. Nephew, Ajax couldn't help but exclaim. With a single sentence, the queen tore down a lot of his theories and started a new bunch in their place. Ah, the queen groaned as she realized her own slip-up moments too late. You have a way to get someone bonded with the tree. Ajax wasn't paying attention to his surroundings anymore as he started thinking aloud, as he had done many times over the years, when researching anything with Balthazar or Duke Manashaper. From the title, however, there can only be one person bonded at a time. Since your nephew holds the position despite being in the same generation as Arianwyn, it suggests the preparation has to be started early in life. Not only that, but it can't be started until the previous guardian has died. If the guardian was to be killed, it would be a while until the next one could step up. That was a very dangerous realization to come to, and while most people present were smart enough to have schooled their expression, after the queen's little slip-up, the prince had good enough social skills that not all of them could guard their expressions well enough from him. By focusing on the younger members of the royal family, the prince was getting all the confirmations he needed. The prince hadn't initially been happy about the interrogation, but he was very satisfied with the results. They wouldn't even need to test Ajax's theories now since he was confirming them all as they left his mouth. But why? Ajax continued. Does the tree need to be old enough before it can bond? Can it not be moved after it was bonded? What would happen if the small sapling that was added to the main tree had someone bonded to it? Would one of the bonds be broken? Would it be like the smaller tree died? Wait, what? Ajax was interrupted as one of the younger elves in the royal family turned confused towards his own family. Does that work? The queen herself was starting to get a little flustered now. It was only her father's presence next to her that helped her keep her composure as she thought about the possibilities of Ajax's theories. The elves knew the answers to some of the questions Ajax had posed, but others hadn't ever been attempted. The queen could almost feel the pain from her vaults at the cost of the experiments. You never tried. The previous outburst had brought Ajax back to the present, and he had enough awareness to not question the queen, so the question was posed to Arianwyn. It's very difficult to get a new tree to grow outside of the area where one is already present. Arianwyn explained. It would take years to even attempt the experiment. Left unsaid was that it would obviously be tried as soon as she returned to her kingdom. Despite the exorbitant costs, it represented a chance that the elves could remove the period of vulnerability that came as fortress guardians died and were replaced. Well, that was a rather interesting theory. The prince said with a grin so smug he was almost radiating. I think it'll be worth a lot. I agree. The former king nodded wisely. The boy just proved he deserves the greatest reward we can offer someone like him. Don't accept. Anna's voice was barely a whisper meant for Ajax, but quite a few other people also heard it and turned to her in turn. Why? Ajax asked, confused. You're human. Anna didn't hesitate, and now that everyone was focused on her, she didn't bother to whisper. The greatest reward they can offer a human is their freedom, since all humans here are slaves. You accept and you walk away with nothing. The look of wise benevolence on the former king's face was briefly replaced by a snarl for a moment as his scheme was revealed. The queen was quick to take control of the situation. That is enough for today. The queen spoke as she returned to her throne. You are dismissed. An appropriate reward for your information will be prepared and presented to you before you leave following your delve. The group was more than happy to take the queen up on her offer. Ajax himself was all but leading as he hurried to get out of the palace, and he was not the only one. For the last few days, the entire team had either been inside the dungeon or waiting around right outside the arch. The prince and Araner were both strong enough that they could go days without sleep, and even they were starting to get affected, let alone everyone else. That went about as well as I could have hoped for. The prince tried to bring up everyone's spirits. Though Xavier, you best prepare for a duel after the delve. What, why? Xavier sounded surprised. The royal family will want a chance to prove their might. That will be with a duel, the prince explained. Now while it is Ajax who showed them up, they know for a fact there is no way a duel with him will show that. As a prince of Grindr, you will be the target. We can deal with that when it happens, Lexi said as she wrapped herself around Ajax's arm once more, but there was no need to drag him this time. I just want to get some sleep. As the group went to sleep in their inn surrounded by Leoriel and her guards that night, only one person remained awake. Yes, your majesty. Araner responded. She's just fine. What about Ajax? The king asked. He caused quite a bit of trouble. Araner answered. He did. The king sounded surprised considering what he knew about Ajax. You sure the prince didn't just use him as a scapegoat? One of the noble brats here was insulting Lady Manashaper, you see, Araner explained. Ajax unlocked his aura at that scene. An aura so young, the king exclaimed. It shouldn't be a big problem. Sylvaris isn't her father at most. She'll push a little for some information on Grindar's mystery technique. She already tried that. The prince didn't budge. Araner summed up. She did get a sneak peek at Ajax's thinking after the first time he saw a fortress tree, however. Oh, what was his reaction to seeing one like? It's always funny to see alchemists seeing one for the first time, especially when it's the palace. The king asked with excitement. He was shocked and inspired. Araner said, inspired. The king sounded a little confused at the tone Araner said that with. He figured out that fortress guardians could exit. Araner couldn't see the king, but in such a private setting, he would bet his own estate the king's jaw had fallen. More than that, he questioned what would happen if we were to add a young tree that is already bonded to the fortress when it already has a guardian. That the king now experienced the same shock Deepwood's royal family had earlier in the day. I'm guessing we have no records on this matter, Araner asked. None that I remember seeing. The king regained his composure quickly as he started putting a plan in action. I'll have the archives scoured and will contact you if we find anything. If you don't hear back from me before you have to leave the capital, offer Sylvaris a partnership. We share the results of the experiment and we will provide the sapling. Are you sure? The lack of formal address meant that Araner wasn't questioning his king as a champion, but merely showing concern for his friend. A sapling is very valuable and costs a lot to grow. I'm sure, my friend. The king's voice was filled with warmth at the concern. My father used a lot of the wealth he spent on growing the royal palace. A few years without growth during my reign won't matter, especially if it can potentially save the life of one of my people. Araner was ready to argue a little, but the king's final thought made the words stick in his throat. In all the excitement about the possibility of multiple fortress guardians, Araner had overlooked the possibility that the guardian attempting to join the bond through the sapling could very well suffer. He would not physically die, but the mental or spiritual harm that was possible could be just as bad if not worse. Before the conversation could continue, Araner's attention was drawn to the noise he heard coming from the outside. Battle was taking place, something he very much expected to happen but had hoped wouldn't. I'll never hear the end of it, Araner mumbled before bidding the king a short emergency goodbye and already started moving. The entire group was sleeping in a single large room that was partially sectioned off by multiple dividers. The prince had insisted that this was the best way to not only protect them, but to also let them rest properly, even in the event of an attack. Araner had been ready to argue the point, but fell quiet when both Arianwyn and Alara agreed with the prince. In the end, it turned out he was right. A short activation of the communication device was all it took for him to wake up the prince. The 4 hours of sleep the prince had gotten wouldn't be a lot, but it was enough for someone of his level to push through the rest of the night and the following delve in the morning. With the prince awake and on alert, Araner could now go outside and see what was going on. Much like he had interpreted from the noise, he heard the streets surrounding the inn had been turned into a battlefield. Leoriel, as well as 3 more champion candidates, the queen had assigned to their protection detail, and the other 20 elite soldiers they already had escorting them were fully engaged in combat against 8 elves. The attackers were all dressed in black, but that was just a simple covering. With his perception, if he squirted hard enough, he could almost make out the house sigil that was covered by the dark paint on the armor the attackers wore. Something he found deeply disturbing, as anyone who was doing so little to conceal their identity wasn't afraid of the queen finding out what they had done. The disguises were simply for the benefit of the commoners. The battle had been heading towards a slow victory for the 8 attackers before Araner joined. The moment Araner unleashed his fist volley of ice lances, the tides turned immediately. Powerful as the attackers were, Araner was something more. His experience in such high-level battles showed as he threw out his spells, while not only accurately predicting his opponent's moves, but even those of their allies despite not having fought side by side with them before. "What is it?" Araner asked harshly. He was in no mood for a conversation during the fight, and he could feel Leoriel wasn't done with just the appreciation. "Try not to kill them if you can," Leoriel said, not even able to meet his gaze as she made her request. Anger rolled through Araner, and the elf made no effort to stop the emotion from filling his voice as he figured out what had happened. The former king sanctioned this. Araner sneered at Leoriel. "And you want me to try and preserve the young talented elves he sent to do his dirty work?" Despite the anger coursing through him, Araner's fighting style didn't change. He had long ago learnt that anger didn't make you stronger regardless of how much it felt like it would. More than that, however, he had also changed where he was aiming his spells. He knew that his anger was only tangentially targeted at the people he was fighting now, and most of it was reserved for the former king. With Araner's change in focus, the sounds that dominated the battlefield had also changed. Whereas before the sound of spells being thrown dominated the background of clashing metal, it now all took a backseat to the whimpering, crying, and anguish-filled cries. Araner was no longer trying to kill the attacker. He was instead trying to inflict as much pain as he could while debilitating them. "Did you learn?" Araner asked coldly as he put as much pressure as he could to stop the bleeding he himself had caused on the final attacker that remained. The bandages he was using to stop the bleeding were special in that not only were they enchanted to help stop bleeding, but they also nullified any common rank pain-resistant skill in the area they covered. Yes, the attacker said as he tried to rip his hand away from Araner's iron grip. "Go after the last one." The elf tried anything to get him to let go. "Last one?" Araner made a show of looking around what was left of the ruins around the inn, where all the other combatants were strewn about, in a similar situation to the one he was holding. Araner was thankful that whoever was behind this at least had the good sense to evacuate the civilians, so there were no innocent casualties. "She was meant to kidnap the Mana-Shaper girl while we distracted you." The elf howled as the pressure exerted as he tried to pull his hand free from Araner, increased the Araner didn't even have enough time to process the information, as he felt a large amount of mana coming from the inn behind him before a body crashed into the street, no more than 3 feet away from him, showering both him and his captive with rubble and dust. Unlike the other 8 attackers, this one was different. The initial difference was that she wasn't wearing the black outfit, but instead was dressed like one of the maids at the inn. The other more important difference was that unlike the punishing way in which the attackers were handled, she wasn't given the same care. "Marisol," one of the other attackers cried out as he laid eyes on what was left of the elf. The maid uniform was all covered in blood, and the elf in it was just as unrecognizable. Her skull and fave were both caved in and her torso mangled by straight cuts that went 4 inches deep going in all directions and crossing each other over her heart. Looking in the direction she came flying from, Araner could see the prince in his armor standing behind a broken window and looking down, some of his runes still glowing slightly from the mana he had just pushed through them. In his right hand, the prince held a sword that, despite having just carved through a person, didn't have a drop of blood on it. His left gauntlet, however, had blood dripping from the clenched fingers. "Why?" Leoriel couldn't help but ask, slightly shocked at the sudden turn in the narrative. With Araner's help, they had managed to cleanly capture all the attackers. Former King Swiftleaf isn't the only one who was looking to send a message tonight. Araner said, much to Leoriel's surprise. The elven champion's voice held no sympathy for the talented elf that had died. "How many years?" Araner asked. He knew exactly what was going to happen to the survivors of the attack. All of them were going to be found guilty in court, but their punishments would be replaced with voluntary enlistment. During this time, they would be closely monitored and answer to the queen or her representative. 50 years. Leoriel said as she looked a little disappointed in the direction of the small crater the ninth attacker had left before she died. It would have been 100 if none of them had died. Are there going to be any more known threats coming? Araner asked, his patience starting to run low after the number of times the royal family has used their small delving expedition to handle their political affairs. This was the last one, Leoriel answered while shaking her head. The only one we know about will be the followers of the Mark on Ajax. One of the new members of their security awkwardly looked to join the conversation. Prince Xavier will be challenged after he exits the dungeon. What, why? Araner couldn't understand the reasoning behind a duel. The more racially proud among the nobility heard the interaction in front of the dungeon played out. He explained, the duel will be fair and honorable. I'm just not sure the challenge will be extended in the same way. This news left deep frowns on the elves keeping the perimeter outside the inn, but for the prince who was listening carefully outside the door, where the team slept, a plan started to form. A plan for Grinder's royal family to get their hands on a fortress tree, sapling to go with the high mana manure they had already secured. When the team finally woke up, none of them had any idea what happened that night, though Alara, Honor, and Benedict all suspected that something had happened, and they simply hadn't been made aware of it. Are you going to be pushing past level 100 on this one as well? The prince asked Ajax privately. The dungeon started from level 28 to level 33 on the first floor. With a 9-level jump per floor, Ajax would be able to gain the stats from 6 floors before it would pass level 100, and the final floor would have him facing against level 114. I'll do it. Ajax said confidently. Despite the big step up in power at level 100, the rest of the growth was consistent with previous growth. Having won against something at level 110, Ajax was confident 114 wouldn't be all that difficult. The group's trip to the dungeon was slowed down slightly as they passed through the merchant quarter of the city. Anna had moved to spend the favor she only guessed they were owed after whatever had happened last night. She had used one of the members of their escort to buy certain unique products that she thought her family could reverse engineer. When they got to the dungeon, they were quickly led to the front of the line, where they entered without any further issues. As soon as they entered, Araner moved off to one side where he wouldn't be in the way, popped up a privacy screen, and quickly activated his communication item to finalize the report he had been making last night, as well as update it with everything else that happened. Inside the dungeon, the prince had a very similar reaction. Once they were inside and out of earshot of anyone else, the prince didn't even bother with a privacy screen as he pulled Xavier to one side before the team could start heading for the first arch. The prince quickly explained what the elves were planning in regards to Xavier, and he quickly proposed that Xavier, Anna, Lexi, and Benedict would finish their floor and get a good night's rest before exiting the dungeon. Following that, they were to play how tired they were as they exited so that Xavier would have a better chance of getting whoever they sent to challenge him and offering him a Blanc prize for winning a duel right there and then. You think we might be able to get our hands on one of those trees? Xavier asked, excited at the opportunity to do something meaningful to help his family and kingdom. Are you sure that is a good idea? Arianwen asked. Why wouldn't it be? Xavier asked quickly, energized by the chance to do something meaningful and unique. With the prince here with us and Araner preoccupied with the duel who would be guarding Benedict, Anna, and Lexi, Arianwen pointed out, that could be an issue. The prince acknowledged Arianwen's point, especially if we take into consideration the kidnapping attempt from last night. There was a kidnapping attempt last night. Ajax was the only one truly surprised at the revelation. He wasn't surprised that there had been an attempt since they had been preparing for one. What surprised Ajax was that he had slept through it without ever realizing. He can push the duel until after we come out, Alara suggested. All Xavier needs to do is insist that the duel happen when his revered uncle is there to watch him fight. Then there's no need to spend an extra night in the dungeon for us, Anna pointed out. With everything sorted, the group started their search for the nearest arch that would take them to the second floor. The search wasn't long, but this time there was no guardian patrolling around the arch. A roaming guardian on the first floor, Ajax asked. That can be pretty dangerous for people who are at the appropriate level for the floor. It's not a guardian, the prince said as he inspected the area surrounding the arch. As the prince finally found what he was looking for, he took an exaggerated step as he activated a few runes, causing a very minor earthquake to take place around them. As the ground started to shake, decently sized moat gave way around the arch, the small layer of thin rocks dropping down on the sharp points of the spikes below. A trap arch, Ajax said with a raise of his eyebrows. Haven't seen one of those in a while. Almost all the arches one could find in the dungeon were defended by a guardian. 1/10 of those had a roaming guardian, but that still left a very small minority that were only protected by a trap or in even rarer cases the arch would have a locked set of doors that needed a key to open before that specific arch could be used. Lexi wasted no time enchanting an earth manipulation spell to create a small crossing over the spike. Let go. Xavier was the most excited of them all to get to the second floor of the dungeon. Having joined the academy, so young Xavier had started off at a lower level than the rest of his classmates. While he had managed to surpass most of the more mediocre students in the class, he hadn't been able to close the distance with Anna, Lexi, and Benedict. This time, his lower level would benefit him. Since he was still level 44, he was still eligible for the extra stat point from this floor. Ajax hadn't bothered to check what the theme of the second floor would be, since they would simply be pushing straight through with the first arch they found. This was something he had immediately regretted as soon as he stepped foot on the second floor and promptly face-planted. "What type of spell is this?" Harold asked, annoyed as he picked himself off the ground, having tripped as soon as he had entered the floor as well. "I'm not sure. I haven't encountered anything like this before," the prince said as he carefully took a few steps while raising and lowering his arms to get a feel for the new sensation. "I'm not feeling any spell structure," Lexi said as she focused on her surroundings, as Ajax offered her a hand to help her up after she had tripped as well. As he helped Lexi to her feet, Ajax was carefully examining the mana prevalent throughout the floor and found that it was of a type he hadn't encountered before, despite that he had a pretty good idea of what was happening. Taking out his hammer from his spatial ring, Ajax held it out to one side and dropped it to the ground to confirm his theory. Watching the speed at which the hammer fell confirmed exactly what Ajax had thought was happening. If he was fair with himself, Ajax had been expecting a floor like this since he started delving, but he had finally found a floor where the strength of gravity was different than what it was outside. Despite the initial shock, the prince was nothing if not an experienced warrior. He might not understand what was happening, how it was happening, or even why it was happening. What he could do, however, was assess what the effects on him were and how to compensate for them. A few runes activated, and the prince felt power surge through him. The power boost was precise enough that it almost perfectly counteracted the additional gravity. "Is this a trap?" Harold asked as he covered himself with his shield on the floor where he hadn't bothered getting up. Did the elves figure out how to mess with the dungeons? Ajax was very surprised at the angle Harold's mind went to, though to be fair, Harold was still deeply linked to House Silvertongue, so it was only natural for his first instinct to be a political plot when something didn't add up. "It's the dungeon floor doing this," Ajax said as he placed his hand on the arch and used mana siphon to confirm his theory. Just like he expected, he recognized the main elements of the floor, all but the primary one, which he now guessed to be mana, a new mana type. There was a legendary mana type like this that we didn't know about. Xavier sounded shocked and he regained his feet, Arianwin nodding along with his words. "It's not legendary." Both the prince and Ajax spoke at once, surprising everyone else and each other into silence. For a few moments the two of them just looked at each other, silently inviting the other to explain. The silence was broken by Lexi, who was too impatient when it came to anything related to a new mana type like this. "One of you explain already. It's too weak to be legendary." Lexi's words startled the prince a little and he explained. "This is rare or epic. It's epic," Ajax said, and everyone turned their eyes to him. "How do you know that?" the prince asked. "Did you encounter this before inside the dungeon?" "No, I never felt this type of mana before," Ajax denied. "It's just that I've been searching for it." That was as much as Ajax would volunteer as he turned towards the Alara, Arianwin, and Darkclaw. The meaning behind his action was clear as he returned his gaze to the prince and tilted his head questioningly. "How much should I say?" Arianwin, however, was in no mood to wait for permission, as something just didn't add up to her. "The mana type you were researching has to do with metals, mainly getting them to stick together or push themselves apart. What does that have to do with this?" Both Ajax and the prince turned surprised looks onto the elven princess, while Lexi threw her a more hostile look as she came to the obvious conclusion. The existence and research or magnetic mana was spearheaded by her grandfather and kept relatively secret, Arianwin having knowledge of it, and to this extent meant that there were spies infiltrated rather deep with decent access to House Manashaper. The further they got along their journey, the more and more Ajax had started to consider Alara, Arianwin, and Darkclaw as simply friends. It felt odd for him to keep things like this from them, despite giving them fully to the royal family, who would then distribute them further. Just a bare-bones explanation. The prince finally relented under the elf's gaze as he weighed the pros and cons. "The other mana I use is rare. It works in all directions, but only on metal." Ajax tried to explain the link he conceptualized between magnetism and gravity without explaining gravity itself. "Whatever this is works on everything, but only has a single direction. If it was a legendary mana type, it would work on everything in any direction." Ajax had personally dubbed that mana type attraction repulsion, and it was something he very much wanted to get his hands on. "I still don't see how it's working," Xavier said as he processed Ajax's explanation. I have a decent enchantment meant to repel outside spell influences, and it wasn't triggered by this. That's because it's not us that are affected, Ajax said. You ate dirt just like the rest of us. How are we not affected? Benedict asked. If a skill increases the strength of your muscles, it will also increase the strength of your swing. Ajax tried to explain. When you throw something up, it falls down. When you jump, you fall back down. You don't notice this because it's been happening to you ever since you were born. If whatever it is that is dragging you down suddenly increases, though it would feel like a spell applied to you. That's why you dropped your hammer. Lexi perked up as she started looking at this from the same perspective her grandfather had drilled into her from a young age. You tested to see if it would fall faster than it did outside. Ajax simply nodded in confirmation. Fascinating as all of this is, what do we do now? Darkclaw asked. He was a researcher or an inventor. He stuck with what was tested and knew it worked. This odd mana type would have to be reported back to the Republic, but he wasn't as invested as the others. Nothing much. Most of us will just head for the closest arch and have Xavier get his clear of the floor and move on to the third floor. Ajax said. Why only most of us? Xavier asked. This floor is low enough that nobody is in any real danger on it, Ajax explained. While you accommodate to the changes and get the kill you need, I am hoping your uncle can scour the floor and find me something infused with this mana type that I can study on the outside. Sounds like a plan. The prince nodded and got ready to dash away as his runes sucked up more mana. Sylvanthal would also be very interested in buying such a sample. Arianwin called out as the prince started to run. As with the Republic, Darkclaw left no pretense as he followed the elf's example and yelled after the prince. What happened next was an exercise in frustration for Ajax. Unlike everyone else here, he was the only one who had spent years training to manage a continuous changing physical boost. He wasn't as skilled as the prince who took seconds to adapt, but after 5 minutes, he had Mana Siphon providing him a strong enough boost to simply counteract the increased gravity. This wasn't what frustrated Ajax, however. What frustrated him to no end was that despite the massive presence of gravity mana on the floor as a whole, he hadn't found any monster capable of using it. It was just passively there in the ambient mana, and he could barely analyze it when it was doing nothing more than existing. How the fuck did my uncle adapt so quickly? Xavier cursed. Out of everyone, Xavier was having the hardest time adjusting as he was also a hybrid fighter. He had no issues walking normally, but his combat ability had suffered. Curse users. Benedict replied nonchalantly. What? Ajax, Lexi and Xavier turned towards him at that flippant answer. He faced a lot of curse users during the wars, Benedict explained. In the field, hybrid fighters are mage killers. Unlike in a tournament, there is no arena limiting them and giving a clear start. Their biggest weakness is that their stats are spread across 6 stats plus vitality and perception, where everyone else spreads theirs across 3 in vitality and perception. Curse fighters are mostly physical, so they can react, and curses would target the lower stats best since they apply a flat reduction. Ilara continued for him. Your uncle had specific squads that had people who could use cursed attack hunting after him during the war. As she said this, Ilara's eyes unintentionally flashed over to Ajax for a moment. He was also a hybrid fighter, but from the way he was going, he wouldn't have the same weakness. This wasn't something the others missed, so the discussion dropped off there as everyone returned to their exercises to adapt to the increased gravity. It was only once Xavier felt ready, and the group started their search for an arch leading to the 3rd floor that the silence was broken. If you ever figure out how to work with this mana type, I'll want to hire you. It would work wonders for military training. Funnily enough, Benedict wasn't addressing Ajax but rather Lexi. Out of the two of them, Ajax had a higher chance of getting the affinity, but that wouldn't help with anything outside of him using it. If Lexi learnt, if on the other hand, there was a much better chance she and her family could figure out how to enchant an area to mimic the effects of the floor. It didn't take more than half an hour before they found the arch and its guardian. Halfway through Xavier's fight, the prince had also returned with a nod of confirmation at having succeeded in his task. Not wanting to be surprised again, Ajax didn't even wait for Xavier to finish killing the mini-boss as he beelined towards the arch to check the mana type of the next floor. There was no issue with the next floor. From what Ajax could feel, it seemed to be a standard fire and earth-based floor, either a desert or a volcano depending on how the properties were applied. If he had to bet, Ajax would have gone for desert for the simple reason that it was missing any metal mana that was usually found in any volcanic-themed floor. Did you find any creatures that can use this mana type? Ajax asked the prince as they watched Xavier fight. No, though I do have to say some of the creatures on this floor look, I can't quite find the words odd. The prince answered. Odd how? Ajax asked. Their bodies were misshapen. The prince said, more pudgy and with denser muscles. Adaptations to the increased downward force. Ajax pondered. The dungeon added monsters that would be uniquely suited to the environment. The prince instantly pulled up a privacy screen before he frowned a little as he turned to Ajax. This is the second time you do that. I'm not sure what you know about this downward force, but you do know something. Ajax's eyebrows made a break for his forehead in surprise as he looked towards the others with a little trepidation. I doubt any of them has a good enough lie detection skill at a high enough level to pick up on that since everything you said was technically truthful. The prince reassured him. Maybe Harold, despite being a fighter, it would all depend on how gifted he is in the political arena. That doesn't matter since he knows discretion. Do make sure you keep this in mind, however, because I assure you Araner would also see through it. I'll explain more later, but it's rather complicated. Ajax started, but as soon as the word complicated left his mouth, the prince quickly cut him off. In that case, you best just prepare to give a presentation once we are back in Grindor. Despite the prince's fascination with magic, he was not a researcher or a scholar. Can I see one of the samples? Ajax asked as he extended his hand towards the prince. Instead of a single item, the prince placed two pieces of rock in his hand. Both were about the same size, but one felt much heavier than the other. Both of the chunks were filled with gravity mana. In fact, they looked almost identical to Ajax's senses. Does one of them amplify the force while the other diminishes it? Ajax was shocked as he realized what was happening. You think so too? The prince grinned. I'll be selling only one sample type to the elves, and the Republic, so keep quiet about the second. The prince's voice was much sterner as he took back the samples and lowered the privacy field just as Xavier was finishing his fight. The mini-boss was 2 levels lower than Xavier, and while he didn't pose a real threat to him in terms of offense, the mini-boss's mobility combined with the increased gravity let it survive a lot longer than it otherwise would have. Finally, Xavier gave a frustrated cry as his sword cut open to the monster's hearth, and the spell he followed it up with froze the monster's internal organs. Once he saw how close Ajax was to the next floor, he quickly followed up with a question. Tell me the next floor is normal. Should be a desert or a volcano. Ajax responded. Seemed regular enough. The next floor was nothing out of the ordinary, but the one after that did have something a little more special. The first was a desert floor, just like Ajax had guessed, while the second was an open plain that housed large herds of pack animals that very much resembled the bisons of Earth, only they were much larger. It was one of the few times where the non-mini boss groups on the floor were actually a lot more dangerous than even the Arch Guardians due to the sheer numbers. Thankfully for all of Ajax's classmates, the floor also had small groups of beastkin guarding each arch. Nobody had a hard time clearing either of the floors. The desert floor was too small of a level difference for their increased stats to not make up for it, and for the second floor, the humanoid combatants were easily dealt. They simply ambushed the mini-bosses, while the prince took out all of the others, leaving it to a one-on-one. Despite the ease with which they cleared both floors, it had taken them a decently long time to do so. Both a desert and an open plain had two things in common. One, neither needed much vertical space, leaving the floor to expand horizontally a lot more, and two clear lines of sight meant that the arches were even more spread out, so it took the group a while go from one to the next. Remember, they will most likely challenge you, but they could also try Benedict, depending on which nobles decides to make their move first. The prince cautioned his nephew. Benedict wasn't happy to be excluded, based on the fact that mana had almost no place in his fighting style. Nevertheless, it was something that elves emphasized, and the more racist ones saw a human that chose not to use mana heavily as less than. Lexi and Anna, however, were excluded because of other reasons. For Lexi, it was clear that nobody wanted to become the cautionary tale for whatever new spell her grandfather had come up with in the years since he had last been seen on a battlefield. That she had openly shown her affinity for multiple different elements only served to further push the same narrative. The reason why Anna was going to be left alone was very different. The wealth of Archduke Goldminster was widely known. Not only that, but his affection for his only daughter and his overprotective tendencies were as well. None of the noble families were willing to risk an open contract put out just for a little pride by defeating her, not when there were better targets available. I know, Xavier nodded with conviction. I'll get us one of those trees. Despite Xavier's ego being reined in a lot since his teenage years, both by the maturity that followed adolescence and the simple fact of Ajax's presence, he still retained a healthy ego regarding his combat prowess. Once the lower-leveled in the group exited the dungeon, the rest of the group had a decision to make. Do we stop to sleep now or do we push on? Ajax asked. Only you have anything to gain from this floor, and it won't even take you long to dispatch a mini-boss, Harold offered. That will also be true after we wake up, Darkclaw said as he spread his arms wide and took a deep breath as he looked towards the trees that surrounded them. I say we rest here where we know what the floor theme is. We're resting here, the prince said, putting an end to the discussion. As Xavier and the other exited the dungeon, they were pleasantly surprised not to be attacked by any of the elves despite more than a few drawing their weapons at their presence. The Arch Guardians seemed pretty peeved at not getting to interrogate them about what happened to the rest of their party and what floor they had gotten to, but Leoriel was quick in intercepting them and bringing the team to Araner. Unlike previously, the elven champion wasn't alone while he was waiting for them. Rather, he was caught in a rather animated discussion with a number of other elves. That in and of itself wasn't an issue. The issue was that Benedict, Lexi, Anna, and Xavier all recognized most of the elves surrounding them. It wasn't that they had met them before, but that they had been part of their education, as each was a very powerful fighter in their own right. Despite the elven kingdoms being rivals, the same did not always apply to their champions, adding that the two kingdoms hadn't gone to war with each other in the last two generations of rulers, and it meant that Deepwood's champions didn't have any bad blood with Araner, and in fact some of them were quite friendly. Look at that, what do we have here? One of the elves asked as he turned towards the four humans. Leoriel tensed at that. She knew she wasn't strong enough to beat any of the three newcomers, but she still moved her hand towards her weapon just in case. She wasn't going to fail her queen without at least trying. Let the children handle the children's games. Araner waved the elf off. Oh, I didn't know you had such a soft spot for humans, Araner. One of the other elves said. It's not a matter of race, but one of honor. Araner shut down the teasing. We all know why the challenge will come before Ajax exits the dungeon. Just let the young ones sort it out. Despite the frown Xavier was giving Araner on the inside, he was singing the elf's praises. By keeping the older elves out of the interaction, Araner was making it easier for Xavier to set the stakes such that he could walk away with a fortress tree if he won. The situation quickly turned a little awkward for the noble elves once their powerful supporters followed Araner's suggestion. Clearly, they hadn't expected it to go this way. Not even a shred of courage. Xavier commented with a snicker to his friends as he saw the nobles their own age look to each other to make the first move. What's that supposed to mean, Mana starved? The most hot-headed of the elves sniped back. Xavier's eye twitched at the racial slur. Despite his extensive training as a talented member of the royal family, there were things that he just hadn't experienced. It took all of his willpower to hide the anger and push on with the script he was playing out. It's clear none of you are courageous to the point of stupidity. Xavier continued as he put on a smirk reminiscent of his uncle. They would have come before we entered the dungeon, challenged Ajax, and been sent to the infirmary. The elves could do nothing but look around awkwardly at that. All of them knew it was true. Some of them had in fact had family members or friends that had wanted to challenge the human genius, but their families went as far as to imprison them to ensure that wouldn't happen. This was what Xavier's entire plan hinged on. He would need to be challenged, and not the challenger. While the challenger had an advantage in deciding the stage where the fight took place, the challenged could set the terms for the prizes. We'll regret those words, Mana starved. The same hot-headed elf responded. I, Ruffius Leafblade, grandson of Duke Leafblade, challenge you to a duel. What are the terms of the duel? Xavier asked. Xavier was smart enough not to jump into this head first. A duel to first blood would not be one he would accept against a family of wind mages who specialized in long-range attacks with wind currents that carried poisonous leaves. Duels are traditionally to first blood, of course, Ruffius said with an evil. Is that so? Xavier seemed to ponder. Leoriel was on the verge of challenging that claim, but the looks coming from the elves around Araner quickly stopped her in her tracks. Clearly, they wanted to enforce Araner's words on any help the humans would receive as well. Is that also the most prominent format in the last 10 duels you took part in? Xavier's question turned Ruffius's grin into a scowl, as he admitted that 8 out of his last 10 duels had been under the rules of surrender or unconsciousness, with no lethal attempts. Ruffius further spent another 10 minutes trying to change the format, but none of his arguments held any sway, and it quickly became clear that this format was the only one Xavier would accept from someone slightly older than him. Ruffius was prepared to push more on the matter, but he quickly changed his tune once he noticed one of the others with him was willing to take his chance away from him. So be it, have the format you prefer, not like it will change the results. Ruffius said, let's go and settle this in the closest arena. You don't seriously expect me to follow you right now. Xavier sounded outraged at the premise. Why not? Ruffius took his refusal as a sign of fear, scared you will lose. I'm not leaving Araner's size without my uncle present, and I know he won't leave this courtyard until my uncle exits the dungeon. Xavier said, you insult my honor by suggesting I would have you attacked on the street. Ruffius's face went a little red as he growled the words. Clearly his social skills left a little to be desired. Who said anything about you? Xavier waved away his complaint. My inn was attacked just last night. Ruffius had nothing he could say to that. Any attempt to have the fight now was lost. He could now only hope that his father would be understanding if Ajax chose to challenge him, that he will refuse that duel. Fine, Ruffius said as he turned to walk away. We will have our duel after your uncle exits the dungeon. Lord Leafblade, aren't you forgetting the stakes for the duel? Xavier asked, pushing his social skills to the limit to make himself sound simply confused. From the looks the elves around Araner trained on him, he wasn't as successful as he thought. And what do you think we should wager? Ruffius asked, more reserved than before. Despite his ego, he knew that his family's wealth paled compared to any royal family. We are still young members of our family, so the prize shouldn't be all that high," Xavier said as he tried to make his request sound more reasonable. The winner can choose one renewable resource from the loser's family. Ruffius' eyebrows rose as he was shocked by the opportunity. A royal family had access to all the resources of a country. The elf was tempted to pinch himself to check if he was dreaming. Even the elves around Araner seemed pleasantly surprised by the terms Xavier offered. Leoriel, on the other hand, saw straight through Xavier's plan. After all, they had just learned about fortress trees the previous night with her there to witness it. And despite their great value, fortress saplings were technically a renewable resource that each high-placed noble family had access to in order to maintain and grow their own house's main estate. She was, however, unable to put a stop to this as Araner had slowly made his way next to her. A simple hand placed on her shoulder allowed him to unleash his full aura on her alone, keeping her from reacting for a few moments. Those terms are agreeable. Ruffius quickly agreed to the terms out of fear that Xavier would change his mind and left the area. That was almost too easy, Xavier said as he turned back to his friends. You best make sure not to lose. Anna's words sounded like a bucket of ice water. The same way something like a fortress tree can be considered a renewable resource, so can the next hatchling of your family's griffins. Those words brought Xavier up short as he spotted the mistake he made, as he focused on keeping anyone from suspecting that everything had already been planned out. His uncle had told him to make the best for a renewable resource currently in the family vault, as the mated pair of wild griffins, the royal family kept, only mated once a century, and even the only one offspring would appear. The next one was still 2 decades away, but with the wording of the prize, the next griffin pup could be claimed. Xavier was still sure of his victory, but this added pressure was something he wasn't looking forward to for the next day until his uncle exited the dungeon, and he could put all of this behind himself. Inside the dungeon, the group's sleep break extended to over 10 hours as they looked to push to the finish for most of them before another break would be needed. The next 3 floors didn't pose a challenge for any of them. Even Harold breezed straight through the level 87 mini-boss. The strength gained from their previous dungeons was starting to show more and more. What's with the sad face? The prince asked Ajax as he noticed him looking a little dejected as they traveled to the arch for the next floor. It's nothing, Ajax shook his head. I was just hoping for an achievement, but it seems this isn't one of them. What achievement? The prince was excited now. The previous floor I cleared marked my 100th dungeon floor clear, Ajax said. I was hoping there was a bonus for it, but there doesn't seem to be anything. The prince started coughing as he choked on his gasp of surprise. You've cleared 100 floors, the prince said as he looked at Ajax intently. I guess I was aware that you just kept stacking more and more, but it feels different now to hear you have an extra 100 to all stats just from dungeons. Ajax agreed that the number was extreme, made even more so by the fact that it could be increased further by 10 just from potions, since stats gained from dungeons also increase the amount of potions you can take. More than that, those 10 could be allocated however you wanted so long as you had powerful enough potions. I know it's already a lot, Ajax said with a wistful sigh. I just hoped there would be a bonus for the 100th one, even something as small as it giving +2 to all stats instead. Ajax and the prince were the only 2 to remain on the 7th floor of the dungeon. Despite the increase in stats Arianwin, Alara and Darkclaw didn't yet feel up to challenging such a high floor, though everyone knew once they made it to Sylventhal's capital, all 3 of them would be taking on the level 110 mini-bosses. The floor theme was a large mountainside that was filled with caves that lead into a mine shaft. In the skies above, Ajax could feel the mana coming off the griffins that were circling them. So what will it be, the griffins or whatever we find in the mine? The prince asked. I'll take my chances with the mine, Ajax said as he threw a wary look towards the sky because of the weak pulse danger sense sent out. The pulse disappeared as soon as he looked up and made eye contact with one of the griffins. Unlike the lower floor, this mine was not only dark to Ajax's eyes, but even his mana sense didn't let him identify any creatures, as if anywhere there they all seamlessly integrated with the ambient mana. I don't like this floor, Ajax lamented as they made their way deeper into the mine by torchlight. Then you best get out of here quickly, the prince said as they descended deeper into the cave without any sign of hostility. The 2 of them continued their walk for another 30 minutes, and while they hadn't made contact with any form of life, they had been attacked numerous times by the traps that were laid out all around their path. This doesn't make any sense. How can there be inbuilt traps in the walls when the shaft is naturally formed and no humanoids are part of the floor? Ajax complained as he bandaged a cut on his leg. Even the prince couldn't save Ajax from the damage as the traps had a quick activation with minimal movement. More than that, they didn't use any mana, just a simple cause and effect based on the trigger. Quit complaining, look, we already found an arch, the prince said as he pointed at the chamber at the end of the tunnel they were moving through. Let's hope it has a mini-boss guarding it, and we'll be done with this. Ajax and the prince carefully approached the arch, carefully checking for any guardian, but there was none to be seen. Do Do you think it's a trap? Ajax asked. I can't see any lock for it to be a key passage. The prince didn't have a chance to respond as Ajax stepped too close to the arch, and a massive hand made of stone ripped itself seemingly from the floor to come swinging in his direction. Despite the surprise attack, Ajax didn't hesitate to jump out of the way as he took a boosting potion out of his spatial storage, removed the cork, and chugged. The Guardian didn't give Ajax any time to spare. However, the confines of the mine and the size of the mini-boss meant that it couldn't move all that well in the space given. Ajax wasted no time as he brought out his hammer and charged it with void mana. Earth Golem. Ajax hissed, figuring out why he hadn't sensed it. Earth Golems were known for their durability, however their defenses based themselves on the attack, landing on their outermost layer that distributed the impact evenly in a large area. Ajax's Void Strike bypassed that defense and took the Golem's arm from the elbow down. An Earth Golem would have been a good match for Ajax given their environment. It was only wishful thinking on his part to be facing a Golem. As the Guardian stepped towards Ajax, its legs sank into the ground as its mana flooded out. It was only Ajax's danger sense that let him react in time to bring out his shield to lessen the impact, and the Guardian sent Ajax flying into the wall with a powerful enough punch that he left a small outline of his body on impact. Not a Golem. Ajax coughed as he spit out a mouth full of blood, staring at the Earth Elemental with a mix of determination and slight trepidation. Fighting a full-fledged elemental is something Ajax had done before. However, none of those elementals had been past level 100. To make matters even worse, he was fighting an Earth Elemental in an underground mine. This put him on a timer, as the elemental had practically endless resources to reform its body regardless of the damage he took. Ajax's only chance was to destroy the core inside of the body. You sure you don't want to give the Griffins a go? The prince asked from the sidelines where he had finished taking out another Earth Elemental that had been drawn by the fighting. No. Ajax's response was short, but on the inside he felt a little doubt that perhaps it was the smarter idea to not face the elemental. Suit yourself, the prince said as he settled himself in a stance to interfere should there be a need. At least we figured out how the traps were made. That realization did nothing to help Ajax currently, as he flooded his body with light and life mana to heal the damage he had taken as he prepared to charge the mini-boss. For the next 3 minutes, Ajax danced around the elemental as he smashed through his arms, legs, torso, and even its head one after another in search of the elemental's core to no avail. This isn't working, Ajax thought as he watched the elemental restore the lost mass by simply taking it from the rock around them. Normally, an elemental's core is easy to sense as it is the source of their mana. Not only that, but it takes much more for an earth elemental to move their core inside their body, but I can't sense it anywhere. The mini-boss's entire body is infused to the point the core could be anywhere. Get ready to pull me out, Ajax shouted as he formulated a new plan. If this doesn't work, we'll go for the Griffins. The prince tensed up at those words, even more so when he noticed that Ajax was charging the elemental head-on with only his shield. The elemental didn't seem to be disturbed or surprised or suspicious as to why his recently slippery opponent changed to a forward charged and simply threw a punch with all its power just as it had been doing since the start. As the punch made contact with his shield, Ajax was sent flying towards the walls once more. This time the impact was even stronger than the one he endured at the start of the fight. More than that, his shield had shattered moments after the impact, and the prince was already moving towards Ajax. Unlike the first punch Ajax endured in the fight, he wasn't the only one hurt this time. The elemental and the entire mine shaft as a whole vibrated violently from the impact. Crazy kid. The prince cursed as he picked Ajax up while the kid in question was trying to regain his bearings. Ajax's plan had been similar to the one Lexi had used to defeat the massive plant inside the cave a few dungeons ago. Since he didn't have a good enough handle on vibration magic to use it naturally, he had planned to tank the impact from an attack on his shield, and then use his magic to amplify that resulting vibration. The plan had not only worked, but it had in fact worked too well. With Ajax pushing over 700 mana and just amplifying the vibration instead of also creating it, the result of the attack was much stronger than even he intended. This was the reason that his shield had shattered. It was the reason the elemental had died, and most importantly, it was also the reason the prince was rushing with Ajax towards the arch in the middle of the room before the entire mountain came down on their heads, following the local earthquake Ajax had just unleashed underground. Ajax was still a little disoriented as the prince laid him down on the next floor before getting him to sit up. You best have gotten the stats for that, the prince said with a bit of harshness in his voice that Ajax's couldn't condemn, seeing as he had almost gotten both of them killed. I got it, Ajax said as he closed the notification and looked at a second one that made a shit-eating grin bloom on his face. After all the hours of training, Ajax had finally managed to gain vibration aspect mana. I really got it, his voice going slightly higher the second time. The prince had been nodding in acceptance, but when he heard Ajax repeat himself, his eyes narrowed as he took in the young baron's slightly battered body. "You also got vibration mana, didn't you?" It didn't come across as a question so much as it did an accusation. Ajax didn't even need to respond. All he did was make eye contact with the prince and maintain it while his already large grin seemed to grow even more. The prince let out a series of expletives that would have had drill sergeants reaching for a pen and paper to take notes. Ajax's amusement only seemed to grow as he took in the prince's reaction and closed the notification for his new skill when his entire body froze as he took in another notification that he hadn't expected. After he didn't receive an achievement for pushing his dungeon stat bonus to plus 100, Ajax hadn't expected to get one, but there it was sitting right in front of his face. Achievement, truly skilled. Gain 100 skills. Reward: each skill grants +1 to the stat they rely on most. Each skill grants an additional +1 to the stat they rely on most for each threshold passed. Slight increase to obtain skills based on already earned skills. Slight increased speed of skill increase. Experience gained through skill application increased to compensate for faster leveling skill with less effort. "What is it?" the prince asked, slightly worried about Ajax's reaction. "Nothing." Ajax simply waved his question away. As much as Ajax trusted the royal family with some of his more sensitive secrets, he wasn't yet ready to give away the exact number of skills he had. Ajax was pretty sure they already knew about this achievement anyway. Sure, it would be extremely unusual for someone as young as him to have it, but with hundreds of years, people had plenty of time to gain skills. Was that something to do with legendary skills? The prince pushed a little, but when Ajax didn't answer, he just let the topic drop. "Okay, wait here and drink another potion so you recover. There is no rush." Ajax simply nodded as he took out another healing potion and put it on the ground near him. It was too soon since his last potion, so he would have to wait a short while before it would be safe to take another. To take his mind off the pain, Ajax instead chose to focus on his newest affinity, vibration. Unlike life affinity, there were so many different ways that vibration affinity could be used in combat. Unlike regular mages, he wasn't so locked into the casted spell aspect, so he could use vibration in many different ways. The main way Ajax planned to add vibration to his fighting style had nothing to do with anything he had used to unlock the affinity. His plan was to make his sword and axe vibrate really quickly to increase their cutting power. This would require the sword and axe in question to be specifically built for it, otherwise they would quickly end up just like his shield had. The next thing Ajax did once he thought of that was to check if the gauntlet he still had even could channel his vibration mana. For the first time since he tried, Ajax finally found a mana type that the dragon hadn't added to the glove. After checking vibration, Ajax thought to also check life mana. Since there was no use in channeling life mana through his items, he hadn't thought to check before, but the glove was also missing a life mana stone. Ajax was pretty sure now that no legendary mana types would be there, since a life one would be one of the easier ones to get considering the number of stories he heard about life-based natural treasures. As soon as Ajax took his potion, he also got up. He wasn't fully healed yet, but it was good enough for him to exit the dungeon. He placed his helmet back on his head to hide his ears, and he took out a spare shield from his spatial ring. This shield was much weaker than the one he used previously, but with the rate his strength was increasing, he would need to update his items shortly anyway, especially so considering the increased stats from his achievement. As Ajax left the prince to clear the final floor of the dungeon, he exited and found himself back in the center of the large containment area built around the dungeon. For once, nobody paid him too much attention as he exited the dungeon. The guards simply approached him to get their statement. Leoriel was quick to intercept them and then lead Ajax towards the rest of his group. As soon as Xavier caught sight of Ajax, he started bouncing from foot to foot in excitement. Ajax took this to mean that the plan had worked, and now Xavier was both excited and a little nervous about the upcoming duel, and had nowhere to channel all the energy before he could confirm his suspicion, however he felt Enigma activate. The identification attempt had come from multiple sources. Ajax usually ignored most of the inspection attempts on himself, but something was different about these ones. The most important part was that all of them broke through Enigma to certain success. The identification skills had all come from the group of elves that were around Araner, and while none of them had got access to his skill list or stats, Ajax felt that 2 of them were close to getting access to the latter. Naturally, Ajax's first response was to return the favor as he used his own identification skill. Inspector's Eye. For 2 of the elves, Ajax hadn't managed to get much more than their names, ages, and levels. The last one, however, must have had a weaker privacy skill, more than that. Inspector's Eye LVL 25 had managed to pass its threshold after the first 2 identifications, so on the third one Ajax was able to get his entire stat list. Getting that was a welcome surprise that made the entire interaction much more pleasant, so Ajax chose to ignore the elven champions for now and went to talk to his friends instead, or at least that was his plan. What do you think you're doing? The last elf asked in a more controlled voice than Ajax would have expected. He guessed the man's social skills must be working overtime since he hadn't blown a gasket in anger yet. He's doing the same thing we did to him. One of the other champions surprisingly took Ajax's side. I do have to say his identification skill is stronger than I expected. The brief look of embarrassment that passed over the angered elf's face was all Ajax needed to put the situation together. The others hadn't caught on that he had seen the man's stats and was now torn between exposing that fact himself or letting Ajax off the hook. Ajax wasn't the only one who put that together, as both Anna and Benedict had their eyes open wide, as their eyebrows made a break for their hairlines for a brief moment, as the second elf's words made them realize that Ajax had got access to something more before they also schooled their expressions. Best keep to those on your level, kid. The last elven champion addressed Ajax directly. You may be an unmatched prodigy, but right now any of us could crush you like a bug. Ajax wisely chose to keep his mouth shut and simply nod in acknowledgement. However, all of the other elves surrounding them gasped as they looked between Ajax and the last champion. For them to hear someone of his status call Ajax an unmatched prodigy was shocking. How long do you think it will be until my uncle comes out? Xavier, who had barely reined in his nervous and excited energy enough that he wasn't hopping from one foot to the other, hadn't really caught the finer details of the exchange and was laser-focused on something else. It should still be a couple of hours. Ajax said, but he wasn't completely sure. That would all come down to what the floor boss would be. None of the floor bosses would pose a threat to the prince since they would only be level 132, but depending on what they were, it could take him a while to take them down. I take it from the excitement that the plan worked. It sure did, Xavier bragged. While Harold, Arianwin, Alara, and Leoriel were surprised to hear Ajax expose that everything had been planned out, Benedict, Lexi, Anna, and even Araner had caught on to what Ajax was doing, as both Lexi and Benedict activated a privacy field around the delving group, except for the small part where he put more on the line if he loses. Anna quickly cut Xavier down. What happened in there? You look pretty rough. To accentuate Anna's words, Lexi was already giving Ajax a look over as she inspected every dent on his armor to make sure he was really okay. I may have taken one or two direct hits from an earth elemental. Ajax waved it off. Nothing that will kill me. What about the champion? Alara asked. What did you learn about him? As someone who had felt quite vulnerable under Ajax's identification skill, she had managed to put everything together. The elf's reaction, Ajax's exposure of the plan as a misdirection, and an excuse to put up a privacy shield, all while playing into the stereotype that he was a commoner who didn't know how to play the noble's game by revealing the existence of the plan. Got a look at his stats, Ajax said, as he didn't think there was a need to keep that hidden now that Alara had all but called him out for looking. In my defense, they all tried to identify me first. The topic quickly changed from there to Xavier's upcoming duel. Still, while Alara simply listened to the conversation, she couldn't help but evaluate Ajax once more. He didn't have the social skills of a noble, and he definitely wasn't used to the social aspect of nobility. When it came down to thinking like a noble, however, Ajax was one of the best among their peers. As he recovered more and more, Ajax found himself feeling odd in his own skin. It wasn't enough for him to have any real issues, but it just felt a little odd. It took him a few minutes to realize that this was because of his latest achievement. He had just gained a little over 110 stats, all at once on top of the 8 he got for the final floor of the dungeon. While this wasn't a big enough change to affect him as much as the first time he took potions, now that his body was getting back to his peak condition, he would need a short while to get used to everything. This usually wasn't an issue with dungeon floor rewards, as they came 1 point at a time, evenly spread, and he got an entire floor to get used to it before the next ones came. Are you going to hold back? Harold asked Xavier. This was an interesting question. As a prince, and more than that a future powerhouse of Grindor, the prince wouldn't be keen on showing everything. Then again, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to hold back if he was hoping to win. Number, Xavier said, as his excitement died down a little at the question, and his expression turned serious. What we stand to gain from having a sapling of our own far outstrips what we stand to lose from me showing everything I can do now. I'd be more worried if I was the strongest in my generation, but nobody needed him to finish that statement to know what he meant. Ajax's existence gave the kingdom of Grindor, and especially their younger, talented combatants, so much more freedom in what they had to keep close to their chests. This in turn would mean that he should have kept his own powers secret and not displayed them during the tournament. The problem with that was that Ajax was so versatile, and his casting style was new enough that having it be seen when he is younger isn't that much of a hindrance either. As they lowered the privacy bubble, the conversation turned towards other more mundane topics like their impression on Deepwood's capital. One of the things Ajax was secretly curious about was the slave auctions. While not as numerous as they were in the Empire, they still exist, and Ajax hoped to get a look at them in hopes of not only freeing a few people that seemed more talented with the help of Arianwin, Alara, or Araner, but maybe to even recruit some new people for his own house that would bring with them any information they had gleaned from Deepwood. It was only a few hours later that the prince finally exited the dungeon. To Ajax's surprise, the prince was highly frustrated and annoyed. Despite his armor not being damaged, it was covered in a thick layer of a shiny substance that looked both slimy and sticky. Even more than that, his sense mana could feel one of his runes still active as he made his way towards them. Ha ha ha. All of the elven champions present except Araner broke into laughter as they took in the prince. A slime floor boss. Araner asked, his look a combination of both pity and slight amusement. Yes, the prince let out a sigh. Looking at it more closely, Ajax could even tell how the slime that covered the prince was disintegrating into mana and being released into the atmosphere, so there was no use in trying to store any of it. It was curious to him why the process took longer than others, since most things that exited the dungeon straight up dissolved into mana in under a second once they were dead. You're finally done, Xavier said as he approached his uncle and looked to pat him on the back. You can finally come see my duel. At the same time, the prince dodged out of the way, and Harold caught Xavier by the wrist. Wait for the slime to disappear. The latter instructed the prince. Slime floor bosses can give their bodies any properties they want. It's why it's also dissolving so much slower it counts as an attack, most likely a corrosive one. Ajax was now much warier of the slime since it came from a very high-level floor boss. At the same time, he was also very interested in it, so he started inspecting it with every skill at his disposal. Over the next 5 minutes, the group made its way out of the dungeon's protective perimeter, while the slime also finished dissolving. The prince also joined Araner's conversation with the other elven champions, though he did pick up on the fact that one of the champions was shooting Ajax a glare every time he looked in his direction. Finally, how long does it take to come out of a dungeon? Same elf that had previously challenged Xavier to a duel ambushed them right outside the exit. Ajax wasted no time using Inspector's Eye on him. Unlike with the champions, however, he didn't focus so much on learning what the elf could do, but rather on his identification going unnoticed. Seeing how nobody batted an eye, it must have been successful through Ajax had to frown a little when he saw that the elf was not only 4 years older than Xavier, but also 5 levels higher at 49. Both of those things were definitely pushing what was acceptable for a duel of youngsters in terms of both levels and age. Ajax could see that the prince wanted to step forward and help his nephew stare down the group of house guards and other younger elves that were backing up the loud-mouthed elf, but couldn't do so without the other elven champions present also stepping in. The identification attempts came in quickly, but all of them were swatted aside by Enigma after getting nothing more than his name. More than that, they also came with a spike of pain. Ajax returned the favor without trying to be discreet, only to find that the guards in question were barely level 80 despite being close to 150 years old. More than that, neither of them cave, even close to the threat level. His skill responded when it evaluated Arianwin, Darkclaw, or even Alara after gaining her domain. Who told you to get involved? The elf snapped back, but while his words were haughty and aggressive, his body instinctively took a step back from Ajax. Not only are you a mana-starved wretch, but you're a commoner too. Ajax's stern look broke out into a predatory grin, as he couldn't have asked for a better response from the elf. Why, only a few hours ago I was told to stick to my own level. I'm more than willing to prove I am in no way inferior, or did you perhaps mean to say you are inferior? The whole area went quiet, while Ajax's provocation didn't have any of the fineness that was expected of a noble, and clearly showed that he still had much to learn in that respect. His words were very well chosen, as none of the younger elves could challenge him, and none of the champions could interfere right after they told him to do exactly that. Ajax, that's enough. The duel has already been arranged. Araner was the one who broke the silence. He didn't end with that, however, as he looked towards the young duke's son. As for you, young lord, I'd advise against trying to start conflicts you are unable to face. Ajax had no qualms about stepping back at that. He had achieved exactly what he had wanted. The lack of any aura response from him throughout the entire exchange showed that everything had gone as he expected, and nothing surprised him. He had managed to not only raise Xavier's confidence while crushing the elves, but he also publicly showed Araner respect by backing down without any fuss. Think we'll get to see it, Harold whispered to Ajax. See what? Ajax asked. The royal family's dueling trick. Harold answered. Only 1 out of every 5 members gains enough of the required skills to pull it off. Even his uncle can't use it. It's not very useful against multiple opponents or opponents who have much higher stats than you. He can use it, Benedict joined in absent-mindedly rubbing his shoulder, as a memory of a duel between him and Xavier flashed to the front of his mind. The only question is if he will be pushed to use it. That was something Ajax hadn't known about, but it simply made the upcoming fight even more interesting. The walk to the dueling field wasn't long, but with the suspense building, Ajax felt it took forever. Ajax wasn't sure how the royal family had kept an entire style to themselves, especially when it took a combination of skills big enough that only 1 in 5 people who were taught could actually gain it. When they arrived at the small arena, they were allowed to enter without a single word in explanation. Not only that, but Ajax also noticed that they were not alone. 2 people wearing the sigil of the royal family were waiting for them. One of them led the group to the stands as the other led the 2 combatants to the field and prepared to referee the match. The format favors Xavier, doesn't it? Ajax asked. It wasn't the surround or unconsciousness that favored Xavier so much as it was the lack of killing attacks that Ajax assumed would favor Xavier. It doesn't. Arianwen shook her head. The Leafblade Scion is a physical fighter, or at least as much of a physical fighter as we elves tend to go. While it was only in humans that being born with magic was the rarity instead of being born without it like the other humanoid races, both the dwarves and the beastkin had people that chose to focus on physical combat and invested most if not all of their stats in that domain. Elves were unique in that even their heavy physical-based fighters spent at least 20-30 of their stats in mental stats. With both fighters being hybrid fighters, the format wouldn't favor either of them. Thankfully, the arena was set on hard ground instead of a sand pit. Leafblade would have had an advantage with his wind by using the sand as a way to obscure Xavier's vision otherwise. As they stood across from each other, both fighters took out a sword. While Xavier held a longsword with a 2-handed grip, Ajax knew he was proficient in wielding the weapon in a 1-handed grip with either of his hands. Leafblade, on the other hand, held a rapier with his right hand. His left hand was empty, but Ajax noticed multiple small knives sheathed all around his body where they could easily be reached. One thing that Ajax very much took note of was that the rapier lacked the large handguard he had seen back on Earth in a museum, and instead sported a regular crossguard. Ajax saw this very much as a downgrade, not only because of the exposed hand and less pleasing aesthetics, but also because the handguard could be shaped into an enchantment. Ajax would wait until he saw Leafblade in action before passing judgment, just in case his fighting style would clash with a more elaborate handguard. Once the duel began, Ajax was surprised to see Leafblade back away with a defensive posture while Xavier charged forward. That surprise was instantly replaced by understanding as Leafblade finished his first spell, and Ajax could now feel a physical boost that had the same efficiency as his own mana siphon surrounding the elf. Using his first spell for a boost, however, left Leafblade wide open for Xavier, who wasted no time swinging, while also releasing a bolt of lightning from his one hand. There are empowerment spells that continue without being channeled. Ajax asked, very much surprised since he hadn't been given the option to learn any of them. There are very few. The prince said as he watched Leafblade neutralize the lightning bolt by throwing one of his knives in its path. Of the ones we are aware of, the elves have at least 2 different ones among their nobles. The beastkin have one used by certain feline nobles, and the dwarves also have one that focuses much more on increasing strength and durability. So far, no human has a non-channeled spell to physically boost themselves. Ajax didn't need to look at the rest of Leafblade's entourage to know they were smiling at them with a gloating expression as they heard Ajax's remark. That look of superiority made Ajax want to follow up the question with, "But why is it so much worse than my skill?" But he knew better than to give away so much information about Mana Siphon. And there was no way that Mana Siphon wasn't far superior to whatever spell Leafblade was using. They may have had the same efficiency when it came to mana spent for boost, but Ajax could use any mana near him, including that of enemies, while Leafblade was forced to provide his own only. As the fight progressed, Xavier was being driven back more and more. Both of them were using quick short spells to try and unbalance each other, but while Xavier's spells were a bit stronger, and he seemed to be the more skilled swordsman, it wasn't enough to make up for the increase in power and speed the elf had. Is the difference in their effective stats too big now for the technique to work? Ajax asked with a little worry as Xavier took a cut on his right arm, one that was thankfully shallow. Both Harold and Benedict remained silent at the question. Neither of them knew the answer, but both of them were afraid of the same thing. No, it just takes a bit for it to get going, the prince said as he watched the fight with a small smile that was starting to grow. Seeing the smile, Ajax focused back on the fight and looked for what he missed. In the next 30 seconds, Xavier took 2 more cuts that were not all that shallow, but Ajax finally figured out what to look for. Slowly but surely, it looked more and more like Xavier wasn't simply reacting to Leafblade. In fact, Xavier was starting to take control of the entire fight. He was slower, and he was weaker, but with every exchange, Xavier started to gain ground and force Leafblade back. It wasn't through power or speed, but rather the location of where the contact happened. As he noticed that his blade wasn't finding its mark any longer, Leafblade tried to rely more on his magic, but it had been clear from the start that Xavier's magic stats were higher than Leafblade, and that his spells perfectly neutralized Leafblade's. Then it happened. Ajax could see the exact moment that seemed like everything fell into place. The fight turned from one where it looked like Xavier was going to slowly push Leafblade into one mistake after another, into a slow but inevitable victory, to one of total dominance. Xavier hadn't gotten any faster or any stronger, but Leafblade's form, when their swords crossed, went from less than ideal to outright atrocious. More than that, however, Xavier started to step in with confidence and perfect timing, as he scored 2 more deep cuts, one on Leafblade thigh, and the other on his ribs, pushing straight through the defensive enchantments. Everything came to a head for Ajax when he saw Xavier duck under a swing in order to retaliate with a cut across the stomach. The move initially seemed bad to Ajax as it left Xavier exposed to the knife in Leafblade's other hand, but he simply twisted out of the way, though this did leave his back exposed to the elf. When Xavier had managed to perfectly deflect Leafblade's follow-up strike while swinging his sword behind him, Ajax had a theory of what was happening. As he turned to look at the prince, Ajax's words died in his throat, as he saw the previous smirk be replaced by a look of surprise, and the prince leaned forward, as if trying to get close to the fight so he could see it better. Ajax decided to wait a moment, as he tried to fully digest his realization, as he watched Xavier finish the fight in the next few moments, putting the edge of his blade to Leafblade's throat as the latter was forced to surrender. Once the match was called and the group was left waiting for Xavier to join them in the stands, Ajax approached the prince. A more pointed look was all it took for the prince to activate a privacy bubble before Ajax's started laying out his thought process. He's predicting him. The prince said nothing as Ajax pushed forward. That's why it doesn't work with too big of a difference in stats. If the speed and strength is too far apart, being able to predict the next move won't help since you can't keep up. Too big a difference in mental stats, and the opponent will be relying on magic more, and they will be able to think and process everything quickly enough that they can change their next move after you started reacting to the prediction. But how can he be so good at it? The last question came out as more of an accusation, as Ajax was slightly angry at how Xavier hadn't even tried to use the style against him even once. Xavier was worse than most who had learnt this fighting style. The prince answered. Worse. Ajax was shocked to hear that what he had seen was the inferior version. I said was worse, the prince corrected. Well, I won't explain how everything works. I can tell you that pulling it off relies on a number of different skills that all come together to create a battle style skill. Up until now, Xavier had gained a version of all the types of skill needed for the style, but he hadn't gained the style skill. I think that changed during this very duel. That answer was enough to snuff out the small amount of anger Ajax had felt as it all started making more sense to him. Thinking back to how the predictive fighting style was when Xavier first started pushing back, he could see how it wouldn't have helped the prince even a little versus Ajax. Hell, it wouldn't have been useful against Anna or Lexi either, as they relied more on big spells. That out of the way, however, Ajax chose to focus on the 2 other things the prince had said. First was that the style was based on multiple types of skills, but different versions of those types could be used, meaning there wasn't one set skill that was needed. The other thing he mentioned was that Xavier had just formed his style. Seeing how big the difference was from one moment to the next, as Ajax himself had taken note of, when Ajax's approach gained a boost, he couldn't help but wonder just what rarity was the style that Xavier had gotten. Everyone present to watch the duel started to make their way towards the infirmary, where Xavier and his opponent were being treated. On the way there, one of the other young elves kept throwing looks towards Benedict, clearly looking to return the favor by challenging him. Ajax put a stop to that immediately, as he didn't want to waste any more time, and they were going to leave the capital, as soon as the elf took even one step towards their group and mirrored him. The challenge died on the elf's tongue as he came face to face with Ajax. His victory over Arianwin already made the rounds, and since the first incident after he exited the primary dungeon, everything had been clearly discussed by all the local nobility. Umana starved, half Orson Cur. They were close to the infirmary when the obscenities started flying. That was not part of the wager. Oh please, like you wouldn't have asked for the next griffin cub had you won. Xavier's voice wasn't as loud, but had a hint of schadenfreude. The stakes were clear and concise. What did you bet? The prince's voice boomed as he entered the infirmary, finally finding out about the slight mishap in a very unexpected way. Xavier's smug smile died on his face as he slinked back into the bed to make himself look smaller as he turned to face his uncle. It doesn't matter. It hasn't come to pass. Xavier quickly moved to leave the past behind. I did win us a fortress tree. All of the elves from Leafblade's entourage gasped as they heard that before turning an almost fearful expression on the elf that was still being healed. The wager and the duel have been witnessed by agents of the queen herself. The prince turned towards Leafblade's guards. I assume the duke has a specimen on hand. He does. Leoriel provided. Perfect. Contact the estate and have it delivered to us as we are about to leave the capital. The prince didn't even wait for Xavier to get healed as he dragged his nephew out of the bed, slapped him on the back roughly to channel of his healing runes through him, and started marching him outside. We will see what your punishment will be later. After that, he wraps one arm around Xavier's shoulder as he gives him an affectionate side hug, as well as the reward for your spoils. Their quick ride through the city wasn't as peaceful as everyone had hoped. As they were stopped at the checkpoint between the merchant and noble quarter, all of them were required to exit their carriage. That's when the attack happened. The prince moved to protect Xavier, thinking that this was Duke Leafblade reacting after hearing what had happened, but that wasn't the case. There wasn't just one attacker either. There were in fact 3 elves donning fully black outfits, 2 of them leather and 1 of them cloth. Their target was Ajax. Danger Sense warning wasn't enough for Ajax to be able to react to the first spell that broke all of the shields his enchanted equipment provided him, but it was enough to give him time to use Mana Siphon on the other 2 assassins. Both the leather wearers were using physical enchantment spells, but unlike Leafblade's, theirs were much stronger but also channeled. The pressure exerted by Mana Siphon was enough to cause one of their spells to break, as the user simply wasn't good enough to maintain it. Ajax's first reaction to seeing that was to react to the elf still charging at him, but he dismissed that line of thought once he realized Danger Sense no longer gave him a reaction to the more skilled assassin. A moment later, he could feel the mana coming off of Araner, coalescing in the direction of the assassin, so he focused the 2 remaining threats. He quickly discarded the mage. Even with a perfect ambush, his spell had barely managed to break through the admitted numerous shields he had around himself. While that level of power was a danger to him on his own, he knew the mage wasn't strong enough to launch any attack with any real strength before the prince took care of him. That left him with the final assassin, whose boosting spell he had broken. Ajax was sure he could dodge the attack, but that wasn't good enough for him. Instead, he took advantage of the small moment of disorientation. The assassin suffered to use every one of mana he had recovered since exiting the dungeon. In total, Ajax spent just a little over 1,500 mana. Even with all of the training he had undergone to build his mana veins resistance, this was still over what he could handle. Ajax knew there would be a price to pay for choosing this path. Those 1,500 points of mana, however, weren't used in a single spell, but in multiple. The first had made the earth around Ajax mushy like wet mud. This wouldn't give the elf anything to find good purchase. The second sent out a lightning bolt towards the assassin. The third infused his own armor with metal mana to ensure it provided better defense now that his shield enchantments were gone. The fourth and final spell, however, Ajax was channeling through his dagger. It was a vibration spell that he hoped would be enough to bypass the assassin's defenses. Time seemed to slow down for Ajax as both him and the assassin struck. It was a good thing he had infused his armor with metal mana, as while the assassin's sword still cleaved through it, the armor forces the attack from slicing over his heart to a 4-inch deep gash into his shoulder. The armor and the elf's failing footwork was all that saved Ajax's life. Marked, the word resounded in the wake of the assassin as he dashed straight past to run away, not even giving a thought to his allies or even the condition of his target. All that mattered now was escape. Ajax felt the mark on himself return stronger than before. He would have to excise curse mana that provided the assassins his location, but there was nothing he could do to the vulnerability effect. Right now, however, he couldn't care about that. His first reaction would have been to heal himself, but he had just spent the last of his mana. Ajax would have bet anything that there was a powerful poison on the assassin's blade, so he wasted no time grabbing a small container from his spatial storage and carefully covering his wound with a layer of magma. The pain from the burning sludge was enough to cause Ajax to falter. Thankfully, Lexi was quick enough to react, as she quickly scraped the small layer of magma away from his now charred wound and started chanting a healing spell. All the while, she was also feeding Ajax a mana potion so that he would regain access to his life mana quicker. Both of the other assassins had already died. The more skilled leather wearer was encased in a 2-inch thick layer of ice. As for the mage, she sported 2 of Leoriel's arrows embedded in her chest, as well as having been cleaved in 2 from her midsection by the prince. After him, Leoriel commanded, Don't engage." Ajax heaved out as he was using every ounce of mana that he was regenerating to heal his wound with life mana. Leoriel and everyone else turned to Ajax with shocked looks, all of them silently demanding an explanation. Chase him, but Ajax took another deep breath as he had to focus his mind through the pain that was radiating off his shoulder. But don't engage, don't let him slow down or recuperate, but give it 10 no, 15 minutes before you attack him. You poisoned him, Both Araner and the prince exclaimed at the same time, remembering what had happened to the first assassin. Arrest the perpetrator. Leoriel shouted after her people that had dashed off, not even slowing down, when Ajax tried to stop them from engaging. Her command would have the soldiers attempt to get the assassin to surrender first before attacking him. That time was all the leeway she would allow for Ajax's plan before he people would engage. How are you? The prince said as he kneeled next to Ajax, who was sitting on the ground while activating a number of runes on his armor, a considerable amount of mana passing through the runes as more healing spells started to take effect. I got him right over his heart, Ajax said with a mix of pride and anger. I don't care about the assassin. The prince erupted. You did all you could, now forget about him and focus on healing yourself. Ajax took the prince's advice to heart and used meditation to increase his focus while overcoming the pain. 2 minutes after the pursuit had started, however, a small smile crept over Ajax's face as a notification demanded his attention at the corner of his vision. He chose to ignore it for now as he focused on healing himself, but a few more minutes later his suspicion was confirmed. He just dropped and started shaking on the ground, one of the elves said as he held the assassin's corpse. A minute later he was dead. Take the body to the royal alchemist, he'll want to examine it, Leoriel commanded. The prince turned to object, but she cut him off before he could speak. Baron Hearthbound's request not to engage was respected. We would however claim the body as the price. He did just get as much of an unassisted kill as is possible on a level 157. The prince accepted the compromise as fair by closing his mouth and giving a nod. Ajax's pain resistance was getting the best workout it had ever gotten as his arm sent a spike of pain every time he moved the massive cast that encased the entire right side of his torso. 2 damn levels off. Even though the attack had happened 4 whole days ago, Ajax couldn't help but still curse the assassin, not for the attempt on his life so much as for being only 2 levels off from increasing Ajax's achievement of killing something triple his level without assistance. Just let it go already. Lexi broke Ajax out of his musing as she carefully wrapped him in a hug without jostling his injured side. What? Ajax was surprised by her words. Ajax wanted to put up at least a token of resistance but couldn't help but agree with her. Her latter point about getting out of this country was a solid one, as with a second application of the mark on him, the assassin would feel the side effects stronger quicker and would be more motivated to kill him. More than that, however, Ajax was also severely inconvenienced by the wound that still lingered. The poison the assassin had used was of a very high grade as well as magical in nature. Not only would it have killed him in seconds had he not doused the area in magma, but even the small amount of time it had to work on his wound before he could burn it out was enough to make the area very resistant to healing magic. It wasn't to the point where it could repel his life mana, but it was still taking him time and care as he carefully worked his life mana to remove all traces of the poison as well as any of the scarring on the wound. Once all of that was done, the rest could be healed in one go with the usual healing magic. Going back to her first point, Ajax could accept that despite not improving his achievement, he was happy enough with the results of his victory. The system had seen fit to give him 5 skills as reward for his accomplishment. Focused Mind was an uncommon skill he had gained most likely from the concentration he pulled off in quickly reacting to his own wound, and for not only maintaining consciousness, but accurately and effectively working towards his own treatment despite the pain, exhaustion, and blood loss he was faced with. The rare skill Assassinate was just as easy to see the reason for. He had essentially killed his target with a single well-placed strike, one that sacrificed his weapon to simply inject the poison into the assassin. Both of these skills were well documented by the Kingdom of Grindor, while the first was mostly prevalent among crafters, instead of soldier combat healers were also known for getting it. Assassinate was a skill everyone was aware of, and while gaining it was objectively a good thing, it would best be kept under wraps that the head of a future ducal family had it so as to not influence the nobility's perception of them as the royal family's personal hitmen. The third skill wasn't as well documented or seen as that particularly impressive. The epic skill limit suppression was one that allowed people to push past their own limits. They speculated that Ajax received this because of how far he had pushed with the number of concurrent spells he used, the amount of mana he pushed out in the initial exchange, and for the way he maintained his consciousness and continued to spend his renewed mana following the exchange. Limit suppression was also the skill Ajax was most excited about. It hadn't started out that way, but one piece of information he had received from the prince about the skill had raised its value in Ajax's eyes. At a threshold, the skill could be upgraded to allow the user to suppress their usual limitation for a different cost, instead of the normal period of weakness. Ajax's whole plan for the skill was to lead it so that he could burn through his stamina, so he could bypass the amount of mana he could push through at any one time. This build wouldn't have him leaning so much into the physical boosting narrative he had initially envisioned by acquiring a boosting skill that ran off of stamina, similar to the way he could power mana siphon with his own mana. This change would make it a lot easier for him to overwhelm people with multiple different affinities, as it would allow him to take full advantage of the fact he could simultaneously cast multiple spells so long as he could bring forth enough mana for all of them. Vibration Strike was the most common sounding of all the skills he gained. The epic skill was simply a different version of Precise Cut and Precise Blow that was based off his newest legendary mana type. That wasn't a negative in his eyes, however, as he could see multiple ways to push the skill further by applying the vibration mana in multiple ways. Not only that, but by using the skill, he hoped he could apply vibration mana to his attacks without having to sacrifice the durability of his weapons. Creative Application was the fifth and final skill Ajax had received in the wake of the encounter, and it was one that perplexed him the most. The epic skill seemed more like a crafter skill, but he couldn't realize what had led to him getting it. Was it the use of magma to sear the wound and burn out the poison? Stop questioning why you got the skill. Lexi once more read him like a book and broke his trance once his mana got low enough that he stopped using his life mana. Let's go join the others. Lexi was very careful to help Ajax along, so as to not trigger his injury, as they moved from the private carriage back into Sylventhal's royal carriage to join the others. The valiant hero finally graces us with his presence. The prince was quick to make a joke as soon as Ajax entered the carriage. Once they had gotten past the checkpoint, Ajax had been moved to the carriage, where only Lexi and the prince had seen him for the past 4 days. You just had to upstage me. Xavier joined in as he shook his head in mock disappointment as he slapped Ajax on the back. Despite being careful enough to do so on the opposite side of his injury, he had still put too much strength behind the friendly slap, and Ajax flinched as his wound pulsed. Sorry, Xavier said with remorse as he saw his friend flinch. He was also quick to put some distance between him and Lexi, as he didn't need his new fighting style skill to tell him how she would respond to his negligence. How did you do it? Leoriel's voice was ice cold as she entered behind Ajax and Lexi. Do what? The prince asked. Are you sure you want me to say that aloud? Leoriel asked, but her gaze didn't leave Ajax's surprised face as he took his seat to look at the elf. I'm not sure what you are implying. Ajax took a moment to gather himself before he presented a united front with the prince. Fine, have it your way. Leoriel shrugged, her posture turning a little aggressive as she interpreted their confusion for a cover story. It took the royal alchemists and medics 3 days to figure out what happened, but you used an antidote to kill the assassin. So again I ask, how did you come up with that? More than a few people gasped at the implication, while Ajax's mind was already running at 100 miles an hour after he seemingly received the missing piece of the puzzle. This was why his poison had felt different to his skills compared to the weaker first iteration. This was also why he had gained the skill Creative Application that he hadn't disclosed to anyone else. Most importantly, however, this was also why almost every person in the carriage was looking at him with a slightly worried expression. Coming from Earth, Ajax was already aware that a lot of medicines could end up being poison if taken in too large a dose, or when taken in absence of the sickness or poison they were supposed to counteract. This was not the case in this new life. Creating an antidote that could function as a poison was groundbreaking, not because of the new application, but because the system recognized the concoction as an antidote. Certain skills wouldn't work on it. Skills like detect poison or poison resistance. The way most antidotes work in this world was that they targeted the bad agent affecting the body and removed it. Ajax's clotting poison worked by forcing the blood to clot despite any other interference, this making it act like an antidote for a powerful hemorrhagic poison that would dissolve in the blood of the victim. You made a deadly antidote. Araner found himself shocked at the possibility. Despite all his powerful and highly leveled social skill, his jaw was hanging low in acknowledgement of the achievement. As Ajax processed all of this, he turned to look at the prince, silently asking what their response to this would be. Ajax knew for sure that this wasn't something that he could cover under the guise of house secret. More than that, it wasn't even something he would be able to keep hidden from the other 2 kingdoms. The only question was, what could they get in return for the sensitive information? Ajax was glad that Leoriel had at least waited until he had recovered and rejoined the others before she started asking questions, but he was in no mood to be answering them. I don't know how I did it, Ajax answered honestly. This result was a happy accident. From the way Leoriel's face went from a frown to surprise, Ajax guessed she had a decently good truth-telling skill that confirmed what he just told her. Really, the question was rhetorical as it just slipped out before Leoriel moved on. What poison were you trying to make that counts as an antidote? Whatever you are working with is new to us. Ajax wasn't surprised to hear that. Long-term poisons that have no immediate symptoms are rare but not unheard of. A poison that actively helps the victim in the short term while also being deadly is a much larger leap that hadn't yet been made. Ajax was looking forward to how the system would count his discovery of this whole debacle. From the lack of achievement, he wasn't the first ever to discover the interaction, but he was hoping for more than a single discovery to come from this. A novel poison. The prince responded, his continued silence being an answer in and of itself. Are you willing to sell the initial poison to them? Anna's question drew everyone's eyes towards her. However, she didn't waver her gaze from Ajax. That could cause some issues regarding safety. The prince went to say, but Anna cut him off with a shake of her head. He's not selling the recipe, and he's not selling the improved version that is treated as an antidote. By selling the initial poison, he can get in front of any questionable political intentions. After all, even if your poison is seen as an antidote by the system, they will have a version that works like a poison, so it won't be this nebulous unseen killer. What would you ask for in exchange? Leoriel was quick to adapt and latched on to Anna's idea so she could at least get something. Alchemy Inger. Ajax was ready to jump straight into it, but was cut off by Anna's hand on his non-injured shoulder. Samples of some more exotic alchemy reagents native to Deepwood. Anna said in Ajax's stead, her merchant skills pushing as hard as they could. Live samples that can be transplanted. Ajax couldn't help but be impressed with Anna's foresight. If he had a few samples to transplant into his own fields, he might be able to grow his own depending on what conditions they required. The ones with the least specific environmental factors required for their development and growth would be best. Anna pushed on. Leoriel stood silent for a moment as she activated her privacy barrier. It took her no more than 10 seconds to drop the barrier. 3 species, 1 sample of each. Leoriel's offer closed off the first part of the negotiation and opened the second. 7 species, 3 of each. Anna countered. 4 species, 2 samples of each. Leoriel shot back. Anna opened her mouth for her next counter, but no words came out. Ajax looked at her in surprise, while she seemed to contemplate what was happening with a look of deep concentration. It was only then that Ajax realized that Leoriel was most likely one of their most gifted merchants, at least among the Queen's combatants. The reason she got the job of being the leader for their protection detail wasn't because her strength was perfect for it. It was because her strength was high enough to qualify her, and she had the merchant skill to negotiate. 5 species, 2 samples of each to transplant, and 1 of the end result. Anna's counter took Leoriel by surprise as she had expected her skill to assure her victory in the negotiation. Fine, Leoriel said as she let out a sigh after thinking over the terms of the agreement. But you're paying up front. With a nod from Anna, Ajax took out a vial full of his initial clotting poison and offered it to Leoriel. Why give it up so easily? The prince asked after Leoriel exited. It wouldn't take them all that long to figure out how the poison works if they keep examining the body of the assassin. Ajax answered. Even more so if they get their hands on the body of the other assassin I killed and see the similarities. Both bodies had died because of blood clots. They might have been initially dismissed since it would be common from blood to clot in an injured person that then succumbed to poison, but it wouldn't be long until they realized the clots could also be the means of killing, more so since hemorrhagic poison was one of the most well-known. So how about that royal technique of yours? Ajax asked Xavier, eager to no longer be the focus of the conversation. Xavier's smile widened at the question. Once your wound heals up, I look forward to showing you. But I thought Ajax stopped himself there, realizing he was about to mention how it didn't work on too big a stat difference. You'll see, was all that Xavier said with a smirk reminiscent of his uncle's. The next week of the journey, Ajax spent finalizing his healing. That wasn't to say that the journey was uneventful. 2 times the assassin had tried to ambush them. Unlike their previous attempts, however, both of these attempts were a shameful display. Both of the ambushes were simple attempts of opportunity based on proximity and terrain. There was no other distraction. There was no clear shot to Ajax. Their target hadn't even been aware of one of the attacks, until after everything was already handled by Leoriel and the rest of their escort. One thing both ambushes did have in common, however, was that the attackers were all sporting rashes all over their bodies. It was clear that their side of the bargain with the mark was coming due, and it clearly wasn't a pleasant experience. Are you sure about this? Ajax asked Xavier as he entered a combat stance. I'm sure, Xavier answered as he also took a combat stance. The prince was there to monitor the spar while also providing a privacy bubble large enough to keep their spar from prying eyes. Begin already. The item eats a lot of mana to extend the bubble so much. Xavier needed no further encouragement as he charged towards Ajax. Ajax, on the other hand, was taking it easy. He wasn't using the boost from Mana Siphon, and even then he was also holding back on his speed and strength as he wanted to work on his skill and not dominate the fight through his stats. The fight started off pretty even, with Ajax constantly swapping between his sword, axe, hammer, shield, and dagger constantly. He was able to cycle through a large variety of attacks despite not having used more than one spell at a time to counter Xavier's chanting. As the fight continued, however, Ajax could feel Xavier pushing him harder and harder. Despite his skill with the weapons he was wielding, it almost looked like his form was crumbling more and more with every exchange. Ajax was already expecting this, however. The prince had even partially confirmed his guess about how the fighting style worked, so he knew what to look for. By holding himself back in terms of speed and strength, Ajax had plenty of time to analyze both his and Xavier's movements, to see that Xavier was more and more reacting to Ajax's move before he even made it. Sure, if Ajax wanted, he could focus on reacting to Xavier's moves instead, and the sheer difference in dexterity and intelligence would allow him to gain the upper hand. The big surprise came when Ajax felt Danger Sense faintly hum almost 4 minutes into the spar, as sweat ran down Xavier's forehead as he pushed himself. Ajax had intended to start using a second spell and swapping over to his spear for the first time to take Xavier by surprise. It was instead he who was surprised, as he found himself with his sword in his hand, while only canceling out Xavier's own spell. Ajax stopped holding back his stats, and even pushed a little with mana siphon to react, his high intelligence giving him plenty of time to make the decision. What happened next surprised Ajax even more, as his body seemed to move almost on autopilot as he pushed himself closer to his body's limits. The axe in his other hand had swapped over to a hammer. Ajax had made the choice to use an air augment instead of the metal one to specifically soften the impact before he sent Xavier sprawling. What was that? Ajax in surprise. It felt almost like my body wasn't listening to me. Xavier groaned as he picked himself off the ground, almost done in by my own skill. Ajax hadn't meant to hit Xavier so hard, only now did he realize that his body had actually been moving exactly as he had throughout their entire spar, despite him wanting to switch it up on Xavier. Are you not just predicting my movements but enforcing a pattern? Ajax asked as he firmly situated Xavier's skill as a legendary one, not a pattern, a rhythm. Xavier said as he stored his own armor and weapons. It will probably get easier to spot the more you are exposed to it, but if you analyze the fight with that in mind, I think you will see just how repetitive your attacks get on a 7-attack loop. Sure, the weapon is different, but every 7th attack you'll see it has the same purpose. It even held out once you stopped holding back. I just couldn't react to it. Ajax was very impressed with Xavier's new style. From what little he had shared about his breakthrough, it seems that besides the usual 5 skill types that were used as the basis for this style, he had also added the uncommon skill battle rhythm. Before getting his battle style skill, Xavier had used battle rhythm to help predict an opponent's next move, but now he could not just react. But by carefully orchestrating the fight to happen on his terms, he could rely on his opponent's own ingrained movements from training to get them to stick to the rhythm he was dictating, even when they initially wanted to diverge. What was even scarier was that he had done the same thing to Ajax, and he hadn't even realized for how long he had been going with it. That one spar was the only one Ajax took part in before they arrived at the next dungeon. He had spent the rest of his time working on his vibration mana with Lexi, though he could tell something was up with her ever since he showed her he had gained the same affinity. It wasn't that she wasn't happy for him, but something was eating away at her. What's going on? Ajax asked as they retired for the evening the night before they arrived at the dungeon. It's nothing, Lexi said. Despite Ajax not being the most perspective person when it came to social situation, he could tell it most certainly wasn't nothing. It's not nothing, you can tell me. Fine. Lexi let out a deep sigh as she turned to look Ajax in the eye. As she took in a deep breath, Ajax could tell she was building up the courage to admit what was wrong. I'm afraid you are going to just leave me behind, Lexi admitted. Ajax's instinctual reaction was to deny that he would ever do that, but he caught himself. He took a moment to digest what Lexi had just said. Throughout their entire relationship, Ajax had always been a few steps stronger than Lexi. That hadn't been a problem for them then, so what was it that caused it to be a problem now? There were 2 things that Ajax's mind went to. The first was that not only was Ajax stronger still, but that the gap between them was actively increasing as time passed. Had the gap between them stayed the same, Lexi wouldn't have started to have these feelings of inadequacy. The second thing was that Ajax had gained the same legendary affinity Lexi had. Before they had gone on the expedition outside of Grindor, Ajax had access to all the affinities Lexi had, and even a few more on top of that. For a moment, both of them had also gained a legendary affinity each, but now not only had Ajax gained 2 affinities, one of them was the same one Lexi had. This on top of all the extra stats Ajax was gaining with each dungeon, not to mention his most recent achievement. As he thought about all this, Ajax felt a pit form in his own stomach about how he might actually pull too far ahead of Lexi to the point she couldn't join him on any of his future adventures. You see it too, Lexi whispered as she noticed Ajax's eyes widened. A small part of her had hoped that he would just deny it. While this response was better for them in the long run, in the short term it increased the pressure she was feeling. I don't know how to help, Ajax finally said as he hugged Lexi closer. But don't give up hope. After this trip your stats will have increased enough that your grandfather may be able to teach you further. Ajax's words actually brought Lexi's spirits up. Before they left, Grindor Lexi had hit a wall in terms of what her grandfather could teach her, because she simply couldn't push her skills any further because of her limited stats. This was one of the big issues many people who were extremely talented faced, in that their skill would grow too quickly. Once they capped out due to stats, they had a much harder time gaining the experience to level to push the cap further out. Ajax was actually one of the best examples for this. Despite the fact that his skills were actually a little under the level expected of someone as talented as he was, at least for his level, he had only gotten to that high of a level because he had about 3 times as many skills. I'll make sure you'll get to delve more in the future as well. Ajax promised as much to Lexi as he did to himself. It will be a decade, maybe 2, before you reach the point where you'll lose out on the stats any of these dungeons can provide for you, and I'll make sure there is another delve ready for you to push further. Ajax's promise helped not only with his own determination, but it also helped ease Lexi's own fears a little as they both cuddled together before going to sleep. Tomorrow they would be delving, and they needed to be as rested as possible. The 4th dungeon in Deepwood had a 13-level jump between floors, and started with a floor that housed monsters between levels 32 and 37. Ajax was slightly disappointed by how the math worked out, as he would only be able to get the clear stats for only 4 floors. More than that, everyone was slightly more relaxed as they got ready to enter this dungeon because of how the breakpoints worked out. While none of them were going to be leaving their guards down, the floors worked out in such a way that all of them would be fighting a few levels below the highest floor they had already cleared in other dungeons. This was especially true of Lexi, who had managed to just barely defeat a level 70 and would now only be fighting a level 63. "I hope you're not thinking," Ajax said as they stood before the entrance of the dungeon. "No, I'm not thinking of trying to kill the level 76. Lexi cut him off before he finished. She had entertained the idea for longer than she'd like to admit, and while she knew the danger she would be exposed to would be limited with the prince there, to interfere the gap was just too big. I would need to be pushing the limits of my abilities to even try something like that. While running through all of the dungeons like this one after the other was a big boost for each of them, because of the stats they gained, it did also mean that as they went further and further along their journey, they were also losing out on just what percentage of their full power they could bring to bear. Before she had left, Grindor Lexi was confident that she had mastered what she was capable of, and could bring out close to 100% of what her stats, skills, and spells could do. While she was stronger now than when she began the added stats, skills were not yet fully mastered. More than that, because they were doing so many dungeons, the increase in power was one of the largest ones she had ever experienced in such a short span of time. "Ajax, a word." The prince approached Ajax once they entered the dungeon. Yes, Ajax was confused why the prince would want a private word like this. Lexi's recent confession had him worried that it would also be something bad. "I'm not sure what happened as you cleared the last dungeon, nor am I sure just what the new skills you gained from killing the assassin mean in terms of your full abilities." The prince was deadly serious as he spoke. Not an ounce of his usual joking attitude could be seen. "But you are not attempting the 7th floor." Ajax was surprised by what the prince said. In a moment of stunned silence, Ajax redid the math to make sure he wasn't mistaken, but no, the prince was saying that Ajax shouldn't try killing a level 141 miniboss, something he had no intention of trying anyway. "I had no intention of trying that," Ajax said. "Why wouldn't I do so if I could? Because I can't clear the 8th floor." The prince responded, "The risk is just too great." The 8th floor would have level 167 minibosses on it. While they would be strong, Ajax had no doubt that the prince would be able to clear all of them in time without much issue. At worst, they might have to spend some extra time on the 7th floor to make sure the main mana type of the floor was favorable for the prince. The big problem was the floor boss, since a floor boss of that level could very much kill even the prince if a bad matchup came up. "I see," Ajax acknowledged. "No need to worry, I'm not there just yet." In an odd twist, it was Ajax making the joke with cocky grin, and the prince that was looking at him with a serious air. The team started clearing the dungeon at a breakneck pace. Only 2 hours into the delve, and already most of the group had already finished their kills for the 3rd floor. The only holdout was Benedict. Unfortunately for him, the monsters on this floor were very defensively focused, so he was at a disadvantage being a physical fighter. Found a frog type. Ilara returned to the group with a wide smile. Most of the monsters they had been facing had been earth or rock-based turtles with very hard shells for their levels. While a frog type would be much faster and more offensively dedicated, it was something Benedict would have no issue handling. The fight between the two didn't take all that long. Benedict focused on taking out the frog's knees first, and once its mobility was crippled, it was easy to catch up and finish it. "What's the matter?" the prince asked the group as they headed for the next floor. It all just seemed Lexi started unsure how to express what she felt without sounding delusional. Too easy. It was Xavier who finished the sentence. It feels too easy. At the same time, it also feels like a bit of a waste. If we spent even a few months easing into our gains, we probably could have pushed one floor further. Anna also threw in her own contribution. You're looking at it all wrong, Alara said as she shattered the melancholy atmosphere that was starting to form. This might feel like you're wasting a priceless opportunity, but that isn't exactly the case. What do you mean? Even Arianwen was confused by her friend. For a long time now, access to another country's dungeons has always been very limited, Alara explained. All of this has been for a very good reason, but I have a feeling all of that is going to change soon, and it's all because of you. Everyone turned to Ajax, who she was looking at. You've managed to not only give yourself a big head start in terms of stats at an early level, but fate or good planning also granted you access to almost 5 countries' worth of dungeons. You're missing a few floors here and there, but not much else. I see Benedict caught on to what she was saying. Just to have people who in the future could at least join together to at least confront Ajax countries would work together in an exchange more often, with us getting all of the lower floors now, even though we would be higher level later, on when the exchanges start, we will be simply picking up where we left off. Ajax couldn't help but feel a swell of pride fill his chest with just a hint of guilt. On the one hand, he was pushing the humanoid nations to work together and increase the powers of humanoids overall, just through his own dedication to getting better. A small part of him, however, felt guilty that this progress mostly came by due to fear. He pushed the guilt aside, knowing that it was a byproduct of Earth's view of dictators who rules with an iron fist that caused it. If anything, I would advise all of you to ensure you don't try and leverage your stats into leveling as quickly as possible. Alara continued, as with almost all things, politics will still take a long time to work out. Anna and Xavier were the most excited by this potential future. With their family's influence, the two of them were all but guaranteed to have a spot on the first such deals that went through. Lexi was also excited at the prospect of eventually catching up to the stats Ajax gained from dungeon floors, even if it would take her a while to do so. While Ajax's classmates were all uplifted by the news, the same couldn't be said of everyone else. Alara, Arianwen, Darkclaw, Harold, and even the prince couldn't help but feel a touch of envy that they were simply born at the wrong time to take advantage of such an opportunity. More than that, for Alara, Arianwen, and Darkclaw, the new state of affairs would meant that they might just have to stagnate their own leveling for a short while, just so they will get at least a taste of the same opportunity. Otherwise, in a century or two, they will simply be left behind by the new generation. Once they entered the 4th floor, all of Ajax's classmates exited the dungeon, and the prince felt no trepidation sending Ajax by himself to quickly clear the floor while he stood behind to talk. I can talk to my brother and father about getting a head start with the exchange delving. The prince offered the 3 of them, while Harold watched with practiced disinterest. The 3 of you won't have to delay yourselves for too long, but it will be expensive. Both Alara and Arianwen couldn't help but grimace at that. Their kingdom was in a very poor financial situation at the moment. That was the entire reason why Ajax had even gotten his own chance at delving their dungeons. There was no way they would be able to pay a premium just to speed up the process. Don't misunderstand, it won't be materially expensive. The prince was quick to catch on to what they were thinking. To everyone else, it will play out as more of a courtesy and goodwill for having helped Ajax, probably a part of the original deal that allowed him to delve. The price for it, however, will be more along the lines of a binding defensive pact. One thing nobody but the prince knew about was that both King Grindor and the Crown Prince would all but jump at any chance to set up a binding mutual defense pact. The reason for this was that everyone will very soon see the true extent of Ajax's power in a very clear way. The last dungeon on Ajax's delving route is the Empire's capital dungeon. Unlike all the others, he won't have a booster to join him for that one, and while he can boost Xavier, Lexi, and Anna, he would be forced to unleash a dungeon break after he squeezes out as many stats as he can out of it. That would be up to my father. That decision lies with the council. Both Arianwen and Darkclaw answer at the same time, neither looking to undermine their own country's leadership. Lara, however, is sure that once her father hears of the opportunity, he will push in favor of accepting the deal. It'll most likely mean some concessions for their family, to ensure that she is one of the few chosen for the opportunity, and the concession may even be so far as a political marriage for herself. I'm not here to pressure you into a decision. The prince lifted his hands defensively. I myself don't have the authority to put forward such a deal, but I can at least mention it. I should also mention that we should leave this kingdom as soon as possible. It won't be long until others start putting together what little Alara did. This was the biggest fear the prince had right now. He himself hadn't put the pieces together as well as Alara did, but once he saw the whole picture, it put him on edge. While a future of delving exchanges seemed to be to the benefit of all on the surface, that wasn't exactly the truth. There were a few nations that would be left out in the cold. The Empire, Deepwood, and Hymountain were all supremacist nations. At best, they might form an exchange with their non-supremacist neighbors, but that was it. It wouldn't take longer than a millennium, maybe two, before the four more central nations would grow too strong for them to even contend with. Should Deepwood decide that they would prefer a decisive fight over a slow death, they may just break the agreement and get rid of Ajax now to put a stop to anything and take their chances with rebuilding after the war. That Aryan Wind's eyes open wide, a flicker of fear passing through them. For the first time, she feels that her own life is also in danger on this expedition, as Deepwood would definitely eliminate all of them, and not just the non-elves. Worse yet, they might hold her and Alara hostage to try and strong-arm her father in keeping Sylvanthal neutral. We'll stay behind on the 6th floor, Alara suggested. We'll set a countdown for us to exit so that we come out at the same time as Ajax before you clear the last floor. That way we will downplay his abilities. He barely stumbled out of the dungeon the last time, so it would look better if he isn't pushing a floor above us consistently. That might buy us some time. Harold nodded. Even if they catch on to what we're doing, figuring out what is going on might add a day or two before they put everything together. For the first time in a while, Ajax actually had a rather easy time in all the floors of the dungeon. Even the final floor didn't pose that much of a challenge for him because of the extra stats he gained from his skills. If anything, the floor was the perfect whetstone for him to get a decent handle on how his spells worked with all the extra stats. That was quite the increase in power, the prince said as they waited together in front of the arch. Can you tell me if it's replicable? Ajax remained silent for a moment as he debated what to do. In a way, he finally answered, but it's not practical. The increase looks close to 100 stats. The prince raised an eyebrow. That's a rather big increase that practicality can be left aside. Ajax chose to remain silent, and the prince respected that. He had something else on his mind. Once you exit the dungeon, I have a mission for you. The prince decided to switch topics. What are those? Ajax asked as he saw the prince take out two items that shined to his mana sense, showing they contained a fair amount in their storage. My privacy shield and the communicator for my father, the prince said. You, Alara, and Arianwin will all exit at the same time. It will be almost a day before I exit, and I need to make sure no deal is struck at that time. What kind of deal? Hearing who was involved and the time-sensitive nature of the agreement, he couldn't put together what could have happened. What's wrong? The prince asked as he took in Ajax's awkward expression. Nothing. Ajax waved it off. I just didn't think I would become such a catalyst for change. His thoughts, however, also added, am I really going to be the evil overlord who is defeated by the power of friendship? The most important part of the agreement was that Ajax himself wouldn't really be able to take advantage of the delving, since he had already cleared most of those floors, and no country would let outsiders delve floors past level 150. The sheer number of high-level monsters unleashed by a dungeon break at that level would be enough to level a capital, even if their elites would survive, and eventually even kill off the monsters that escape. But why is this so time-sensitive? Ajax asked. I don't see your father and brother rushing headlong into a deal without waiting to run it by you. I doubt they realized just how quickly you would grow on this trip, the prince answered. They both have a great mind for ruling, and even some of the more advanced combat strategy is well understood, but they don't have the same grasp when it comes to one person's ability to progress. Ajax was taken aback by that, but as he thought about it, more he realized that the prince was right. The king was close to twice the same age as his son. He was a higher level, and Ajax was certain he even possessed more overall stats. Despite this, the prince registered as the stronger of the two to his judged threat. This was the difference between someone who leveled as a combatant and someone who only dabbled in combat. I expect Alara's little revelation to come as a surprise to them, the prince continued. That in and of itself will be enough to rattle them, as had they realized the risk, they may not have been so enthusiastic about the extension to your trip. Accepting the delve exchange and allowing other to delve our dungeons first with no collateral should they break the deal would a great political move to show goodwill. I think just going for the goodwill might be the better way of going about it. Ajax as he thought about it. In an ideal, hell, even in an okay scenario, I'd fully agree with you, the prince nodded. But in those cases, you would anyway have enough time to grow and progress. Having those defensive agreements in place would be paramount if something unexpected should happen. With that, Ajax let the topic drop. With nothing else to do, Ajax decided to scrounge up any or the flora present and try his hand at alchemy using such mana-dense ingredients. They still had another 3 hours before it would finally be time for him to exit the dungeon, since the plan was made to allow for the case that Ajax didn't kill the first miniboss he faced and needed to find a second. Will we take our time a little more once we step back into Sylvanthal? Ajax asked. While he had initially been prepared for an extended trip, the addition of Deepwood had turned what was supposed to be normal dungeon circuit into a drive-by, where they hit the dungeon as they raced past. Ajax had expected the journey to be a lot more like the lap they did of the Republic, where they would spend a few days in the city around each dungeon before moving on. The danger of Deepwood, as well as the timer with the Empire Delve, had meant all of them had spent the last 3 months on the road, with barely a few days stopped, and even those were only to delve. You'll have about 10 days to relax in Sylvanthal's capital on top of the days you will be delving for. For the other 2 dungeons, we will stop for a day to rest before and after we all exit the dungeon, the prince reassured him, with the time to depart rapidly approaching Ajax, and the prince stepped onto the next floor. Ajax didn't take the time to look over his new surroundings. He barely spared a second to give Mana Siphon a chance to take in the ambient mana to see if he could push the skill's ability to predict dungeon floors before he exited the dungeon with the prince's privacy and communication items. As Ajax exited the dungeon and took in his surrounding, it occurred to him that they hadn't taken one thing into account. They had accounted for the difference in the speed of time as it related between the dungeon and the outside, but not between the 2 floors of the dungeon. Since Ajax and the prince were 1 floor higher, time would pass slightly faster for them, and Ajax, who was supposed to be the last to exit by a few seconds, found himself all alone outside the dungeon, hoping for the other to exit quickly. Unlike the dungeons in the capital, there was nobody around this dungeon that could pose a threat to him besides Araner and their own escorts. Even the dungeon guards weren't strong enough to pose a threat to him, so he simply did his best not to show his distress at having messed up the plan. What happened? Another deviation from the original plan was Araner's reaction. Since the plan had been hatched inside the dungeon, he couldn't have been informed. Having Ajax be the first to exit despite Arianwin and Alara having almost always excited a floor earlier caused some serious distress to the Elven champion. While Ajax had actually gotten to the level where he could comfortably track the champion's movements, as he was a full mage, it did little to help with the mana that was leaking from the arms that were fastened to Ajax's shoulders, the elf's previous question hanging ominously in the air. Fortunately enough for Ajax, the rest of his team exited before he had a moment to give his best attempt at an explanation. Harold, Alara, Arianwin, and Darkclaw were all very surprised to find Ajax waiting for them outside the dungeon with Araner's aura exuding a murderous presence. Their reactions to the situation were different. Harold and Darkclaw looked on confused, while Arianwin quickly moved to soothe Araner, and Alara facepalmed as she quickly figured out what happened and couldn't help but be disappointed at her past self for failing to notice the hidden variable. The situation quickly calmed down once everyone exited the dungeon. Alara muttered a very quiet curse, disappointed at herself for not having thought about a temporal difference with something so precise. Ajax knew their plan had failed, but even in failure it would still do its job in confusing people. As Arianwin took Araner to one side so she could use a privacy screen where she could explain everything, Ajax contemplated doing the same in order to get in touch with King Grindor. As soon as the privacy bubble went up around Araner, an Arianwin danger sense started losing its shit. Ajax had no idea what was going on, so he maximized Mana Siphon's defensive potential. In a way, he very rarely did he let it drain everything around him at maximum capacity, with the exception of his own gear. There was no way the skill could convert as much mana as it was drawing in into a physical boost, but it should weaken any form of magical attack before it made contact. More than that, Arianwin lowered her privacy bubble as soon as they sensed that something was going on. While a privacy bubble did mostly isolate the people inside from those outside, it did work the other way around to a much lower effectiveness. As soon as the bubble lowered, Araner turned straight away to the confluence of mana he was sensing gathering in the distance and started chanting. Ajax followed Araner's gaze, but there was nothing he could see. Not even the Elven champion could see anyone, yet he knew their position solely from the mana gathering. Then the mana was gone from Araner's senses. He braced for a large effect and released a good amount of mana into the earth at their feet to at least interfere with any attack that looked to take control of it. Ajax's initial defense of Mana Siphon was what saved him in the end. His skill had managed to drain the shadow mana of the arrow fired towards him, revealing it a moment before it made contact. With his legs already braced, that moment was all Ajax needed to try and jump out of the way of the arrow. His attempt at escape wasn't a total success. Funnily enough, he didn't yet feel the pain, and more noticed the wound from his sense mana as he monitored his defensive equipment. A chunk of flesh about 4 inches in diameter was missing out of Ajax's left side, and blood was gushing out at a prodigious rate. Ajax wasted no time casting his life regeneration, as well as 3 different light-based spells in order to get the wound under control. Throughout all this, however, he was sporting a grin. Multiple elves from their escort quickly rushed towards the predicted position of the shooter, though none of them expected to be able to find him. No, Leoriel's voice was a mix between denial and rage. She was standing next to where the arrow was embedded 5 feet deep into the earth, despite it being reinforced by the presence of Araner's mana. A final quiet whisper passed her lips: "We have failed." It took a moment for Leoriel to regain her composure before he gave the signal, and the pursuit of the attacker was called off by her second in command. "Why did you stop the pursuit?" Xavier demanded in anger. "Because they won't be able to catch him, and that's even if they are able to track him." Leoriel answered in a measured tone. She buried her outrage at being commanded by a visitor so much younger and weaker than herself in light of the circumstances. "You know who attacked?" Anna interjected. "I know whose calling mark that arrow is. It even lets us know which assassin group was targeting your friend," Leoriel said as she pointed towards it. "The leader of Shade Blossom is the one who attacked." The name of the group didn't mean much to the Delving group, but Araner fixed the elf with a look once the name passed her lips. He clearly recognized the name of the weakest assassin. "That coward is behind this," Araner cursed. Seeing the looks of confusion, Araner explained who the assassin was. "He is an assassin with next to no engagement skills. His entire kit is based around hiding, shooting, running, and poisoning. He would lose to people even 30 levels lower than himself in a straight fight. His ability to poison someone with an arrow is next to unmatched." A flurry of concerned looks turned towards Ajax, who could help but chuckle a little at the situation. "You best say your goodbyes. He doesn't have long," Leoriel offered in a remorseful tone. As soon as the group gathered around Ajax, he activated the prince's privacy bubble. The drain on his mana was unexpected, so he also quickly turned it off only for Arianwen to bring up her own privacy bubble. "I'm sorry." Arianwen quickly apologized. She felt extremely guilty for thoughtlessly dragging Araner into a privacy bubble while the prince was still inside the dungeon. "I'm so sorry, I'll be fine." Ajax tried to wave her off. "You won't," Araner said, though his words contained some doubt as he noticed Ajax's situation seemed to be improving instead of deteriorating. "His poison is very potent, and his skills should nullify any skill you have to help you. With just your stats and healing, you won't survive the poison." "I might not." Ajax nodded in assent. "But I wasn't poisoned." Ajax's words suddenly drew everyone's undivided attention to the wound they had all been unconsciously avoiding. A pink, fresh layer of skin was visible around the edges of the armor that looked to have torn off. Since his initial chest plate was ruined, following his previous assassination attempt, Ajax had fallen back on using his own armor. His was very much inferior to the one the royal family provided in nearly all respects, but it did have one very odd attribute. "That's the armor Kate, Luna and my grandfather worked on." Lexi sobbed as she rushed to run her hands over the edges of the armor around the wound with tears still in her eye. "It worked." She finally gasped with a laugh as she launched into a hug and gave Ajax a deep kiss. The timing of the talk had matched up with Kate's lessons on dealing with poisons. From there, Kate and Luna approached Duke Manashaper with help in their little project. Their idea had been to add an enchantment to plate armor that was centered around the detect poison enchantment. They had worked for a long time before they finally managed to come up with a set of enchantments that would have the armor intentionally break and reinforce only at the point in contact with the weapon. In this way, the small patch of reinforced armor would wrap itself around the weapon and tear through the flesh, more than likely doing more damage than the blow itself would have, but preventing poison from being effective. It had taken Luna, Kate, and the few of the people Duke Manashaper had assigned to the project 2 years before they had finally finished the enchantment. Despite their work being a success, its uses were too niche to compete with the multitude of enchantments already available for the amount of space it took up. This wasn't to say that it was a failure, as multiple sets of armor were created, as they were ideal for weaker people to wear when defending from assassins, but it wasn't revolutionary on a large scale. "The only question remaining now is, how do we react to this?" Ajax asked. The following conversation took 30 minutes, all of which Ajax had spent in silence, as he knew he wasn't the most skilled person in those matters. With the decision finally made, Ajax asked for a moment of privacy, as he pulled out the prince's communication device, intent on fulfilling his promise to the prince, as well as reporting the newest development and getting the king's take on their situation. Almost everyone agreed to Ajax's demand, but Lexi simply remained silent as she still clung to him and just gave a shake of the head no, while tightening her grip on him. Despite the fact that his wound was already fully healed, a simple pink shade all that differentiated the skin where the wound had been from the surrounding area, it had been a close call. As Ajax activated the prince's privacy bubble once more and the communication device, he was surprised to find it took a few moments before the line connected. Even more surprising were the words that came from the other side. It was a voice he recognized in a tone he hadn't heard before. "Who are you?" "And my son better be alive." King Grindor's voice came out as a growl. King Grindor POV, the last few months had me considering investing a decent amount of my own wealth into Luna. The royal healer had told me that my headaches were psychosomatic or something like that. Essentially, I was doing this to myself. So there was nothing to heal, but like her recent discovery with poisons, she might be able to find something with enough funds. A single glance at my desk was enough to double the strength of the pulsing in my head. Dozens of letters stood there, all of them from some of the highest dukes and viscounts in the kingdom, all of them clamoring about favoritism and their own share. Much like all things as of late, they all tied back to Ajax. The kid's first reward of getting access to the dungeons in the Empire wasn't something anyone looked at too closely. It was the first time it had happened, and technically it was all handled by the Goldmincers on the logistical level. A few people were upset a baron had gotten 2 slots in the less important dungeon, but it wasn't that hard to swallow considering the circumstances. The delves into the Republic were something nobody could complain about. Not only were there plenty of spots, so many that all of the most talented people in the kingdom had gotten a chance to go. Every important noble had managed to secure a spot if they had a very promising fighter. It was what came after that kicked off this shitshow. Even worse, I was still traveling back when it started, so I couldn't snuff it out before it grew too large. If there was a saving grace, it was that the people Ajax had chosen to take with him from our kingdom were connected to the 3 archdukes, and that the young Manashaper's relationship with Ajax was well known in the capital's social circles. On a more bittersweet note, my son and the rest of the convoy had been repeatedly attacked during their trip through Deepwood. While they hadn't always escaped unscathed, nobody had died yet, and with every attack that managed to break through the escort they were followed by, it meant a larger and larger payday for me from Deepwood. With what they had endured so far, I would receive more than enough of a variety of resources that my initial plan of having Ajax be a simple duke with a large manor in the capital was changed. On his return, Ajax would become a landed duke. More than that, I would see to it that his lands would include the city of Lessus, the dungeon, and its surrounding mountain range. This would give them enough space to grow and expand. More than that, with access to a dungeon so close to home and away from most prying eyes, it would be a while before anyone would suspect Ajax's ability to predict floor themes. The one worry I did have was that having them so close to a dungeon could lead to an orchestrated dungeon break in the near future, could wipe them before they had a chance to properly settle. Your Majesty, the door to my study was flung open, and both of the guards stationed outside it were securing my head of intelligence. What is it? A cold chill went down my spine, as I knew the man was one who respected social obligations. For him not to knock and wait, it meant something dire must have happened. It's your son, Your Majesty. The man struggled to wave his restrained arm, which grasped a communication device that was pulsing with mana. Someone else is using his communication device. My blood ran cold. It took every ounce of my social skills to get both my fear and anger under control. The device wasn't sophisticated enough for us to tell who was using it. In fact, I couldn't even tell if it was my son or not, but my head spy had a high enough perception and skills that he could tell minute differences, and the person on the other end was not my son. This was not a situation in which I could show weakness. Perhaps the elves were considering the remunerations they would need to pay too much, and they wanted to negotiate them with my son capture, but I would not let that stand. Who are you? And my son better be alive. My voice wasn't as controlled as I hoped. Thankfully, it was the anger and not the fear that showed. The whole room went silent as we all waited for an answer. With every second that passed, my anger died as fear took over, fear and a good amount of guilt for sending my son out there. I'm Baron Ajax Hearthbound, Your Majesty. The prince should be alive and well. The words killed my anger and put most of my fears to rest, but I had to know more. Ajax, why do you have my son's communication tool? Was he captured? Over the next 5 minutes, Ajax explained what my son had discussed with Arianwin and Alara inside the dungeon. During that time, my other son and heir had also joined us, and we couldn't help but trade guilty looks as Ajax explained the reasoning behind him getting in touch with us so quickly. I hate to say it, but he was right, my heir said with a sigh. Chance to look less warmongering by giving others a chance to catch up with Ajax early, I'd have jumped at it. A single glance was enough for all of us to agree we would have mishandled the situation without this early warning. That being said, this wasn't the time to discuss this. It would be debated over the next few hours at length, but there was no reason to have Ajax burn through his mana as he waited for that. Other than that, how have you been following the assassination attempt? I heard they got quite close. The question was one I asked both as a king worried about a very important future asset of the kingdom, but also as an old man who looked at Ajax as somewhat of a nephew. Our families might not yet be tied together by marriage, but considering how small his family was, and how close he worked with us over the last few years, I had developed a fondness for the boy. The answer that came was entirely unexpected and plunged the room into silence, as all of us sat with bated breath as Ajax detailed the latest attempt on his life that happened no more than minutes ago. This was simply too much. The discussion about Sylventhal's offer would have to wait for a few hours. As soon as my talk with Ajax was over, I would be sending Deepwood's new queen a very pointed message containing a barely veiled threat about the safety of my people in her kingdom. Ajax hadn't even finished speaking, and I was already drafting the message in my head. Try and bring back the arrow. The words of my head spy brought me back to the present. That, along with your newest discoveries into poisons, will let us take a big leap forward when it comes to the field. I'll do my best. Ajax responded, but from the tone he said it with I knew exactly what it meant. He'd passed the negotiation off to Annabeth Goldmancer. Good, those particular bastards deserved everything she would dish out and more. With that, Ajax cut off the connection, and the room was silent once more. At least you won't have to worry about his safety for a while once he returns if he brings back that arrow. My head spy chuckled, and knowing young Ms. Goldmancer, I am confident we will have it. My head spy was right about Ajax's safety. Dark as his humor might be, about half of the assassins that worked under him were all psychopaths. Seeing as they had no emotions, we trained them from an early age with a deep sense of loyalty and a code. Ajax pushing the field of poisons this far would have them all bound to repay the favor. In fact, I might need to make sure none of the other nobles try anything out of jealousy once he returns, since my own assassins might just react once they catch wind of it. I thought we couldn't get headaches once our stats got this high, my heir said as he massaged the bridge of his nose. Perhaps we should have someone check the breakfast we had. I nodded in agreement. That, or it might be genetic. Should we discuss the Sylvanthal offer? My son asked as he retook his seat. Gather our strategists. I shook my head. We need to take into consideration how all the other friendly nations would react to such an agreement. You're leaving this up to me. My son was slightly surprised as I stood up and went to exit the room. I won't disappoint you, father. I trust you, and it should be you who makes this decision. You're the one who will have handled the fallout. I nodded towards him. I'll join you shortly in an advisory position, but first I have a message to send to Deepwood. Ajax felt a lot better after he finished his report to the king. Despite that, however, he was starting to get more and more worried. With every attempt, the assassin got closer and closer to killing him. The only reason the last one didn't kill him was because the poison never made contact with him. As he lowered the privacy bubble, Ajax was prepared to grab Anna. He knew he would need her help to have any chance at getting the arrow. Much to his surprise, Anna was already in what looked like a heated discussion with Leoriel, and Benedict was standing next to her. What's going on over there? Ajax asked Lexi as he subtly nodded towards the exchange. Benedict was quick to grab Anna and head that way once we knew you were okay, Lexi informed him. He started arguing that we should retrieve the arrow, since not only does it have part of your armor wrapped around it, but there is also your blood, which we wouldn't want to let them get their hands on. Rare as curse users are, it's frightening what they can sometimes do with the blood of their target, even across such ranges. For once, Ajax wasn't all that worried about the prospect of being targeted like that. Despite the flexibility of how curses worked, they still relied on the most basic layer of all magic, mana. His mana siphon would allow him to neutralize any long-range attack that came in the form of a curse. I trust them. Ajax chose to be specifically vague outside of a privacy field. He didn't want to give away information and undermine Anna and Benedict while reassuring Lexi. Ajax tried to move closer to the negotiations, but he found his arm snared as Lexi hadn't let go of him. If anything, her grip had tightened. Don't scare me like that again, Lexi whispered as she blinked away the tears that were blurring her vision. Ajax pulled Lexi back into a hug. While he had been the main target of the assassination attempts, it seems he had forgotten just how those incidents affected those close to him. I can't make that promise, Ajax whispered back. But we'll be away from here soon, and once we are back home, I'll be able to take it easy for a few years. Left unsaid was that he was planning to use those few years to not only help stabilize the foundation of his new ducal house, but also prepare for his trip outside the kingdom's borders and into the untamed lands. Over the next few hours, Ajax developed a small sense of respect towards Leoriel. The elf and Anna had been negotiating for hours, and everyone could see that the facts gave Anna a dominating edge when it came to the negotiations. The simple fact that Leoriel hadn't yet been forced to capitulate or add more blame to Deepwood by claiming the arrow and poison as a national secret. 4 hours in, and the haggling mercifully came to an end. For her part, Leoriel didn't even seem to take the loss as a defeat. It seemed more like she was resigned to just let nature take its course. The mangled flesh, armor, and arrow were all stored by Xavier, as he had the best ring to preserve everything, while also keep it secure in a ring that was only accessible to him. Over the course of the negotiation, Anna had managed to gain 2 rare skills and 1 epic skill. This had been the first time she had ever been in a situation where everything was real and not just a manufactured incident. Her opposition outmatched to such an extent, but the facts backed her up enough to overcome the difference in skills. The atmosphere had barely settled down over the next 5 or so hours, when everything was thrown back into chaos, as 2 elves wearing the royal sigil all but materialized next to their group. Ajax's stats had grown enough to where he was able to not only track their movements, but even understand them. One thing he knew for sure, however, was that whoever these 2 were, they were above Leoriel in terms of combat. We are here as reinforcements, one of the 2 answered her. Her Majesty has decided that an increase in our manpower here is now required. Ajax was slightly worried about the presence of the two. Sure, they would be a stronger protective force against the assassins, but with their presence he was worried that for the remainder of their time in this kingdom, their escort would actually be strong enough to take down Araner and the prince. Ajax wasn't the only one worried by their presence, however. Leoriel had reported the last attack as soon as it happened. Looking at the two champion candidates in front of her, she could tell they had been sent out at most 1 hour after she finished her report. More than that, they had to have sprinted over here to cover a quarter of the kingdom in under half a day. Baron the second elf bowed shallowly towards Ajax as he approached him. Her Majesty has sent you what you are owed, along with a small remuneration for the suffering you have endured as of late. With that, the elf extended an armguard towards Ajax. It didn't take long for Ajax to realize that it was spatially enchanted, though he did question why they didn't just use a ring instead. Ajax's question was quickly answered when he sensed just how large the spatial storage was. It was a hoarder's wet dream, being half the size of a warehouse Judy used in the capital. While most of the space was empty, Ajax was surprised to find that not only were there a lot of alchemical ingredients, but there were a lot more samples of each type of reagent that they had agreed upon. It was more than double the amount. Only for his suffering, Araner asked as he raised an eyebrow. Both of the newcomers frowned at the elven champion for interfering. Clearly, they disagreed with his actions. After a moment of silence, however, one of them answered. Only for his suffering, the queen still plans to make amends for the attacks themselves as well. The conversation ended there, and Ajax proceeded to spend the rest of the time they spent waiting for the prince to exit, examining the new alchemical reagents he had at his disposal. He had to admit he was most pleased to see that not only had the elves given him the raw form of the plant, but they even included the finished process reagent for a few of them. He was slightly dejected when he realized they hadn't also included instructions for the refining process, but he was sure the alchemists in Grindor would be more than happy to help him figure it all out. Once the prince exited the dungeon, the ever-growing convoy was on the move once again. Ajax was quick to tell the prince everything that happened since he exited the dungeon when he returned the communication and privacy items to him. The more Ajax said, the more he could see the prince slump ever so slightly. It was only then that Ajax had realized he had overlooked just how much strain the prince was under. Unlike him and everyone else delving the dungeon, he was always on guard while outside the dungeon. More than that, he had been like that for months on end now, while also being forced to solo high-end dungeon floors. Everything was starting to add up, and for a brief moment Ajax even considered if doing the last dungeon was worth it over just leaving this kingdom. "You did well," the prince said with a smile as he patted Ajax on the shoulder. "I expect the reason why those two dashed over here so quickly is because my father sent a message of his own to the queen." The prince's smile widened ever so slightly as he knew his father had acted so quickly because he was feeling overly protective from even the idea that his son might have died. "Are you worried about them?" Ajax asked. "Not for now." The prince shook his head. "Right now they will actually provide protection. It is only after the last dungeon, as we start heading towards the border, that we will need to keep a more wary eye on them." Over the next 3 weeks of travel, the prince's words had proven true. There had been 5 more attacks by the assassins during this time, yet with the new reinforcements to the protection detail, as well as the increasingly unhinged behavior of the assassins, none of those attempts had even made it close to Ajax and the rest of his group. Looking at the captured assassins gave Ajax a much better understanding of why the skill they had all gained was only considered rare. A tracking mark with increased damage to the target that can be used by any member of the organization. As long as one of them applies, it is something that should be a legendary skill. The assassins that were captured weren't starving, but that was the only difference he saw between them and the portrayals he saw of drug users going through withdrawal in movies back on Earth. All of them had bloodshot and baggy eyes, messy hair, rashes, uncontrollable twitches. Each and every one of them, however, was sensitive to his presence. If they happened to catch a glimpse of Ajax, they would focus on him. Their uncontrollable twitches would continue, but all their struggles would change from just random escape to a way to get closer to him. "Why aren't they just killing them?" Ajax asked. Ajax wasn't feeling any sort of sympathy for the assassins. He just didn't see the value of keeping them alive. Usually criminals this high level that were caught were kept alive for one of 2 reasons. Either they could be talked into accepting a forceful conscription in a time of need, or they needed a public execution. Neither reason seemed plausible here to Ajax. These people could never be released and expected to do anything other than mindlessly try and chase after Ajax, so that ruled out conscription. A public execution of high-level elves for attacking a human inside of Deepwood so close after a change in ruler would almost certainly spark riots from the more indoctrinated citizens. 2 reasons I can think of, the prince answered. The first is that it gives them a sure way to know if you died. As long as their backlash is enforced, it means that you are alive. After another year, I doubt they would be able to recover their minds even if you did die, but the signs that the backlash ended would still be visible. What's the other reason? Ajax asked. Testers. Benedict answered. Perfect way to see how a high level reacts to a skill or a poison. The usual problem with keeping such a high-level prisoner is that the method of restraint affects the tests or you risk them escaping. Their backlash is one of the best restraint methods, though you do need to account for its effects in the test results. That went a bit far for Ajax's taste. His sense of morality had changed dramatically since he arrived on this world, but keeping a tortured prisoner as a lab rat was something he wouldn't do. Any word about their leader? Ajax asked, looking to change the topic. Nothing so far, but we have sent one of our squads in the area to secure the last dungeon. That way he won't be able to set up an ambush there. Leoriel shared. With every day that passed the danger, the assassin represented to Ajax got lower and lower. The backlash was now starting to affect their fighting prowess, and even someone as strong as their leader would be severely weakened because of how much his style relies on precision. Both stealth and long-range sniping become a lot harder with tremors, twitches, and unending itchiness. Ajax wasn't at all worried about the last dungeon they had planned. The dungeon had a 16-level jump between floors and started with a floor at level 31 to 36. This unfortunately meant that the highest floor Ajax could clear would be the 5th floor of the dungeon, spanning levels 95 to 100. Trying the 6th floor was out of the question, since the 7th would push the prince into clearing a floor with a level 160 floor boss. What Ajax was more worried about was the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Lexi had already defeated a level 70 floor boss, but that had been a close call. The one she will be facing now would only be 2 levels lower. More than that, he was sure that Lexi wouldn't be the only one to try and push to clear that one. I'll be fine, Lexi said as she came to take a seat next to Ajax, who was watching her practice. I gained a few stats since the last boss in this one will be a couple of levels lower, and if anything goes wrong, you'll be there to step in. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I can't wait until we get back to delving dungeons to clear out entire floors instead of just pushing for the stats. Ajax answered as he leaned into Lexi. I also got word back from my family, Lexi said excitedly. Grandpa thinks there might be a way to speed up my progress with certain skills by practicing them on floors where the ambient mana of the same type is prevalent. Ajax had to admit that it sounded like a solid idea. The only reason it hadn't been tried before was that in order for ambient mana to increase progress, it would have most likely needed to be at a concentration surpassing the level of the user. This meant sending the trainee into dungeon floors that outleveled them, all for a chance at getting the right theme. With his use of mana siphon, the chance became guaranteed, so every time Ajax would take a crafting team into the dungeon, he could also grab Lexi, so she could practice the mana type that matched the floor theme they were hunting. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a loud thunderclap that echoed from nearby. In order to not slow down, everyone did their training as they moved alongside the caravan. Everyone's skill set was fairly well known to each other, and since both Lexi and Ajax were trying to keep vibration mana from Deepwood, they hadn't been using it in public. That was so loud. Alara was all but yelling as she excitedly jumped up and down once she realized that the notification in front of her eyes was real. Alara, darling, you're shouting. Arianwen tried to calm her friend down while also pushing down her own excitement for her success. What did you say? Alara asked a little quieter now as she started to hear some light ringing. That should be better, Araner said as he used a healing spell on her. Can you hear now? Alara started to say loudly but stopped as she realized just how loudly she was talking and blushed in embarrassment. I can hear you, she whispered. Alara had taken a different approach to unlocking vibration mana that Lexi and Ajax had. Since her family didn't have any easily accessible shockwave spell, she had instead focused on using her domain and recreating a natural lightning bolt with her lightning bolt spell. I know a storm domain isn't all that defensively focused, but you might want to make sure you protect yourself from your own attacks, Ajax suggested. Once their protectors returned to their post, Arianwen quickly put up a privacy bubble. She hadn't bothered excluding anyone from Grindor, as they were already in the know before she asked the important question. Did you get the mana affinity? Alara was nodding her head so rapidly that Ajax was glad the dungeons provided +1 to all stats. Having seen her stats before that, he would have been worried she would snap her own neck if her endurance hadn't increased since their duel. Did you manage to integrate it in your domain at the same time? Araner asked. Not yet, Alara answered, but I'll get there. The last 2 days of their trip to the dungeon passed without any excitement. Once they arrived there, however, Ajax was slightly worried to see that instead of the usual makeshift market area that sprung up around the non-capital dungeons of a country, this dungeon seemed to be surrounded by a temporary army base. This change gave him the confidence the assassins wouldn't be trying anything, but it did make him more worried about what would happen when he exited the dungeon. while the prince stayed to clear the final floor. The thought of unleashing a dungeon break themselves and making use of the chaos to ensure they weren't attacked was a tempting one. They were less than a week's ride from the border, and they could cover that distance much faster if they were all running there instead of traveling by carriage. Ajax's idea about unleashing a dungeon break was quickly shut down. It wasn't so much about the damage that doing this would do to Deepwood, or the loss of any compensation Grindor was due for their ill-fated encounters. The sole reason the idea was vetoed without so much as a discussion was that it would be breaking one of the core principles signed in their most recent peace treaty. Having a Prince of Grindor be party to that would all but invalidate that treaty. It still feels like they are getting away with too much. Ajax complained after how quickly his idea had been shot down, even if he hadn't been all that keen to go through with it. They will pay for a lot of this, the prince said as he tried to calm Ajax down. You also have to remember that while the queen did set up a few attacks, her own guards took care of those. These assassins weren't sent by her. That her father is responsible doesn't make this any better, Ajax huffed. The group quickly made their way through the first jungle-themed floor with no issue. Ajax checked the first arch they reached. What stood out the most was that while there was a plethora of different mana types present, they were all sparse out rather evenly. Only life mana took a big chunk, being almost half the dominant mana type. Entering the next floor, they quickly found themselves on an endless expanse of dirt that was studded with pits. Each of the pits seemed to contain a different element, with some of the larger ones also containing an arch. Why would there be such a large concentration of life mana if there is no life? Ajax was very upset as he had hoped this would provide him with a perfect floor to practice his alchemy. I wouldn't say there is no life, the prince said as he crushed the earth at his feet with a powerful stomp, picked up a rock that had formed, and tossed it into the closest pit. I do have to say I am surprised these floors are very rare. The only reason they are known is that they can appear at any level range. The rock crashed into what initially seemed to be a small crystal-clear pond with a large splash sending out ripple. The ripples, however, became stronger and stronger as they traveled away from the rock's impact point until they reached the edges of the pit, and the slimes climbed out of the pit. Too bad we got this floor theme so early, the prince said. It would have been perfect for the next one. One of the things that was known about the golem floor was that it never had anything that could be taken outside the dungeon. Every time one had appeared, people had scoured it for a chance to gain access to some of the more unique elements, but all had come up empty. The amount of wealth a single of the diamond golems would have been able to bring left many a delver salivating with greed. The other agreed-upon fact was that the floor represented the best chance a person had at finding both a challenging encounter, an easy encounter, and a perfect counter. With so many different elements present, it was simple for everyone to find what they were looking for, even more so at the higher levels of this theme, where elementals started to make an appearance. Storm elementals alone were prized for the amount of insight one could gain in mixing different elements. I wish we could have gotten this for the next floor, Anna said as she looked towards the seemingly endless pits, knowing there was an ice one among them where her flames could really shine. The floor was by no means difficult, with the highest level being only 52. To make things more interesting for themselves, Xavier, Anna, Lexi, and Benedict all chose to go up against their own elements. Anna was the first to suggest this as she faced off against a fire golem while pushing her spells to burn as hot as possible. This approach let the elemental get a good attack in, forcing her to rely on her enchanted gear before the heat of Anna's spell overcame what the golem could withstand. Lexi faced an ice golem with her ice mana to similar results. Due to the lack of elementals, she knew she wouldn't be able to find a wind or lightning one variant on such a low floor. Benedict's fight against the steel golem left his warhammer fairly deformed by the time he claimed victory. Xavier's hybrid style didn't leave him with any equivalent element to take on, despite that everyone stayed well away from the sewage slime pit, despite a few good-natured jokes that the prince take on one of the slimes. Once everyone killed their own miniboss, the discussion began, focused upon which would be the perfect theme for their next floor from the ones they had available. The big issue came that none of the 6 arches they had found offered them a clear advantage. The closest one was one that had a strange combination of fire, light, and earth with the presence of humanoids. The presence of humanoids was what ended up being the deciding factor as the group entered the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Ajax was slightly surprised to find that while the floor did appear to be a desert theme, it wasn't one that was flooded with sand. This floor was a vast expanse of earth with a bright sun above them, but other than some large cracks, the dry ground beneath their boots was solid. I thought you said there would be humanoids. All I'm seeing are those birds up above, Xavier said as they started to explore the floor. The large vultures overhead and the cacti dotted across the gave Ajax an odd feeling he couldn't place until they reached the first fence. The wooden fence was much taller and sturdier than the ones he remembered, and they were capped with barbed wire, but the resemblance was too uncanny not to recognize, as he spotted the large bovines that were walking around the field munching on whatever small patch of grass they could find. "Now that is more like it," Xavier said with enthusiasm. "I could go for a steak." As Xavier started to make his way past the fence, Ajax caught some movement off to the side. It took him a moment to recognize what he was looking at, but the brief flash of mana was all the warning he got before the crack of the rifle pulled the attention of the rest of the group. Ajax hadn't been the only one to feel the brief flash of mana, so he wasn't the only one to take defensive measures as he pulled Lexi close to his chest and raised his shield to cover them both. Surprisingly, there was no sound of impact. "Interesting," the prince said as he held the small steel bullet between his index finger and thumb. As Ajax lowered his shield, he noticed the prince was no longer by their side, and instead he was now standing between Xavier and the man with the rifle inspecting the bullet he had caught out of the air. Ajax turned and saw the look of utter surprise the rifleman sported for a brief moment before a look of fury took over. Ajax could once more feel as the rifleman channeled his mana into the gun before taking aim towards the prince as he pumped the rifle for the next shot. The man didn't get to fire his second shot, as with a flick of his wrist, the prince sent a knife flying towards the man with almost the same speed as the bullet he had just caught. The knife embedded itself in the man's neck. Being close to level 70, the man didn't die straight away. The sheer fact he was still standing despite the momentum of the knife showed he had some serious physical stats. He did, however, drop his rifle, as both his hands went to his neck trying to stem the bleeding to no avail. 2 unsteady steps forward were all he managed before he dropped down face first onto the ground. Ajax quickly focused on the iconic wide-brimmed and high-crowned felt cowboy hat the man was wearing. Everything was too big of a coincidence, so he had to fight every instinct in his body to not dash towards the weapon to see if he could find some new technology. First things first, Ajax took a good look around, making sure there was no other shooter that could threaten them. The prince himself was doing the same thing before he went over to cuff Xavier around the back of the head for leaving his guard down on such a high floor. Only once he was sure there were no other shooters did Ajax go over and pick up the gun. He made sure to be careful, reminding himself that while it looked like what he remembered, the fact that it used mana in some form meant that it wasn't a gun as he knew it. More importantly, he also didn't want to seem too familiar with the weapon, as that would lead to some very pointed questions being asked. Few people truly paid any attention to anything inside a dungeon that they couldn't take with them. It was a defense mechanism so that they wouldn't regret all the wealth they had to leave behind. While Ajax was playing with the rifle they had found, Xavier took on the bull mini-boss. After 10 minutes of examining the rifle, Ajax Finlay brought the sight up to his eye and aimed for the cowboy hat he placed on top of one of the fence posts. Bang. The sound distracted everyone from Harold, who was putting his limited skill as a chef to use searing a chunk of the mini-boss. Some of the people there, however, were already looking towards Ajax since before the sound came, an instant before a strong pulse of mana could be felt. You figured out how to use it. Lexi was very interested in that. You squeeze this and it releases the projectile, Ajax said as he pointed to the trigger. Works a lot like a crossbow. What was a lot more interesting to Ajax was that the bullets didn't have any sort of gunpowder packed. They did, however, have a small gem attached at the end that was packed with mana. Looking towards the hat, Ajax could see that he missed his target by a few inches despite not being more than 50 feet away from it. Wanting to see if this could increase his aim skill, Ajax slowly loaded the next bullet, took aim, and finally pressed the trigger. What happened? Lexi asked as the bullet's mana was released in a burst into the surroundings. I'm not sure. Ajax said, confused. How did the dungeon break guns? They weren't all that hard to figure out in his old world. Hammer hits bullet, gunpowder ignites, bullet is launched out the barrel by the tiny contained explosion. The runes on the inside of the barrel are all damaged, Lexi said, as she examined the rifle's other end while Ajax was inspecting the hammer. Maybe it only works a few times. That could very well be the case, but Ajax doubted it. The floor theme was clearly based on the historical West, and that should mean that as long as you had ammo and took care of your gun, it would shoot. This wasn't the era of muskets. Thinking back to what the cowboy had done, Ajax realized he had missed a step. The cowboy had infused the gun with mana. Ajax had thought that he was loading the bullet, but all of the bullets were already loaded, so where did the mana go? Inspecting the handle of the gun, Ajax found a set of runes that were intact. Even more interesting was the fact that they were clearly part of the gun, however, he couldn't find any way for them to connect to the mana released by the bullet. Ajax slowly started to inject a small amount of his own mana into the runes. He went much slower than the cowboy had done, both out of wariness as well as curiosity, as he paid very close attention to what the enchantment did. It restored the runes. Lexi was happy as she saw the runes inside the barrel of the gun look usable again. Looking to see if that was what he was missing, Ajax loaded another bullet, and this time the rifle fired when he pressed the trigger. Once again, however, the runes inside the barrel were damaged. Oddly enough, however, it wasn't the bullet that damaged them. Instead, the mana that was released to activate them was more than the runes could handle, effectively burning out the runes after every shot. After restoring the runes, a second time Ajax carefully removed the barrel of the gun and split it in two so that he could get a closer look at the runes. What an odd take, Lexi murmured as she inspected the runes. It's almost like they are the same runes, but not quite. Lexi had spent a long time with her father looking at runes, and while some of the ones inscribed inside the barrel were similar to ones she had seen before, they weren't exactly the same. If she were to guess, the difference would be that while the runes she had available focused on the integrity of the rune structure and material, it was inscribed on surviving an overinfusion. These runes would instead focus on completing the activation, regardless of the damage to the structure and the material. Lexi wasted no time taking out an empty scroll as she started carefully and meticulously copying the runes. None of the others had realized what was going on, but as soon as they saw Lexi so focused on copying the runes, they figured out that there must be something special about them. Darkcolor and Alara wasted no time joining Lexi as they did their best to perfectly copy the runes on their own pieces of parchment. What's so special about these runes? Arianwin asked. They work based on a different fundamental principle. Lexi squealed with excitement. At least that's what I think. Grandpa and Dad would need to try them out a few times once we get back, so that we can do some tests, but it's looking pretty likely. What's the difference between them and normal runes? Arianwin asked. Lexi took a moment to think as she finished copying the last of the individual runes on the barrel and moved over to start copying the restoration enchantment that was on the handle. The inscribed rune on an enchanted object works like the mana vein of a mage. Our usual enchantments are created so that if more mana than the enchantment can handle is pushed through, the enchantment fails at the first step, doing little damage to the rune and the material it's inscribed in while also releasing the mana outwards. These runes, however, activate the enchantment with as much power as they can regardless of the damage to the runes themselves. Lexi said as she pointed towards the barrel. It is like Lord Starfury's overloading of spells. Since the runes aren't backed by a legendary skill, they break, but they do manage to put out an overloaded spell. The enchantment on the handle looks to be made to repair the damage done. Alara said as she thought about the process. Every time it's activated, however, more and more of the material is lost in recreating the runes. So after enough uses, you're saying that there won't be enough material to recreate the runes? Ajax asked, interested in how his old world's technology was recreated. From what I saw, it wouldn't take all that many uses before the integrity of the material would fail. Alara confirmed. With so much new information available, the remainder of the floor turned out to be a cakewalk for Benedict, Anna, and Lexi. All three of them knew to focus on disarming their human targets of their guns. Without the firearms, they had little problems finishing them off. On more than one occasion, however, the prince was forced to step in. Anna had been the first to try her hand at fighting a human miniboss, and while she had managed to expertly ambush him so that he would lose his rifle, the pistol he drew surprised all of them. Another of the mini-bosses had a spring-loaded pistol up his sleeve. Thankfully, Lexi's hastily created ice wall was strong enough to slow the bullets enough that they didn't pierce through her enchanted shields. In the end, the prince had ended up scouring the entire floor, trying to find a gun that he could take outside the dungeon, but he still couldn't find one. He did manage to find a rather sizable mound of manure that he stuffed into one of his spatial rings, but there was no gun to be had. As they headed on to the next floor, the group wasn't at all worried about the theme. Harold would be the only one who would be troubled by the theme of their last floor, but other than that, all of them were more than strong enough to demolish a level 84. While the prince pushed on with Ajax, Arianwin, Alara, Darkclaw, and Harold to the fourth floor, Lexi, Anna, Benedict, and Xavier all exited the dungeon. All four of them were prepared for things to have gone sideways. Seeing Araner waiting for them as they exited let them relax for a brief moment before they realized the chaos they found themselves in as they took in the military camp that surrounded the dungeon arch. "What's going on?" Xavier asked as he saw the elves setting up large defensive structures. "We're expecting another attack, only this time it might be more than one or two assassins," Araner said with a dark look crossing his face. A mercenary group was found and stopped by our reinforcements as they were about to cross over into Deepwood. "Mercenaries?" Benedict asked, surprised. "Turns out it wasn't the old king behind the assassins," Araner said with a sigh. "The Beastkins are making a move. Some of their people inside our own kingdom hired mercenaries. Their target was Ajax, but it was mostly a target of opportunity. Their main job was making sure a war kicked off. It was easy for all of them to understand the point of view for the people who took the job. They were simple mercenaries. More than that, their target was a Pontiac future tyrant from another kingdom." From Araner's explanation, the mercenaries were up front when questioned, but it seemed like the plan had almost succeeded anyway. Ajax needs to do a better job of spreading some information about himself. Lexi huffed in annoyance as she had tried to get him to do some outreach events in the past 5 years, but any sort of social function, whether they contained nobles or commoners, was something Ajax treated like a cold. He couldn't always avoid them, but he could take precautions. Right now, only the important nobles have any decent information about him, and even that is brand new from the tournament. He needs to undercut any fear-mongering that can be caused. More importantly, Deepwood is innocent. Anna asked, very much surprised at the turn of events. I wouldn't exactly call them innocent, Araner said with a shake of the head. They did take a very relaxed attitude to our safety, and all, but invited the attempts on Ajax's life, by taking advantage of the visit to scour their own nobility. But it's more down to negligence and indifference than anything malicious. With the time dilatation, everyone knew that the final 2 floors wouldn't take the group more than 5 hours on the outside to clear. Following that, it would be another half a day or so before the prince finished clearing the final floor, and they could finally start to move. What reinforcements are waiting for us at the border? Benedict asked. 2 ranger teams, the equivalent of your squads. Araner said after a moment to think if he should disclose that. That answer wasn't one any of them had expected, but it did clear up the reason why they were waiting by the border and didn't advance into Deepwood to meet them halfway. As long as we make it to the border, we'll be safe. 1 more week, Lexi said as she calmed herself to better analyze their situation. That was when the first attack hit. The attacking force was only 10 people, but their levels allowed them launch a brutal initial offensive against the defensive perimeter the army had set up before quickly retreating. The 2 new high-level guards the queen had sent didn't sit idly by as this happened, however. The attack was well placed as far away from where the 2 of them were keeping watch, but both covered the distance in seconds before dashing into the woods after the attackers. If the mercenaries were stopped at the border, who is attacking now? Xavier asked. One is a mercenary company that has gone rogue. Leoriel, who had been close enough to listen in on their discussion, finally chose to join in. This was their first move against Ajax. They are also few in number, which is why the royal family wasn't keeping such a close eye on them before. That said, the limited members that they do have are all decently high-leveled and have combat experience. What about the other assassins? Figure out who they were, Anna asked. Underground syndicate that we have tried to find for years. Leoriel nodded in confirmation. Formed by the remnants of a noble family the previous king dismantled early into his reign. It seems that some of the survivors were more capable than initially anticipated. They took this job not only for the payday, but also in hopes that once the war wipes out the royal family, they can regain a high position in what's left of Deepwood. What are the Beastkins up to? Anna murmured her rhetorical question as she tried to fit all the information she had into something that made sense. Unlike all the other races, the Beastkin didn't have 2 separate kingdoms. Because of the sheer variety that Beastkins as a race came with, racism wasn't an issue for them. Their country was divided between 2 spheres of influence, the herbivores and the carnivores. With 10 dungeons at their disposal, instead of the usual 5, the average adventurer with the means to travel had a much stronger baseline. The bigger problem for the Beastkins was that a good 60 of their country was a sandy desert. The rest of their lands weren't all that rich in high-quality resources. The poor stretch of land meant that they were almost never the target for an invasion. Because of the large amount of desert and lack of resources, however, their own army didn't have the population or the equipment to start a war for conquest. At best, they would invade during or after the end of a war to try and extort or steal. This could have all changed in the last few decades from what Anna knew. Her father had mentioned that in the last 40 years trade with the Beastkins had slowed to a crawl for a country that was so reliant on trade that had been surprising. According to the Grindor royal family, a spy purge had also taken place 20 years ago, and infiltrating additional spies hadn't bore any fruit yet. Now they were trying to cause a war. It does seem like they are up to something, Araner acknowledged. With the latest treaty signed with the Republic, nobody has been too keen on sending all that many spies to infiltrate. The Republic acted like a big shield for the Beastkin. Unlike the untamed area that separated the elves from the humans, or the elves from the dwarves, the Beastkin had big mountain ranges, followed by long stretches of desert. Any movement against them would need to pass through the Republic. In much the same way, however, the Beastkin themselves would need to go through the Republic to attack any of the others. This sense of safety let them relax their vigilance a little, and it seemed like now they were paying the prince. Those animals are going to pay for this. One of the 2 elven champions said as he approached Leoriel while throwing the decapitated head of one of their attackers. Lexi frowned as she heard the insulting term. She had grown close to Kate in the past few years, knowing that they would become sisters by law once she married Ajax. She had spent a lot of time getting to know the healer and her daughter. In the end, however, she chose to say nothing. There was no point antagonizing the elves any further at this point. The hit-and-run tactics continued for the next few hours, each attack killing anywhere between 5 and 10 soldiers. The The two champions had also managed to get two more of the attackers as they chased after them, but on their last chase an ambush awaited them in the forest, and one of them came back missing his left hand from the wrist down. "The coward is with them," was all he growled as he bandaged the stump. It was easy for all of them to put together what happened. The champion had managed to block the arrow with his hand, but was then forced to cut it off at the wrist to prevent the poison from spreading. It wasn't long until Ajax, Darkclaw, Elara, Harold, and Arianwyn all came out of the dungeon. Harold looked battered and bruised. Obviously, the final floor mini-boss had done quite a number on him. From the smile on his face, however, everyone could tell he had come out victorious in the end. Getting all of them up to speed on what was happening didn't take long. The news that it wasn't Deepwood's royal family, or even their nobles, that were behind everything, but the Beastkin made Ajax frown deeply. It wasn't that he was feeling guilty for having blamed the Deepwood nobility. He still did, if to a lesser degree. What troubled Ajax was how easily he had overlooked the possibility. He had been so focused on the danger and his anger at the elves that he hadn't considered the possibility that someone was using them to start a war. It hadn't even been 2 minutes since Ajax exited the dungeon that Araner reacted. This time, however, Ajax's danger sense didn't react at all. He only registered the attack once the arrow slammed into the ice wall Araner had put up. The backlash is getting to him. One of the elven champions chuckled as they examined the arrow. Serves the coward right. From the angle the arrow hit the wall, it was clear that the attack would have missed Ajax by half a foot. That was why his danger sense hadn't reacted. The drop in skill didn't do much to reassure Ajax, as he also saw just how desperate the assassin had become. He couldn't wait for the prince to finish the dungeon so that they could leave and reach the protection of the 2 ranger squads waiting at the border. The longer the battle drew on, for the more hateful glares the group received. Surprisingly enough, however, Araner was on the receiving end of most of the glares. The elves were blaming him for their casualties, since he stood by guarding the group rather than respond to the attacks. As the hours dragged on, the losses started to lessen, every attack claiming less and less lives. The 2 champions had done their job well as they picked off half of the enemy's highest-level combatants. "Start uprooting the camp and get ready to move," Leoriel commanded. "You can be serious," one of her commanders yelled back. "We're still under attack here." One of the things that have picked up in frequency as time slowly ticked by was the number of yelling matches Leoriel had found herself in. While her advanced social skill did wonders in calming down each commander, that didn't help as much when a new one would show up more enraged than the last half an hour later. The prince had managed to come out slightly quicker than they expected. It only took him 11 hours on the outside to clear the floor, though that was closer to 2 whole days on the inside. "What's happening out here?" the prince asked as he saw the elves moving with the edges of the camp armed and ready. It took about 2 minutes before a quick overview of the situation was briefly explained. "You're back, perfect." Leoriel was clearly on edge, as some of her sarcasm made it through despite her social skills. "Let's get moving. The quicker we get you out of here, the fewer of my people get hurt." Nobody had any objections to the plan. Ajax couldn't help but be slightly troubled by how tired the prince was. More than that, he wouldn't even get a chance to rest until they crossed the border and were safely under the ranger squad's protection. "Not going to contact the king?" Ajax asked once he saw that the prince didn't excuse himself in a privacy bubble when they finally got moving. "This isn't all that time sensitive," the prince responded, surprising Ajax a little. "Chances are he already knows about this, as the queen would be quick to prove her innocence. Even if he doesn't, however, my mana reserves are best saved for any combat we might get caught up in." 3 days later, and the group was very much behind schedule, but nobody complained about that. Moving a convoy guarded by over 100 soldiers in such a dense forest was touch work on the best of times, even more so when they were getting attacked. The mercenaries gave up. Leoriel updated them. Despite the constant fighting, Araner had only needed to interfere once when an ambush on a tight portion of the road got near the carriage. "The attacks are over?" Ajax asked. "More likely a requirement of accepting their surrender so conveniently," Harold piped up, knowing how politics worked. Along with a very discounted contract signed to enlist with the military for the next century, Benedict also joined in. Leadership also had to give up their employer. "That won't look good for them going forward." Elara finished. "I can neither confirm nor deny the terms of their capitulation." Leoriel said diplomatically, "I am only here to inform you that the following attack or the one after will be their most desperate attempts." Both Araner and the prince gave a thankful nod before Leoriel moved back into formation. "It's a waiting game now," the prince said. "They have one more chance and they're not going to hold anything back, so be ready." Ajax was in a tough situation right now. His instinct was to unleash his mana siphon to weaken any sneak attack heading for him, especially since he knew that they had a stealth and ambush specialist. The issue was that doing so would hinder the soldiers all around him and even Araner, who was already preparing himself. It was only a minute later when Ajax realized that Araner's chant changed. He couldn't clearly make up the words of his spells, but he noticed that they weren't the same ones he was saying until just now. Spell storage. Lexi gasped as she picked up on the same thing. What's that? Ajax asked curiously. It's an epic skill that allows the caster to prepare spells in advance. You can hold an extra spell for every threshold. Arianwen gave him a quick rundown. Expect the spells slowly lose the mana they are charged with the longer they remain stored. Lexi continued, unhappy with the incomplete explanation. It takes about a week for a high mage's spell to fully drain. The mana cap each spell can hold, how quickly it drains, and even the strain releasing them puts on the body can be shored up through the thresholds on top of the increase in capacity. You seem to know it well. Ilara pointed out, Grandpa has spent centuries on that skill. Lexi made sure to remain vague on the subject. Her grandfather hadn't actually managed to unlock the skill, but that wasn't something she wanted to confirm for anyone, even those from Grindor. Be sure not to hurt yourself. Lexi's final statement was directed towards Araner, who had started chanting his third spell. Unleashing all three of his charged-up spells at once would undoubtedly wreck the mage's mana channels, seeing as each spell held more than 1,000 mana. The attack came as the caravan was getting around a turn in the road. 3 people were all that remained of the initial 10 that had started harassing the elven army days ago. The attack wasn't too much of a surprise. They had expected it to come here since it was one of the most exposed positions on the road. Remember, they have a long-range archer still out there, Leoriel called as the assassins charged straight for the carriage. None of the 3 elves had bothered with their face coverings anymore, instead sporting helmets that, while exposing some of their features, provided better protection for their heads. With their faces more uncovered, it was easy to see the crazed eyes and the patches of rashes that each of them had even from the neck up. The opening defensive move went to Araner, who bought time for their protectors to get to work. In an instant, the elven champion unleashed a massive amount of mana with a single word. From his extended hand and fingertips, a powerful wall of wind and snow pushed back against the attackers, not only stopping their forward momentum, but sending them backwards until they made contact with a tree. None of the assassin were injured, but that wasn't the point of the spell. Their momentum had been stalled, and now the 2 other elven champions could finally engage them on even footing. Without the element of surprise, and their numbers reduced to only 3, the battle was lopsided to the extreme. It only took 3 exchanges before one of the assassins lost an arm, and 2 more before another of them died. With the numbers now, even the elven champions had no issues working together to kill one of them off, but they remained wary of the hidden archer. As soon as he was alone, the final assassin took out a few potions and chugged them. Even from inside the carriage, Ajax was monitoring the fight with mana sense, and he could tell that something very wrong was happening. The assassin's body was clearly rejecting the alchemical mixture, but the assassin didn't care, and instead focused on sending a powerful of a final attack towards the carriage before his body gave out. The attack had easily 2,000 mana enhancing it, and a more physically oriented fighter that was a lot, but it wasn't enough to faze the elven champions. They had known what he was doing the moment he pulled out the potions, and they perfectly deflected the powerful wind slice off to one side, where it felled 20 trees easily before it struck the ground. That was the moment the final assassin had been waiting for. Knowing his arrows wouldn't be able to hit their mark, he had instead chosen to rely on his stealth, and with his accomplice drawing all their attention, he moved past Araner and broke his way into the carriage. Unfortunately for him, the first thing he saw as the door gave way was also the last thing he would ever see. The prince had been ready for him. The moment the door gave way, his sword was already in motion. The assassin's body was sliced in 2, so quickly the momentum of the strike sent both halves out the door. Why do all this for a human? In his final moments, the assassin glared hatefully towards Araner. Sylvanthal could have had 4 dungeons. Araner didn't even have a chance to answer, as the light went out in his eyes as soon as the final words left his lips. For their final few days in Deepwood, everyone was on edge, despite that nothing more came of it. They were safely escorted all the way to the border, where 2 10-man squads of some of the strongest elves in Sylvanthal were waiting for them. Do take care of yourself, Baron. Leoriel addressed Ajax as they were crossing the border. I hope you take no offense if I don't invite you to visit in the future. That be up to Her Majesty. Ajax responded with a small grin. She's the one who decides who her ambassadors are. Lord Starfury. Leoriel gave a deep bow towards the Sylvanthal's champion. Your next visit is eagerly anticipated. Araner only answered with a deep nod of confirmation as the group continued into Sylvanthal. Ajax chose to ignore the exchange, taking it as a small bit of payback for his last comment, but Anna wasn't so quick to overlook it. What trade agreement did they offer? Anna asked as soon as they were outside of earshot of the border. What makes you so sure we were off? Arianwen tried to cut her off, but Anna interrupted her as she explained her reasoning. Your kingdom is in financial straits. Despite this, your and Alara's existence as future powerhouses bodes well for your father's reign. Anna said, since they only offered a deal now, I suspect the queen learnt of your agreements to delve Gryndor's dungeons, and of the reciprocal deal for more of the nobles to delve multiple dungeons. They don't want to be left out, so they are offering to pay you to pass off some of the royal family's potential powerhouses as your own. Lexi snapped her fingers as she put things together. As everyone turned towards her at her outburst, she blushed slightly sorry. Deepwood, the Empire and Hymonton can't publicly take part in the exchange. Their radical views on other races would cause a civil uprising if they were to accept others in their own dungeons, Xavier reasoned. Even with that being the case, it would be too much to miss out on. While they won't be able to send anyone who is already well known, that is not really an issue for any of their royal families. The royal families purposefully keep their prodigies secret, so they could all pay their nearest kingdom handsomely to add a few people to their rosters. Anna nodded. Gryndor, Sylvanthal, and Brightstone all have a rather sizable source of income in their grasp. While Gryndor and Brightstone were more financially secure, Sylvanthal were much more likely to accept taking the deal. Seeing how Deepwood had lost some potential assets already as they attempted to kill Ajax, they would be that much more hard-pressed to increase the potential of their next generation. Interesting as this all is, I'm going to get some sleep. The prince cut into the conversation. The financials aspects as well as the political relations between kingdoms weren't all that interesting to him. There was a reason he didn't even try to hold on to his original position as crown prince and passed it to his younger brother. Wake me up in a day or two. The group's next stop would be Sylvanthal's capital, but that was weeks away. Without the added danger they were in while in Deepwood, the group had no issues going slower and stopping here and there on their trip, instead of keeping the carriage moving 24/7. Ajax in particular was excited to be back in Sylvanthal, if for no other reason than the simple fact that the prince would no longer be their only booster. Araner had joined them inside the first 2 dungeons, and he had no doubt he and maybe even some of members of the ranger squads would also join them now. With some many high-level people, their Ajax will no longer have to give up on certain floors, just because the following one could pose a threat to their booster. Sure, the agreement they had didn't state that they would help with the boost, but Ajax was sure they would be agreeable if he could help them with the floor's dominant mana. Without the haste, the group now also had much more freedom with their training. Considering all of the stats they had gained from Deepwood's dungeon, it wasn't a surprise that they would be looking to shore up their defenses. It didn't come as much of a surprise to Ajax that Darkclaw, Arianwyn, and Alara were all spending numerous hours working on their physical training. While all of them were mages and extremely focused on their mental stats, this also meant that their physical stats had the largest percentage increase from the recent dungeons. Ajax himself was more focused on the alchemy side of this. With his most recent gift from the Queen of Deepwood, Ajax knew he wasn't yet prepared for all the possibilities these reagents could provide him with. Considering the number of ingredients he hadn't even heard of before and divine witness, he was all but sure he could gain a rare skill just from experimenting. This would all have to wait until he was back in Gryndor. Until then, all he could do was reserve most of his mana for infusing a large amount of his new reagents with life mana. Months spent on guard had finally come to an end, and everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. This became all the more obvious when one of the ranger squad leaders reported to Araner. Araner, there are about 50 people 2.5 miles ahead. Ajax, Lexi, Anna, Benedict, Xavier, Darkclaw, and even Harold all tensed at the news, hands going for their weapons. Assassins, Araner asked. Common bandits, even the kids could take them. Some of the higher level ones are close to level 60. They are about to ambush the merchant caravan ahead of us, the leader said with a wave of his hand. My squad is already moving to handle the situation. This showed the difference in their escorts between here and Deepwood. Ajax couldn't help but feel the difference. Back in Deepwood, they had had 20 people who were around the same level of power as himself, led by Leoriel, who was much stronger. Here, however, they had 20 or so people around Leoriel's power level, led by people who were around the prince's level of power. Unlike back in Deepwood, their guardians weren't even worried about their mission, simply mentioning the bandits while they were already being dealt with. As they continued their travels, Ajax had more and more time to think about his house. This most recent expedition had made him certain that he wanted to help push his own people higher. Even with how new his own ducal house would be, they did have something very valuable that they could trade. Ajax was sure that he would be able to sell his services as a dungeon floor detector to Sylvanthal and the Republic in exchange for some of his own people and family delving the dungeons. The deals would be pretty easy to close since the people getting access to the dungeon weren't future powerhouses, but instead just slightly talented people who had connections. Are you looking forward to seeing your family again? Ajax asked Arianwyn as she took a break from her training. I'm glad I made it back before my cousin's 10th birthday, Arianwyn said with a smile. I promised him the tournament would be over well before his party, but with this trip we would be cutting it close. This cousin wasn't part of the royal family. Arianwyn's mother had married into the royal family, and it was her sister's son that was turning 10 soon. You're all invited to the festivities, of course. She followed up as she finished her break and started her training again. This news left Ajax with a small conundrum. Should he make an exception and tell Arianwin's cousin about the trick to increasing his stats slowly until the age of 15? The King of Grindor had made an announcement that it would all be public soon enough. There was no doubt that if he told Arianwin's cousin that the royal family of Sylvanthal would find out as well. Then again, did that really matter as much considering there was no going back once the free stat points were spent? Are you okay? Xavier asked as he noticed Ajax was struggling with the choice. Ajax asked Xavier to put up his privacy bubble before he explained the situation. What do you think I should do? Ajax asked, I don't want to undermine your grandfather, or worse cause a political incident by letting the cat out of the bag early with Sylvanthal. On the other hand, this is a great opportunity for me to not only build some international connections for my house and prevent some bad blood. Both Ajax and Xavier knew there would be some pretty strong resentment coming from everyone who had turned 10 close to when the announcement was officially made. Not sharing this would upset Arianwin a lot, not so much that it would endanger their budding friendship, but she wouldn't let this go easily either. The discussion quickly expanded from just Ajax and Xavier to include the prince and through the communication device the king and the crown prince as well. I want this to be my present, Ajax stated. It will only be shared with the boy, Arianwin, and their king. Ajax wanted to make a good impression, and while he had plenty of valuables he could use as a more than worthy gift from a somewhat newly titled baron, all of those items were also valuable to him, not to mention that the information he wanted to share would be infinitely more valuable to the boy. Fine, but make sure they keep it to themselves, King Grindor said. If they have any other very promising kids, have them do what we did where we only tell the child and swear them to secrecy. At such a young age, even a weak contract would be fully binding. The king wasn't happy with the turn of events. In his initial plan, the news would have become public before the boy's 10th birthday. Ajax's extended trip, however, messed up their schedule. Sharing the trick early would undermine the royal family a little. But after discussing it with his son, the crown prince, he agreed that the loss would be balanced out by reinforcing their alliance with Sylvanthal. Unlike in Deepwood, the group didn't head straight for the dungeon as soon as they arrived. Instead, they all headed for the royal palace. They would be spending at least 2 weeks in the capital outside of their designated delves, so they weren't in a rush. Only seeing it from the window of their carriage, the capital city looked a lot like the one in Deepwood this time. However, Ajax was looking forward to exploring the city to get a feel for how the day-to-day life of the elves living here was. As they arrived at the royal palace, Ajax didn't even feel it when his jaw dropped as he took in the majestic fortress tree. While the royal palace of Deepwood had been impressive in Ajax's opinion, Sylvanthal's was superior. The most glaring difference was that where the trunk of the massive tree spread into large, thick roots to enter the ground, Sylvanthal's palace towered over a crystal-clear pond. Ajax could follow the multitude of roots as they twisted around each other deeper and deeper, until they reached the bottom of the pond and entered the ground at the bottom. Its Ajax was at a loss for words as he took in the gigantic tree. The awe he was feeling taking in the palace, as well as the weeks of unwinding on the road, had led to Ajax dropping his guard enough that he hadn't even noticed someone was approaching him, until he heard the steps no more than 2 feet away from him. As Ajax quickly turned, it was only the lack of reaction from danger sense, as well as his high intelligence, allowing him to quickly process the information that stopped him from striking his own mother as she hugged him. I missed you so much, she muttered as she buried her head into his chest. Sylvia and Alana had arrived a few days before them, and they had been fully informed of most of Ajax's adventures in Deepwood. Seeing her child again after that news made Sylvia ignore the decorum of nobility she and the rest of the family had been trying to integrate over the past few years and rushed to hug Ajax. Alana was a few steps behind her, doing her best to suppress her giggle. Hi, Mom, Ajax said as he returned the hug. I see you made it here before us. I hope they didn't tell you anything that made you too worried. Both of the guards that had been escorting Sylvia and Alana developed a sudden interest in the boots as soon as they heard Ajax's words. Maybe you should slow down and stop getting into trouble. That way when people tell us what you've been up to, we don't get all worried. Alana chided him with a smile. In the past 5 years, Alana had joined House Hearthbound as its top retainer, while her father and brother had returned to the village after the ground had been retaken. Every noble living in the capital knew that Alana had taken on the family's last name and was treated as Judy's sister. I see you've been enjoying your time here, Ajax said with a smile, ignoring her prodding. You already received a tour of the palace. We did, and it's beautiful. Alana nodded. I'm sure they saved the really interesting part for when you came, however. They haven't shown us the tunnels beneath the ground yet. What? Arianwin words startled Alana, but it also froze the 2 guards who were closing in on her. How do you know about those? Araner asked, his usual stoic face sporting an eyebrow raised in intrigue. What do you mean? Alana's assured voice cracked with fear. She wasn't used to this level of pressure. Who told you about those tunnels? Araner pressed. Is this really necessary? Ajax asked. It's rather important. Those tunnels should be secret. Arianwin said. We'd rather their existence not leak. We know she isn't a spy, but we do want to know where she learned of them. It was a fair guess. Alana said, fear leaving her voice now that she saw the elves weren't angry at her so much as the fact they thought the information was out there. None of our spies show any of the other nations other than Deepwood even suspect their existence. Lara joined in, more interested in her logic process than that she had the information. How did you make that fair guess? Well, Ajax's message told us how we messed up by not considering mana-infused fertilizer for his own garden. Alana explained. Our farmers would also till the land and put fertilizer before that. The whole point was that it needed to reach the roots so the plant could feed on it. Since the pond is so clean, it must mean that there are tunnels underneath to feed the tree. That's Ajax had a hard time holding back his laughter as Alana left Araner at a loss for words. I suggest you do a whole overhaul of your defenses, Ajax suggested. With the fortress tree Xavier one, I'm sure there will be more than a few experiments done, and since it will be something too big to keep hidden, spies will have access to it. How about we give you that tour now? Arianwin changed the topic. It will be the same one I'm sure Alana received, but I still think you'll enjoy it more than the one you got in Deepwood. Ajax nodded, a little absent-minded as his mana sense examined the small pond. The mana density of the water was something he had only felt in floors that had level 70s on them. He was very tempted to gather a few flasks for his alchemy when another thought hit him. Xavier, is there a spot already planned for the fortress tree to be planted? Ajax asked. Maybe. Xavier answered unsure. Father's researchers might already be preparing a spot. Why? Because I just thought of a perfect little pond with a small patch of land in the center where it would really flourish. Both Lexi and Anna were quick to catch on to what Ajax was suggesting, as his discovery of the mana-rich pond had caused waves with the nobles, both those directly involved with the skirmish, as well as all of the gossip mongers in the capital upon their return. That might not work out as well as you'd like. Anna said, the noble that owns those lands leaks more than a sieve. She knew this because with the amount of information her father's spies gained, he was able to perfectly predict all their moves on the market and profit. It's worth considering, the prince said with a smile as he knew what they were referring to and was also aware of the plan for Ajax's future dukedom to include the land. With consideration for the recent defensive agreement their two nations had recently made, the elves of Sylvanthal were much more open to discussing the fortress tree's defensive capabilities with Ajax. While none of the guards got very specific about what they could do individually, they did answer general questions he had. Much like in Deepwood, Ajax and the rest of their group was received a small private throne room by the royal family, as well as many of their high-tiered retainers. Unlike the tense atmosphere in Deepwood, upon their entrance in the room they were welcomed like guests, instead of accused to be interrogated, with one exception. From the moment he entered the room, Ajax could feel the queen's gaze flicker from him to Lexi and to Arianwin. It didn't take more than a moment for him to realize why that was, as he remembered Arianwin had a crush on him when they had parted ways with the king, who doubtlessly shared the situation with his wife. His wife, who was now analyzing their every move. The group received a warm welcome. The king took a moment to hug his daughter before he welcomed the rest of them and invited them to help themselves to the buffet that waited for them on the table along the side of the room. The queen was quick to realize that there was nothing going on between her daughter and Ajax, as it took less than a minute for her to stop analyzing them. At the same time, her attitude warmed up considerably now that she only saw them as friends of her daughter. The same could not be said for Alara's father, who had also been in the room and was now judging every move Benedict made. Just as it was obvious to the queen from their interaction that there was nothing going on between Ajax and Arianwin, it was equally obvious that Benedict and Alara were circling each other. Should we help him? Ajax asked in a whisper. It won't do any good, the queen said with a warm smile. He's a lot like me, and it will just take some time until he reaches his own decision on how he feels about their relationship. Once he reaches that decision, and if he doesn't approve, then you can help. Any chance you can skip that next time you think I am in a relationship? Arianwin called out her mother, as she had also noticed the way she had been sizing up Ajax and Lexi after they entered. No, darling. The queen said with the same warm smile, the cheerful tone making Ajax feel a little sorry for whoever dated Arianwin. Get a good acting skill and pretend to date a really bad match for a month before starting to date the person you're really interested in, Anna said with a deadpan face. The positive emotions from dropping the walking disaster and the size of the upgrade should be enough to override the vigilance period out of sheer relief. Arianwin looked at Anna with a look of awe, while the queen had a look of mixed outrage and dread at the idea. You are not doing that. the king said with a perfect poker face, the fact that he wasn't even looking towards Anna, giving away just how hard his social skills were working to maintain said poker face. For most of the evening, nobody ventured into any important topics. The royal family had realized quickly how stressed the journey into Deepwood had made everyone, and decided there was enough time for them to have a night to just settle in. I would like to apologize for my previous behavior, Baron Heathbound. Once Alara's father stopped his deep interrogation of Benedict, he moved towards Ajax. I took no offense, Duke, Ajax said with a wry smile. Ajax's defeat of Alara in their fight during the tournament, combined with him sharing that she had the witch trait with the Grindor royal family, had made the Duke very hostile throughout their initial joint travel towards the first of Sylventhal's dungeons. It was still very inappropriate of me, especially after you sold my family one of the slots for delving Deepwood's dungeons. The Duke pressed on. I think you will find such chances are going to become more abundant in the near future. Ajax said as he tried to downplay his actions. His discomfort in the social situation was so obvious that Lexi was holding herself back from simply interjecting and acting as a middleman between all of Ajax's conversations for the rest of the evening. Oh, the Duke was very interested in this. Why is that? Benedict was quick to answer the question, as he not only noticed Ajax's discomfort, but also sensed an opportunity to improve the Duke's impression of himself. He went on to quickly explain their thoughts on the delve exchange between Sylventhal, the Republic, Grindor, and possibly Brightstone. The Queen had also taken notice of Ajax's awkwardness and asked her daughter about it. Does he have an issue with elves, or is he just shy? HMPH. The prince suppressed a chuckle. No, he didn't strike me as shy, and he definitely doesn't have a problem with elves. Arianwen blushed a little in embarrassment as she remembered the outfit she wore back when she was trying to seduce Ajax and the way it had drawn his attention. Best enjoy that while it lasts, the prince said with his trademark smirk. Oh, the Queen said with a challenging tone, showing her Blackthorn heritage and not backing down. And why is that? Ajax was born a commoner. The prince let out a dejected sigh. Not only that, but the nobles that were ruling over the area weren't ideal. Is it nobles he has an issue with? A slight bit of panic entered the king's voice. He wasn't mistreated, I hope. Not directly, there was an issue with management, but there wasn't anything specific to him, thank the gods. His upbringing just steered him towards an admittedly healthy level of paranoia that took a while for him to overcome. Even now I doubt he has fully outgrown it, the prince explained. That doesn't look like paranoia. The Queen nodded towards the conversation Ajax was having. Oh no, like I said, he has mostly outgrown that, the prince said as his smirk returned in full force, even growing a little predatory. It's the overly polite and indirect way nobles interact at these events that make him uncomfortable, something I am sure he will overcome once he has the power to ignore any perceived slights. With the speed he is growing at, I don't see that taking too long. The longer the party went on, the more relaxed Ajax got as everyone started to drop the formalities more and more. While Ajax hadn't realized that this was all led by example by the king and queen, most everyone else did, with Lexi even pulling Arianwen aside to thank her for it. As Ajax's sociability grew, it didn't take him long until he found himself talking with the fortress guardian. The elf was on the younger side, being only 150 years old, with a level of 100. It didn't take long for Ajax to start talking about the maintenance of mana-infused plants, and the elf was more than excited to discuss the subject. The situation ended up as a small issue for the king and queen. Ajax and the fortress guardian had slowly retreated to one side of the room, and while they would welcome anyone in their discussion about growing mana-dense plants, nobody else was that interested in the topic to listen for more than a minute. As the night had started to drag on, the king and queen were looking to bring the small welcoming party to an end, but Ajax looked so animated talking off to one side that they didn't want to send him away like that after how the evening started. You can call an end to the evening. Lexi even went to reassure them as she noticed the glances they kept throwing at him. He'll keep going well into the late hours of the morning if you let him. We can have the royal alchemist set aside a few hours to teach him about some of our more area-specific ingredients and recipes. Arianwen also joined in. She had seen just how dedicated Ajax was to the profession. He also won't mind. As soon as he leaves, he'll just be glad it's over and think that this wasn't such a bad party. The king was just about to call an end to the evening now that he was reassured it won't be making a bad impression when everyone's attention was drawn towards the pair discussing things off to one side. What? The fortress guardian exclaimed in shock. Bees. Nobody had any issues reading the clear look of "I fucked up" on Ajax's face. Sylvia, Alana, and Anna were working very hard not facepalm as Ajax slipped up and revealed something in his excitement. The prince didn't even attempt to resist as he brought his hand up to his forehead and started shaking his head. We were so close to the end, he muttered. In the end, the king didn't have to call an end to the evening as the group started reforming after the outburst, and it wasn't long before their guests from Grindor and Darkclaw departed. Unlike Deepwood, both the Republic and Grindor had a staffed embassy in Sylvanthal, so there was no need to go to an inn. Ajax spent the entire trip to the embassy, with Alana glaring accusingly at him for revealing something for free and Lexi reassuring him that it wasn't that big a deal. The knowledge that bees help with polarization was new to the elves. They knew that bees were attracted to flowers, but they hadn't pieced together that the flowers had adapted to make use of the bees. One of the things Ajax was more cognizant of needing to keep a secret was that he had figured out how to infuse mana into the bees. During his time in the academy, the hives were now on their third queen. The first had only lasted between a year or two depending on the hive, but the second queen had lasted almost 4 years for all the hives. More important, however, was the fact that with every new queen, the amount of mana each bee was infused with seemed to grow. Their study into this was still new, but Ajax theorized that if everything surrounding a creature was infused with mana, their offsprings would naturally be better adapted to mana. Bees were the perfect test subjects for this since they had enough hives for variety, and every queen would birth thousands of bees before the new generation. The latest generation of worker bees had become active only a couple of weeks before Ajax had left, yet it was clear that these bees were different from the hives he had initially brought. The only question remaining, however, was what would happen once the bees crossed the level 20 threshold that seemed to differentiate animals and monsters. Even now, the stings from the latest bees had started to actually cause some damage to some of their non-combat retainers, and they were only level 5. Thankfully, none of the hives were aggressive. One of the things Ajax had known to look out for every time a hive changed its queen was if the new queen was aggressive towards humans. Twice now he had had to remove and kill said queen, and simply wait for the hive to provide a replacement. As they arrived at the embassy, Ajax noticed that it wasn't as nice or as large as the one Grindor had in the Republic. He was sure this would change in the coming decades as nobles would start traveling more often, but even now the building was a definite step up to their housing in Deepwood. "How do you want to do this?" the prince asked once Ajax took a seat. "The Blackthorn heir's birthday party is in 5 days, and we are invited to attend." This was a true invitation that Ajax could reject if he wanted to without causing a political incident. The easiest way to do so would be to simply delve Sylvanthal's main dungeon starting tomorrow. Like all other main dungeons, it started with a base floor from level 25 to 30 and grew by 5 levels per floor. Given the chance, Ajax would most likely push all the way to challenging a level 130 miniboss that would be on the 18th floor of the dungeon. There was no way they would clear all that in time for the party. "We'll delve their secondary dungeon tomorrow," Ajax said after taking a moment to think about it. "Do you know who will join us?" Their secondary dungeon started with levels 31 to 36 and had a 9-level jump each floor. The group would only have to clear as many as 10 floors, and the 10th floor was already a stretch seeing as the miniboss there would be level 135. Even with a favorable matchup, Ajax was worried about it. "Ariner, Arianwin, and Alara will all join us," the prince said. "I'm not sure if they will tag along for the final dungeon in Sylvanthal, but they'll delve with us for both of the ones here in the capital. Along with them, 2 of the ranger squads will also join to help clear the final floor, or on the off chance that 2 arches on the final floor have a valuable element for their main theme, they will split up to clear both." Despite knowing that Sylvanthal made a very compelling reason for sending 2 ranger squads, Ajax's initial thought when he heard was tinged with a bit of speculation about how much power they were sending. In an odd twist of fate, it was the idea that a single ranger squad was enough to handle all of them inside a dungeon that calmed Ajax down. What would be the point of sending 2 if that was their aim? With that settled, nobody spent any more time as they headed straight to bed. Ajax and Lexi simply cuddled together as they both prepared for the trying fights they would face in the coming days. Of them all, Anna was the most nervous. Despite heading straight to bed, she spent the first hour twisting and turning in her bed before she finally fell asleep. The reason for this was the fear she felt. It wasn't the upcoming fight she was afraid of, however. It was that Lexi would leave her behind. Anna and Lexi had been best friends from the age of 10. More than that, however, Lexi had been Anna's only true friend until they had joined the academy. Throughout all this time, they had been inseparable, and while Lexi had almost always been the better mage, they were still relatively close in terms of power. As of late, this dynamic had started to change. It had started with Lexi gaining a domain, followed quickly by her gaining the legendary affinity for vibration mana. This had been a massive jump in power, but because of how offensive both gains were, Anna hadn't truly grasped the difference, because Lexi couldn't truly bring them to bear in their sparring without putting Anna in danger. The realization came when Lexi managed to push 1 floor further than any of them. Anna's sleep that night was anything but restful. She had barely gotten 5 hours of sleep before she woke covered in a sheen of sweat. "I'll do it," she promised to herself in a whisper between deep breaths. "No matter what, I'll bring down the level 72. Despite knowing that she wouldn't be able to fall back asleep, Anna laid back down in bed as she tried her best to relax. She knew it wouldn't be long until sunrise. The news that they would be delving Sylvanthal's secondary dungeon brought a big smile on Arianwyn's face. She knew that if they were delving the main dungeon, not only would she possibly need to leave early so that she would not miss her cousin's party, but also that Ajax, and by extension everyone else, would also attend. That night the Queen and King had questioned Arianwyn as to why she was so attached to this group. It wasn't like she hadn't had friends before. There weren't all that many of them on account of both her position as princess and her sheer talent, but that didn't seem to be a problem for her here. Other than Darkclaw, everyone else was either a lot younger or much weaker than her. In most cases it was both. I don't know, Arianwyn admitted. Maybe it's because I know that they all have the potential to catch up with me. You always told me that a few decades wouldn't matter as we got older. I guess I just realized that now. Both the Queen and King had shared those words in hopes of having Arianwyn befriend some of the older elves who could spar with her when she was younger, but they were still very happy with this turn of events. It was clear as day to both of them that not only Ajax but Lexi, Anna, Xavier, and Benedict would all become future champions. Seeing their daughter make lifelong friends who would live that long brought them both so much joy. The group that entered the dungeon was a lot bigger than usual. A total of 31 people entered, and as soon as they were inside, one of them couldn't hold back anymore. Can you really do it? One of the whitest elves Ajax had ever seen asked him before he even had a chance to look around the floor. Rimthal, the ranger squad leader, shouted to chastise his subordinate before turning an apologetic look towards Ajax. Forgive him, he's very passionate about smithing, and it has been more than 12 delves since he has seen any floor with quality metals above level 90. Ajax was surprised to hear the elf was a smith. He knew that there were elven smiths just the same as there were human mages or dwarves farmers, but that one of them was not only a good enough smith to work with such mana-dense metals, as well as being strong enough to be part of the ranger squads, was not something he expected. Once the squad leader turned away, Rimthal slowly crept close to Ajax and whispered so softly Ajax could barely hear it. You'll just have to wait and see. Ajax responded with a grin the prince would have been proud of. The first floor of the dungeon wasn't all that special of a setting. The rather common forest theme was one Ajax had grown very used to. What made this floor different from most he had seen was that the trees grew about twice as thick and 4 to 5 times as tall. More than that, this floor also had elven enemies defending it. I can see now why so few crafters get their start in the capital, Ajax mentioned as he looked around. The presence of humanoids on the first floor all but guaranteed that the market would be flooded with weapons and armor that was collected from them. Since a decent number of teams would clear the first floor, there would always be a steady supply of items people were looking to unload quickly. Has the royal family or the guild tried to stop the flood? Anna asked, curious about how something like this would affect the market. Both have tried, Arianwyn answered. It has failed every time for the same reason, directly or indirectly. If it's always the same reason, why not fix that before trying again? Ajax asked. It's hard to fix the nobility. The prince joined in cluing Ajax in on what the reason was. Almost every ruler tries, but it takes many generations of rulers doing their best to put a decent dent in the corruption of nobles, and if the line is ever broken by one bad or incompetent ruler, all the work must start again. Also, how do nobles ruin things when the royals attempt it? Ajax knew that nobles could band together to oppose the royal family, but he doubted they would do so for something as trivial as low to mid-level 30 weapons and armor. He could see them uniting against the guild for the same reason, just on principle. Only way to stop the flood on the market is for all the spoils to be bought before they can enter it. Anna explained. That means everyone's storage is checked when they leave. If everyone's storage is getting checked as they leave, it won't take long for nobles to bribe the ones checking to find out about any other valuables commoners are taking out. Once that happens, the system soon collapses because the guild will oppose it in order to protect its members. The first arch they found on the first floor was guarded by a giant beaver. Ajax felt rather bad about the poor thing as Araner dispatched it before it even made a move to defend the arch. With the guard handled, Ajax wasted no time placing his hand on the arch. Well, the leader of one ranger squad asked with a raised eyebrow. It wasn't so much that they doubted Araner's word about Ajax's ability, as the claim was so outrageous they still didn't fully believe it was possible despite the reliability of the source. Earth and magma primarily, Ajax said. There doesn't seem to be much air or plant. I'm guessing either an underground cave system or the inside of a volcano. Ajax felt a shiver go up his spine when he remembered the last time he had been on a floor theme that imitated the inside of a volcano. At some points, the ledges got very thin, and more than once one of his teammates was thrown off the sides and left dangling by the ropes everyone had tied around themselves above a lake of magma. That floor had had level 90 enemies, however, and he wasn't at all worried about one with enemies half that level. He was actually right. Rimthil looked on with a mix of awe and glee. So you can just go to whatever theme you want. No. Ajax shook his head in denial. I can feel the mana types dominant on the floors, but I don't know how they will be expressed. More than that, if I don't recognize the mana type, it will be useless. Also, the higher we delve, the fewer mana types I can see. More importantly is that the arch is already set. Arianwen spoke up as she fixed the ranger squads with a warning look. He can't change it, only see what it is. What she means is don't blame him for the themes we get later on. He can't change them. Araner translated. Left unsaid was the or else Arianwen implied about anyone harassing her new friend. The second floor turned out to be a multitude of tunnels that were dug around a few rivers of magma. Because of how low level the floor was, there were always light mana rocks embedded in the walls to provide visibility. The monsters on this floor were also basic worms and other digging animals. While all of them had some sort of fire affinity, none of them were strong enough yet to handle the heat of the magma. With Benedict, Lexi, Anna, and Xavier needing to kill something on the second floor, they now had a number of different arch options to choose from, at least initially. Once the third arch was identified to have crystal mana, as its third most common mana on the floor with life and earth, as the top two, it was a foregone conclusion what arch they would choose. Gems were always in short supply, no matter the mana density. More than that, they were used by all types or armor and weapon crafters, meaning a very high demand for a very low supply. It wasn't uncommon to find master crafters who were still novices in working with gems because of their poor beginnings and lack of backers. Hopefully, the next floor theme isn't a cave. One of the rangers complained as they moved through the third floor. Speak for yourself. I just hope it has some ore deposits. Rimthil responded. Up until this point, the ranger squads hadn't seen anything to be impressed by. They could admit that the Ajax's classmates were stronger than any other people their level they had seen, but that was to be expected considering the number of different dungeons they had delved so far. This changed, however, as Lexi faced off against her crystal scorpion. With the miniboss being only level 54, Lexi didn't consider it strong enough to even be a warm-up. The rangers had all tensed a little when they saw that Lexi allowed the crystalline arachnid close in, but seeing nobody else react, they didn't interfere. When Lexi unleashed a full power shockwave that turned the miniboss into rubble, the rangers were impressed. Not only were they impressed with the power of the spell, but also with the control Lexi showed as her attack demolished the miniboss, yet didn't do more than leave a few small cracks on the wall of the tunnel. That was an affinity. One of the mages broke out of their shock first. You have the affinity for shockwaves. All of the casters, and even some of the more melee-focused rangers, were very much interested in this development. Shockwave was one of the spells all of them made use of regularly because of how versatile it was. Depending on which variation of the spells was used, it could be a defensive spell to intercept a projectile, a defensive spell to force an enemy away, or an offensive spell, as Lexi had just demonstrated. There had been many attempts to unlock the affinity, but so far none of them had succeeded. What rarity is it? Another ranger followed up. The question was innocent in his mind. He had asked because he had a long-standing bet with his teacher on if the affinity was rare or epic. It's legendary. Lexi answered with a sweet smile. The answer floored both squads, not so much for the power of the affinity, but rather by the admission of possessing a legendary affinity. Why would you admit something like that? Because Alara has it as well. Lexi's answer was flippant, but the effect on the rangers was immediate. A wave of congratulations fell on Alara. I see the Baron is not the only future powerhouse. The ranger leaders approached Araner. The three of them knew they would be ranger leaders for most of their new king's reign, so being up to date about such powerful people would be a requirement for them, even if they were allies. This defensive agreement is looking like a better deal with every day that passes. All five of them have the foundations to become more powerful than anyone currently alive. Araner warned them. I will admit Lady Manashaper has started to pull ahead of the others, and Baron Hearthbound is like nothing I've ever seen before. You think he needs to be taken care of? The other squad leader whispered. Gods no. Araner shook his head. Despite some glaring weaknesses when it comes to social interactions, the boy's mind is just as valuable as his personal combat prowess. How do you mean? The squad leader asked. I have a feeling that we are living in a historic time, Araner said as his gaze focused on Ajax. With the discoveries he has made and the change his very presence is causing on the nations, I foresee us all expanding our borders in the coming centuries. For the fifth floor of the dungeon, the team collectively decided to go with one of the random arches. The reason it was random wasn't that Ajax couldn't feel what the predominant mana types were, it was simply that he didn't know those represented. He had felt them present in small quantities on other floors, but he hadn't been able to get a clear reading on what they represented. Since the floor would only have levels up to 62, it would be a perfect warm-up for Anna, Lexi, and Xavier. Benedict knew that with his physically focused build he wouldn't have a chance at tackling the following floor. It wasn't something he was happy about, but it was something he had accepted. As a melee physical combatant, the fight would simply last too long for any boosting potion to remain effective, and the level difference was too much to overcome for him. "What is this?" one of the rangers asked as they noticed a sticky substance on the ground. "Ajax, is this what I think it is?" Lexi asked as she took in her surroundings. She was pretty sure she was right with her guess, but wanted Ajax to confirm it for her. "Yes, it is." Ajax confirmed excitement and awe in his voice. "Judging by the size of the honeycomb, I'd say we should be expecting them to be about 4 feet in length." "Honeycomb?" Anna asked, confused for a moment before her eyes opened wide in surprise. "Is this entire floor a big hive?" "I'm not sure about the entire floor, but this part of it certainly seems to be," Ajax said as he looked at the sheen of what he very much suspected to be honey glistening on the walls. "Anna, also do be careful with your fire. Pure honey like this is flammable. You think the minibosses might be swarm types?" the prince asked Ajax. "Could be." Ajax nodded. "That would mean that their defense and endurance is low, so they should be no issue for any of us. It's an interesting floor, I'll grant you, but can we get going?" Araner said. "I've been in an anthill version of this floor, and they are dangerous. After a certain point, it's like the obelisk was activated on you, and the entire floor swarms you. That's because they have a hive mind," Ajax said. "If you're careful, that won't happen." For the next 5 minutes, Ajax very loosely explained how a hive worked as one organism, and that if they wouldn't let any bees live long enough, they wouldn't be able to communicate their presence throughout the hive. "Anything you want off this floor, Ajax?" the prince asked, knowing that Ajax's ideas could be a little out there. "Oh yes," Ajax nodded rapidly. "There has to be some honey we can take out, and I'll want some of that. Less likely to be found are eggs or royal jelly." That comment brought everyone up short, not because of the food or the presence of a type of jelly they hadn't heard about, but the eggs. "You think there could be eggs?" Araner asked, his words coming out slowly one at a time. "Most likely not ones we could take with us." Ajax sighed as he admitted he had found floors that seemed to have shrunk the person entering before, and while they had found eggs of creatures on those floors, they weren't ever able to take them out. "The dungeons don't seem to allow that." "Then what do you want to honey?" one of the rangers asked. "Or the what is royal jelly?" Lexi was quick to catch on why Ajax wanted both the honey and the royal jelly. Ajax had explained how bees worked before, and she knew that if Ajax managed to get any of the honey from this hive and feed it to his bees, he might be able to get them to integrate the mana infusion quicker. The royal jelly would be especially valuable, since that should be able to boost a future queen, helping speed up the process by a few generations. "He's an alchemist. You know how they are about odd mana-rich ingredients," another ranger whispered to the nod of everyone who heard. Even Lexi was nodding along, not just because she didn't want to explain everything she knew about bees, but she actually agreed with the statement and knew that Ajax would also keep some of the honey for his alchemy. "We're clearing the entire floor anyway, so what does it matter?" the ranger squad leader said. All the royal ranger squads had standing orders to scour floors where there was a reasonable suspicion that eggs of magical creatures could be found. "What does this royal jelly look like?" "It should look similar to regular honey, only instead of the golden color, it would be more like milk. It's surprisingly sour. It's actually how the bees," Ajax started to explain, only to be interrupted. "Now isn't the time for a lesson on bees, Ajax," Lexi said. "So white honey?" the ranger leader nodded. "No offense, but if I find some white, sticky substance, I won't be tasting it." With a few chuckles, both rangers' squads started to head out and clear the floor. "Don't forget to leave a few of the arch guardians alive. Some of them still need to clear the floor," the prince called out. "Anything we should watch out for?" Benedict asked Ajax, recognizing that this time his friend might actually know a lot more about their enemies. "Yeah, the stinger," Ajax said. "You don't say." Xavier chuckled along with Anna and Lexi. "I mean it," Ajax said in a serious tone. "Judging by the size of the hive, these bees are maybe 60 times larger than the normal ones. Bee stings hurt and itch for so long because they inject venom. With this much more venom and the mana concentration, one sting might not be immediately fatal, but it would incapacitate any of you. 2 or more would be fatal regardless what body part they hit." This information brought the joking to a halt. A swarm-type enemy with this strong of a weapon was a real threat for all of them. "Anything else?" Weak point. Benedict asked. "Yeah, their jaws." Ajax nodded. "Bees have an exoskeleton. If you put a sword or spear through their mouth, you won't hit bone, so you can crush their brain. Ice magic should also work well, but I'm not sure how that works with the mana they have access to now." Ajax was the first of them to go up against the bees to see what they could do. A miniboss swarm seemed to be made up of 7 4.5 feet long bees. Ajax wasted no time and made short work of them. With his speed and power, half of the bees were dead before they even had a chance to react to his attack. Before killing the last bee, however, he did let it sting him in the thigh. It wasn't often that he could find a chance to expose his poison resistance to such an odd venom. "Arg," Ajax groaned as he endured the pain while also crushing the final bee with his hammer. "Are you sure that was a good idea?" the prince asked Ajax, only slightly worried about him willingly being hit with a venom. "Actually, I'm starting to regret this already," Ajax said while keeping his voice as emotionless as possible, yet his hands had started clenching and unclenching. Are you in danger? The prince was a little worried, but because of the calm look on Ajax's face, he hadn't started panicking. No, I just failed to consider the aftereffects of the poison, Ajax said. Oh God, it must itch like crazy. Lexi exclaimed as she remembered how the pain from the sting wasn't pleasant, but it faded quickly. Anna and Lexi had no issue dealing with their own swarms. While vibration wasn't all that good against an exoskeleton, both of the girls were powerful mages that had a very strong advantage by opening the fight with a very powerful spell that hit the entire swarm. Lexi went with ice, while Anna stuck with her trademark fire. Xavier and Benedict didn't have such an easy time. Both of them started with a very aggressive opening attack, and then switched into a defensive fighting style as they slowly killed off one bee at a time, while keeping well away from the stingers. Both of them were a bit roughed up from where the bees had managed to gnaw on them a little, but neither of them had gotten stung. The ranger squads had also shown their prowess, as it barely took 4 hours for them to clear and scout the entire floor. You were right, no eggs. The rangers said as they returned, at least none that we can take out. What about the honey and royal jelly? Ajax asked, only slightly disappointed with the news about the eggs since he had been expecting them. We did manage to find about 10 honeycombs, you called them, of honey and one of the royal jelly that we can take with us. The ranger nodded. The honey ones were scattered all over the floor. The amount was something Ajax was very happy with. Each honeycomb could hold about 15 gallons, so that was a lot. Anything specific you are planning? The prince asked him as he could tell Ajax was holding something back. Yeah, we need to be careful with the royal jelly, Ajax said. With it, a dedicated farmer could raise his own queen. With the right skills, they might be able to tame it even if they won't bond with it, and through it they would control the entire hive. As long as they grow to this size, I'm sure it'll be fine, the prince said. Let's go to the next. On a POV, fighting the bees on the previous floor had been a great way to warm up, and it was something I very much needed if I was to kill a miniboss in this frozen hellscape. The 5th floor of the dungeon was a land of eternal winter. While I had seen snow outside the dungeon, it never got any higher than my knees. Father told me the worst winter he ever experienced, it got as high as his waist. This is amazing. Arianwen shouted with glee as continued to practice her domain. This was the perfect place for it. Her winter domain was right at home with the theme of the floor. Oddly enough, the presence of her domain was the only reason the wind had slowed down around us, and we weren't pelted by hail. Let's go find some of the minibosses, Ajax said with a relaxed posture. It was as if the cold didn't affect him at all, while I could feel it burrowing through my enchantments with every moment that passed. Since the floor is environmental, we the minibosses might be weaker than usual. The winter theme of the floor wasn't a disadvantage for me. While snow and ice could both easily put out a fire, so could a fire melt them. This would all come down to one thing for me. Could I be efficient enough with my mana to bring down my enemy before they got to me or not? I know I could blow all my mana quickly, but that might not be efficient enough to kill something at level 72. I also knew with enough time I could use my mana efficiently enough to bring it down. The problem with the second scenario was that I was alone and a full-on mage, so I had to win before they got too close to me. Am I even a full-on mage anymore? I know I spent every one of my free stat points in either my vitality or my mental stats, but I had also delved more than 15 dungeons. All of my stats had more than an extra 50 added on just from clearing floors. My body wasn't as weak anymore. I know for a fact Benedict is planning on working out a deal with Alara's family to help build his foundation more like the elven physical fighter after his metal stats had increased so much from delving. Once I returned home, I would need to work hard to get accustomed to my new limits, especially when it comes to my physical attributes, which will have all gained almost a 50 increase in under a year. As soon as we crossed the boundary of Arianwen's domain, the chilling wind returned with a vengeance. I bundled myself tighter with the fur coat my father had gifted me. More than that, I could also admit that he was right. Despite the presence of the soft fur, not doing anything to keep me warmer than regular leather would have. With the same enchantments, the fur just made it feel like it was keeping out the cold, and even that little bit helped. We've got incoming, Ajax warned us, but I knew none of us would even lift a finger unless there was a miniboss. There were more than 20 people above level 150 on this floor. Even if half of them split off so they could stay with Arianwen as she practiced her domain, nothing would get the jump on us. What is it? Benedict asked curiously. The nature of the enemy was important to see if it was a favorable matchup for him. Foxes, Ajax answered, a little sadness in his tone. It didn't take me long to see why he wasn't pleased. While the monsters the elves were toying with did resemble foxes, they were also only slightly smaller than an average horse. Not only that, but they were pure white. Their fur would sell for a premium. Their increased size didn't seem to affect their usual quickness, and to make matters worse, they could somehow dig through the snow in the same way a mole monster would through the earth. I could feel their mana working, but that small bit of warning wasn't enough for any of us except Ajax to even consider fighting them. There's a miniboss there for you, Ajax, the prince said. He obviously agreed with my assessment of the monsters. Ajax didn't hesitate to engage. I could feel him activating Mana Siphon. my own sense mana painted a clear picture of a vortex centered on Ajax, where all mana would surge towards as he consumed it to increase his own physical prowess. As Ajax engaged the fox, I braced myself for the wall of aura that washed over us. It wasn't all that powerful. I felt many more powerful auras, but all of those had been constrained or offset by another aura. Nobody else other than Ajax was unleashing his aura now, and while it wasn't intentional, I could tell Xavier, Benedict, Lexi, and myself were all slightly pressured by it. With his sword in hand, Ajax's hand turned into a blur. I knew his hand hadn't actually turned invisible. It was simply moving faster than my eyes could track. A single exchange with the fox was enough to bring it down. The only reason I knew he had made 5 cuts was by counting the wounds on the fox. "You're getting sloppy," the prince teased Ajax. Despite getting a lot stronger in the past half a year, even more than all of us, it was getting more and more obvious that Ajax wasn't used to his own stats. The cuts that covered the fox's body weren't precisely grouped. Back when we left Grindor, Ajax wouldn't have needed to sacrifice any of his speed for his cuts to land exactly where he wanted them to. It didn't take more than 5 more minutes before we found our first arch on this floor. The Guardian was a creature I hadn't seen before, but one I had read about as being relatively common in frozen floors. A penguin, I'll fight it. Noble bearing keeps my face emotionless, and my voice even as I lay claim to the miniboss. Penguins are slow, and not particularly tough. Their threat comes mostly from their magic and their pack tactics. This whole fight will come down to how quickly I can overpower the penguin's defensive magic while ensuring my own defenses aren't breached. While getting in position, I get a round of nods from the rangers as 3 of them have their bows drawn, ready to kill all the surrounding penguins and leave only the miniboss for me to fight. I bring out the potion and remove the cork before downing it in one gulp. The moment after I swallow, I begin to chant. The potion is one specifically made to influence the drinker's mana towards fire. I can feel the potion take effect as the cold and wind stop bothering me entirely as a wave of warmth radiates out from my core. With this, my fire spells would pack that much heat. Halfway through my chant, the penguins feel my mana gathering and move to engage me. A few brief but powerful flashes of mana spring up in my surroundings as this happens, but I force myself to ignore them as the rangers remove the miniboss's helpers. The surprise attack confuses the miniboss, and that is the last of the help I will get as I channel almost 1/10 of my entire mana pool into a single flame lance that I sent hurtling towards the penguin. I don't even wait to see the effects as I already start chanting my second spell. My sense mana is locked onto my lance. As soon as it gets within 10 feet of the penguin, it's met with a frozen barrier. My lance loses its form as it breaks through the barrier, and the flames wash over the penguin. The miniboss whines in pain as the flames flow over it, and for a moment it seems like it wants to run away. If this was a real penguin, I'm sure it would attempt to flee, but in the dungeon the monster's base instincts are suppressed, and the angry creature starts to retaliate. The brief moment of indecision it had was enough for me to finish chanting my wall of flames. A defensive spell isn't something I would normally use to follow up my initial attack with, but in this case it is essential as the flood of fire mana very much limits my opponent's range. Over the past 6 years, I have become increasingly proficient in dealing with caster-type monsters. In fact, I am sure there are very few people at my level that can claim the same mastery as Lexi, Xavier, and I have. The reason for this is our constant sparring with Ajax. My friend's casting is almost identical to the way monsters cast their spells. With my defenses established, I quickly turn up the aggression with a few quick spells. I can't allow the penguin to channel a powerful attack, or it will break straight through my defensive enchantments. The next few minutes feel like an eternity as a deadlock form where both of us are launching a volley of spells at one another. While the penguin's spells aren't strong enough to outright shatter my defensive enchantments, I can feel the barriers starting to crack with every shard of ice and frostbolt. At the same time, my own spells have managed to break through the penguin's renewed ice shell, and I'm finally starting to deepen the initial burns it suffered. I'm down to 1/5 of my mana, but that's more than enough to finish this. That's when I feel an icy shiver pass through my body. My potion has finally run out, and my spells have started to lose some of their heat. While the boost in power wasn't enormous without it, the damage my spells would do to the monsters has dropped considerably. Without the added heat, the penguin's own magical defenses smother them too much. I was so close. No, I won't give up. This isn't over yet. A brief flash of Ajax and Lexi leaving me behind as they push forward, and I can feel my emotions burn as they refuse to allow it to become reality. Then everything clicks into place. I'm not sure what changed, but as I release my next fireball, I can feel the heat of the flames almost strong enough to burn my own hand as I launch it. It's more than powerful enough to break through the penguin's defenses, and as the attack lands, the flames persistently latch on to the creature, almost like they are enforcing my will for it to burn. The battle ends with my next attack as the creature dies, while my flames continue burning through the blizzard without a care in the world as they turn the corpse into ash. I quickly open up my status looking for an explanation of what happened. There it is, down at the bottom, my new skill, my only legendary skill, Pyromancer. The group watched Anna's battle with the penguin with bated breath. It was obvious when her potion ran out, and Ajax could feel Lexi's grip on his hand tighten. They all knew that with the backlash of the potion, the best Anna could hope for was a slow defensive struggle until the monster 25 levels above her would finish her off. The next fireball Anna released showed her lack of power. Ajax was tempted to end the fight there just to spare Anna the despair of fighting an inevitable loss. Mid-flight, however, the fireball's heat shot up, so much so that it was now even hotter than before the potion ran out, so much so Ajax was worried if the spell had burnt Anna's fingers. Her fireball wasn't the only thing to get hotter, as the small wall of flames surrounding Anna also increased in heat, as the penguin struggled to put out the flames that would soon claim its life. With the penguin's attention on putting out the flames, Anna has enough time to chant one of her stronger spells, and her flame pillar spell leaves the miniboss a half-charred lump that is slowly turning to ash. As soon as the battle is over, Anna collapses to her knees, her eyes glazed with a faraway look consistent with someone inspecting their status. The prince wastes no time as he snuffs out the intense flames surrounding her before applying first aid. Anna's hands suffered some second-degree burns that are at odds with the few patches of frostbite that adorn her body. By the time Lexi managed to cover the distance and wrap her arms around Anna, she had finished inspecting her status. With a tired smile, Anna leaned into her friend's hug. "I did it," falling unconscious after getting the words out. "She's out of mana, but otherwise fine," the prince said. Whatever happened at the end, her mana usage spiked very high. Lexi had a much easier time dealing with the following penguin they met. By leaning into her domain and overall aggressive strategy, the fight was over much quicker than Anna's. Going all in on offense did have its price, however, and Lexi's right arm had turned entirely blue after she used it to block one of the penguin's frostbolts. Ajax hovered around Lexi like a worried mother hen, while the healer of the ranger squad worked to reverse the frostbite. "I'll be fine." Lexi reassured him, but they all knew that the fight had been just as close as Anna's. Had the frostbolt hit her head or chest, she would have died. Benedict knew he had no chance against a fox or a penguin. There were chances they could find an ice golem or a weak elemental on this floor, but he wouldn't do any better against one of those either. His only chance was to try and take on the behemoth polar bears they had seen traveling alone. His first attempt was also his last. Benedict understood quickly that he wouldn't be able to bring down a polar bear. Their thick muscles and touch skin covered in layers of fur combined with an enormous body meant that he would need to fight flawlessly until he was almost entirely out of stamina to bleed them out. All the bear needed to win was to land anything more than a glancing blow. Your chances will improve once you start to integrate some magic into your fighting style. Alana reassured him. "I don't think I stand a much better chance than he did," Xavier said as he took in the outcome of the fight. As a fellow melee fighter, Xavier would be hard-pressed to keep up with the speed of the bear. Even if he did have the damage to kill it, the stat difference was just too high for him as a hybrid fighter. "You could try it," Ajax said as he examined the polar bear. "It doesn't seem to be attuned to the ice mana at all." "What does that have to do with anything?" Xavier asked. "You could manage to remove a large amount of fur with your opening attack. The bear would lose its insulation. Slowly the cold would kill it by itself." Ajax explained his theory. He knew that Benedict couldn't remove enough fur without magic, but Xavier had a chance. Ajax's plan worked well in theory, but as they soon found out, Xavier simply didn't have the stats to keep up on the defensive long enough for the cold to start having enough of an effect. No need to look so down. The prince patted Xavier on the back. "I can barely kill something 25 levels higher than myself, and that's a much smaller difference for me than it is for you." They had already been on the floor for more than 6 hours. By the time all of them had finished or admitted they wouldn't be able to clear the floor, and they moved to return to Arianwyn, who was still practicing her domain. On the way there, Anna had regained consciousness, but kept silent about what had given her the increase in power. Has she taken a break at all? Ilara asked Araner as she looked at just how tired Arianwyn looked and the fact that her domain was still active. "Not yet," Araner answered. "She used up the mana in her first domain in about 2 hours, and after releasing it a second time, she has just focused on drawing in the air, ice and water mana from the ambient mana into her domain." All of them could feel that Arianwyn was successful, but this was a slow process. This wouldn't be something that would help increase her combat power directly, but it would instead only slightly increase her reserves in a prolonged fight so long as she could draw on specific mana types from the surroundings. "Any interesting arches for the next floor?" Arianwyn asked as she finally stopped practicing after noticing their return. "Hard to say." Ajax answered, with the level of the arches so high he could only glimpse the top 2 mana types present, maybe a third if they were all above 20 of the arch split. Of the 5 arches they had found, none of them had 3 overly dominant monotypes. What's worse was that all of them had either plant or earth, as one of the 2 he could see, with 2 of them having both. This did very little to narrow anything down. We're not going for the water one, Ajax said as he excluded the arch that was 50 water. I say we go for the earth and shadow, Rimthel suggested, hoping very much it would lead to an underground cave system that would have some metal ores. We've had too many underground floors in this run already. Araner shook his head. We'll also be clearing the floor and leaving it in a few hours at most. Let's just go for the plant and light. None of them were worried about taking on the level 81 minibosses. Even the level 90s on the next floor wouldn't really pose a challenge to any of them. Harold would be the only one who would have serious issues against the level 99s, and Ajax would be the only person trying anything past level 100. The following floor turned out to be a simple hilly plain covered by deep grass. It was exactly what the group had hoped for, as it was easy for them to clear a large enough patch to set up camp where they all got a few hours of sleep. Ajax, Harold, and Darkclaw getting a full 8 hours, so they would be ready for finishing this floor, and then clearing out the next 2 as well. We might need to change our plans, Araner said to the 2 ranger squads once they made camp. It might not be worth keeping both of you just to clear 2 floors around level 150. It might be better to break one of you up and send you 1 or 2 at a time in some of these lower floors where we know 2 monotypes. The level 90s didn't turn out to be that much more of a challenge either. The most eye-opening thing about the floor was a deeper understanding into how the mana affected different floors of the dungeon. The floor they had chosen, Ajax had recognized as a primarily humanoid floor, which was technically true. What was unexpected was that Wendigos were classified as humanoids despite their bestial natures and lack of tools or armor. I was expecting elves or beastkins when you said plant and humanoids, the prince said as Ajax and Darkclaw were watching Harold finish his own fight for the floor. So was I, Ajax answered. But at least now we know this is also a possibility. Ajax had already experienced that goblins, orcs, and even kobolds were listed as humanoids by the dungeons. While he had never seen orcs or goblins outside of dungeons, he had some experiences with kobolds, and they were pretty much feral. This did lead him to question if orcs or goblins would be similar to their aggressive dungeon counterparts, or if they could be reasoned with, if any of them existed outside of dungeons at all. Harold didn't take long to finish his fight. Back when they started fighting, a level 90 Wendigo would have been a hard fight for him, not something wouldn't be confident in handling, but certainly not easy. Now it was only a good warm-up for him despite only increasing his level by 1 during this time. Let's see which floor we want to try next, Harold said as he sheathed his sword after wiping the blood off of it. Actually, Ajax, could I trouble you to take a look at a few other floor options? Araner said, seeing that they were finished. We cleared a few more. Ajax certainly didn't mind. So far their options were a metal fire floor, an air lightning floor, and whatever this final arch ended up being. He even said as much. These floors were all horrible options for Harold. Which one is the metal fire? One of the ranger leaders asked. The first one we found. Ajax responded. With a single nod, 2 rangers dashed away, no doubt to clear the floor and scour it for anything useful. Ajax had barely touched the late's arch as he felt an icy shiver travel down his spine as he recognized the monotypes and pulled his hand away like he had been burnt. Definitely not this one. Where is the next one? What's wrong with this one? The prince asked. Never seen you have that reaction to a floor. Undeath and curse. Ajax's words were said very lightly, but every member heard him clearly, all of them giving the arch a wary glance. Nobody wanted to enter that floor even if it hardly posed a threat for most of them. Maybe we should clear that one, one of the rangers said. He then defended his opinion when everyone collectively threw him a, why would you say that look? I've never seen what happens when undead and curse mix. There could be some very powerful things in there. Nobody is going in there, Araner said with finality. There very well might be something very powerful there, but even in the best case scenario it would be something that empowers a curse user. I don't want to imagine what tragedies might come from a weapon that draws the user to both curses and necromancy. The conversation fell quiet with that, and Ajax was slowly led around to 3 other arches. An ice wind floor, a plant decay floor, and finally a plant earth floor. Seems like we're all going to the plant earth floor, one of the ranger leaders said. I suggest you clear out the decay floor, Ajax said. Good chances to find fertilizer. It was funny for Ajax to watch the rangers process that information. They went from confusion to happiness to realization and finally to acceptance. Unlike last time, it wasn't as simple as a nod before 2 rangers walked in. Nobody wanted the shit floor even if said shit was valuable. It took 5 minutes for the remaining rangers to settle who was going with a game similar to rock, paper, scissors, the losers having a resigned look on their faces as they entered. The plant earth floor turned out to be a mountainous forest area. It also turned out to have a very deep shadow influence, that is almost every creature, there seemed to be a forest animal that could tap into shadow magic. Ajax had no issues as he dealt with a shadow wolf. His mana siphon's weakening of the wolf's magic caught the beast by surprise, giving Ajax a basically free hit when the wolf failed to jump through the shadows. With his strike taking out one of the wolf's legs, the fight quickly ended without Ajax even breaking a sweat. Darkclaw had a much tougher time handling one of the eagles that called the mountain peak home. The fight took almost 10 minutes to complete, and Darkclaw almost ran out of mana by the end of it. On the upside, the eagle hadn't managed to even get Darkclaw to move from the spot where he started or even land a blow past his shields. You managed to pull that off without even using a potion. Ajax praised him. I think you might be ready to try to push past the level 100 floors. Maybe. Darkclaw said with a smile and a nod. He was excited. He very much wanted to try pushing to the level 110 in their next dungeon. Harold had a much tougher time fighting a shadow wolf compared to Ajax. As a fully physical fighter, he had no way to prevent the creature's mobility. This led to more than one instance where the wolf managed to grab a hold of his ankle and tried to use his leg as a chew toy. Wolves are rather intelligent hunters. Ajax had to respect the creature's cunning. They might not have a bear's raw strength, but they accurately target their opponent's mobility, and a single opening is all they need to go for the throat. The biggest problem for the wolf was that Harold was also very well acquainted with their fighting tactics. Every time he would feel the wolf bite down on his legs following a shadow, he would quickly jerk the leg, while also swiping with his sword behind him. Unlike Ajax and Darkclaw, Harold was much more resilient as a result of having invested all his points into his physical stats meant that he could take a beating from a creature that relied so much on its magic even if it was almost 20 levels higher. I need a minute, Harold said after he finally killed the wolf. As soon as he had made sure the wolf was dead, he collapsed on the ground and took off his helmet as he sucked in as much air as he could. The fight had taken almost 30 minutes. Harold's boots and arm guards were riddled with teeth marks and covered by a good amount of blood. We'll have to see about getting your armor repaired, Ajax mentioned as he examined the damage. Ajax, Benedict, and Xavier's gear would also need to be repaired after how hard they pushed it over the last 10 dungeons. Unlike their caster companions, it was much more likely that their armor would take a glancing blow. When those glancing blows came from enemies 20 levels higher than them, it would slowly wear it down. With the amount of stats he had gained, Ajax's gear was actually in need of a full-on upgrade. When it came time to take a look for their next floor, Ajax wasn't surprised that he could only see one of the mana types present on the floor. The only exception to this was one arch that had both life and plant mana, and the two of them took up 85 of the mana in the arch. Since the other 6 arches he looked at all had plant, air, or water as their main mana, the entire group decided to go with the life and plant floor. Don't walk out right away, Ajax asked Harold before they went up to the next floor. Why not? Harold asked, confused. I need to take a look to see if the next floor is any good for alchemy, and I want you to let them know we might be a while if it is. Harold was happy to agree to that, and the group quickly made its way to the next floor. The 9th floor of the dungeon was a wild jungle that provided Ajax with a large variety of ingredients to use in his alchemy. It didn't take long for him to set up his cauldron and portable lab equipment, and he began working while ignoring the rest of the world. What's wrong? The prince asked as he approached Ajax after a few hours. Ajax was starting to look more and more defeated every time he took a small break to grab new ingredients. Despite this, he never moved to store any of the resulting potions. I got too arrogant, Ajax said with a defeated tone. All 7 of my attempts at brewing something failed. It had been a very long time since Ajax had experienced something like this. The last time this happened was more than a decade ago in his old village when he was attempting to unlock the alchemy skill. It wasn't just that he had failed to brew a potion 7 times in a row that made Ajax feel so defeated. It was that he recognized this for what it was, a lack of skill on his part. Unlike combat, his massively inflated stats didn't compensate enough when it came to alchemy. The same was true of his legendary skills. Ajax simply wasn't yet ready for ingredients of this quality. Why not try a more stable recipe? The prince asked. I have no clue what to try with ingredients like these. Ajax answered honestly. The only thing I can do with them is mix them with some of my existing ingredients. Their quality will only ease the creation of the recipes I already know. It won't increase the quality of the outcome. Don't worry about this. The prince waved away Ajax's concerns. You'll have years to practice your alchemy skill as you get used to your increased stats. Most alchemists back home were actually very surprised that your skill with alchemy remained proficient within 1 floor or what you could consistently delve. At your level, most crafting adventurers are barely now getting used to consistently using mana-infused reagents. The encouragement helped Ajax a little, but it was by no means enough to cancel out the frustration he was feeling. Luckily enough for him, he still had to clear this floor, so he was planning on taking all his frustration out on the miniboss he would have to face. battling an ent turned out to be exactly what Ajax needed. While unlike most depictions of the living trees back on Earth, these ents were rooted to the ground. The control over the ground still forced Ajax to adapt. While Ajax's mana siphon was good enough to weaken any spells, the ent tried to unleash the ent's own large underground mana network left Ajax with no options, but to slowly whittle away with mana augmentation. By the time he won, Ajax was down to a little under half his mana pool. Not only that, but his armor also sported a few tears here and there where one branch or another had broken through his defenses. During the time that Ajax fought the prince and Aranor watched over him, the rest of the elves had spent all the time Ajax spent crafting and killing one miniboss, scouring the floor for anything they could take back out. The jungle was filled with exotic ingredients that might be novel enough to help push the skill of some high-end alchemists. More than a few of the elves didn't seem happy to split their spoils 50-50 with Ajax upon their return. None of them complained, however. All of them were aware of the agreement that the simple fact they got to keep everything they found on the floors Ajax wasn't clearing would make up for it. For his final floor, Ajax surprised everyone when he decided to go with the fire theme. "Are you sure it's a good idea?" the prince asked him once he heard his decision. "I'm sure," Ajax nodded. "Even with how dangerous fire is, there are plenty of ways for me to weaken it with water and ice. Not only that, but it's also the only element that wouldn't be instantly lethal for me when wielded by a level 135. With such a large level difference, almost every other element could end the fight pretty much instantly. That was something Ajax had been made keenly aware of when he was fighting against the assassins back in Deepwood. The plant floor could lead to poison he had no way of counteracting. The earth floor could see him crushed with a single swing. Lightning, shadow, and light each came with their own big issues. "You do make a good point." The prince nodded before he turned towards his newest live entertainment. "How about you, Rimthel? Have you made a decision?" The prince made no effort to mask the glare in his voice. Rimthel was stuck with a very hard decision. One of the arches Ajax had inspected, as he was looking for a good floor, did end up being primarily metal mana. The only question left was if Rimthel would be part of the clear team sent there, where he would most likely spend days on end smithing away at the mountains of metal they couldn't take outside, or if he would pass on this arch and hope that another primarily metal floor was available after the next floor. Unlike the last floor this time, all the remaining members of the 2nd Ranger Squad split up into 2-man squads, along with Rimthel, as they each chose one floor to go clear. Ajax didn't pay much attention to that, as he also moved on to the next floor where his next challenge awaited. The first thing Ajax noticed as he stepped through the arch was the way the air seemed to burn his lungs as he drew breath. The floor layout was a stretched-out hilly landscape that was covered in geyser-like holes that periodically released a column of flames. "Well, this is certainly a strange floor," the prince said as he took in the surroundings. "Let's find you something to kill other than an elemental." Ajax very much agreed with the sentiment. While an elemental would be among some of the more fragile creatures they were likely to find, the sheer versatility and mobility of a flame elemental would quickly overwhelm him. That wasn't even mentioning the issues pure physical attacks would have on doing any damage at all to the creature. It didn't take long for the group to be attacked by a roaming pack or worms, or better said, worm-like creatures. While the monsters did have the same body type as a worm, that is where the similarities ended. The creatures' heads could split along an X shape, revealing rows of serrated teeth, and their flesh open like a blooming flower, revealing a direct express access to their stomach in the center. Unlike the normal fleshy skin he was used to, these worms were covered in large scales with small gaps here and there from where they could release a flame jet. "Those look promising," the prince said as the ranger squad jumped into action. There wasn't a miniboss present in the roaming group that attacked them, so there was no need for Ajax to take part in the fighting. That wasn't to say his eyes weren't fixed on the fight to examine the worms for any strengths they might show, and more importantly, the weaknesses that would be made obvious. "Yes, they do," Ajax agreed after a short while where he examined the creatures as they were being taken apart by the rangers. The worms were more physically focused than Ajax would have wanted, but the limitations of their large body with no appendages was enough to make up for it. It took the team a few tries to find the first worm mini-boss. The first 2 arches they found were both guarded by elementals. "Third time's the charm," Ajax said with a smile as they finally found a larger worm easily measuring 35 feet long and 5 feet wide coiled around an arch. Unlike his usual fights, Ajax didn't start by drinking a potion. Instead, he placed an opened flask in his spatial storage. With just how physically imposing the creature was, if he started the fight with the potion, he wouldn't be able to finish it before the backlash kicked in. Ajax's opening move was an empowered lightning arrow. He very much wanted to see what effect lightning would have on the giant worm, and he was not disappointed. As soon as the arrow made contact, the worm wriggled unnaturally exactly as Ajax expected. What was unexpected, however, was the large discharge of mana as flame jets erupted all around the creatures. Its magic is somehow linked to its organs. Ajax was almost too shocked by the discovery to continue with his plan. He hadn't even thought it was possible to directly link a part of your body with a magical reaction, and that was something he was very much looking forward to try. But first, he had flaming giant worms shooting towards him like a freight train to deal with. Ajax POV, the worm was coming for me faster than I had expected. This meant that it would find it hard to change its strike area. The lack of limbs also meant that once I was out of the way of its charge, I shouldn't have to worry about its physical attacks. Just because it missed a direct collision didn't mean it didn't land an attack. Flame jests much hotter than before rushed out of the worm's side in my direction. Thankfully, the creature's magical potential was low enough that between mana siphon, my enchantments, and a small coating of ice around me, I fully mitigated the fire. This wasn't an opportunity I was willing to give up, however, and I used a small blast of air to send myself towards the worm's body as it passed under me while preparing a void mana-infused strike with my hammer. Like always, the moment my hammer made contact with the worm's scales, it killed my entire momentum without any obvious effects. The surprise came a moment later when the worm's body jolted slightly during its charge. The monster took about 30 feet to stop its momentum before it turned and roared at me. Oddly enough, this didn't seem to be a roar of pain, like I had experienced many times following my void attacks. It seemed like I had just made it angry. "Don't bother with void," the prince's voice came from afar. "Even if it bypasses the scales, all you'll hit is a dense layer of muscle." That's when I realized it. The worm's internal organs were all deep inside in the center of the massive tube of meat. The amount of mana I would need to infuse into void to bypass all the muscle and scales would be enormous. More than that, with the size of the organs, even hitting its brain once might not be enough to outright kill it, since void didn't actually bolster the strength of my attack. The worm was charging at me again. For all its defensive ability, it was very much a one-trick pony. This time I launched myself upwards towards the left side, only for the worm to open its maw, eat a chunk of the ground, and pass right under me again. This time I infused my axe with metal mana as I launched myself through the flame jets to land a blow on its scales. Unlike my previous attack, there was a clear action and reaction at the moment of impact. I could feel tremors coming up my arm, as well as see how the scale cracked slightly. As the worm slowed down to a stop again, it didn't seem all that impressed by my attack. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like my axe, hammer, and sword wouldn't be viable. It was times like this that I congratulated myself for so diligently training with my spear despite my preference for the shorter reach weapons. This was clearly going to be a battle of attrition whether I like it or not. The extra foot or so of reach the two-handed spear would give me wouldn't be as impactful as the amount of mana I would save by using a shield, so I swapped my weapons for the trusty commoner combination. On the worm's third charge, I didn't bother with right or left and simply jumped straight up. This turned out to be a mistake, as Danger Sense started humming the moment my legs extended. It didn't take long for me to figure out why that was, as I could see the worm already rising the tail end of its body. More than that, it didn't have to slow down at all, since it wasn't using its mouth to turn. I had to channel a big blast of air through my shield to move myself out of the way, limiting the impact to a glancing blow on my shield that sent me flying to one side. This wasn't good. I was already down a third of my mana, and I had barely managed to do any damage to this thing. The only upside I could see was that the worm didn't seem to have any other option than tiring me out. I would need to make the most out of every strike. Without waiting, I took out my enhancing potion out of my storage space and chugged it all as the worm charged for me once again. I jumped out of the way to the left once again. As the worm rushed by beneath me, slowing down slightly, as its now open maw gnawed on the rocky surface, my opportunity to strike came. With the longer reach of the spear, I had more options. I infused it with lightning mana, and this time I aimed my spear for one of the opening the worm was using to launch its flame. The tip of the spear went about 8 inches deep before I even felt any resistance. The thickness of the scales was more than a little surprising. Once it bit into the flesh, however, it discharged a powerful current, but it was half as strong as the one created by my opening arrow, but it seemed to be just as effective since it was administered directly to the flesh and past the scales of the mini-boss. While the damage the lightning did was good, more impressive was the damage the worm did to itself. The sudden jolt of lightning caused its body to spasm mid-charge. With its maw already digging slightly into the rock, the uncoordinated movements sent its entire head crashing into the ground, and the rest of its body launched upwards from the sudden stop. This wasn't an opportunity I was going to let slip. Not only was the worm's maw stuck underground, but it had also only stopped 10 feet or so from me, so I dashed straight for it and stuck my spear through another of the openings in the creature's scales. This time my attack was infused with ice mana. Arrgggg. Teehee worm's screech this time seemed to be one of agonizing pain. I wasn't sure if that was because of how effective ice mana was against it, or just because of how much it hated the cold. I managed to get 2 more stabs in with ice mana in the same area before the worm dug itself out of the ground, and I was forced to back away once more. The mini-boss's next charge was a lot slower, maybe half as fast as the previous ones were. Not only that, but its head was no longer close to the ground, but lifted about 2 feet off the ground. Despite its simple attacks, the creature was clearly somewhat intelligent, as it realized the damage potential of my lightning, and altered its pattern to something that wouldn't leave it so exposed to it. With the speed of its charge reduced, and the head no longer being close to the ground, however, I had no more issues dodging directly to the left or right of the creature. The next 5 charges I alternated between lightning and ice. It was clear from the marks on the worm's body that ice was much more effective, as the scales surrounding the point where I had stabbed it 3 times were scraped off in the subsequent charges, leaving an open section of mangled flesh that was started to bleed more and more as the ice thawed from the flame jets. The only issue remaining was that despite the damage I was doing, the mini-boss would still most likely outlast me. The creature had over 80 levels on me, and as I dodged its latest charge, I made sure to time my attack to land in the already wounded area. I needed to focus my attacks and break through the wall of muscles in one spot so I could go for the kill. 2 charges later, and the entire area was now frozen solid. I briefly swapped over to my hammer for its next charge, and augmenting it with magma mana, I broke away chunks a large 2 feet wide section of flesh about 1 foot deep. Seemingly sensing the danger, the worm didn't charge towards me again. It instead raised its head like a snake and opened its maw wide. Danger sense flared stronger than ever before, and sense mana let me know exactly what it was trying to do. I kneeled down and curled myself into as small a ball as I could manage behind my shield. Not only that, but I also infused the shield with ice mana while using earth mana to bring up the rock around me. I couldn't see it, but I felt it when the worm spit a massive column on fire directly on top of me. I was casting spells with ice and wind to prop up my shield, while also focusing my mana siphon to take as much power away from the attack. The attack seemed to go on forever. By the time it ended, it felt like a few minutes had gone by, even if I knew it couldn't have been more than 20 seconds. The small patch of black rock I now stood on was surrounded by a small 2 feet wide moat of magma, and I was forced to toss my shield to one side, as the rock I had brought up to shield myself also melted as now covered my shield. I could feel the burns on my arms and legs. The only upside seemed to be that the attack had taken a lot out of the worm as well. As he came for me once more, I couldn't even call what it was doing a charge, more of a dash in my direction. My problem was that I only had about 500 mana left. Casting continuously with 3 spells at the same time had eaten up a large chunk of my mana. I wasn't ready to give up yet, however. I would put everything I had into this last attack. I held nothing back as I used Empowering Restriction to not only boost the power of my mana augmentation by limiting it to only 1 more use in the next week, but I also limited myself to only using my Ice Affinity for the same amount of time. Without my shield available, I swapped out my hammer for my 2-handed spear. Getting out of the way of the monster's attack was comparatively easy, as I pushed 450 mana into my spear, lunging straight for the open gash that left a long trail of blood. Empowering Restriction had definitely earned its name. I felt the Ice Affinity gem in my gauntlet not just crack, but shatter as the mana I pushed through it was imbued into the tip of my spear. Once the tip made contact, I felt a chilly breeze as a wall of ice seemed to explode from the point of impact. Unlike my previous attacks, I didn't have the strength to pull back the spear after the attack. Despite the relatively slow speed, the worm moved as I was thrown off my feet, and to one side as my spear remained stuck in the side of the creature. The last thing I saw before my vision went black were the prince's boots, a soft ringing in my ears, not letting me hear anything. My consciousness faded before I knew the outcome of the fight. Ajax wasn't unconscious for long, especially with the prince healing him quickly after they confirmed the worm had died. He woke up 2 minutes later with a headache that would put any hangover to shame. Ajax groaned as he rubbed his forehead in a futile attempt to lessen the throbbing pain. What happened? Even with the pain, he was still quick to look around and survey his surroundings. Sadly, the surroundings didn't tell him anything. Sure, he could see a good portion of the worm corpse, but he didn't know if he had gotten the kill or if they had been forced to intervene after he lost consciousness. You did it, the prince confirmed for him with a grin. It was closer than I would have liked. Next time, let's not go for something with that much vitality and endurance. But you did it. Ajax couldn't suppress the wide smile that broke out on his face. The smile didn't last long as it turned in a wince following a particularly powerful pulse of pain from his head. I'm dry on mana, he rasped out. Well, you have at least 10 more minutes before you can take a potion to help with that, so you'll just have to bear with it, Araner said as he approached him. During his fight, the ranger scout had left to cover as large a portion of the floor as he could. Much like on the other floors, he wasn't looking to kill anything, but simply looking for anything that could be brought out of the dungeon. The rest of the squad had watched his fight, however. This fight raised their opinion of Ajax considerably. They had all seen Aristocats being boosted, even those who had talent. It was Ajax's attitude and dedication to accept the duel of attrition that impressed the Rangers. As he went to stand up, Ajax was glad to see that his physical body was fully healed. The burns he had before had been healed. The same couldn't be said about his mana channels. His final blow had overstressed them. "Where's my spear?" Ajax asked as he got to his unsteady feet. "I got it," the prince said as he pulled out the two-handed spear and the shield Ajax had tossed aside out of his spatial ring. "You did quite a number on them." The shield looked exactly how Ajax expended it would, deformed from the pressure and heat, the deformation rendering its enchantments broken, and even a few patches of rock stuck to the surface where the molten rock had cooled. The spear, on the other hand, came as a surprise for Ajax. While he had fully expected the shaft to be in rough shape, he hadn't expected the structural damage the tip had suffered. It was only then that he remembered that his glove had failed partway through that final attack. With the gemstone shattered, his weapon ended up channeling the ice mana without a buffer to prevent the structural damage. Ajax had a backup shield, but he didn't have a backup spear. It simply wasn't a weapon he expected he would have to use all that often. Not only that, but in the situations where he would have to use it, he very much didn't expect for it to be damaged. He was also partially right. He simply hadn't expected the gauntlet to fail on him. It was only now that Ajax realized he had become overly reliant on the gauntlet. Sure, he had initially made plans to have his weapons crafted with material that had the same affinity as the mana he most often used with them, but he had kept pushing those plans back further and further. The materials would have been expensive, and he hadn't really needed them. "I'm surprised there's anything left of that spear tip," Araner said as he examined the weapon. "With the amount of mana you push through it, and the fact that this is barely steel from a level 90 floor, I honestly expected it would freeze during the attack and shatter as well." None of the elves there commented on how the spear was actually a little weak to be Ajax's weapon. All of them knew that it had been not just adequate, but in fact towards the limit of what he could use back before he left Grindor. This just perfectly exemplified how much Ajax had grown during the last year. "Let's see what this last arch is. Hopefully for your sake it's better than the water and shadow we found before," Ajax said as he headed towards the arch the worm had been coiled around. As Ajax put his hand on the arch, he could partly pry any mana away from it with Mana Siphon. The floor it would lead to would contain level 153 creatures. Ajax had barely managed to get a read on the mana primary mana type, but he had no idea about how prevalent even that would be. It could be 10 or 80, and he would be none the wiser. "You're in luck, plant," Ajax said with a small smile before the entire group pushed on to the next floor. The floor seemed to be some sort of jungle theme at a glance, but Ajax didn't really care. As soon as he confirmed his +1 to all stats, both him, the prince and Araner quickly exited the dungeon, leaving the ranger squad to scour the floor for anything useful as well as fully clearing it. As they exited the dungeon, the guards surrounding it moved towards them for a moment before they recognized who they were. Once they saw Araner, however, they quickly saluted and resumed their posts while letting them leave. They were almost all the way out of the area before the dungeon started spitting out monsters. "Leave it," the prince said as he saw Ajax turn. The monsters weren't even all that strong, barely level 80, meaning the delvers had died on the 6th floor. "They have it handled and you need to sleep. You have a party to go to tomorrow." Ajax didn't argue. He had noticed Araner had gone back to help, so he knew there was nothing he could do to help. Hell, even without Araner's help, this was one of the capital's dungeons, and there were plenty of protections put in place to stop any monster outbreak from happening. Once Ajax arrived at the embassy, he found himself congratulated by everyone once they heard that he managed to clear the 10th floor. They were also understanding about his need to sleep despite it being the middle of the day. While nobody said it, Ajax was well aware he looked like the worm had chewed him up and spat him back out even if he did win the fight. "Don't worry about it. You barely even had the chance to try alchemy with level 95 reagents consistently." Lexi comforted Ajax as he got ready for bed once he told her about his failure to make even one successful potion. "Now that the royal family knows about your ability to predict floor themes, I'm sure you'll have more than enough chances." With that, Ajax crawled into bed and put his head on the pillow. Lexi had stayed and cuddled with him until he fell asleep, but she then carefully left the room without waking him to join everyone else. The party would start tomorrow around noon. Everyone was attending, and they all had a lot to do in preparation, everyone except Sylvia and Alana. Since both of them were part of Ajax's house, they would usually be the ones in charge of preparing a gift for the birthday boy. with House Hearthbound's gift being knowledge both of them could relax and simply enjoy themselves. Alana, however, had taken it upon herself to help Benedict, as he was looking to make a good impression on Sylvanthal's nobility, considering his intentions with Alara. Ajax woke up late the next morning feeling refreshed. Gone was the mana headache, and even his mana channels were doing much better than before. His good mood didn't last all that long, however, as he had to quickly make himself presentable, as they would be leaving the embassy in about 1 hour to go to the party, a party that would last well into the evening. A headache just passed, and here comes another, Ajax muttered as he got dressed. The party was held at House Blackthorn's manor, with the manor only being House Blackthorn's residence in the capital. It wasn't a fortress tree, but it was easy to see how hard they had tried to recreate one, in aesthetics if not in function. Are you sure that's not one of their special trees? It looks a lot like the palace, Alana asked as she took in the grandeur of the many trees that intertwined themselves. Having so much more freedom in Sylvanthal, one of the first things Ajax did was explore. He was very surprised to find that the capital city was smaller than both Grindar's capital as well as the Republic's. At the same time, however, the capital was a lot taller. Unlike the Elven section of the Republic, almost every tree in the capital was at least 5 stories tall, with the capital being built more like a series of apartment flats. Their entire group was welcomed into the estate by polite servants that led them towards the large ballroom. Much like Deepwood, the nobility were dominated by elves. The only difference here was the odd human, dwarf or beastkin, was a lower noble instead of a slave. Arianwen was quick to go and greet them once they arrived. "I'm so glad you made it," she said in greeting. "I was worried you would miss it when I heard you wanted to stay behind and try your hand at alchemy. I wouldn't have missed this," Ajax said with a smile as he lied through his teeth. Cough, cough. Alana was forced to hide her laughter at his words under a fake cough, though it was clear from Arianwen's face she hadn't done that good of a job in her deception. "I'm sure." Arianwen laughed good-naturedly at the looks of doubt the rest of them were throwing Ajax. "I'll have to ask that you forgive my son," Sylvia said as she bowed to the princess. While his older brother seems to have taken after both of his parents, his sister has taken after me and he after his father. Everyone here had done their research on Ajax and knew that his father had always been a blacksmith, one that worked alone in a village for most of his life following his quick apprenticeship in the capital. It was no surprise that Ajax would inherit his less than social-minded attitude. "It's nothing to apologize for," Arianwen reassured her. It took no time at all for Arianwen to be joined by her mother as well as her uncle and cousin. While Ajax wasn't yet important enough to be greeted promptly by the hosts, the same could not be said about Xavier and the prince. Even Anna, Lexi, and Darkclaw couldn't be left waiting too long without political ramification. "It's a pleasure to have you here, Your Highness," Duke Blackthorn said with a bow towards Xavier and the prince. The exchange of greeting alone between such a diverse group of nobles took almost 2 minutes, and Ajax could already feel the toll it was taking on his social energy. Luckily enough, he had found a kindred spirit in the young Blackthorn. "Happy birthday." Ajax congratulated the youth once he caught his eye as he was standing off to one side. Ajax had initially felt a little awkward discussing his fight against Arianwen, but as the discussion moved away from the fight and more to his hybrid fighting style in general, he became more and more engaged in the conversation. "Is your son looking to become a hybrid combatant?" the prince asked Duke Blackthorn as he kept a close ear on the conversation, not looking for a repeat of the royal meeting where Ajax let slip a bit of information. "It is more of a fascination. Unfortunately, he doesn't possess the talent for the physical combat side," the Duke responded. The prince couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this as he inspected the elf's solid body. What he lacks in combat prowess, however, he makes up for as a crafter. He just might become one of the few smiths our people can be truly proud of. It took all of the young's elf power to hold back a whimper as his father, an ant, dragged him away from Ajax to greet the nobles his mother was greeting 30 minutes after Ajax's arrival at the party. "What did you say to him?" Arianwen asked. "I disagreed with him," Ajax said as he scratched his head, also somewhat sad that their conversation had been cut short, "and it seems he was receptive to my argument." "What about?" Arianwen asked. "He maintains that the best hybrid fighter would be one that was reliant on stamina skill for a boost in physical power and spells for attack enhancers," Ajax said. "That is the widely accepted point of view." Arianwen nodded. "Not all hybrid fighters follow that model simply because they don't all have the talent for a stamina-based boosting skill. What do you think would be better?" "Both a mana and stamina-based boosting skill, as well as stamina-based curse attack enhancers to complement the use of spells," Ajax said, "though I will admit they wouldn't be able to remain active for long. The chances that someone would be able to unlock so many different skills is so slim," Arianwen said as she shook her head. "I can see why he was so excited about the possibilities." For the majority of the evening, Ajax had mainly stayed by his mother's or Alana's side as he greeted some of the more enterprising elven nobles. When he wasn't socializing with them, he was talking with the birthday boy or with the royal gardener who had joined the party closer towards the evening. The king is here. The prince whispered so that Ajax would hear him as the time was nearing midnight. Ajax quickly extricated himself from the discussion and joined the prince as they headed for the monarchs. "Could you grab your cousin for a moment?" Ajax asked Arianwyn as they made their way across the ballroom. Now, she seemed a little surprised, but once she saw the serious look on both Ajax and the prince's face, she simply nodded. "Your Majesty," both Ajax and the prince greeted the king. "Is something the matter?" The king asked a little suspiciously as he saw his daughter bringing the birthday boy towards them with a serious face. "If we could have a more private talk," the prince requested. The king took a moment to think about it before he nodded to his wife, who led them out of the ballroom and to one of the adjacent small rooms. "What is this about?" the queen asked, a little more suspicious than her husband as she hadn't had much of a chance to interact with Ajax previously and suspected him of being up to something. "The gifts are to be opened in a few hours," the queen said, a little frosty. "It can also be time-sensitive, I'm afraid," Ajax said, piquing the elves' curiosities. Ajax then turned towards the birthday boy with a smile and proceeded to explain the method for manipulating his status so that he can preserve his free stat points for later use and how that would maximize the natural stat point gained during the apprentice period. "I would like to ask that you don't share this, as the method will only be made public in 2 months or so." Ajax finished his explanation. That while the queen's face didn't give anything away, her lack of words spoke volumes as the room descended into silence. "It works," the young boy exclaimed with a happy voice as he had started trying to change his status interface once Ajax explained how it works. With that out of the way, the 6 of them returned to the party, and the queen headed straight for Duke and Duchess Blackthorn to explain what had happened. It was important for the 2 of them to know, since they had been planning for their son to give a performance of his newfound strength after he spent his points, but that would need to be prevented for obvious reasons. Following the party, Ajax had plans to put in a lot of time and effort into his alchemy. He had almost an entire week before he could delve into the other dungeon. His plans didn't have a good chance to get underway before they were interrupted the following morning. "What did you do last night?" Both Sylvia and Alana sprung on him the moment he took a seat at the breakfast table. "What do you mean?" Ajax asked, confused as he filled his plate with food. "A representative of House Blackthorn just left," his mother said. "They were here to finalize a few contracts that we would take over to help establish a stable route to Sylvanthal." Alana continued. "What did you do at that party? They move quick." Ajax was surprised at how quickly House Blackthorn seemed to move. Clearly, they appreciated the gift Ajax had given them a lot more than he had thought. "I shared my training technique with their son. This way he won't be among the weaker of his generation." In the coming months, Ajax very much expected that his family, as well as the Grindor royal family, would receive several letters but declaring open hostilities from families whose main heirs missed out on being able to hold their points by a few months. "With the 4 contracts we picked up just from them, we have enough to break even on sending out a regular caravan all the way here every 4 months," Alana said with a smile. "Those worms are going to be worth their weight in gold over the next few years, with how much we will save on actually buying the carriages and carts and maintaining them. We also have an invitation from Alara to visit her manor later this afternoon," Sylvia reminded him after he finished his meal. Unlike what Ajax expected, there wasn't a party at Alara's house. Thankfully, for Benedict's sake, her father wasn't present either. The only people present were the rest of Alara's family, as well as the delving party. "Why not just do all this at the party yesterday?" Ajax asked as he recognized most of the people from yesterday's festivities. The invitation was mainly about having Benedict visit to meet her family, Lexi explained. Only inviting him, however, would be the same as telling everyone that the 2 of them were courting, so they invited the rest of us as cover. The visit turned out to be very interesting for Ajax once they moved on to their training area, as a primarily military-based house, just like House Steelblade. The way they trained their retainers, as well as the amenities, was something Ajax was taking mental notes on for how his own house could do things. "These are our sharp-winged falcons." Alara's mother beamed as she presented the aviary. "Every one of our retainers has to raise their own from the moment their training begins." "Are you looking for them to form bonds?" Ajax asked as he watched the younger retainers call their falcons to them. "We do encourage any bonds to form, but they are more of a secondary objective," Alara said with a sad tone. "The average sharp-winged falcon only lives for a total of 10 years, while most of our potential retainers are recruited at the age of 9. There is a lot we can't know about a potential retainer given the short time we observe them for when scouting them." Alara's mother continued the explanation. "As for once they arrive at our estate, the militaristic atmosphere can cover up some damning character flaws. How well they take care of their falcon, as well as how well trained it is, tells a lot about a person. For most who don't fail earlier in their training, the falcon can also become something of a final test." Alara said with her head bowed. "You have them kill them." Ajax's voice was very accusatory. We most certainly do not. Ilara's mother responded quickly. We are training loyal retainers, not spies and assassins. Most falcons do die around the end period of the training. The test is on how they handle the grief of losing someone they care about so much. Ajax had to admit that this was a very good way for young children to be both trained and tested. More than that, with such a low life expectancy, the falcons made for the ideal first bond, preparing the retainer for bonding a young, more magically infused creature early in life. Ajax made a mental note to inform Alana about a potential buyer for any of the kits Fluffy might have in the future once they find one or multiple suitable mates for the shadow cat. The visit ended with a series of spars between Xavier, Anna, Lexi, and Benedict, and some of the younger retainers, though all of them were 4 to 5 years older than Benedict. I must say, while I had heard about the so-called generation of prodigies, you do live up to the name. Ilara's mother complimented them after Lexi took her sparring partner out with just 4 spells. Most shocking is that I can still see room for improvement despite the overwhelming victories. The large, consistent influx of stats over the last year will take us some time to get accustomed to, Ajax said as he watched from the sidelines as Benedict finally took the field. I expect all of us will stagnate a little in our levels for a few months, as well fully adapt to our increased stats before we start pushing our limits once again, fully clearing out dungeon floors. Benedict's advantage over his opponent showed more than any of the others. While all of them had won handedly, they all did so through the use of spells. Benedict, still being a fully physically based fighter up against an elf who, while mostly physical, had also invested a little in his mental stats, could truly show their superiority. Benedict showed his own genius in that he didn't engage the trained retainer in a display of skill, knowing he hadn't adapted to his stats, just yet he instead forced the fight into a series of engagements, where he would exchange a blow or two before backing away, and circling his opponent once more. It only took 5 exchanges in the span of 20 seconds before the retainer's footwork failed him, and Benedict rested the blade of his sword on the man's shoulder, next to his exposed neck. That will be enough, Ilara said as the 5th retainer stepped up with his eyes locked on Ajax. She was very happy with Benedict's showing as a potential suitor, and wanted that to be the match her family remembered. Ilara knew that these were some of their most promising retainers. Having them defeated by Xavier, Anna, Lexi, and Benedict, who were younger than them, would push them to train harder and curtail any overconfidence that might have developed. In the same vein, however, showing them the difference between them and Ajax could very well have the opposite effect and demotivate them, as the gap was just that big. I'm still recovering from my latest delve. Ajax tried to let the guy down gently. The retainer nodded at his words and stepped back. As they were walking away from the training grounds, Ajax could hear Ilara's mother talking to the older retainer in charge of training. Best increase their training in recognizing deception. My lady. The retainer asked, confused, was the Baron lying? No, which does surprise me since he doesn't strike as hindered in any way, but we won't be looking into that. The Duchess shook her head, but while it might not have been a lie, it was an excuse. He didn't want to fight, the retainer asked. He didn't want to offend or embarrass us, the Duchess explained. He is the one who defeated Ilara in the tournament, and since then he has been through 8 more dungeons. Any fight would have ended in an instant, or he would have had to hold back considerably. While the retainer had good enough social skills to not show how surprised he was, that did nothing for his curiosity. His curiosity earned him a sharp spike of pain as his inspection skill hit the wall that is Enigma. Ajax had enjoyed this visit much more than the usual parties he was invited to. His day took a turn for the worse as he arrived back at the embassy to find an elf waiting for him. Baron Hearthbound. The elf greeted with a nod. I am Viscount Deeproot. I am here to discuss the possibility of an arranged marriage between our houses. Ajax was so shocked by what he heard that for a moment he doubted if the treats they had been served before leaving weren't laced with something extra. Ajax's jaw dropped and he remained silently shocked by the offer. The elf clearly interpreted the silence as a positive view of his offer. The same thing could not be said about his girlfriend, who had been right behind him as he entered the embassy. I'm sorry, Viscount Deeproot, I think I misheard you. What was it you said? Lexi's words and tone were sweet and polite, but the cold look on her face and the piercing stare in her eyes revealed her true emotions. Viscount Deeproot opened his own mouth to respond before he took a look at Lexi's face and froze, with a facial expression similar to Ajax. The elf knew exactly who she was, but he couldn't see a reason why she would be so upset until he thought back to the exact words he said. My apologies for the misunderstanding Lady Manashaper. Viscount Deepwood staggered out before he composed himself. I can see how my words could be construed. What I meant was arranging a marriage between one of my family members with one of yours, perhaps your sister, Baron. Lexi's frosty demeanor cleared up along with the misunderstanding, though she was very much invested in the conversation that was sure to follow. I see, Viscount. Lexi nodded with an infectious smile. Then perhaps it's best if we continue this discussion inside. The Viscount had no objection, not to the change in location to a more private area, nor to Lexi inviting herself along. When they reached the first private room that had refreshments ready, Lexi invited the Viscount to enter. "If you'll give us a moment, we'll be right with you." Lexi made a small gesture, pointing out the combat attire both her and Ajax were wearing following the visit to Alara's manor. "What is going on?" Ajax whispered, having recovered from his shock, but wisely staying silent while Lexi was handling the situation. "A mixture of ambition and inexperience," Lexi said as they both headed to get changed. "Grab your mother. She should also be part of the discussion." Ajax nodded and went to put on one of the sets of clothes he had that were purely meant for social events and were emblazoned with his house's mark. He didn't have to go looking for his mother, as Sylvia found him as he stepped out of his room, followed not a moment later by Lexi, who stepped out of her room opposite his. "So what does this Viscount want?" Sylvia asked. "An arranged marriage between our families." Ajax wasted no time and felt a little vindicated to see his mother's jaw drop in the same way his did a few moments earlier. "He's actually being rather friendly," Lexi said as she struggled to find the right words. "How's that?" Ajax asked. Viscount Deepwood is rather young, only 150 years old, but because of the passing of his father, he is now the head of his house. Lexi explained. "My guess is that he is not as well informed as he should be, but he is trying to build a good relationship with you, and he's planning to do that by having my son marry a girl he's never met." Sylvia asked, rather shocked. "No, we already cleared up that the marriage won't include Ajax," Lexi corrected her. "Even the most cursory look into Ajax would find my relationship with him, and I am the granddaughter of a duke." "Then how is he trying to be friendly as you put it?" Sylvia asked. "Take a step back first. Arranged marriages are common among the nobility. Don't take the offer as an insult because it isn't one," Lexi said as she started leading them towards the room the Viscount was waiting for them. "My guess is that he doesn't know that Ajax will become a duke in his own right once we return to Grindor." Brand new baron marrying the talented granddaughter of a duke. That does seem rather hard to believe, Ajax acknowledged, "especially with you joining my family instead of the other way around. Not only that, but Sylventhal's royal family have been very welcoming with us since we arrived. Not only that, but rumors of a deeper alliance between Sylventhal and Grindor are starting to circle in noble circles. An interkingdom marriage would help secure those relations," Lexi said. "He very much believes you will go far, and he wants to secure a strong bond between your houses while also helping you as much as he can, so we should let him down gently," Ajax said. "Oh, I think you can push the decision onto your sister," Sylvia said with a smile. "I think she has a thing for elves." With that, the three of them joined the Viscount. Ajax and Sylvia were both much more relaxed as they settled in to talk with the elf. Their impression of the Viscount improved as he didn't push the discussion towards talks of marriage, but instead chose to get to know more about Ajax, and even showed some interest in finding more about Sylvia. "I hope you don't take this in a different way than I intend, but I also believe that a marriage between our houses would help pave the path for your own relationship with Lady Manashaper to continue," the Viscount mentioned after he praised Ajax for his results in the most recent tournament. "There is no need to worry about anything in that regard," Lexi said with a warm smile. "My dear Ajax has a ducal title waiting for him once we return to Grindor." The news clearly shocked the Viscount, but he revered much quicker than Ajax. "Congratulations," the Viscount toasted to the news. "In light of those news, I do see how an arranged marriage between our families might not be the best way forward for your own house. While I won't be committing to an arranged marriage from this meeting today, it doesn't look like I'd be opposed to a marriage between our houses," Ajax said with a kind smile. "As I am sure you already know, I am a first-generation noble, so at least for now, the marriage prospects of any of my family members would always require the direct input of said family members." The rest of the meeting didn't last much longer, with the Viscount bidding his goodbyes, but not before he secured an agreement from Sylvia regarding a delivery from their merchant company to ensure future interaction between their representatives at the very least. That was a rather enjoyable meeting, Ajax commented as he stretched as he rose from his seat following the Viscount's departure. "He looks to be someone I wouldn't mind meeting and talking to at parties." Ajax could even see himself becoming more friendly with the elf as time went on, but for now the age difference between them still made interactions quite troublesome. Even accounting for his time on Earth, the elf was more than 3 times older than Ajax. "I hope so, because this won't be the last such meeting you'll have to have this week," Lexi said with a teasing smile. The smile on Ajax's face froze as he turned and looked at Lexi with horror. "What do you mean?" "Viscount Deeproot wasn't the most well-informed, which is why he approached you so quickly despite not knowing about your future ducal title," Lexi said. His youthful approach as head of the house also meant he was the first to move, but there will be many more. He also didn't think too deeply about how Sylvanthal's royal family would feel about the connection, basing everything on rumors. Sylvia said as she took a sip of her tea. Those who are better informed will soon find out about the trade agreements I have recently obtained from House Blackthorn and put it together with your short disappearance, where you met with the king and queen as well as the young Lord Blackthorn during the party. Those words seemed to be prophetic in nature, as Ajax found his training interrupted almost every hour in the coming days, so much so that he even considered changing his sleep schedule so he could train during the night and sleep in the day. Not only that, but while none of the nobles approaching him with an arranged marriage had any malicious intentions, very few of them were as well-meaning as Viscount Deeproot had been. Most of them were much more greedy and self-serving. The more foolish among them even offered a daughter, niece, sister, or three to Ajax in hopes of tempting him. They quickly found themselves escorted outside the embassy at Ajax's request for offending Lady Manashaper. Finally, Ajax said as the group got ready to delve into the capital's main dungeon, "I can finally have some peace." This caused some amusement among the ranger teams joining them. "It can't have been that bad," Xavier said with a laugh as he patted Ajax on the back. "It was, at least by the end," Lexi mumbled, though everyone clearly heard her. It was telling how trying this must have been for Ajax if even Lexi's social energy had been so diminished. Since none of the party could gain anything from the first 3 floors of the dungeon, the group went through them all in under 1 hour by simply finding the first arch and going through it to the next floor. "I look forward to clearing floors once more after we finish with the boosting," Lexi said as she stepped foot on the 4th floor. "You do know that you'll also be doing this when we get back to Grindor as well," Ajax whispered in her ear with a teasing smile. "You'll most likely be delving the 7th or 8th floor in the gold mine, so you'll be passing through floors like this every time." Ajax had experience in this since he had already been doing that for a few years. On the upside, can see a lot more floor themes and can choose to clear a lower floor if you think it has a chance of getting you something you want. The biggest prize for those floors were chances at a bond egg that could be taken outside the dungeon, but adventure groups often cleared any odd floor just for the chance at something unique that they could then sell. What Ajax didn't know was that the amount of odd floor had increased dramatically since he arrived in the capital of Grindor and entered the dungeons. The same was being observed in the Empire, the Republic, and Deepwood. The 4th and 5th floor each took close to 1 hour to get through simply because 4 people needed to kill a miniboss, and that meant they had to find 4 of them. This meant finding 3 arches, and they would stumble upon one of the roaming minibosses in their search. It was with the 7th floor that things started to slow down, not because there was any doubt that the creatures would be killed, but not only did Ajax also need to kill his own miniboss, but Anna, Lexi, Xavier, and Benedict couldn't just one hit kill their enemies at this point with a well-placed ambush attack, or at least they shouldn't have been able to. "Is that really Infernal Pillar?" Xavier asked in shock as he watched Anna turn the miniboss into ash with a single spell. "What was that?" Benedict was also surprised, but instead of being awed, he quickly switched to curiosity. "That was amazing." Lexi was just as curious as the rest of them, if not even more, but for her that curiosity could wait for later, as her best friend just showed she had taken a big step forward. "There's not even bones left. You turned everything to ash." Ajax's eyes were locked onto Anna, but for a different reason. After he was sure that the boss had been killed, Ajax had used his mana siphon, wanting to get a better understanding as to why her flames were that much stronger. To his shock, he actually felt a level of resistance from the flames to his skill that hadn't happened even when he used the skill on legendary mana types. Breaking out of his shock, Ajax also joined Lexi in congratulating Anna. Once they started moving on in search of the next miniboss, he put up a privacy bubble around him. "Anna and Lexi, you have a legendary skill as well." Ajax hugged Anna, unable to contain his excitement any longer. "It's legendary." Lexi quickly joined the hug with renewed excitement. How could you tell?" It was Anna's turn to be shocked. "I tried using mana siphon on the remnants of your Infernal Pillar. It worked maybe 3/4 as well as it usually does. If your new skill was the same level as my mana siphon, I bet it would only be half as effective as it usually is," Ajax explained. "Well, I couldn't have you leave me behind." Anna muttered. Her surprise and embarrassment mixed were enough to shine through her social skill and leave her a little flushed in the cheeks. "With your flames so much stronger, I think you have a chance at killing a level 75. Ajax continued. He knew that since this skill was purely a boosting one, gaining it would add a lot more direct damage than obtaining a legendary mana type would, since it didn't really offer the user any flexibility. "What's it called?" "It's rude to ask that." Lexi chastised him, but from how weak her objection sounded, she also wanted to know. "You both know the name of all 5 of my legendary skills." Ajax defended himself. "It's Pyromancer." Anna was quick to share with her friends as she was swept up by the excitement the two of them exuded. "I got it at the end of the fight with the penguin, when I pushed my flames to be more." Anna's words reminded Ajax of how he gained his first legendary skills all those years ago. Back then he had been helpless against a vampire that he could now kill in moments, but not only had he been trying to copy what the vampire was doing to siphon the shield protecting the crystal he had smashed, but he had also been pushed to the very limit. All of the other legendary skills he had gained since then had come from either an achievement or were mana affinities. Maybe Will in dire straits were a prerequisite for gaining other legendary skills. Your father is going to be so proud when you tell him, Lexi said with a smile. He'll also be worried, Anna said with a wry smile. He always wanted me to focus more on being a merchant than a mage or a noble. I'll just have to gain a legendary merchant skill as well. You think that'll be easy? Ajax asked. Can't be that hard. Anna said with a teasing grin. You've got 5 of them. Ajax just laughed at that as he lowered the privacy bubble and joined the rest of the Delve group as they watched Benedict make short work of his own mini-boss. While the physical fighter didn't manage to kill it in a single attack, he had no trouble running circles around the creature as he landed one devastating slash after another. The fight was over quickly, and the best the creature had been able to do was put a few scratches on Benedict's shield. Anything you want to share? The prince asked as he noticed the privacy bubble dropped. Both Ajax and Lexi kept quiet. While they had both put a bit of pressure on Anna to share the skill with them, neither would share anything without Anna's express permission to do so. Anna remained silent for a moment as she glanced at Araner. The ranger teams with them, and finally her gaze landed on Arianwyn and Alara. I'll say that it's a legendary skill, but nothing more, Anna said. The team took 2 hours to get past the 6th floor, 3 hours to push past the 7th, and almost 5 hours for all of them to get their kills on the 8th floor before they all decided to make camp and recuperate before the 9th floor. The fights had steadily been getting harder, but with a carefully selected forest-themed floor for their 8th floor, none of them had any real issues killing the level 65 mini-boss. I want to try the 10th floor, Anna said as they gathered around the fire. I feel like I can do it, so do I. Lexi joined in. Are you sure? Araner asked them. You know there is no rush, you'll have more chances to delve this dungeon, there is no need to push yourselves. Anna and Lexi shared a glance before they both spoke as one. We're sure. We'll be there to intervene if anything goes wrong, but with an almost 30-level difference there will be some actual risk. The prince warned them. Are you sure you want to take it? When Anna and Lexi just nodded, the prince turned towards Ajax. You're inspiring more and more people to push their limits. I actually want to try to clear the 16th floor. Arianwyn said. Me too. Alara joined in. Ajax didn't get to finish his sentence before the prince cut him off. If I hear you want to try the 20th floor, I will come over there and knock some sense into you. The prince waved his fist menacingly. You might stand a chance against a well-chosen 140, but even that is a stretch. That's not what I was going to suggest, Ajax said defensively before he murmured, though I doubt you'll think much better of my actual idea. Well, go on then, spit it out, the prince said as he prepared himself for whatever harebrained idea Ajax had come up with. For the 16th floor, I want to kill the floor boss on my own. Ajax's words had everyone focus on him. I could bet there is a very good achievement for killing a floor boss twice your level. A silence descended on the group, broken only by the roar of the fire they were all gathered around. Depends on what the floor boss is, the prince said after a couple of minutes thinking it over. As long as it isn't something like a werewolf, where even a scratch could be lethal, I'm willing to let you try. Ajax was happy with the compromise. He also didn't want to risk it by going against anything that had the chance to kill him with even a glancing blow and was focused on speed. It wasn't long until everyone but the night watch went to sleep. So Araner, what do you think of them? The captain of the ranger squad asked. What do you mean by that? Araner asked. How much of a problem are they politically? The captain asked. There might have been a small issue or two when we first started. We did target goldmints or merchants during the last war for supplies, but after traveling with us for months, I'd say all of them are making fast friends. Araner gave his opinion. At this rate, they might even become personal connections that Arianwyn can call on as favors. And what about their power? I know they are all promising after all the stats they just gained, but you know that those kinds of leads don't always last. People stagnate and rest on their laurels. Another ranger asked. Unless something extremely traumatic happens, all of them will become champions, Araner said with a focused expression. With the dedication they are showing, they might just all do so in a century and a half. That quick, all of the rangers looked towards the tents with a troublesome expression. For someone to be considered a champion, they would usually be around level 175. It wasn't the level that determined it, but the power, so some gained it a few levels quicker, and some later, depending on the synergy of their skills and fighting style. Anyone who made it that far had the skills to back it up. Most champions achieved that around the age of 500, with the Prince of Grindor being a relatively young champion, having gained the title at only 423 years of age. The thought that troubled the Rangers, however, wasn't just the number of champions Grindor might stack up with the addition of 6 champions. It was also that by achieving such a high level this quickly, and with the amount of dungeon stats they were gaining already, these champions could very well live to be 1.5 millennia or older, and they would have all that time to push themselves further. If you think that's quick, you shouldn't dig any deeper into Ajax, Araner said with a snort. He's the catalyst for all this. I feel that all of them apart from the Iron Whisper lad are only pushing so hard to keep up with him. I might regret asking this, but how soon until he reaches the level of a champion? The captain asked as focused some mana in his eyes with his epic skill to look through the fabric of the tent and focus on Ajax's sleeping form. I don't know. Araner was forced to admit. We're not asking for an exact time frame here, Teach. One of the rangers who had actually once been Araner's student exclaimed. You gave us a time frame for the other. Why can't you do that for him? Because his strength is so far outside of what I know, Araner said with a sigh. At the longest it'll take him 4 decades, more likely in a bit over 3. You're saying he'll be around Arianwin's age when he becomes a champion. I heard he barely fought a level 135 to a draw, the captain said. He did, Araner nodded. But he is also barely past level 50. In 3 decades, I fully expect him to have gained 50 levels. If you're this sure, why even bother saying you don't know, Teach? The ranger asked, because he could very well reach that point much quicker. Araner's words left a total silence among the rangers as he went to sleep. The following day, the rangers got a front row seat at seeing what Ajax's former classmates could do. Since these were different squads than the ones who had joined them for the last dungeon, all of them had only seen what little the 4 of them had shown when punching down on the previous floors. Damn, you were right again, the ranger said as he took in the ogres that were roaming the dark, foggy marsh. You have a way to teach someone else how to do anything similar. I'll pay 50,000 gold to teach my nephew. He's good with mana. Ajax had shown his ability to predict floors yesterday as well, but showing he could find floors that had humanoid enemies was much more valuable and showed just how much detail he could gather about floors, at least when they were so low in the dungeon. Haven't figured that one out. Ajax shook his head much to the ranger's disappointment. Benedict was the first to take on the 10-foot-tall blue-skinned humanoids, and he quickly found out that while they were slow and not all that durable, they made up for it with a lot of strength, earth magic, and a seemingly passive regeneration spell. I can't tell if he's talented or dumb, one of the rangers muttered as he watched on 5 minutes after the fight had started. It's talent, Ilara said with a cutting tone. Before his journey to delve all these dungeons, he was purely physical fighter. All of the mana that you no doubt saw is from naturally pushing his mental stats and dungeon stat increases. He already knows he'll have to take some time and angle himself towards a more hybrid build to get everything out of the stats he has now. Their healing is based on being in contact with the mud. Ajax said with a bit of disappointment as he watched Benedict wisely predict a wave of mud being launched at his position and stepping around it to land a deep cut across the ogre's belly. I think he's also figured that out, but he can't do anything to cut off the connection, so he just has to rely on the enchantment to do the heavy lifting. Benedict was almost out of stamina and barely standing on his feet 20 minutes later. He wasn't as comfortable with the bastard sword he had wielded as he was with his usual short sword, but this was the weapon that had the strongest anti-healing enchantment from the ones he brought. While Benedict had impressed the rangers with his tenacity and focus by not making a single misstep in a 25-minute fight, his strength didn't strike the rangers as something all that impressive. How is he doing that? This was the 3rd time the question had been asked in 60 seconds, but nobody answered it. Xavier's fighting style was now backed by a legendary skill. Having analyzed the ogre's fighting style during Benedict's battle, he had no issue fully predicting their next move. His fight barely lasted 2 minutes, and while he was heaving from the mana expenditure, the whole fight had looked choreographed as Xavier dodged everything by less than an inch, and the ogre seemed to jump into the path of his blade. As dominant as Xavier's showing was, he still had nothing on Anna. Unlike both Xavier and Benedict, Anna's approach hadn't taken advantage of the more fragile nature of humanoid fighters and their reliance on using armor for protection. With help from her own legendary skill, she had pushed so much heat into the surrounding that the ogre's earth-based regeneration had been cut off because the ground beneath his feet had all the water evaporated and then melted into lava. The ogre itself was burnt to ash with only a few red-hot pieces of armor floating on the magma to mark his presence. Easy there, Ajax said as he propped Anna up as she was about to fall over. You pushed way too much of your mana out in 30 seconds. While Anna still had a third of her mana left over, and her mana channels were used to handle the strain of her more costly spells, using 2/3 of your mana in 30 seconds would leave anyone lightheaded. Lexi had followed the lead of her best friend and dealt with her own ogre quickly. Unlike Anna, however, Lexi had not only leaned into the ogre's humanoid fragility, she had also made use of her domain to spread out the use of her mana and amplify her attack. Her wind spells inside of the domain were strong enough they had actually lifted the ogre fully off the ground until she managed to get a killing blow. That has to be one of the most aggressive domains I've ever seen. The ranger captain let out a low whistle, and I've seen a storm domain in action. Even with all these fine showings, there was still no question about who had the most dominating performance on the floor. Ajax's fight ended in seconds as he blitzed the ogre with an ambush using his axe and air mana to decapitate the creature. He then sealed the stumpy neck with lava while frying the loose head with a lightning bolt, killing the beast. HMPH, show off. Xavier grumbled with a smile as he reached on his toes to put his arm around Ajax's shoulder. He's in his mid-20s and his level is in the low 50s. The ranger captain approached Ariner. I can see how you think he'd be champion level before he's 50 if he's already become this strong. The 10th floor of the dungeon was a common hillside meant to make things as easy as possible for Anna, Lexi, and Xavier. Benedict knew he didn't stand a chance as he was now a full physical build like his simply didn't have a way to deal enough damage at this much of a stat discrepancy while remaining safe. Why is everything getting bigger? Ajax complained as he watched a mole the size of a bus get dispatched. Stats. Ariner responded. You see this less in humanoids, but it gets pretty noticeable with the few physical champions. After a certain point, physical stats need to increase your size to keep your power increasing in line with the numbers. If you ever find yourself past the borders into the wildlands, and you see anything that is above level 200 and smaller, then you know that it is very heavily focused on magic and can most likely wipe you from existence. Anna's battle against a falcon that was 3 times larger than her was very different from the quick match she had on the last floor. The bird was clearly heavily invested into wind mana, and this made it less physically sturdy than the ogre had been, but wind also provided a bit of a defense against Anna's flames. I hate boosting these kinds of stat differences. One of the rangers gripped. You're forced to fight aggressive creature because you'll simply run out of resources against the defensive ones. Anna's only upside was that her new flames seemed to be able to consume the wind mana from the attack the falcon launched. This wasn't the case with normal fire attacks and drew everyone's attention. In the end, Anna was lucky she had managed to focus her flames on the bird's eyes so that the creature's final dive missed her by a few feet and crashed straight into the ground where she was able to finish it off. Those flames of yours are really something. Ariner congratulated her. But I suggest you stop focusing on any other magic type outside of raw mana barriers. You need to come up with proper defenses for when your enemy is well suited to fighting you instead of you being their weakness. Xavier was the next one to try their hand against a snake. Unfortunately for him, even with his legendary skill, he simply didn't have a way to fight against anything that could fly or tunnel underground. The fight had started off well. He had taken the time to watch Ajax dance his way around a non-mini boss version of the snake and got a good read on its fighting style. In the opening exchanges, not only was he perfecting his understanding, but he had also managed to land a good few slashes backed by some powerful spells. Unfortunately for Xavier, the snake had caught onto his strategy before enough damage had been done, and instead of going for precise devastating hits, it started throwing its entire body in hope of connecting a blow. Xavier had been able to predict the change in movement, but with his stats split between mental and physical, he still couldn't keep up and dodge. The prince had interfered and killed the snake once the snake's body threw Xavier to the ground, and the tail was following up with another wide swipe. I saw it coming. Xavier's fist struck the ground in frustration as he got back up. I just can't keep up. Ajax didn't want to put any salt on Xavier's wounded pride, so he handled the next snake miniboss they ran up against by ambushing it with a void-empowered hammer blow straight to the brain. The snake barely had a chance to coil ready to strike once Ajax's hammer made contact with its scales before its eyes bugged out a little, and blood started seeping from its eyes and nose as the brain was squashed. That affinity is something else, Arianwen said as her hand instinctively went to her ribs that were shattered in a similar manner when his void-infused hammer had stuck past her ice wall. Lexi had a much easier time against her falcon than Anna did. While her vibration affinity didn't have the same raw damage that Anna's pyromancer did, its versatility showed when she was able to batter the bird left and right with well-placed shockwaves. Her fight had taken longer than Anna's, and she was nearly out of mana by the end with her domain entirely drained, but at no point did she let the falcon within 5 feet of her. You think she could have been louder if she tried. One of the rangers grumbled. Lexi's shockwaves had sounded like thunder and drew in monsters from every direction that they all had to deal with to ensure her fight wasn't interrupted. Xavier had tried a second attempt against a snake, but it ended up much like his first. After an even better start than his first encounter, the snake had eventually given up on precise attacks, and the fight ended once it switched to wide sweeping attacks that Xavier had no way to dodge. He had managed to jump over the snake's first tail swipe by seeing it coming, but the second time the snake reacted to his jump, and and while the tail had only managed to clip his legs, it was still enough to send him to the ground and unable to react to the follow-up attack. "We'll just have to leave this floor for next time," Benedict said as he tried to comfort Xavier. Benedict knew that he wasn't as close to being a match for these creatures as Xavier was, but he was also the only other person in the group who hadn't been able to kill them. What made this even more frustrating for Xavier, however, was that he could reliably best both Lexi and Anna in a duel. His build simply wasn't as effective in covering such a large gap in levels, even with a favorable matchup. Once the group got past the 10th floor and Xavier, Lexi, Anna, and Benedict left, the floor clear time shrunk considerably. Floors 11, 12, 13, and even 14 barely took 2 to 3 hours each, as Ajax, Darkclaw, and Harold cleared their mini-bosses relatively easily. A less-than-ideal matchup did mean that Harold had needed 2 tries on the 14th floor, but even with that he was confident that a better matchup would mean he would be capable enough even against a level 100 on the 15th floor. Before that, however, it was time for their second night in the dungeon. "What's your plan?" Alara asked Ajax. "After you are done delving in our kingdom, I'll be passing through home before I head to the Empire to delve their main dungeon." Ajax said, "You got them to let you go into that again?" Arianwen asked, surprised. She had found out he had already had that chance once a few years ago, but it had been essentially a solo delve and not a boost for him. "Part of the same deal, actually," Ajax said. "Archduke Goldmacer managed to get us 2 delves into the main dungeon. Sadly, I won't be able to push as far into that one as I can here." Ajax was comfortable enough going up against a level 130. He knew it would be extremely close if he was to face a level 140. When it came to actually delving into a dungeon, he wouldn't go past level 120 with a group of people at the same level. On his own, he would stay 1 floor below that to 110, since multiple enemies and sneak attacks would be enough to get him killed. What did he give them in exchange for that? Arianwen asked, "And how come you got a spot?" Ajax didn't answer that and just smiled. While he wasn't the most politically apt person, he knew not to give away information for free. "It'll be a short trip. I should be back by the time you make your way to Grindor to delve." While the trip would take a couple of months there and back, Ajax knew it would take longer than that to finish ironing out the current exchange in dungeon delving. Both royal families knew that whatever agreement they would make now would become the basis for the nobles' exchanges that would take place to keep nobles above commoners, so they would need to be much more thorough than any usual deal between countries with a solid alliance. And after that, Alara asked, "What will you do once you get back and get your ducal title?" "It won't just be a title," the prince said with a smirk. Ajax had trouble containing his surprise as he realized that he would become one of the few landed dukes of Grindor. He knew that it would be a possibility further down the line as he got stronger and became much more influential, but it was coming now. "It seems I'll be quite busy," Ajax said as he watched the others try and hide their own surprise. All the while he was making plans to take care of everything that needed his personal presence, while he was adjusting to the influx of stats and delegate everything, while leaving for his trip to the wild lands in search of a bond. Ajax was silently freaking out on the inside. There were a total of 22 ducal families in Grindor right now, but out of those only 5 of them were landed. While he was sure he wouldn't be given any of their territories, even having an actual dukedom would paint a target on his family for at least 15 other ducal families that wanted to earn their own large swath of land. Not only that, but the current 5 landed ducal families were so entrenched in their lands that it was actually easier to grow the family's influence to replace one of the 3 archdukes at the moment than to get any of the current 5 evicted without a massive mess up on their part. Ajax's saving grace was that he had very good connections to 2 of the archdukes and a solid one to the 3rd. Not only that, but his relationship with Lexi actually pulled all of House Manashaper into his corner, since Lexi would become the Duchess Hearthbound. "Focus, damn it," the prince growled as he pulled Ajax out of the way of an errant spine from the massive porcupine Harold was fighting. "If I knew it would throw you off so bad, I would have waited until after the dungeon to tell you." Harold was a much better match against the porcupine, despite the monster's proclivity for launching spines infused with wind or shadow mana. The creature's fighting style actually provided a rather novel way of defeating it, by clearing away the spines on its back to open up new patches where you could land an attack. Harold had thrown aside his 7th shield after he intentionally got as many spines to embed themselves in it. "How many of them does he have?" Ajax asked, curious how many shields Harold's spatial item held, seeing as none of the ones he used so far were his primary shield. The porcupine now had an odd bold spot a little larger than 2 shield widths on its back. It clearly wasn't used to fighting with such an exposed weakness, as it didn't take much longer for Harold to embed a spear in the creature. While the attack wasn't enough to end the fight by itself, it was enough to freak out the monster. Surprised by something actually making it past its quills, the creature tried to turn and examine its own back, leaving Harold with a perfect opening to dive to the side and stab his spear through the creature's neck. Unlike the wound on its back that was intended for piercing, Damage Harold went for a wide slash at the neck, aiming to bleed out the creature. Over the next 2 minutes, the creature continued to slow down further and further as Harold switched back to his defensive fighting style, only taking the occasional poke to speed up the process. Any preference? Ajax asked Alara and Arianwin once the fight was over. Nothing underground. Alara said as she wanted to make use of her new storm domain and for best results that required clouds, no fire or ice. Arianwin similarly didn't want to contend with the creature's own affinity for ice or have her own domain suppressed by the natural fire mana of the floor. Anything for you, Ajax asked Darkclaw. I'll hold back for now. Darkclaw said, I'm sure I'll get another chance to delve another time when I am better prepared. Being a primarily melee-ranged mage did have some advantages when it came to the mana efficiency of your spells, but against creatures close to 30 levels above you, that was worth far less than the safety some distance might provide. All right then. Ajax nodded as the group started moving towards a specific arch. Ajax didn't bother trying to select a specific floor theme for himself. 9 times out of 10, the floor boss had nothing to do with the floor theme, and any elemental boss that spawned would twist the floor theme to suit itself. This one is earth and air, Ajax said as he pointed to an arch. It shouldn't be underground, and I'm not feeling any ice or water mana and no fire either. If it's a bad matchup, we could always try again next time, Arianwin said with a non-committal shrug. As they set foot on the floor, they were met with a powerful wind current that cut across them. The floor theme seemed to have placed them into a mountain range. None of the mountains had snow on them, but you could see numerous peaks as they extended for miles. Oh, this is perfect, Alara said with a cunning smile as she appreciated just how close she was to the clouds. I should be able to make this work, Arianwin said. Harold and Darkclaw both exited the floor at this point, and Araner chose to warn his charges. Remember, while your domains might grant you superiority over an area, any creature living here could still have a better control of the wind element that is present in both your domains. We've got incoming, one of the rangers called out. What are those things? Another followed up as they took a defensive position around Ajax, Alara, and Arianwin. Ajax was the sole member of the group to recognize the creatures that were flying towards them. Back on Earth, they were known as harpies, humanoid creatures with wings instead of arms and claws instead of feet. Despite the lack of knowledge on the creatures, the Rangers had no issue taking them out. They were after all punching down a large number of levels. They seemed to share the humanoid weakness of a body with multiple kill spots. The lack of fingers and toes means they can't use weapons, and if we were outside the dungeon, I would very much question not only how they formed their armor, but also how they managed to put it on, Araner said as he inspected the corpses. They are however very proficient with not only wind mana, but a few of them also had ice, fire, earth, light, shadow, and even lightning. Might have something to do with the males, Ajax said, drawing everyone's attention. What? I can't be the only one who noticed they are all female. Ajax's theory was quickly proven true the first time they came across an outpost the harpies had made. Unlike the females, the males were larger and sturdier. Not only that, but they were fully covered in feathers, had humanoid hands with only slightly sharper nails, and most noticeably the head of a bird. It took a few outposts, but neither Alara nor Arianwin had any big issues in dealing with a harpy mini-boss. It took a while to find one that would prove a favorable matchup in terms of the elements they used: wind, earth, and fire for Alara, and wind, earth, and light for Arianwin. While the fights were rather clear-cut, it didn't mean they were easy. Arianwin had to use up 80 of her mana in setting up her domain, and even then it had almost run out by the end of the fight, breaking through the perpetual tornado that circled the mini-boss. Alara had opted for a different approach, where she set up her domain a good distance away from the boss, before opening the fight with the biggest lightning bolt Ajax had ever seen. The spell must have had more than 2,500 mana poured into it between the cast and the empowerment it received from the domain. These creatures are ideal for boosting, one of the rangers said. They would also be a nightmare for anyone of appropriate level doing this floor. They seem to be able to combine their spell casting. I will have a full report delivered to the Adventurers Guild once we exit. Ajax had also killed his own harpy miniboss without much fuss. His mana siphon had worked perfectly to weaken the creature's defenses and allow him to break through with sheer stats as a magma-infused axe was embedded in the harpie's head. During this time, one of the rangers' teams was running wild, clearing any monster they came upon looking to spawn the floor boss. I'm not sure you should fight it if it ends up being a wind elemental, the prince said as he took in the surroundings. R-A-A-G-G-G-H-H. R-O-O-G-G-G-H-A. Two wails echoed across the mountain range before Ajax had a chance to respond. Don't seem to be a wind elemental, Ajax said. If that's what I think it is, it might be one of the best ones for you to fight, Araner said as he frowned in the direction the roars seemed to be coming from. What do you think it is? Ajax asked. Based on there being two shouts, I think the floor boss is Araner was interrupted as the scout from the clearing ranger team arrived. We've spawned the floor boss, he said with a cocky grin towards Ajax. You're in luck, kid, it's an Etten. Araner POV, the boy's luck strikes once more, an Etten. Those two-headed behemoths are some of the most straightforward floor bosses. Not only that, but depending on the type, it might be a perfect matchup for him as well. What type? I ask as we all head towards the source of the previous bellows. Hybrid, the scout answers. Well, the boy's luck doesn't seem to be quite that good. A pure mage would have been an ideal matchup for him, even if it is the most dangerous ranked version by the Adventurers Guild, and for good reason. Do you think the hybrid is a better matchup or the warrior? I ask the prince. The mage would have been the best. The prince agrees with my own assessment. Ettins are basically dual classes in the same body. This might initially seem like two warrior classes or two mage classes would be far inferior to a warrior and mage combined in the same body, but that's not always the case. Each type of Ettin has its own niche. Two warrior classes might seem to have a lot to complement each other at first, but that is a clear example of short-sightedness. A pure offensive berserker combined with an indomitable guardian can cause a world of issues. This combination is however the easiest ranked by the Adventurers Guild for the simple fact that a group of 5 or more has a much easier time containing it. The mage is on the other side of the coin, two mage classes. Nobody out there underestimates this version. The creature can have one head channeling massive spells while the other pumps out continuous casts, multiple different types of mana, and most dangerous of all, spell overload. Despite its humanoid body, this version retains the monster ability to cast magic in the same way Ajax does, allowing it to fire dozens of spells at once. While this version is by far the most fragile and fights against it always end in under 2 minutes, it almost always causes casualties. Finally, there is the hybrid. It is more of a misnomer, however, since unlike a true hybrid like Ajax, it doesn't have to sacrifice the physical or the magical, getting the full benefit of both. Both the warrior and mage half of the creature would be a balanced version of the class, unlike the extremes the classes take with the other variants. Its biggest strength comes from the augmented magic it casts to empower the physical attacks, much in the same way Ajax fights. I think the warrior would be harder for him to fight, though not by much. The prince answers the question. Inside the dungeon at least. I agree with him that it's close. I'm not sure what being inside or outside the dungeon has to do with anything. Despite being only level 110, the Ettin will have Ajax beat in all stats. It will come down if Ajax can overcome that gap with his skill and skills. It's not long until we catch sight of the creature. We can clearly see it on the other mountain peak as it wanders aimlessly. Do you want to fight it on the side of the mountain or in one of the valleys? The ranger captain asks. On the side, but low enough that I can jump down to the valley below without wasting too much mana. Ajax answers instantly. I can see his eyes tracking the creature so intensely I wouldn't be surprised if he trips over a rock. I cloaked us. I nod towards the mage. We can get much closer now before it can find us. No closer than 100 yards though. It will sense the disturbance in the mana at that range. Unlike the warrior type, the hybrid isn't encased in armor, but all of its vitals are covered. The creature is easily 35 feet tall, and in its hand is a massive bone club that is easily 15 feet long. A direct hit from that would be enough to seriously threaten anyone present here, even me. As we slowly descend down the mountainside, I see Ajax break off a chunk of rock from the ground. Smart, he's analyzing the terrain to see how to best use it. At least I hope that's what he's doing, and he's not just going to chuck it at the floor boss. This is perfect. Ajax says as he takes in the small, flat area between two peaks. We'll start the fight up there and finish it here. Looking at where he is pointing, I notice that halfway up to that mountain road, there is a tree branch growing out of the side of the mountain. The initial walkway isn't all that wide, so I'm expecting the fight won't stay there for long, but I can see what he is planning. We are 200 feet from the boss when I see Ajax freeze mid-step. What is it? I ask, concerned since I haven't noticed what changed. Is that staff something we can take outside the dungeon? Ajax asks as he points towards the boss. My instinct is to instantly tell the boy no. Everyone knows that the body of a floor boss can never be taken outside the dungeon, but then I stop and replay his question in my mind. The staff, the Ettin, is one of the few floor bosses that actually uses weapons or equipment, and in very rare cases people have been able to take some of those outside the dungeon. I instantly focus my sense mana on the staff, and I am shocked to see that it can indeed be taken outside. It seems like a moot point, since like most items wielded by floor bosses, it's simply not something any humanoid can use. Regardless, I still use my epic item appraisal on the weapon bound to the creature's back. If nothing else, the gem, the size of a small cart, is going to be worth a lot. Ritualist Etten Staff. Can transform the stamina of the users into mana at a 31 ratio. Acts as a focus for the caster. Allows multiple users to power the spell with a 75 efficiency for all outside the caster, limited to 10 casters, and 1 user at most contact must be maintained with the staff. I instinctively swipe by hand around my mouth to make sure I'm not drooling. The staff is a treasure. Being able to transform mana to stamina is okay, not particularly great if it's 31 but not bad. Allowing 11 mages to power 1 spell with only a 25 loss for 10 of them is great. Even the best combined spells by people who have trained together for decades only have a 70 efficiency for all involved. If that was it, the item would be an interesting curiosity, and most likely broken down for parts since it would be more useful that way. But squirreled away in the item description are those 4 little words, acts as a focus. The staff would handle the strain of any spell channeled through it. With the size of that crystal, I have no doubt that it could handle a 100,000 mana spell. The best my own mana channels can do with my longest cast slowly pulling the mana through is 10,000. That makes it priceless. How am I going to transport something that big? Ajax's words bring me crashing back down to the present. From the looks of some of the rangers, I can tell I'm not the only one who inspected the staff. It's got to be 40 feet long. Doesn't matter, an issue for later, though I should take care not to break it. Still in shock, all of us pull back as the illusion drops, and we all feel Ajax start to summon up his mana for a powerful opening shot, but that's not what I'm focused on now. If he kills it by himself, the staff is his. The prince's voice marks the start of the argument we all knew was coming from the moment we inspected the staff. That's the ranger captain doesn't get more than a word out before he is interrupted. He will be head of landed ducal house. This is his boosted delve, and he is fighting a floor boss more than twice his level alone. The prince's voice is cold. If he kills it alone, the staff is his. What's so special about the staff? Arianwin asks. I take a brief moment to explain. What? Both her and Alara are shocked, as well they should be. What if we have to intervene? I ask. There is at least a 50 chance Ajax won't be winning this fight. I need to lay the groundwork. You can take the staff in whatever condition it is. I'm very much surprised the prince is willing to concede the staff, and you pay Grindor 10 times the cost of the materials. I almost choke when I hear that. The amount of high-quality wood and the gemstone would be at least 10,000 gold coins. The staff is surely worth the 100,000, but the deal is to pay that much regardless of the condition of the staff. Done, Alara says before anyone else has a chance. Alara Arianwin is a bit shy as she tugs on her friend's hand. The royal family is in no position to be paying out such a sum on a whim. That might be a bit too much. My family would buy. We're in a position to take that bet, she says with confidence. Though I doubt we'll have the chance to claim it since Ajax will kill the Etten, I'm sure of it. I turn my focus back to Ajax as he finally releases the arrow. I am surprised at how little mana is there compared to what he usually puts into his opening shot. To no surprise, the mage half of the Etten senses the arrow in time, and the arrow hits a shield right in front of one of the 2 heads and stops dead before falling to the ground. An instant later, one of the Etten's eyeballs bursts in a shower of blood. With a bellow of rage and one of pain, the battle begins as the Etten charges after Ajax, who is already lining up a second shot while also retreating down the mountain towards the valley. Much like Ajax expected, it wasn't going to be easy to land an attack on the Etten. His main objective right now was to conserve his own mana all while trying to draw blood and poison the boss. As he was running away, Ajax fired 2 more arrows this time. However, he empowered one with wind and one with shadow mana. The wind arrow was much quicker, but it met the same fate as the void arrow. This time, however, the barrier was put up further away from the Etten's body, costing more mana to keep it active. Not only that, but the power of the arrow was also much higher. The impact of the shadow arrow even managed to crack the mana shield by striking in the same spot. Good, come on. Ajax smiled as he ran. He could feel it when the Etten changed from a bubble shield to a tower wall separating the 2 of them. Keep following me. It had been a long time since Ajax had last used his trapping skill. None of his most recent fights were a good fit, yet the skill was part of the foundation Ajax's entire fighting style had been built upon during his first few years of combat training with Hatchet. Ajax knew that by continuing to fire arrows that had some mana infused into them at the Etten, it would not only force the creature to keep up its shield so that he could use mana siphon on it, but it would also make it less likely to look for any attacks that had no mana infused into them. As they raced down the narrow mountain path, Ajax was forced further and further on the defensive as the mage started tossing one fireball after another. The attacks didn't have all that much mana infused into them, so Ajax could almost siphon them entirely before they even reached him. The chase ended when Ajax arrived at his prepared spot, and the crude traps managed to stab 2 spears into the Etten's legs. The traps had barely enough power to break the skin and draw blood, but that was enough for them to poison the boss. Grhhh, one of the heads growled as it dislodged the weapons with a swipe of its hand. Too late now, the poison's already in your blood. Ajax's smile died on his face, however, when he focused his mana sense on the boss's eye, specifically the eye he took out with his opening shot, so you've got regeneration. While the eye wasn't yet fully restored, he could feel the mana healing it slowly. It wasn't the first time Ajax had come up against a creature with that skill, but he hated dealing with them. There weren't all that many differences between a healing spell and regeneration. Both of them healed the user, and both of them cost mana to use. The big difference was that while regeneration was a bit slower, the entire process was internal, so Ajax's mana siphon couldn't weaken the effects. Let's see what you can do. Ajax stored his bow and pulled out his hammer and his axe as he suddenly dashed towards the Ettin. Engaging the monster in melee combat had been inevitable. Ajax knew he simply didn't have the power to kill it from range. Despite this, Ajax was very much on the back foot. His only saving grace was that the size difference between him and the boss helped him in terms of speed as much as it helped the Ettin in terms of raw strength. Is it petty that I'm a little glad he's getting a taste of his own medicine? Despite Arianwen's scathing words, her tone showed how worried she was about the danger her new friend found himself in every time the Ettin's club swept by inches away from connecting with Ajax's body. Despite the joking element of Arianwen's comment, the prince couldn't help but agree with her that Ajax was very much getting a taste of his own medicine. The boss's fighting style perfectly matched his own, only it was pushed to a higher level. The only reason Ajax's hadn't yet been knocked off the edge or smashed into the cliffside was that the Ettin was forced to adapt to how much weaker its spells were while under the effect of Ajax's mana siphon. Ajax was not only also aware of this, but he was milking it for everything he could. Despite the creature's second head, the Ettin still had a humanoid body, and Ajax was playing into that as much as he could by trying to keep himself dancing between the boss's feet. Why doesn't it just kick at him? Alara asked. She could feel both Ajax and the Ettin were fighting for mana control of their immediate surroundings, meaning that neither could use an earth spell to shape the ground underneath them. Too risky. Araner answered. While Ajax might be a ways behind the beast in terms of raw strength, if it tried to kick him, it would mean putting all of its weight on one leg. It's what Ajax is trying to bait it into doing so that he can knock it down. Ajax was getting frustrated as he danced around the creature's legs trying to bait it into a kick. This led to his first mistake. While Ajax knew the creature was decently skilled, he had still fallen for his own prejudice in assuming the Ettin was a dumb creature based on its representation in games back on Earth. He messed up. Araner called it when he felt the Ettin empower the club much more than he did during any of the previous swing. Ajax felt to increase in mana and managed to perfectly dodge the swing. What he didn't account for was the air blast released that close to him from the impact of the club against the ground. The blast was enough to send him airborne for an instant. That instant where his legs were no longer touching the ground was all the Ettin needed to safely and accurately line up a kick. Not yet, the prince said as he saw Ajax swap his hammer for a shield in time to tank the kick. Ajax's body was sent skidding across the ground like a ragdoll, bouncing 3 times before the skidded, to a stop 30 feet from the Ettin on one knee, with his shield raised in the direction of the spells that were now raining towards him. Ajax was back on his feet in an instant, his eyes locked onto the body of the Ettin. He could feel his body protesting the intense movement so close to the massive impact he suffered. His light and life mana were already hard at work repairing the internal bleeding, yet as he paused to spit a mouthful of blood off to the side, Ajax grinned a bloody smile. Despite the initial wounds closing, Ajax could see a black roadmap forming across the skin of the Ettin from the initial wounds as the poison started to spread through the creature's system. As Ajax dashed towards the Ettin once more, the creature had finally stopped throwing spells at him. It had finally realized how worthless the numerous weak spells were, and it instead focused on augmenting the physical attacks with magic, or going for much fewer but stronger spells that Mana Siphon wouldn't be able to disperse. The poison is working. Arianwen smiled as she noticed the black veins that were popping out on the boss's legs from the initial trap. Ajax knew he wouldn't be able to get a large enough dose of poison into the boss that any quick-acting poison would be effective. Instead, he had decided to go for a paralyzing poison that got stronger over time if left untreated, looking to capitalize on his speed advantage. With the Ettin's legs being sluggish, Ajax was finally able to get into position and land a solid blow with his axe to the boss's knee. The mana skin the boss had returned to using following the trap had shattered like glass as the magma-infused swing embedded the axe into the back of the knee. The strike carried so much force that it even sent the behemoth stumbling forward on one knee. Despite the creature's crumbling form, Ajax had overextended himself by throwing his entire weight behind his axe. The club swing was horrible to begin with, aiming for a low spot behind the wielder, falling forward had sent the swing low, but it had still managed to get a glancing blow onto Ajax as the end of the club smashed into the ground beside him, and it sent him flying into the side of the cliff. Both Ajax and the boss took a moment to recover. Ajax exited the small outline his body had dented into the side of the cliff, and the Etten climbed back to his feet as the squared off once again. For once the Etten didn't roar of charge towards him. Ajax didn't hesitate as he felt the large amount of mana the boss was channeling, and he charged. The boss tried the same trick a second time as it empowered a powerful blow aimed at sending Ajax airborne. Instead of fighting it, however, Ajax played into it and used the blow to launch himself into the air and towards one of the boss's heads. The boss quickly leaned out of the way, but it wasn't far enough. Ajax may left his axe stuck in the boss's leg, but he was quick to pull out his one-handed spear. As he flew by the boss's head, he faked going for the eye, causing the boss to toss its head backwards, trying to take the blow on the chin, and instead stuck his spear into the freshly exposed neck. The strike was infused with lightning mana, and the shock was powerful enough that the Etten lost control of its muscles, causing its arm to miss swatting Ajax out of the air. With that, Ajax went over the edge of the cliff, aiming for the small tree branch he knew was waiting for him, before he slowly dropped down to the valley below. Time for round 2. Ajax said as he pulled out his boosting potion and focused on healing his body as much as he could while he waited for the boss to limp after him. At this distance, Ajax knew better than trying to land any meaningful damage with an arrow. The arrows he did fire weren't even infused with mana, but they were simply there to force the Etten to keep its shield up so that he could use mana siphon on it. Unlike before, the Etten took no chance as he swung his club around every single corner or rock to ensure there were no other traps awaiting it as it charged towards Ajax. Once the Etten went around a bend, as it ran down the mountain, Ajax stopped firing arrows and started applying poison to all his weapons. Another of regeneration's downsides was that the healing worked as a sped-up version of the natural process, while also preventing any scars or permanent damage like loss of eyesight from taking root. This meant that as long as Ajax used his hemorrhagic poison, the wounds wouldn't close as fast, and they would be bleeding profusely until the flesh would eventually reconnect. As the boss came into view once more, Ajax could see that the wound on its neck had already closed and all but disappeared. Without a moment of hesitation, Ajax uncorked his flask and downed his empowerment potion. Unlike his previous fight against the worm, this potion was meant to increase his physical aspects. Boosting his magic wouldn't be enough of a boost to overpower the boss's caster side, but a physical boost will put it on an almost even footing with its physical half. With this, his countdown also started. He had 3 minutes to finish the fight before the potion boosting effect would run out, and he had to deal with the backlash. RRRRAGHHHH. The warrior head roared in approval as it noticed Ajax charging into a melee confrontation. The excitement didn't last long, as not only was Ajax faster than before, his strength had also increased enough that a well-aimed shield block was enough to get Ajax past the club and into range to damage the boss's body. Ajax's sword didn't cut all that deeply into the Etten's thigh, most of the momentum having been used up in breaking the magical barrier, but the whole point of the blow was to simply land. Not only did Ajax inject his hemorrhagic poison into the boss, but the edges of the wound glowed slightly purple from his curse slash. With only a 3-minute timer, Ajax knew there was no point in preserving his stamina, so he would liberally apply his curse slash while focusing the curse to weaken the boss as much as possible. The elves had known that Ajax was a curse user. His fight in tournament semi-finals had made the knowledge common for all of the emissaries in attendance. What was not yet known, however, was Ajax's ability to fuse his curse magic with his regular magic, one of the most potent combinations being the black flames that acted very much like uncontrolled flames that also spread curses to whatever they scorched. I thought he was a stamina sacrifice curse user. The accusation came quickly, with more than one elf placing their hands on their weapons and ready to put an end to what they saw as a future tragedy. He is a stamina sacrifice curse user. The prince said he didn't reach for a weapon as he knew he had no chance against 2 ranger squads and Araner, so his only option here was words. Pay attention to the moment he conjures the flames. He's not using his holy spells, one of the rangers commented. He knows it won't work against the Etten, Araner asked. He's made that mistake before. The prince confirmed with a nod and a smile as he remembered when Ajax learned that monsters didn't always respond to pain the same way people did, and most could and would ignore it during a battle. Whoa, you can do that, one of the rangers exclaimed as they witnessed Ajax's black flames unleashed upon the Etten's back. Having looked closely, someone at his level could notice the fire spell and the curse slash activating independently before mixing. It takes impeccable timing, but yes, curses can be infused into magic by mixing them at the right time, the prince explained. Leader 7 will be very interested to hear about this. One of the ranger captains smirked as he imagined his friend's reaction. The leader of Squad 7 was one of the few elves who hadn't managed to unlock the use of mana skills. Unlike most who suffer his fate, he had pushed down the physical path in an effort to prove himself. Besides his usage of stamina sacrifice curse magic, he was also known for taking advantage of his squad's casters, from buffs and heals to attack spells. Do be careful when practicing, the prince warned them. Once the curse is infused, not only will the mage no longer control the spell, but the spell itself will not continue as usual. More than that, each element interacts differently with cursed energy. For the first time since the beginning of the fight, the Etten was firmly on the back foot. Ajax's paralytic poison had gained enough of a foothold to hinder the Etten's footwork, and with overly enhanced physical ability, he was now buzzing around the boss, slashing away with his sword, and occasionally poking him with his spear. The curse of weakness was spreading all over the Etten's body, along with the hemorrhagic poison. Every swing or stab Ajax executed was backed by curse slash or mana augmentation. Both Ajax's mana and his stamina reserves were being drained very quickly. The onslaught only ended when the boss finally managed to finish a cast. Ajax was very much surprised to find the boss had gone for an element he hadn't encountered in combat before outside of elementals. The Etten's entire body released high-pressure steam, pumping violently outwards. Unlike the few steam elementals he had faced before who also contained a decent amount of life mana, this steam was a pure mix of fire and water. The spell as a whole, however, also added wind, which forced Ajax to disengage. The spell had to have been extremely mana-intensive, as Ajax could feel how big of a chunk his mana siphon had taken out of it, despite that he had still suffered some nasty burns on his arms through his armor, enchantments, and even mana skin. Thankfully, the damage wasn't debilitating. Berserker. Ajax's caution had paid off as the wind spell revealed the boss too late for Ajax to dodge the swing of the club. Ajax barely had enough time to bring up his shield and tank the blow, feeling the rocks crack beneath his feet under the pressure. He can tank a blow. Alara was shocked. It wasn't empowered by magic, Erener explained. It's how the club remained hidden in the steam. I'm also pretty sure his arm is broken. Erener was right. Ajax's shield arm hung limply by his side, even after the shield was returned to his spatial ring. Ajax had already started using light mana in an attempt to mend the break and regain use of arm before he noticed something had changed. He stopped healing his arm and charged straight towards the boss. The boss's heavy use of mana had finally caught up with it. Ajax had been using Mana Siphon on its mana barrier since the fight began, and after that last spell, even the Etten's prodigious mana pool was starting to run dry. While the boss didn't dispel its barrier, it did stop infusing its mana into the ground below its feet. Ajax didn't know if the boss felt safe because of the mana it had released into the ground before, or if it forgot that he was specifically using his mana siphon to prevent the Etten from shaping the rock, but he now had an opening where his mana alone affected the ground beneath them. Down to his last 500 mana, Ajax used 200 of it to split the earth beneath one of the boss's legs, while at the same time building a small step to launch himself off of as well. The Etten was caught completely off guard by the sudden tilting of his body. More than that, Ajax's oddly angled jump hadn't even made sense to it until Ajax's sword, powered by 150 mana, took one of the boss's heads clean off. The change was immediate. Ajax felt the boss's mana barrier being quickly devoured by his mana siphon. The mage was dead. All that was left now was the warrior. Unfortunately for Ajax, his potion had also run out, and a wave of exhaustion hit him like a tsunami, but he wasn't ready to give in just yet. With the boss's leg still trapped in the hole, Ajax surged forward. He knew he had gotten lucky. If he had killed the warrior, the mage could have used the staff to repurpose the remaining stamina into mana and most likely overwhelm him. The Etten's final head was protected by the metallic helm, but without the mana barrier acting as an outer shell, Ajax finally had a chance to use his hammer. He didn't have enough mana to empower a strong enough void attack to ensure it would go past both the helm and the Etten's undoubtedly thick skull. Fortunately, he didn't need to. Ajax pushed as much mana as he could into his most recent legendary acquisition, Vibration Mana. More than that, he also stacked Precise Blow on top of Vibrating Strike. He could feel the muscles of his unbroken arm protesting, but Limit Suppression allowed him to hit so hard that his muscles tore even before the hammer blow landed. The gong-like sound of metal striking metal marked the end of the fight. Unlike his fight against the worm, Ajax had managed to remain conscious, but he was splayed out on his back without the power to move a muscle, as he could feel the bruise form down his hammer arm, where his muscles ripped apart. None of that mattered to him, however, as his lips struggled to lift into a smile, as his eyes took in a sight only he could see. The achievement confirmed that the boss was dead. "Hey princess, which do you think looks more gruesome?" the prince asked as Arianwen approached Ajax and by extent the body of the fallen Etten. Arianwen wasn't squeamish. She had long dealt with the gruesome aftermath of combat, despite that the crushed and burst remains of the Ettin's head still encased in its metal helmet, attached to the rest of the body, did remove her plans of a celebratory feast for finally surpassing the level 100 dungeon bottleneck. Despite his joking mood, the prince was quick to carefully pack up the Ettin's staff. Sadly, because of its sheer size, the item could never be anything more than a location defense artifact or a one-shot ambush opening. He's still conscious. Erener's voice couldn't hide the surprise. A lot of good that does him, one of the healers said with a chuckle as he inspected Ajax's condition. I doubt he could get one of his toes to twitch if he wanted to. As invested as he was by the invisible screens in front of him, Ajax wasn't about to let that go. While the elf may have been technically correct at the moment, he made the statement he hadn't factored in Ajax's pettiness. By relaxing and contracting specific muscles, Ajax was able to exacerbate his injuries just enough that Berserker gave him enough stamina to get his arm to turn over and raise a single finger. Looks like he disagrees. Alara didn't even try to conceal her laughter as she watched the healer glance back towards Ajax before his jaw dropped as he noticed the raised middle finger. Ajax made a few attempts to talk, but nothing more than a grunt made it past his lips. I deserved that one kid, but no need to keep pushing yourself. The healer said as he approached Ajax and started casting. Once the first spell was activated, Ajax could feel his body mending and a drowsiness overcome him. Get some sleep, you'll be able to talk once you awaken. With that, Ajax's consciousness finally stopped holding on and he closed his eyes. This was a very even fight, Erener said as he examined the battered body of the Ettin as well as the rough shape of Ajax's own armor. We finally have a decent benchmark to compare him to since his fighting style is so similar to the hybrid Ettin. Let's get going, the prince said as he balanced the now wrapped up staff on his shoulder. Not even the prince's spatial storage was enough to hold the staff. Sure, in terms of volume it could easily hold 10 of them. The problem was the staff was simply too tall to fit inside the cube dimension. Do you think this will give him a mythic skill? Arianwen finally addressed the elephant in the room. All of them were silently thinking about the very same thing, but nobody wanted to point it out. We'll have to wait until he wakes up to find out, Erener said as the group continued away from the battle site in silence. When Ajax awoke, he found himself in a comfortable spot surrounded by blankets near a roaring campfire close to an arch, one he was sure would lead them to the metal floor they had decided to head for next. How are you feeling, sleepyhead? The prince greeted him. Like a convoy failed to notice, I was laid up in the road and rolled right over me, Ajax complained as he stretched his stiff muscles, as his body protested the movement despite his health being full. The phantom pain will pass quickly, the healer said. Since you weren't awake for the healing, your mind hasn't caught up to the fact that your body was healed, even if the body acts like it has. Ajax was very familiar with the process, not from having experienced all that often but more from his discussions with Kate about her studies. Phantom pain was one of the most dangerous things to consider when healing injured low-level people, especially the ones who had pushed themselves well past their limits before passing out. Without a solid investment in physical stats, the shock from waking up could be enough to kill them. Those people had to be slowly awakened a little at a time so the brain could keep up with the body. So was it worth it? The prince's question drew a few frowns from the elves, not because he asked, but because of how ambiguous an answer could be given. Reminded of his reward, Ajax was quick to bring the achievement back up now that he had a clear mind to take everything in. Achievement, I'm the boss now. Earned through defeating an warrior mage Ettin. Defeat a floor boss at more than 2 times higher level than you without help while inside a dungeon and being above level 50. Reward, skill cap limit increased by 20. This is additive to all other increases up to the limit of 150. Trait, warrior mage stamina can now be used to power spells at a 1 efficiency of mana, and mana can be used to power stamina-based skills at a 11 efficiency. Dungeon boon, solo collector. The remains of 1 non-floor boss enemy may be redeemed in each floor of the dungeon. The remains do not disperse into mana upon exiting the dungeon. Enemies must be defeated alone. Lesser or equal versions of the achievement can no longer be obtained. Achievement, I'm the boss now. Earned through defeating any floor boss. Defeat a floor boss more than 2 times higher level than you without help while inside a dungeon and being above level 50. Reward, skill cap limit increased by 20. This is additive to all other increases up to the limit of 150. Trait, boosted trait dependent on floor boss defeated. Dungeon boon, solo collector. The remains of 1 non-floor boss enemy may be redeemed in each floor of the dungeon. The remains do not disperse into mana upon exiting the dungeon. Enemies must be defeated alone. Achievement, and you call yourself a boss. Earned through defeating any floor boss. Defeat a floor boss more than 2 times higher level than you while inside a dungeon and being above level 50. None of the entities helping you may be above half the boss's level. Reward, skill cap limit increased by 10. This is additive to all other increases up to the limit of 150. Trait based on the boss defeated. Dungeon Boon Collector. The remains of one non-floor boss enemy may be redeemed in the floor of the dungeon one exits. The remains do not disperse into mana upon exiting the dungeon. Achievement, you're not that tough. Earned through defeating any floor boss. Defeat a floor boss higher level than you alone while inside a dungeon. Requires 3 discoveries to earn. Reward, choose a skill you possess. Gain a random skill of each lesser rarity that supports said skill. Skills received level 2 times faster while at a lower level than the chosen skill. It was, Ajax answered as he took in the information, though I can't say I'm not disappointed at not being able to gain you're not that tough. I could have used 4 more skills. Did you gain a mythic skill? Araner asked, unable to curb his own curiosity. Unfortunately not. Ajax said, and he meant it. He had hoped that maybe, just maybe the reward would be a mythic skill. Given the same type of non-combat options he had been offered for his legendary selection, he would have taken the social one. The rewards are very different from you're not that tough. I think it is treated as one of the lesser achievements just so it won't be awarded. One of them. Araner was quick to latch onto any piece of information that slipped out. Yep, there's a variation for killing a floor boss in a group, while everyone taking part is under half the boss's level. Ajax teased them. He knew that there were no records of any group ever attempting to delve a floor over twice their level, though he very much believed that with enough training and another load of dungeon floors, a 40-man team of people like Lexi, Anna, Xavier, and Benedict would stand a chance once they all reached level 54, at least against a favorable matchup like a pure warrior Etten, but even then it would be close. While he was talking, Ajax also pulled out a piece of parchment and scribbled down the group achievement before handing it to the prince. What do you think? The prince's eyes bulged out as he read the rewards section before showing the piece of parchment to the elves. He knew that any attempt at gaining the achievement would have to be a collaboration by the most talented of the younger of multiple kingdoms. It gave you a trait and a boon. Wait, you know that boons are a thing. Ajax was quick to answer back. How come I never heard of them before? Because the only one we know about comes from the achievement Are You Lost? The prince explained. You have to stay on the same dungeon floor for over half a century to get it. The boon allows you to teleport to the exit arch. If this is the lesser achievement, what did you get? Arianwen asked, but her eyes remained transfixed on the piece of parchment as she reread the information over and over again. Ajax took great pleasure in watching their expressions as he shared his rewards, with the exception of what his trait did. Stop looking so glum. This achievement might not be as immediately impactful as it could have been, but you will see just how important it is in the long run, the prince said as he watched Ajax as he was recovering before pushing on to finish the rest of the delve. The prince was very much right, and Ajax knew it. People who could push past level 100 were considered elite, more than that it was the hardest to find them outside of the Adventurers Guild or the army. Crafters were the next most common, but it was by an order of magnitude lower than combatants or healers. The averages among the elites said that their common skills would usually be 20 levels above their level, their uncommon 10 levels above, their rare skills around the same level, and their epic skills 5 levels lower. This caused massive problems with skill leveling, especially for champion fighters who at level 170 had most of their combat skills capped out unless they were from a ducal or the royal family. I know, it's just that I wasn't expecting it to be this. Ajax chose his words carefully as he knew the prince had a lie detection skill. He didn't want to let slip that the extra 20 skill levels were worthless for him, since Divine Witness already boosted everything to the 150 limit for him. Say, how much do you think is needed to contribute? Ajax's question stopped everyone in their tracks. Why do you ask? The prince looked a little baffled. It's just that, I know contribution to a kill differs when delving into a dungeon. Ajax said as he remembered being taught this during his time in the academy. To clear a floor at or under your level, and gain the reward you only need to meaningfully contribute in a group of up to 4 people to killing a mini-boss. As soon as you try to get the extra stats on a floor higher than your level, you have to do it solo. What do you think contributing would mean for this achievement? Most non-combat nobles and rich merchants would group up as a team of 3 and pay people to escort them. They would also have a more talented fighter their level that could effectively tank the creature, while the 3 would slowly kill it even with their ineffective attacks. Ajax was familiar with the practice, since he had escorted his parents and even grandparents through the dungeons in the capital to ensure they would get the extra stats. It won't work the same way we do it with clearing floors for the less combat capable, Araner said politically. Everyone taking part would need to be under half the level of the boss, no way to have someone hand-holding a group through it. But I could, Ajax said, and he quickly felt everyone's gazes lock onto him once more. Against something like the Etten having Lexi and Anna casting from range would actually be helpful. Would something like that even count? I'm not sure that is something we want to test out, the prince said after a long moment of silence. You are close to level 54 already, and you barely held out. If they make one mistake that hinders you, it could even get you killed. And there was the crux of the issue. Ajax barely made it by himself. If the others slowed him down in any way, it could prove fatal for all of them. What about that? Ajax asked as he pointed towards the massive staff. What if we use that? They give their entire mana and stamina pools for a strong opening spell, and then I kill the boss. Would that work? Ajax very much wanted to give his friends a better chance at the achievement. That's something that's worth trying, the prince said after a long moment of silence, the value of the staff having risen exponentially even if it was only theoretical. Are you feeling well enough to get going? Araner asked, looking to move the conversation on from the staff. He knew just how much of a headache it would become already when certain noble houses found out it wasn't stolen to be used by their kingdom. I'm better now, but I'm not ready just yet to leave the floor, Ajax said as he started to resharpen his axe. The blade had a small dent from where it made contact with the Etten's knee, and Ajax was trying to smooth it out. I still have something to do here. What now? One of the rangers mumbled, but he was quickly shushed by Arianwin. That smile always means he's up to something, and I want to find out what. Arianwin cut them off. When I told you about my improved achievement, you know how I mentioned it gave the solo collector boon? Ajax asked while trying to sound as innocent as possible. Well, besides having the requirement that I solo the creature I want to take out, and the boon being limited to the individual as well as the group, it also lets me take something from every floor I've cleared, not just the last one. The group let out a collective groan as 4 people took out their parchments to start making an addendum to the explanations they had already recorded. All right then, what type of harpy do you want? Araner asked, since most harpies had some sort of equipment that slightly enhanced their specific elements. Oh, I don't want a harpy, Ajax said with a shake of the head. I want to see if any of their crafters are alchemists. If not, I'll have to settle for a blacksmith. Even if it is a bit crude, this is level 110 crafting equipment. The group ransacked 10 encampments before they finally gave up on finding an alchemist. Their logic was there were simply not enough plants in the environment for them to appear among the population. Are you sure you want to stick with the blacksmith? The prince tried to convince Ajax for the 5th time. I'm sure, Ajax said resolutely. After the 10th camp, the group had decided to call it a day and headed for an arch to the next floor. Will probably be another day or so. I'll need to be at full strength to clear the 19th floor, Ajax said as Arianwin and Alara were getting ready to leave. As he cleared the next 2 floors, Ajax started to experiment with his new trait. One of the most interesting things he discovered was that stamina worked very differently to mana. He hadn't noticed it before since he barely ever depleted his stamina, and when he did it would be a full-body exercise. Ajax had even made the excuse of wanting to try out the staff, so he would have a basis for his questions without revealing his trait. Why does my arm feel so dead? Ajax complained after unleashing a strong spell. While stamina as a resource is similar to mana, it doesn't get stored the same way, the prince explained. It's not usually an issue for you since not only do you use it pretty evenly across your whole body, but it also actively tries to normalize and level as time passes. You'll see your arm will recover before too long. It's mostly a problem for high-level blacksmiths who are working with a hard-to-shape metal, Araner said. They have large amounts of stamina, but since most of the work is done by their dominant hand, in swinging the hammer they deplete the stamina and need a few short breaks for it to even out before they can finally call it a day when their total stamina runs out. While this information didn't have much application in combat outside of trying to tire out someone's shield arm, it was now vital for Ajax. With mana, he was used to directing it through his arms or legs, but he would need to be much more careful when using stamina, since in the later stages of a fight when he was already low on it, he could fully empty out a limb and have just hang limply by his side for a while. The 17th floor felt rather easy for Ajax after the fight with the Etten, and even after all the problems, the worm had caused him the extra +12 to all stats, as well as the new trait made fighting a level 120 mini-boss feel like a warm-up spar, instead of a battle where he pushed his limits. The 18th floor proved tougher, but Ajax hadn't even needed a proper rest. He had simply been forced to down a potion and almost fully expend both his mana and stamina, but the fight wasn't all that close. After Ajax found out, he could overcharge his spell without damaging his mana channels. By powering the spell with a combination of his mana and stamina, the fight was quickly over after 2 powerful hits. Sadly, both attacks had taken a toll on his gauntlet, as he shattered both his air and fire gems by pushing that much power through it at once. That leaves the question, what do we do with this information? Archduke Silvertongue asked. Ajax was surprised. What do you mean? He asked. I suggest we stay away from the dwelling of any ascended being while expanding. No reason to risk it, that's not what I meant, the Archduke assured him. But do we share this with other kingdoms? As soon as we start expanding the empire, we'll follow suit, the way our border works demands it, or we will start to surround them. Beastkin have been expanding in search of dungeons for the last century. Not only that, but why would they believe us if we do tell them? Archduke Steelblade asked. Admitting that you talked with a dragon when you were 10, few would believe something like that. I'll share it with Arianwen when she comes, Xavier offered. I won't tell her how we know, just that we suspect there is something like that. They'll look in their own records to confirm it. That's not a bad idea. Archduke Steelblade nodded as he rubbed his chin. I'll have Benedict do the same thing. That's settled then, depending on what Sylvanthal's records say. We could share this further with the other kingdoms. The Crown Prince nodded. Now the gauntlet the dragon gave you. Everyone's eyes focused on Ajax as he brought out the gauntlet. It had been with him for more than half his life, and even though it was carefully maintained, everyone could tell that it was getting worn out. Interesting, looks like a shielded gauntlet. Duke Manashaper examined the defensive enchantment that covered the bulky cover. There is also something to disguise and hide. My sense mana can't penetrate it. Underneath that cover there are lots of tiny mana gems, each with a different affinity. Ajax explained. By channeling my augmentation spells through them before imbuing them into my attacks, it has allowed me to not wear away at my weapons. I didn't know about that effect. Archduke Goldmancer looked closely at the gauntlet. It would certainly make His Highness's runic hybrid fighting style a lot more viable for the masses who don't have the money to replace their weapons every 4 or 5 engagements. Is there no increase in power? Archduke Steelblade asked. Not anymore, Ajax answered. There was a substantial increase back when I first got it, before I spent my free stats. Because the gems hidden are so small, however, it takes everything they have to just handle my current spells. During my last few encounters on the top dungeon floors, I felt a few of the gems shatter when I put too much power behind an attack. How much power would be too much? Archduke Manashaper asked curiously. It's hard to tell. Ajax quickly raised his hands in surrender so they wouldn't protest. My best guess is that for whatever size the gems in there are about the strength of a strong spell for a level 70 mage would be too much. It's hard to tell since even if the gem shatters from the attack it still partially works, taking the brunt of my mana and leaving little damage to my weapons. That is something we can test later. Duke Manashaper nodded, but I am guessing this would need some specific enchantments or runes to work like this, or we'd have figured this out before when we used the gems to simply amplify the spells. I've been curious about it for years myself, but finding out is very likely to break the gauntlet, and I still need it for now, Ajax said. After my delve in the Empire will be a perfect time to take a look, as not only will I have outgrown the gauntlet, but there will also be enough time to create new weapons in preparation for my trip in the Wildlands as I get my duchy settled. I still think this trip to the Wildlands is too risky. Duke Manashaper mumbled, but from his tone everyone could tell that he wasn't going to push the subject at this time. That brings us to the final topic for this meeting, the king said. Visiting the Empire now is much riskier than it was 5 years ago. You think they'll try something while we're there? Ajax asked worriedly. He wouldn't be going alone. At the very least Xavier, Anna, and most importantly Lexi would all be going with him. He didn't care all that much about Anna's nephew Oliver, who had surprisingly survived his return to House Goldmancer. It's hard to tell. The king sighed. Even with how strong you've grown in such a little time, it wouldn't be worth it for them to try anything. That changes if they have deep enough informants to have found out about the plan we have in place with Sylvanthal to share dungeons among the nobility. Archduke Silvertongue said, we've already sent out missives to every noble family that carry your method of waiting to spend your free stats. Nobles will still have their advantages, Ajax argued, not to mention that this only affects the new generation. Ajax's method was being widely spread throughout Grindor to all commoners as well. It was one of the things Ajax had insisted upon, and the king very much agreed with him. There were more than a few nobles who objected to this, but many changed their tune when the king started hinting at the dungeon exchange. You're missing a very important point, Ajax, Duke Goldmancer said. You're only looking at what your training will mean from the prospect of a fighter, a soldier, or a delver. There have always been and will always be commoners who have the power to rival the nobles. Now there will just be more, and those will need to be managed more carefully. But despite your experience, the nobles that care about their people are still in the majority. What do you think will be the biggest change to come from you sharing this training with the commoners? The Crown Prince asked Ajax. Everyone will grow stronger. They'll all be able to delve and be comfortable getting the floor clear for most dungeons. Maybe not those above a 15-floor jump, but those below, Ajax answered. That is true for maybe at most a 20th of the population, the Crown Prince explained, and that is counting the standing army and soldiers. Very few people have the drive to push for more and risk like that. Most are content with the lives they live. You're saying it won't make that much of a difference in their lives. Ajax was a little dejected to hear that. That most won't even make use of it. Oh no, it will make a big difference. The Crown Prince shook his head. Children almost always have that drive to push themselves. In fact, I'll do my best to help foster an attitude to help that along. But by saving their points until they are almost 15, it also means they'll spend them with more care. Archduke Steelblade didn't have the patience to let Ajax come to the correct conclusion by himself, and just gave him the answer. By age 15, most have found their lot in life. Having 20 to 30 extra strength, dexterity, and endurance won't change things all that much for a farmer, and they'll know it. It might make things easier, but so will skills. Having an extra 80 to 100 vitality at such an early age, however, will increase their lifespan by more than a century and a half. Ajax knew that all of the physical stats affect a person's lifespan. They just did so in different amounts. Dexterity the least, followed by strength, and then endurance. Vitality, however, was almost 4 times more effective than endurance in terms of lifespan alone. Ajax had never looked at it like that, but even if the effect he had on the population at large wouldn't be exactly what he had hoped, he was still happy to have given everyone an extra century of life. It's not all good. Archduke Silvertongue's words dropped on Ajax like a bucket of cold water. For many, this will double their lifespan. The population will grow like never before. Along with that, so will the need for food and homes. Kingdoms will be forced to expand. I still think we need to look at influencing commoners regarding their children. No, both the king and the crown prince said at the same time. They shared a look before the king nodded for the crown prince to continue. Changes will need to happen to keep the population from growing too much, but not yet. We could benefit from an initial increase before we slow it down. It was only then that Ajax processed just what he had almost caused. With double the lifespan but not much other changes, it could lead to a catastrophe for the masses. Much as he disliked it, in the end it did fall on the nobles to lead the people. Commoners now averaged 3 to 4 children a family, and the population was kept in check by common causes of death. With double the lifespan, the number of children per family would grow exponentially and lead to starvation or war. Contraception wasn't widely available, but it was something they needed to look into for their new duchy. Ajax was holding nothing back as he charged the mini-boss. The ground shaped beneath their feet, with Ajax barely able to keep up with the speed of the hellhound. More than that, he could feel the beast charge up a flaming breath in its lungs, and for 1 mana, Siphon wasn't going to help him weaken it, since he would be siphoning all that curse mana. Worse yet was that Ajax didn't know which head was about to spew the cursed flames. One thing that did work, however, was a blast of holy mana, the cleansing energy leaving a nasty burn-like wound on the monster's side, and causing it to howl in pain, even breaking its spell. Ajax didn't have time to ask himself why this monster felt pain when most others didn't. If he had time to think about it, he would have realized it was because the curse mana was a part of the hellhound, and removing it would be like vaporizing a part of it. The beast was clearly intelligent enough that Ajax doubted another holy blast would disrupt its spell casting, but it was great to know he had such an effective weapon against it. He's being quite reckless, Araner pointed out as he watched the fight from the sidelines, drinking the potion so early and not using his siphoning skill on the beast's magic. You sure he's not taking it too lightly? The prince didn't answer the question, but he partially agreed with Araner. He knew why Ajax wasn't using mana siphon to its full extent, but he didn't know why he was so determined on ending the fight quickly. In fact, he wasn't sure why he decided to take on a hellhound at all, since the creature's speed and flexibility was a bad matchup to Ajax's usual slow and methodical kill by 1,000 cuts he usually displayed when facing enemies so far above his level. Ajax could feel that he would only have one chance at this. Because of the curse mana present on this floor, there was simply nothing he could do to win against any mini-boss in a drawn-out fight. With that, he doubled down and used Empowering Restriction. Ajax didn't want to limit his options even further, and he was already hesitant to restrict another skill, as he didn't want to cut off their potential. With that, Ajax placed the restriction instead on his own mana regeneration. For the next week, Ajax wouldn't be able to regenerate a single point of mana, and in exchange, he wanted to increase the potency of all the mana he currently had. The change was immediately noticeable to him, as he could feel his own mana channels push to accommodate his mana, as he stabbed his sword with enlightening attack in an attempt to widen the moment of opportunity the holy blast had bought him. The hellhound and everyone watching was also instantly aware that something had changed as Ajax's power spiked considerably. The ground stopped slowly covering the hound's legs, and instead started behaving like a slime quickly crawling up the beast's paws. The sword's lightning augmentation was so powerful that not only did it cause the mini-boss to twitch uncontrollably, but small burn marks could be seen on the edges of the cut from the intensity of the current. What was that? The remaining ranger commander asked, one squad having already been split up and sent to different floors in search of high-quality goods. Empowering Restriction, one of the rangers was quick to answer his captain, but his eyes remained locked on Ajax. I'm not sure what he just gave up, but whatever it was big. The captain trusted his friend and subordinate, more than that he knew the man would recognize the skill since he had it as well. Their experience with it was also the reason they knew the timer on the fight just got a lot more enforced. There was no way such an increase in power would last for more than a few minutes, not unless the restriction was a permanent restriction, and he didn't judge Ajax as someone stupid enough to use something like that just to clear the floor. With his mana regeneration cut off, Ajax also dropped his mana skin. Not only would this make his mana last longer, but it would allow Berserker to replenish his stamina pool, and with his new trait mitigate some of the restriction. One thing Ajax quickly caught on to was that empowering restriction didn't improve the power of the spells he cast with stamina, so he quickly adapted to use his stamina for any of his more auxiliary magic spells, like his manipulation of the rock beneath their feet, and save his mana for any direct attack against the boss. Unlike the Etn he had fought, the Hellhound was too fast for Ajax to stay clear of it at all times. He could barely ensure that the heads never had a good enough opportunity to bite him, but even with his earth manipulation trying to slow down the Hound's claws, they were still leaving deep scratches on his arms and legs, imbuing curse magic directly into him. Is that a consuming restriction? I thought you had to select that once you passed one of the bottlenecks, the ranger captain asked, as he observed only some of Ajax's spells were enhanced. He focused on the prince as he asked his next question. Is his empower restriction already past level 50? It's not a consuming restriction, the ranger said before the prince could. Consuming restrictions were a way to pay more for an increase in power, the most common being paying the same amount in stamina or health to increase the power of a spell. The advantage of such a restriction, and the reason the type as a whole needed a bottleneck to unlock, was that it was a restriction that could be toggled on and off for specific spells. I'm not sure how he's doing it, but it is not a consuming restriction. It's most likely the trait he got. For the first time, the prince's eyes left Ajax as they moved to Araner, whose words mirrored his own thoughts. He got a trait from a hybrid Etn. I think it has something to do with his resources, and that's why the restriction isn't affecting everything. That's genius. The ranger could hardly gather his thoughts as he looked upon Ajax with a mix of awe and envy. The kid had managed to essentially recreate something he had needed to invest a bottleneck skill evolution within days of getting the trait. He had no idea that Ajax had made the discovery by accident. The fight had barely been going on for 3 minutes, and Ajax was already down to a quarter of his mana and his stamina. The armor on his arms and legs was hanging off him in shreds, and shallow cuts crisscrossed his limbs. The curse mana inside his body was starting to gain a foothold, but Ajax was keeping a slow but constant application of life mana to heal himself, and the legendary mana type worked wonders on keeping the negative aspects of the curse in check, even if it didn't cleanse it. While Ajax was in a sorry state, the somewhat manic grin on his face exemplified the phrase, "You should see the other guy." The Hellhound had taken markedly less hits than Ajax had, but all of those had been infused with enough power to leave deep and lasting damage. Holy Mana had played a central role during the fight with Ajax, using it for every other swing, as it worked so well at breaking through the leathery skin of the monster. The fight took a turn for the worse when Ajax infused his axe with Holy Mana as he went for an overconfident strike to one of the heads. The blow was well placed, but Ajax had failed to take into account that Holy Mana didn't fortify his weapon. As the hound's teeth bit down on the axe, the blade shattered. The axe had been a high-end weapon Ajax could just barely wield back when he left Grindor, but it was made for fighting level 100 enemies, which had been Ajax's limit back then. Without something to strengthen it, the Hellhound's teeth were just too much, especially after all the wear and tear the axe had gone through in the battle against the Etn. The silver lining came in the form of the mini-boss swallowing the Holy Mana-infused shards of the broken blade. The infusion had barely lasted for more than a few seconds, but that had been enough to leave a few nasty wounds on the organs of the monster. Ajax's mana sense was strong enough that he could follow the shards as they passed through the Hellhound's throat, and he could also feel the concentration of curse mana inside the mini-boss enough that he finally had a good idea of where its heart was. With the time limit fast approaching, Ajax knew it was now or never. He spent almost all of his remaining stamina in launching a lightning bolt at the boss while also redirecting his body with a wind spell to save his crumbling form. He had no need for the broken axe handle in his hand, so he dropped it and pulled out his spear before pushing as much holy mana as his channels could handle into augmenting the stab to the monster's heart. The attack was successful as the beast died with a whiny roar as the spear penetrated its chest before its giant body collapsed on top of the spent Ajax. Ajax's saving grace here was that he still had some mana remained as he pushed as much life mana into healing his body while also molding the earth to prevent himself from taking the whole weight of the corpse. His mana wouldn't last for longer than a few seconds, but that is all that the onlookers needed to move the corpse off Ajax. That was closer than I'd have liked. Ajax barely mumbled as he heaved in deep breaths of air as he looked up towards the people who had removed the corpse from on top of him. After Ajax finally got back up, and he was counting the seconds before he could down a stamina regeneration potion. He had the potion as a counter to specific types of enemies who leached stamina, but for him it was much better than a mana regeneration potion, not just because of the restriction he was under, but because the regeneration potion increased one's natural regeneration, and stamina regenerated about 3 times quicker than mana in humanoids with equal dexterity and wisdom. We are not taking all of that. While Ajax was getting his feet back under him and relaxing from the harsh battle Ariner, and the prince had started a small argument about the Hellhound's corpse. Do you know what that level of curse mana could do to civilians? Much like every other medieval city, Sylvanthal's capital naturally had a slums area where some of the city's most unfortunate people resided. The hound being infused with curse mana meant that its flesh was useless for anything, and taking it outside the dungeon with Ajax's new boon could cause widespread disease depending on how it was disposed of. Get the fangs. Ajax piped in. They'll make for a solid dagger base that should be able to inflict a curse without a skill. In the end, Ajax did end up collecting the fangs before the group started clearing out some of the rest of the floor in hopes of finding some good floor themes for themselves. Hey kid, what level is your empowering restriction at? One of the rangers asked him as they were traveling. Why do you ask? Ajax didn't try to hide his skepticism. Never thought anyone so young could have an epic skill above level 50, the ranger answered. While Ajax didn't answer the question, his confused expression was enough to confirm something for the elves. Ajax's level with that skill was not above 50. Stop fishing. The prince cut off the discussion. They are trying to figure out how you pulled off what they think is a consuming restriction. What's a consuming restriction? Ajax felt that he wasn't giving anything away asking that question after he had all but told them that his skill level wasn't above 50. One of the bottleneck options for empowering restriction, the ranger answered. Almost all restrictions you can currently use have their power bound by the amount of time they must be active for, usually a day at the least and a week at the most for efficient use of the skill. A restriction that only lasts for a few seconds isn't going to give you any measurable boost. And how does a consuming restriction change that? Ajax asked. It's called a consuming restriction because you add one of your resources as the basis for powering instead of a condition, the ranger explained. Most commonly, they are used to link mana and stamina, mana and health or stamina and health. When using one resource, a certain amount of the one linked is also used to serve as the fuel for making the effect stronger. That sounds awesome. Ajax's mind was already running through all the possibilities such an upgrade could provide to the skill. Can you also use it to increase something else, like spending mana, stamina, and health to increase one specific stat for a short time? I'm not sure, the ranger said, confused. He then took a moment to try out the suggestion. Afterwards, he sounded a little surprised as he waved his hand in front of his face. Looks like you can, but the exchange rate is not good enough for this to actually be useful in combat. Just a 20-point increase is about 10 mana a second, and it looks like mana cost grows faster than stat increase. Good try though. So this is what you meant when you said he looks at the world differently, Ariner. The ranger commander said as he listened in on the conversation. The discoveries aren't always useful, but sometimes they could be. What do you mean it's not useful? Ajax was slightly outraged at their lack of imagination. He calmed himself down as he remembered the old adage about old dogs and new tricks. Go on, give me a useful scenario for it. Spending large amounts of resources for a tiny increase in one stat is not going to be useful in a fight. If it was useful, it would be a bad investment, and those resources could be better used in dealing with the situation. The ranger commander said. Whoa, now the prince cut it before Ajax answered. Let's at least make this interesting. How about a wager? Don't take it. Ariner said as he watched the grin on the prince's face. I know that look. Ah, I understand, the prince said with a mocking, understanding tone, not willing to back up your words. What do you have in mind? The ranger commander growled the words. Ajax, what do you want? The prince asked. Ajax took a minute to think. It was easy to ask for something material, but with his new boon, the value of anything that could be wagered on a whim like this just dropped substantially to him. Training. Ajax answered. All of us rangers have a healthy ego, kid. The ranger's mood improved by Ajax's request. But with your style, there isn't a single ranger that could actually train you in anything but a specific skill. I'm not willing to wager any of my skills for that. Not for me. Ajax shook his head. When Arianwen comes to Grindor, she'll have a ranger squad with her. That squad will take, say, a week to train my retainers. I'm not sure it'll be my squad that goes with her. The ranger said. You can work it out with them to make the time, I'm sure. The prince said, okay, fine. The ranger said as he nodded in agreement. Go on then, what's a useful use of the skill? Crafters. Ajax was quick to spit out the answer he already had loaded. Pretty sure blacksmiths will be more than willing to spend their mana, stamina, and even health to increase their dexterity by even a small margin when crafting. Oh boy. The prince couldn't help but say after he heard Ajax's answer, he knew Ajax would have enough people holding a small grudge against him for how his training method affected their offsprings. Now he will have old crafters who no longer had the opportunity to take consuming restriction be pissed off for losing business. Hey kid, we were talking about uses for a combatant. The ranger commander gripped, though his spirit wasn't in it. He knew the information was well worth a week of training for some retainers. Double or nothing, Ajax asked as he thought of another application. This time it will be an application for a combatant. Sure, why not? The elves were taking a liking to Ajax the more time they spent with him. Prisoner escapes. Ajax said his words coming out as quickly as his mind put the idea together. Most war prisoners are pure mages since they are relatively easy to restrain. A large increase in strength could let them break out of their restraints, even if it costs them most of their mana over a few moments. This information doesn't become public knowledge. The prince instantly turned towards Araner, who also looked like he was about to say the same thing. The final decision remains to the king, but I agree. Araner nodded. While Ajax's idea was good, it would only work if the captors didn't know about it. The information becoming public would all but sentence countless mages to death in the future, since their captors would be unwilling to risk them having the skill. Your people will get more than the bare minimum of training, I promise you that, the ranger with empowering restriction told Ajax. He was already planning on experimenting with this new application of his skill to ensure that he wouldn't incapacitate himself if he ever had to rely on it. Kate is going to be so happy. She tried looking into some of the non-standard healing spells, but they are so hard to come by. Ajax was very pleased with the deal they just made. Healing was a domain where both Grindor and the Empire were very much on the back foot compared to the other nations. The rarity of magic in humans meant that most were pushed towards becoming combat mages. Grindor had been catching up slightly after Luna worked to spread the information and train more healers, but they were still a long way off. The elves couldn't believe their luck. Ajax couldn't either, so he triple-checked the arch, but it was a crystal mana arch. If they got lucky enough that even a single creature could be taken out of the dungeon, they might have access to a massive amount of level 150 mana crystals. Good luck. Araner wished the ranger squad before Ajax and the prince all exited the dungeon. Both Araner and the prince were skipping out on clearing the final floor as they both had a lot to report to their respective kings. Looks like my boon does have some downsides compared to the regular one. Ajax lamented right before they exited the dungeon. Ajax had the important parts of all the creatures he had killed on floors 19, 18, 17, and the blacksmithing set from floor 16. With the non-solo boon, however, he would have been able to just take part in killing any crystal monster on this floor and take that with him. Oh, chin up, I'm sure you'll find more crystal floors in the future, the prince said as he patted him on the back. Now here, hold this. It's yours after all. With that, the prince passed Ajax the massive staff belonging to the Etten. Ajax had no issue with the weight of the staff. The massive metal bar he was bringing his father was much heavier and had a larger total volume than the staff. It's just the item's unseemly length that posed an issue. The staff was covered all over with the tents the group had brought with them. This was simply done so that nobody could identify the object as they moved it through the street. Hold it right there. The guards outside the dungeon were quick to spring into action as soon as they noticed Ajax exit the dungeon. He was the last of the three to do so, but the massive staff in his hands and on his shoulder quickly drew their attention. The guards were just as quick to stop in their tracks as they saw Araner. Champion Starfury, reporting, sir. Let the boy pass with his spoils. Araner waved them off casually. The guards were a little starstruck to see the elven champion. They were all elite soldiers, but just barely their levels having just passed 100. To them, Araner was a living legend, having hit his peak right as they were growing up around 200 years ago. Sir, is that a staff? One of the guards managed to get the courage to ask as Ajax was slowly making his way away from the dungeon with care, the logistics of moving through the streets with his new family treasure slowing the process a little. At Araner's slight nod, the guard continued. And is the head a single massive managem? The massive mesh of tents covering the staff was pulled tight so as to not allow any identification attempt through. The downside of this was that the outline of the staff made it perfectly clear what it was. Passing through the streets on the way to the embassy was difficult and took close to an hour. While a lot of guards approached the trio, they quickly backed off as soon as they saw the sigil on Araner's robes. That, however, didn't stop a few of the more daring merchants from attempting to buy the staff. They were all quickly turned down, but just their presence in the road made the travel slower. I always knew you were a blessing, but sometimes I can't help but wonder if you were also a test from the gods. Sylvia from the door of the embassy as she waited for Ajax. Her anxiety eased now that he was done with the dungeon. I made plans for how to load our worms on the way home, Alana complained. We're leaving in 2 days, and you dropped that in our lap, and we're just supposed to find a place for it. Araner chose that moment to add insult to injury, as he quickly dumped out a sizable pile of loot from his own storage ring as soon as he stepped inside the embassy. I can assure you the royal family will be very interested in seeing if you're willing to part with any 4 of the hound teeth. Araner said knowing the value the innate curse-infused weapons could provide for one of the ranger commanders before he quickly took his leave. I'm so glad you're okay, Lexi said as she drew Ajax into a deep hug as soon as he placed the staff down. She then proceeded to lightly punch him in the stomach. What was that for? Ajax complained as he rubbed him abdomen mostly out of habit rather than any pain. For making me lose 100 gold to Arianwin in a bet. Lexi said as she ran her arm through his and pulled him deeper into the embassy. You got off cheap, Alana joked. I think I'm going to lose twice that just making space for that thing. Well, that thing is easily worth 50,000 gold, so I wouldn't be complaining if I were you. Ajax's words caused everyone to freeze, their eyes the size of dinner plates as they focused on the wrapped-up staff. We could be convinced to pay twice that if you even think about selling it. The prince was quick to back Ajax up in shocking everyone. You shouldn't just say that out loud. Alana warily eyed everyone present, most of the people here with them strangers who were at the embassy and not part of their group. I doubt that's something someone is going to try and steal from here. Ajax laughed as he imagined a thief trying to make a quick getaway with the staff in hand. Is that a blacksmithing equipment set? Sylvia asked curiously. When she was sure her son was fine, she gave him a hug before starting to inspect the pile Araner had left behind. Yeah, a really good one too, Ajax said with a wry smile. Unfortunately, we might need to sell or at least rent that out for a while. I doubt Dad will be able to properly use it for a few decades. With that, Ajax joined his family and friends for a nice meal to relax for the evening. The prince had quickly excused himself to make a report to the king. Once he returned, he came with a royal order. Ajax, it's official, the prince said in a serious and official tone. The crafting use of empowering restriction can be shared. Left unsaid was clearly that the other use of the skill was clearly off limits. The following day was the group's final day in the capital, so Arianwin, her cousin, Alara, and even the king and queen came to pay them a visit. Arianwin and Alara would be joining them to the final dungeon, but it was a very public endorsement of Grindor for the king and queen to visit them at the embassy a day before they left. So this is it for you for now, the king asked Ajax. For now, Ajax agreed. Once I have time to get used to my increased stats as well as practice my skills, some more as well, I will be looking to push further than level 140, but that will be a couple of years I expect. Is that really your staff? Arianwin's cousin asked after he spotted the wrapped-up weapon. Well, I remembered you telling me that any good mage had to have a staff, so I went and got one. The prince nearly did a spit take as he heard that any mage needed a staff that big was laughable, but for Arianwin's cousin he simply nodded in understanding and agreement. Sylvia and Alana both had the chance to negotiate with the king directly for a few of the spoils Ajax had managed to bring out of the dungeon. In the end, the elves had ended up buying 6 of the hellhound teeth. Not only that, but Alana had also worked out a deal for House Hearthbound to work as an intermediary between Sylvanthal and whoever the smith that would end up buying or renting the smithing setup as well. Is that going to be an issue? Ajax whispered to the prince as he pointed towards the corner of the room. In the corner of the room, sitting closely together on an ornate love seat, were Xavier and Arianwin, both of whom had had a little to drink that night and both of whom were getting along almost a little too well. I don't know, the prince said with a sadistic grin as he imagined the headache this would cause his father and younger brother. He was truly glad not to be the one who needed to work out this potential political alchemical bomb. It'll end up being something really good or a total disaster. Both Arianwin and Xavier kept a bit of a distance between themselves as they set off from the capital. Nobody had said anything to either of them, it's just that without the social lubricant of alcohol, they had a hard time figuring out how to approach one another. You could help them, Ajax whispered to Benedict. He was self-aware enough to know that he didn't have the social skills to help. I would, but this is actually for the best, Benedict answered. An official alliance and my relationship with Alara would already draw scrutiny from the other kingdoms. For them to actually have a shot, they would need to wait at least until Arianwin comes to Grindor. Also, I think you should focus more on the other budding relationship, Alara said teasingly. Alara was referring to Darkclaw and Alana. They hadn't known each other for long. More than that, they had hardly spent any time together, since Darkclaw had stayed at the Republic's embassy most of the time, but they got along very well once the trip started. Unlike Arianwin and Xavier, Alana and Darkclaw were chatting with each other, and Ajax knew that leaving them to themselves was the best thing that he could do. While his relationship with Alana was years ago by this point, he didn't want to be hovering over them with that past like a black cloud. Fine, you don't want to talk about that just yet. Benedict read his silence perfectly. Let's move on to your lack of storage. Ajax couldn't hide a wince at that accusation. He had commandeered one of the two worms that Alana and his mother had brought with them. Most of that was the staff, but there were a number of other items packed away that they had picked up during their delves that they simply ran out of room for in the storage rings they brought with them. Further investments into more spatial storage are already allocated, Sylvia reassured Benedict. Ajax had shared his boon with his mother, Alana, as well as Lexi, Xavier, Benedict, and Anna. It was one of the few times he had seen Anna so shocked. It had taken her almost 3 minutes before she managed to take in the information. The following discussion with Alana and Sylvia went much better, as he explained that his weapon budget would need to expand exponentially once they returned to Grindor. Without his new boon, it would have been a very heavy anchor to tie to the house so early in their establishment as a duchy. I wasn't expecting to get something of that size that has to be kept intact. Ajax defended himself. He had managed to handle the massive bar of magical alloy for his father by all but giving up all the space in his own personal spatial ring. And it'll probably get worse. Ajax very much expected that he will return to wearing a spatial enchanted backpack once again during his delves. Not because they are cheaper, the one he will be wearing will be even more expensive than spatial rings, but because they are much easier to enchant to truly massive sizes that are required for storing a couple mammoth-sized bodies. The trip to the next dungeon took about 2 weeks. While the distance wasn't that large now that they were in Sylvanthal, there was no rush, and they had briefly stopped for the night at a village or a city to rest. By the time they arrived at the dungeon, the awkwardness between Arianwyn and Xavier had diminished to the point where they could talk to each other without issue as long as they weren't alone. "Don't," the prince said as Ajax was fighting an internal struggle, but Ajax was cut off quickly. "She hasn't done anything like that before. Using such large amounts of mana takes practice. All you can do is watch." The prince's argument put the nail in the coffin for Ajax's internal debate. Ajax had been thinking of letting Lexi use the staff to face the level 72 miniboss on the 3rd floor. He knew that she managed to fight similar levels before, but maybe this could make it easier for her. "Once we return to Grindor from the Empire, I very much encourage you in reaching out to Duke Manashaper about how to safely train with such amounts of mana," the prince continued. "Let me be very clear. An item like that is extremely valuable because it can take the pressure of wielding that much mana away from the caster. But in doing so, it also makes it that much easier for you to hurt or even kill yourself with a spell." Ajax was slightly reluctant, but in the end he agreed with the prince that the staff would be best left with the convoy. He was sure that the worms had drawn the attention of more than 1 or 2 thieves, but none of them should be stupid enough to try and steal from the group, containing royalty of 2 different kingdoms. With that, the group entered the dungeon. The 1st floor was quickly bypassed, as nobody could gain anything from it. More than that, everyone was comfortable in clearing the 2nd floor regardless of what enemy it spawned, so they took the first arch they found. The only difference from how they usually did things up until now was that Ajax was the one to kill the Arch Guardian so that he could bring the body of the bull outside. "Do normal animals ever start feeling too small?" Ajax asked Araner and the prince. The bull was maybe on the large side for the breed, but by no means out of the ordinary compared to the domesticated animal. It was much stronger, and the mana-infused meat would have a much nicer flavor, but the size was still normal. "I can't help but compare it to the worm, and I know worms should be smaller than bulls." Almost all of the monsters that could be of a threat to him were many times larger than he was, at least the ones he had seen here. That his latest fights included an elephant-sized hellhound, an etin, and a carnivorous worm that had no danger of choking when swallowing him whole didn't help. "It's more of an issue for high-level adventurers," Araner explained. "We don't delve all that often. Your recent delving spree aside, it is always a risk for people like me to delve. While the chances that I might die in the dungeon even when delving at an appropriate floor are 1 in 100, if I do fall, the capital could be wiped out. This was something that I would have had to talk to you about once we returned, but with your new boon, I don't see your delving slowing all that much from the monthly delve you did during your time at the academy," the prince said. "I would usually do 1 delve a year, and there have been years where I simply didn't delve. At our level of skill, there is nothing to be gained from constant delves." Araner continued, "Not unless we are pushing ourselves into dangerous situations. While that would help with our level, the risk is simply unmanageable and unacceptable." The 2nd floor turned out to be a boon for Alara. The entire floor seemed to be a wide open field that was under the heaviest storm he had ever seen. Lightning flashed every few seconds, and the roar of thunder was a constant companion. "I'm staying on this floor." Alara had been on the floor for all of 5 minutes before she let everyone know. "There is so much I can gain from this." Unlike even the strongest natural storms in Sylvanthal, this storm was perfectly accompanied by a heavy infusion of water, wind, and lightning mana. Ajax could even feel pulses of vibration mana every time the thunder cracked in the ears. Fighting the wind and water-wielding predator birds was pretty easy for all of them. Xavier, Anna, Lexi, and Benedict all managed to take them out in short order. The ones that wielded lightning were still a bit of an issue for both Xavier and Benedict, who liked to get in close. "I'll also stay here," Benedict said once everyone cleared the floor. Even if she heavily outpowers the place, she could still run out of mana if she's not careful. But what about the next floor? Ilara was the first to object. "I know I won't be killing a level 72. Benedict shook his head. "Xavier has a chance, but until I grow my skills and my experience to match my new stats, this is as far as I go." Unlike previously, they no longer had any rangers with them. They would be leaving two of them alone, with their relationship status being what it was. This was a political problem. "I'll stay with them." Arianwin volunteered. "It might not be a blizzard, but there is still quite a bit I can learn from a magical storm." With that, everyone else left the three of them as they entered the third floor of the dungeon. The third floor of the dungeon had a plant and earth mana dominance with the presence of humanoids. What Ajax hadn't expected was that the humanoids would take the form of 8 feet tall ents that could perfectly blend in with the jungle around them. This floor would be a death trap for anyone that has an appropriate level, Anna said as she suppressed a shiver of delving into a floor like this without someone much higher level to watch over her. Ajax very much agreed with her. The normal way to deal with ambush predators was to take out their cover. Cutting down the entire forest, however, would take months, and trying to burn it all down would simply cause a swarm of enemies to overwhelm the party. Ajax was the first to clear the floor. He had no issues in dispatching a level 72, but he did find that while the Ents looked and fought like humanoids, their bodies worked a lot more like plants. Taking out the head won't work. Ajax cautioned Lexi, Anna, and Xavier. "It's almost like the head is there to act as bait. They have no functioning eyes, no functioning ears, no functioning nose." Ajax wasn't all that interested in biology back on Earth. He couldn't remember all the different names for every single plant or body part. Evolution was, however, something that had always fascinated him. Not human evolution, but animal and plant evolution, and how each species changed to better adapt and survive. These Ents clearly evolved a head to better balance the body and to act as bait. "You don't need to worry about burning down the rest of the forest," Araner reassured Anna. "Just make sure they won't trap you." While the Ents fought very much like regular physical fighters in terms of their body movement, to the point they even had armor and weapons made out of bark that were fused to their bodies, they also possessed the ability to surge their mana through any of the regular nearby trees to get them to move. Anna nodded with confidence as she stepped up. It wasn't hard for the prince to find where the Ents were hidden, so once Anna found one she wanted to fight, she could take advantage of their predatory nature. By starting with an attack the Ent would surely feel, but ignore in hopes of her not noticing its presence. The pillar of flames consumed the Ent and the 5 regular trees that were surrounding. The flames were so bright that Xavier and Lexi didn't have the perception to comfortably look directly at them. "It's too bad these trees are all so healthy," Ajax mentioned as he watched the fight. "Hard for something that green with that much water to burn. I don't think that's an issue she is having," Araner pointed out. Ajax was surprised to see that the elven champion was right. Anna's flames were powerful enough that not only was the bark of the 5 trees flickering ablaze once the pillar of flames subsided, but even some of the Ent's body was still alight. More than that, Anna was given the perfect chance to press her advantage. The Ent's first move was to quickly reach for the trees near it, but touching them had no effect. The trunks didn't lean one way or another, the branches didn't swing for Anna, and the roots didn't snap up like tentacles to trap her. The Ent seemed stunned for a moment when nothing happened, and that wasn't something Anna was going to miss. It's easy to think that Pyromancer only affected the flames, but that wasn't quite right. It affected all fire-type spells. The fiery explosion of Anna's fire bomb detonation was a shock to everyone present, including Anna herself. "She seems fine, and she has a moment to recover," the prince said after they watched Anna get thrown off her feet by the blast. That same blast had also sent the Ent flipping head over heels backwards until it struck the trunk of a tree 50 feet away. "That was quite the explosion. I am surprised it didn't even try to dodge." "Its spell didn't work," Ajax said, his casting style being very similar to that of most monsters, that he understood that sometimes things like that could happen, unlike when using chants or runes. "I think the burnt bark doesn't let their skill worm to channel their mana into the trees, and it was shocked by the outcome. Whatever these Ents were, they clearly acted humanoid, even if their bodies worked like plants." Anna had managed to get to her feet, but by then the Ent was already charging for her with its shield held on high. "I don't think they can feel pain either," Ajax mentioned as he pointed to the still flickering flames that covered one of the Ent's legs. It didn't even try to put it out. Anna was much more careful with her second fire bomb. Not only was the power slightly diminished, but she made sure to partially hide herself behind a tree trunk to weather part of the blast. More than that, she had also picked up on the Ent's inability to control trees that were covered in burnt bark, so she started building up her flaming defenses in such a way that the trees around her were all set ablaze. The Ent was already starting to slow down, its body starting to break down as the outer layers of its bark-covered form started crumbling to ash as Anna continued to keep up an unending shower of flames. Despite her vastly inferior physical stats, Anna had long ago learnt that the best way to make up for not investing in her physical stats was to perfect her positioning. Her increased physical stats following the delving spree made repositioning that much easier as her body flowed naturally, and traversing the terrain didn't distract her from her opponent. It was those smarts that cost Anna in the end. She had ensured that there was always a tree trunk between her and Ent being sure that it couldn't be used against her. When the Ent stuck its spear straight into the tree, she was caught completely off guard as the tree's blazing branches swept around and not only broke her flaming shields, but also her enchanted shield before sending her flying, while breaking the arm that took the brunt of the impact and cracking a few ribs behind it as well. These are still level 70 trees. The outside might char, but the inside is still healthy. Eriner nodded calmly as he simply analyzed the fight as everyone else started to panic slightly. Their ability to control them remains if they can break past the layer of char. Since their weapons are fused with them, it also allows them to channel their mana directly. Anna's lucky break came from her strategy panning out at the right time. While the Ent's trees might not function the same way normal humanoids didn't change that their bodies still moved in the same way from a mechanical point. While her flames affected the entirety of the Ent's body, she was careful to focus as much damage as she could into the joints. The Ent's left knee giving out completely, and the leg detaching right as it launched forward after the tree knocked Anna to one side. Seeing the state of the Ent, Anna knew it was on its last legs and didn't hesitate to launch a firebomb as powerful as she could make before also rolling behind another tree trunk to cover herself from the blast. The explosion was so violent that Eriner had created a shield to protect Lexi and Xavier from the blast as it would have reached the group as well. You did it. Lexi ran towards her best friend as soon as Anna got up and started to hobble towards them, marking the fight as finished. Could have won. Anna weakly coughed out some blood, her body clearly dealing with internal damage following the impact of the tree branches. Despite her damaged body, her spirit as a battle mage was clearly upset. If it used the roots to entangle me instead of swatting me, it could have won. Lexi and Xavier took her warning to heart. Out of all of them, Anna had the best matchup against the Ents by far, and she still only won because of a wrong choice made by the creature. Let me know if you see one with flowers, Ajax said after he started healing Anna with life and light mana, distracting everyone from the tense moment. Why do you want one with flowers? Eriner asked with a frown while Lexi blushed a little, thinking the flowers were for her. If I kill it, I can take the body. Flowers should have seeds and I want to see if I can get one to grow. Ajax explained. What's that look for? Lexi covered her embarrassment by turning around and walking away from him without another word. What did I do? Ajax asked, confused. I think you should get her some flowers after we're done here, Xavier suggested. Xavier chose to lean into his hybrid fighting style for his fight, while depriving the Ents of their own. The prince and Eriner had deforested a large area before Xavier started his fight with a ranged attack, after which he retreated. Without any trees to use for their magic, the Ent fell back on its reliable fighting style. The only issue was that without the option of using trees, the Ent's fighting style was fairly linear. This made it a child's play for Xavier to use his legendary fighting style to perfectly dodge every single attack thrown at him. The few times the Ent did manage to connect an attack, it was always a glancing blow that Xavier chose to take on his own terms, without leaving himself open to any follow-up. The fight ended up taking 3 times longer than Anna's, and Xavier was almost out of mana by the end. Despite all this, his victory was much cleaner, and he had taken far less damage than Anna did. The final person to clear the floor was Lexi, and she wasn't holding back. Her destruction domain was not ideal for fighting the Ents, seeing as they had both enough durability to survive her initial attacks and were physical-based fighters, which meant the fight was essentially over if they ever got in melee range or Lexi. Lexi learnt from Anna's fight and ensured that she charred the outside of all the trees inside of her domain before she engaged the Ent. More than that, she had done so by walking up to each tree individually and touching it to set it ablaze. This led the Ent to a false sense of security that allowed Anna to finish her preparations. Lexi started the fight with a fire attack. The element was clearly the optimal option for fighting Ents. Unlike Anna, however, her flames weren't backed by a legendary skill, so they were far less effective. This was easily offset by Lexi's use of vibration mana. Every time the Ent got within 20 paces of her, it was blasted away by a strong shockwave. Didn't take long for the Ent to die, about halfway between Anna's and Xavier's battle duration. What was surprising was that despite Lexi being almost out of mana by the end of the fight, and having used a potion to empower her spells, she had perfectly controlled the fight, to the point where she hadn't taken a single hit. It took a while for Ajax to scour the floor, but he did eventually find an ent that had flowers alongside leaves, and more importantly seeds. "Do you expect anything to come of those?" Araner asked him as he watched Ajax carefully collect the seeds. "I doubt I'll be able to actually grow ents," Ajax admitted as he carefully collected as many seeds as he could, "but I am pretty sure I can get these seeds to take root and grow for a while before the small tree inevitably dies before the ent ever awakens." "What would be the point?" Araner asks. "Look at how these trees are affecting the soil here." Ajax pointed all around. "It's harder to feel since the dungeon floods every element of the floor with mana, but these trees seem to contain the mana into the ground. I am hoping they're the answer to speeding up the formation of a high mana-infused soil from the fertilizer I have." The following floor was a walk in the park for Ajax, Darkclaw, and even Harold. Unlike everyone else from Grindor, Harold's stat increases were a lot lower as a portion of his total stats, so he was having an easier time adapting to them. For his final floor of the dungeon, Ajax had turned out unlucky. While the dominant element for the floor was earth, Ajax hadn't expected the monster to be earth golems made of basic rocks. The fight against the level 128 felt a bit disappointing to Ajax following on the heels of his battle with the Hellhound and the Etn. The golem far surpassed Ajax in durability and sheer strength, but it was simply not quick enough to keep up with Ajax. More than that, the golem was particularly susceptible to vibration mana. By the end of the fight, Ajax's hammer had also crumbled from the amount of degradation it suffered from mana augmentation had pushed through it. Would 100 gold coins be enough for the body? Araner asked once the fight was over. 100 gold was a little on the low end considering that the rocks were still infused with a level 128 worth of mana. Ajax nevertheless was quick to accept the deal. Out here in the middle nowhere, where the dungeon was located, finding a buyer would have been nearly impossible. More than that, he simply didn't have the space to transport the rocks elsewhere, so Araner buying them up was essentially free money for him. Since there were only 5 floors that had to be cleared, the group hadn't even needed to set up camp inside the dungeon. They had spent a good 18 hours inside, but they had finished the dungeon before fatigue got a chance to play a factor. Ajax was due so quickly, in fact, that he ended up coming out ahead of Arianwyn, Alara, and Benedict. Alara had really taken her time soaking in the feeling of the storm. The 3 of them had taken longer to exit the dungeon than the prince and Araner took to clear the 6th floor. "How was it?" Araner asked when the 3 exited the dungeon. "It was truly something else." Alara beamed as she gushed about the experience. This was the first true storm Alara had experienced following gaining her domain. The storm inside the dungeon dwarfed anything that had appeared in the last few millennia on the outside, and more than that, it was also infused with mana. This provided Alara with the perfect opportunity to learn about her domain and where she should focus to improve over the next few years. "So this is goodbye," Lexi said as she gave both Alara and Arianwyn a hug. "Not for long," Arianwyn assured her. "We'll be coming to Grindor in half a year at most." Despite only knowing each other for about half a year, to everyone except the prince and Araner it seemed like so much longer. Their delving circuit was something unheard of in living memory, but it was looking like it will become the start of a new trend for nobility, as they wrestled to keep their raw stat superiority over commoners, following the widespread information of Ajax's methods and the increased ability to delve and clear floors for regular adventurers that comes with it. Following the dungeon, the group was splitting up into 3. Arianwyn, Alara, and Araner would head back towards Sylvanthal's capital. Ajax, along with everyone else from Grindor, will tag along with Alana and Sylvia as they lead their merchant caravan back to Grindor. Finally, Darkclaw would join an escort that was sent to meet him here and head straight for the capital of the Republic. Take a few days to relax, the prince advised Ajax once they got back on the road. Why? Ajax was already eager to start his training. "Your stats give you the ability to push through the fatigue on very little rest, and the immediacy of the next challenge pushed your mind to keep ready," the prince explained. "Your next delve will be in the Empire, but that journey alone would take almost 3 months. For the last half a year, you've been traveling from dungeon to dungeon, tackling them every few weeks. Before that, you had the tournament, and before that, there was another round of fast delving. You need time to let yourself recover." Ajax's initial instinct was to reject the advice. His body was feeling better than it ever had, but he noticed that the instinct to reject the advice came from the mentality that he needed to push as far as he could in a short period of time in order to not lose out on an opportunity. Ajax's mind had been running on fumes for a while now, kept on track by the immediacy of the next challenge. He accepted the prince's advice and chose to take a few days to simply relax and catch up with his mother and Alana. This was a perfect chance for him to finally find out everything that had happened back in Grindor over the last year. While Ajax was relaxing and taking a well-deserved break, the same could not be said about his brother. After finishing his term with the guard, Tom had become a lot more politically savvy by necessity. Even now he was attending court in the royal palace as the representative of House Hearthbound. "Your Majesty, you must reconsider," one of the newer baron families cried out. "The training method for the youth should be refined by the nobility before it is spread throughout the kingdom to the commoners." The baron's words did nothing to convince anyone that he in any way cared about the commoners, or that he believed the ideas he spouted with such conviction. That decision is already set in stone. The king refuted the attempt. "We are here to discuss other changes that are coming. Your Majesty, are you sure it is wise to raise House Hearthbound from baron straight to duke?" Another noble changed the subject. For one, it was something Tom very much agreed with. His family wasn't ready to settle one of the larger compounds in the capital with anything more than a bare-bones crew. House Hearthbound must be amongst one of the ducal houses. Their contribution to the greater good are remarkable. Tom would have been a lot more flattered by the remarks had he not realized that the noble was an ass-kisser through and through and was now looking for a new master to provide him with benefits. News that they were going to be raised to landed dukes had spread like a wildfire through dry grass. This in turn had caused a few issues for them, especially Judy. Though she might not even admit it to herself, the reason why Judy pushed so hard to make the company a success was that she felt afraid of ending up like her mother had been when they lived in open caves. Judy had been the only one to see her mother's passion die slowly day by day. Tom had seen her raising young children, so she was too preoccupied to focus on anything else, and Ajax had been so tunnel-focused on his training he had missed the signs. Once they were finally well established in the capital, Judy was finally able to let loose, so she naturally started the rebellious phase she skipped during her teen years. This manifested itself in the form of flirting with some of the more interesting noble boys she came across. The discovery of the duchy had been the beginning of the end for Judy. Every single noble son she had interacted with was now being pressured by their elders to get close to her. "We need to stop bickering amongst ourselves and start preparing for our foreign guests." Duke Manashaper's voice cut through the noise despite the gentle yet strong tone he used. "This is our chance to make history. For the first time in millennia, humanoids are taking a step forward in evolution." Court was going to be held well into the night, but none of the topics were all that interesting to Tom. Having done his job as a representative, Tom quietly departed from the royal palace and instead started to head towards their growing fields in the forest beyond them to look for his bond. Over the years, Fluffy had finally reached his full height when he was about the size of an average horse. Unlike Tom, Fluffy hadn't branched out into politics and had remained a regularly active predator that roamed the borders of the forest. One time he even dragged home a broken and slightly chewed body of a bear. Once he collected his bond, he quickly returned to their current estate. Not much had changed on the inside, but there was a massive change when one looked at the outer edges of the villa. Dotted all around were carefully crafted statues, all from some mana-infused rock. Tom quickly found his father, sister, as well as Hatchet and Luna in one of the tea rooms as they were called. "Is it going any better?" he asked his sister, though he already expects that not much had changed in her situation. "We've got some news." Judy sprang at the distraction from the disaster that was her suitors. "Dad, look, we're getting out home back." The message that Ajax had sent them shared which portion of the kingdom House Hearthbound would rule over. It would be good to return. Hatchet said with a nod as he stroked the thick beard that had grown in. "I wonder if there is anything left of open caves. Did someone rebuild, or was it left as it was? A destroyed town carrying with it the horrifying memory of what happened that night when the lizards descended on the village." As he spoke, Hatchet was massaging his arm, subconsciously reliving the moment he had lost his original arm. The movements were so small that they could only be there to ensure that the regrown arm was there, and not just a figment of his imagination. "He'll finally be held accountable," Sam said, referring to the foolish young noble who triggered the lizard migration by stealing one of the eggs. "This can't be right," Luna said as she took a look at the map Judy had spread out. "You have control over a dungeon." Up until now, dungeons had always been owned by Crown. They all wondered why they were being given official ownership of the dungeon, and what responsibilities they were going to get along with the reward. The person most pleased by how things were going was King Grindor. The man was old, and starting a year ago, he had started feeling his power and prowess decline as time passed. The feeling of passing on the throne and leaving Grindor in the best position they had ever been in. It was too long after Tom had made his hasty exit that the king followed suit. Right now everything was going his way, but he had too much experience to think that it would last. More than that, he was starting to get worried about whatever it was that the Beastkin were planning. He very much hoped that their dreams of expansion would head outwards into the wastelands rather than inwards and towards dominating his peers. Unfortunately for the king, he simply didn't have the time to personally focus on the Beastkin. He had enough going in between solidifying the alliance with Sylvanthal, keeping everything peaceful at home in regards to Ajax's promotion to Duke. Finally, both the Empire and the Republic had started to reach out to him to inquire about getting on the Delving Exchange. The king had quickly replied to both nations with non-committal answers. The ones sent to the Republic were a lot more honest, but King Grindor was unwilling to cement any deal until he saw how the first attempt turned out. Or rather, this would be the second attempt, as Ajax was the first to do this, but he didn't feel it would be fair or accurate to use Ajax as the comparison for all who came after. It wouldn't be long until Ajax returned, and the king was looking forward not only to see how much he had grown over the course of his journey, but also because he couldn't wait to see how Ajax would manage a duchy. It was easy to always give the correct answer in a hypothetical in class, and another thing entirely to make decisions on the spot that could completely change the direction of their lives. Only a few more weeks. The king whispered to himself with a wide smile. Ajax was surprised how tired he had felt for the first week where he stopped his training. He spent most of the day sleeping as his body recovered, with Lexi, Anna, Xavier, and Benedict doing much the same. Harold had only needed a couple of days to recover, but he was older and more experienced with such things, as he had spent time at the border with the wild lands. Once he had finally recovered, his mother and Alana decided it was time to bring him up to speed on what he could expect when he got back to Grindor. A lot will have changed since we left, Sylvia warned him. When we left, the news that you would become a duke upon your return was only a rumor, and even then it wouldn't be a landed duke. It's honestly a good thing that you are heading straight to the Empire, the prince said, drawing everyone's attention. You will get your title and your lands as we stop by the capital. You'll have a few days at best to handle the most pressing issues yourself before your family can start the relocation to your new homestead. The idea was simple, but it basically allowed Ajax and his family to skirt a lot of the political fuss that came with his new title. Under normal circumstances, Ajax would have been expected to spend time in the capital, following his ascension in title, while his family established a manor in their territory. With his trip to the Empire, Ajax can simply bypass his time handling the politics of the capital and return from the Empire straight to his own lands, where his family would have finished the initial steps to start actively managing their territory. Are you sure it's wise to grant him a dungeon? Anna asked with a note of concern. Even if managed fairly, it will still cause endless complaining. It's the best of all the bad options we have, the prince said with a sigh. By strictly enforcing his fair management of the dungeon, we hope to keep the nobility squabbling over his management of that, instead of on the absurd amount of targeted resources he will be pulling out of it with his new boon. Ajax's ability to somewhat predict Floor combined with his boon wouldn't be something that he could keep to just his family. It was simply too polarizing, not just because of what it could mean for House Hearthbound, but because of how it would affect the high-end goods market in the kingdom and the power relationship between noble houses. It wouldn't be anything all that drastic immediately, but the smart nobles thought in terms of centuries down the line. Won't they notice the deception? Ajax asked. It's not like we are trying to cover it from everyone, his mother explained as she quickly caught on to what the plan was. You already have a good relationship with a number of important noble houses as well as the royal family. They will know what is going on and will help you keep things under wraps in exchange for some more favorable terms in any deals we will make with them. It's not like we expect this to work long term, the prince admitted. We are just trying to buy you time to get established. There is a good chance my brother will ask you to start accepting requests for somewhat targeted goods in a decade or so openly from most high-end noble houses. Ajax wasn't sure how to feel about that. On the one hand, he didn't like that he would be socially pressured to share his ability like that. On the other hand, he could understand why someone possessing such an ability, even if earned entirely through the hard work of the person, couldn't be allowed to hoard it. The lands you are being given will also exacerbate the issue, the prince said. The barons and viscount that rule there have had numerous issues of abusing their people in subtle and not so subtle ways in the last century or so. Are you so sure that I'll be better? Ajax asked as he digested the information. From the odd looks he was receiving from everyone around him, Ajax clarified. I don't mean that I won't try to be better, but I don't know how to rule a duchy. A good intention can sometimes lead to a worse outcome. Ajax knew that the royal family was taking a huge risk by backing him like this, to the point that they are very well risking a civil uprising if things go wrong. He very much intended to repay their trust in him, but at the same time he also wanted to ensure that the people he would end up ruling over would have their lives improved. There is no need to be so worried about all this, the prince smiled. It will take you a while before you change your outlook on life, but it's important that you understand there won't be so much pressure coming on you so soon. For all your power, you still show your age. What's that supposed to mean? Ajax asked. You think that everything has to go perfectly right away? The prince shook his head. When you think of the future, you look at the next decade. That is one of the things that will have to change. A decade is the short term. Ajax, this is one of the flaws that the nobles who disagree with your rise are right and something you will have to work on, Lexi said as she took his arm. You are not yet 25 years old, but with the amount of vitality you already have, and the amount you are sure to gain in the future, you will rule your lands for the next 2 millennia. Lexi's words broke through to Ajax, and he froze as he tried to process the scale they were talking about. As much of an advantage as his life on Earth had been for Ajax so far, it had also came with the downside of rooting his mindset from the beginning in the short life of humans. 2,000 years was something Ajax could understand logically, but not something he could fully appreciate. The advances in technology that were made in the last 200 years on Earth when he'd lived there certainly didn't help. I still don't see why you're granting him his own title like this. Harold's words drew a number of glares, some so sharp that he raised his hands in surrender. What I mean is, why not grant him the title under his relationship with Lady Manashaper? Harold did have a solid point. Had Ajax married into House Manashaper, none of the nobles would have had any serious issues. It was a long-standing tradition that generational talents would usually be bound by marriage into the nobility. Their issues were with Ajax being granted the title without any tie to an existing family. It is paramount that Ajax is able to make decisions for himself. That is the reason. The prince instantly disagreed. Had Ajax simply joined another house instead of being granted his own, he wouldn't have been the head of the house, and it risked too much. You don't have to worry, Lexi said as she squeezed Ajax's hand in her own. You won't be dealing with this by yourself. Lexi was quick to pick up on Ajax's worries and was quick to reassure him. While she knew that there was no way she was going to catch up to him in terms of combat power, she was confident in her ability to help him as a newly landed duke. You'll also be mostly dealing with the big picture. Alana cut in. Tom started to prepare himself to take up the role of mayor for the city your estate would neighbor. Alana's words were the ones that brought most comfort to Ajax. He had a lot of ideas about how he could improve things from his Earth knowledge, but putting it all into practice was not something he saw going well. Giving the idea and having someone else who better understood how to implement it would work out much better and free up his time to continue pushing himself as a fighter and as an alchemist. Of course, you first have to deal with the royal court for a few days once you arrive and are granted the title, the prince said, his kind smile shifting to his trademarked smirk. The trip back to Grindor started as a much-needed break and then turned into a slow return to his regular on-the-road training for Ajax. It was now the 7th week, and Ajax was starting to get a little stir-crazy. They had entered Grindor a couple of days ago and were only now approaching the capital. We'll have to see about getting you some flying transportation, Xavier said as he picked up on Ajax's state. It can wait until after our territory is well established. Alana cut in. Xavier nodded, thinking the reason for her delay was that Ajax would be too far away to manage his own lands, and not the devastating blow obtaining a flying mount that could travel long distances would be. Alana was planning to delay so that Ajax would first build up their treasury before he started with anything too expensive. You can take the rest of the day to settle in, but my father would like to see you at first light tomorrow, the prince said as they passed through the city gates. You'll only be in the capital for a week before we head towards the Empire, so you'll receive your title tomorrow in open court. With that, everyone went their own way once they entered the inner noble section of the city. As they neared the hearthbound estate, Ajax had his eyes fixed on the 2 large feline statues that now anchored either side of the main gate. While the amount of detail left a little to be desired by Duke standards, it was more than made up for by the quality of the stone they were chiseled from. Ajax would place the stone at around level 60, and he knew that it would be further reinforced by his life mana should they be animated. Past the gates, the carriage circled the large fountain inside the inner courtyard, before stopping and letting Ajax get off. Flanking either side of the carriage door in straight lines, all the way to the door of the mansion, were retainers House Hearthbound had hired over the last years. Ajax recognized most of them, though there were a few towards the middle that he didn't recognize, some of the more recent recruits. Being received like this made Ajax feel more like a noble than all the fancy parties he went to in all this time. So naturally, the picture-perfect ceremonious welcome was quickly shattered by a shadow cat leaping down from the 3rd-story window, landing cleanly on the ground before leaping towards Ajax. Fluffy, no. Tom's voice could be heard from the open window, but his bond didn't pay any attention to it. Fluffy's growth had hit its peak in the last year and had only now started slowing down as the shadow cat reached level 70. The now adult shadow cat could still progress and was nowhere near its peak, but its growth would now be a lot slower. I missed you too, big guy. Much to Fluffy's shock, despite all its growth, Ajax still had no problem manhandling him. The doors of the mansion opened and Sam, Tom, Judy, Kate, Aurora, and Elijah were all there walking towards Ajax. They all took turns hugging Ajax, Sylvia and Alana welcoming them back home. What is that? Judy was the first to move on from the greetings as she pointed to the massive staff that was wrapped up and taking almost all the space on the back of one of the worms. That is now the most valuable possession of our house. Ajax declared with a challenging grin, daring his sister to complain about it. I wouldn't be so sure. Judy chimed with a triumphant tone before bringing out a purple crystal the size of a ping-pong ball. This little beauty cost me 10,000 gold coins, and even that is because I don't think anyone knew what the affinity was. Ajax's eyes widened as they greedily took in the sight of the large void crystal. From the mana density, he could sense that it had come from a level 90 dungeon floor. Considering the issues he was running into with his gauntlet, this would be the perfect base for a new hammer, specifically made not just to be able to handle his void attacks, but by specializing to only one affinity, it would even amplify them. Seeing the gift his sister had got for him, Ajax didn't have the heart to ruin her excitement. The same could not be said for Alana, who put her arm around her friend's shoulder and leaned close before stage, whispering loudly enough that everyone could hear. There is a standing offer of 100,000 gold as the starting bid for that. Judy was left staring at the large bundle slack-jawed with everyone else who heard Alana. What is it? That is the first heirloom of House Hearthbound. Ajax declared loudly enough for everyone to hear clearly. Before that, it was the staff of a level 110 ETN. The welcoming moved on from that point to a more thorough inspection of all the spoils Ajax had managed to collect throughout all of the delves. Most of them were passed on to Alana and Judy with a directive to sell them, or to Aurora and Elijah for the pieces they wanted to have looked over by skilled crafters. You did well, boy. Sam patted Ajax on the back. Ajax's frame was now too tall for Sam to comfortably wrap his arm over his shoulders. Don't think I forgot about you, Ajax said with a grin as he headed towards his father's smithy. Ajax took great pleasure in watching his father's eyes bulge more and more as he slowly took out the high-level smithing equipment he took from the Harpies. This is too much, Sam said as he took it all in. He then let out a deep sigh. It's also not something I can use. It'll be for the best if we sell it for now. While Sam didn't have the talent required to use mana, he had spent enough time around Ajax as a child, and Kate after Ajax departed to develop Detect Mana. Even with his low skill level and his much newer blacksmith's eye, he could tell that he was still a long way from being able to even use all of this. We won't be selling it, Ajax reassured his father. He could feel the reluctance in his father's words. We'll be renting it out until you're able to use it. To help you get there, I got you this. With that, Ajax dropped the massive alloy bar right outside the smithy. The weight of the ingot was too much, and the whole bar sunk a good 4 inches into the earth before it finally stopped. This is perfect, Sam exclaimed as he examined the ingot. The alloy and mana density were at the upper limit of what he could currently use, and a perfect place for him to push his skill further. There's enough here that'll be at least a year before I use it all. The family spent the rest of the evening relaxing together. Ajax had told them all that he would be named a landed duke tomorrow, as well as the initial outline of the plan for them to start the move to their new lands during his time in the Empire. Everyone agreed that it was something they could start worrying about and planning for tomorrow, that tonight was a small welcome home party. The following morning, Ajax was standing outside the royal palace before the first rays of dawn. The guards wasted no time asking Ajax why he was there. They had been clearly expecting him and quickly ushered him inside and towards the smaller and more private throne room he had visited before. As he entered the room, Ajax took in everyone who was present. The king, the queen, the crown prince, and the king's eldest son were all expected. Unexpected were Archduke Goldminster, Archduke Steelblade, Archduke Silvertongue, and Duke Manashaper. Ajax, you finally made it. Duke Manashaper welcomed him with a hug. Having worked on researching the magnetic affinity with Ajax as well as the blossoming relationship between Ajax and Lexi, the Duke had become rather familiar with Ajax. I hope you've gotten a chance to rest. Now that we're all here, we can begin. The king cut their reunion short and prepared to start the early meeting he had called them all here for. The meeting began with a quick recount of Ajax's exploits during his trip. His gaining 2 legendary affinities drew a lot of attention, and from the composed look Duke Manashaper, or Lexi, had already told him about that beforehand. More than that, however, what draws their attention is the amount of dungeon floors Ajax has cleared. There have been a handful who have cleared 100 dungeon floors, so we know that there is no achievement, but what about 150? Archduke Silvertongue asked. Ajax was still a little wary of the Archduke Steelblade and Silvertongue. Unlike Goldminster, Ajax had only met the two of them a couple of times in the past, and while they were backing him, their relationship wasn't as close as the one he had with the Goldminster family. There is no point in getting into hypotheticals. The Crown Prince cut off the tangent. We will find out when he gets there. This meeting was called for another reason. Then why recount his exploits? Silvertongue argued amiably, because they affect the situation at hand. The king said, I have to admit I never expected him to try a floor boss. With that, he explained Ajax's solo fight with the Etten. Hearing that Ajax took on an Etten more than twice his level left all of them staring at him wondering if he wasn't crazy. What were the rewards? Archduke Steelblade was the one who asked. First is the one I'm sure you've all already heard rumors about, Ajax answered. The Etten staff could be taken out of the dungeon. That's what was wrapped up. Archduke Goldminster became much more animated. Ajax went on to explain the staff's effects. Unlike what he expected, the 4 high nobles took the staff's effects in stride. That is certainly a powerful heirloom for your house, Duke Manashaper praised. I would caution you about relying on it too much, however. What was the achievement? It was the prince who explained what the achievement for killing a floor boss twice your level was, though he made sure to leave out even the small guesses he had made about what Ajax's reward trait had been. He then also explained all the other achievements they found out about. This has the potential to be an unmitigated disaster. Archduke Silvertongue was the first to break the silence that lasted for a few minutes after the prince finished the explanation. We're all but forced to form an expedition to attempt a 40-something team to kill a floor boss but one saboteur, and we could lose the most talented young combatants of the next generation. I don't see how we can pass that up, risky as it is. Archduke Steelblade said. This is where the staff becomes much more relevant, Ajax said, drawing their attention back to him. In theory, before I reach level 55, I could take 9 people with me and have them power my opening spell with all their mana and stamina before killing the floor boss in a one-on-one. It's possible the system wouldn't count it because of my solo achievement, but it's just as likely that it would. Ajax very much expected that the system wouldn't allow such a big loophole. Still, he was more than willing to play into the possibility in order to secure even a short period of peace and prosperity for his new territory. The next 30 minutes were spent strategizing how to best rope in the most influential houses into silencing their objections to Ajax's duchy and title. You do know you'll have to at least propose before my granddaughter can join you at your new estate. Duke Manashaper's aura pressed down menacingly on Ajax's shoulders for a brief moment. I was already planning for it. Ajax said honestly, he was planning to propose on their return from the Empire. Duke Manashaper gave a nod of agreement and dropped the topic before the Crown Prince moved on to the next. This brings us to the next volatile topic. The Crown Prince announced. Ajax's lands will upset the already fragile balance of landed nobles in Grindor. To counteract this, we will have to expand our borders, and a few landed nobles, including some of you here, will need to move their borders to adapt. A chill so cold it could jumpstart an ice age ran down Ajax's back as he heard the proposal. He made no effort to hide the dread that came over him for a moment at those words. What's wrong, boy? Duke Manashaper was quick to pick up on Ajax's reaction. You need to be careful when expanding. Ajax barely whispered the warning, but everyone heard it clearly. Of course we will be careful. Despite Archduke Steelblade's respect for Ajax, he still scoffed at Ajax's fear of expansion when he hadn't yet even set foot on the border to the Wild Lands. While expansion can be dangerous, it's not that scary. We know for a fact the Beastkin had started a few decades ago back when we still had spies reporting back with frequent updates. It's not the monsters that trouble me, Ajax responded. It's the ascended races. Scary and powerful as they may be, dragons and phoenixes have been felled before by powerful expeditions. Archduke Goldminster tried to reassure Ajax. Some of the most powerful heirlooms of the nobles come from their remains. A battle during an expedition wouldn't break the agreement. Ajax jerked his head in short movements signifying his disagreement. Invading the territory of an ascended race while expanding the kingdom could result in the doom of Grindor. What agreement? The king unconsciously used his social skills on Ajax for a moment before he restrained himself and gave him a brief apologetic look before motioning for him to speak. Ajax went on to explain the short history lesson the dragon had given him all those years ago and how he had come to learn of it as well. None of them would have believed Ajax if it wasn't for their truth-telling skills, all saying he believed every word. The Crown Prince excused himself for a moment to send a few servants to the library to fetch every single recorded instance of an ascended race attacking humanoids they had. They're all toying with us. Anger and frustration could be heard in Archduke Steelblade's voice as he finished digesting the news. You met a dragon. Duke Manashaper was focused on a completely different aspect. Were you able to get a glimpse into their magic? Did you manage to recreate any of it? Unfortunately not. Ajax's answer, while disappointing, did nothing to dampen the excitement Duke Manashaper felt. And what evidence is that? Archduke Silvertongue asked. The ruins, Archduke Goldminster said. Almost every ruin that could belong to previous humanoids bears a long scar of rampant destruction coming from the direction where ascended races are thought to reside. We always wondered why they would stop with one kingdom or empire and leave the rest to live, but with the agreement it makes sense that they are only targeting the kingdom that overstepped. We don't have the time or the information to hold this discussion, the king's eldest son said with finality. It will take time to comb through our records, and Ajax's time in court quickly approaches. As important as this revelation is, now is not the time. Do you have anything from the dragon?" Archduke Silvertongue asked. Out of all the nobles here, he was the one most dubious of the encounter. Not because he thought Ajax a liar, but because he knew how easy it could be to confuse a young boy of only 10 right after a horrifying incident like being kidnapped by a vampire. Ajax's eyes instantly darted to the gauntlet on his hand before they went to the eldest prince. The prince was the only one who knew how he managed to avoid destroying his weapons through his casting style, but he had always remained silent on anything regarding the gauntlet. "That's where you got it." It gave Ajax great satisfaction as he saw him put the pieces together, the prince's eyes wide with a look of realization. Ajax could only give a helpless shrug in return, but made sure to flash a grin reminiscent of the one the prince always gave him when he got one over on him. "This has been a most enlightening discussion, much more than I had first thought it would be," the king said before everyone could focus on exactly what item the prince was referring to. "Nevertheless, we don't have the time to continue today. Ajax's rise to a landed duke is supposed to happen in 20 minutes, and we're all to be in attendance. We'll pick up where we left this in 2 days at dusk. You're all invited back here." Tom POV watching Ajax kneel in front of the king as he accepted his title as duke had me feeling a mixture of feelings. The clothes he was wearing now were worth more than our entire house back in the village. He was always so driven, and he pulled us all along with him. For the past few years, I had unconsciously been building up resentment for him, with every meeting where I was dismissed and every duty I picked up for our family. While he trained and studied, I had been growing more and more annoyed. But that all ended last night. "We can't operate like a normal noble family," he had said. "I don't have the training, skills, or the time to act like a normal head of the house, and that will remain so until I step down and let someone prepared take the position in the same way the other houses of Grindor operate." I took a good look at the sea of nobles around me. A few of them had dismissed me out of hand, thinking they just needed to wait to talk to Ajax, but they would soon find out that I am as high as it goes. "Rise, Duke Hearthbound," the king said as he offered Ajax his hand. The room exploded into cheers as Ajax took the king's hand and rose to his full height, a good head taller than the king. Not everyone was happy with the turn of events, but they all wore happy smiles as they applauded and cheered. A few years ago, I wouldn't have been able to see through that. Now I had social understanding and read intention. Both of them were only uncommon, but they worked well with each other. The news that our family estate would be just outside of Lessus in the direction of the dungeon had been a very welcome piece of news last night. Knowing that I will become the ruling mayor of Lessus, the city where I grew up from a village boy into a man, and a guard was the cherry on top. All of my connections would make it that much easier for us to establish ourselves, and with the current noble rulers being as disliked as they were, it wouldn't take much to win the populace's approval. Duke Hearthbound's promotion is not the only announcement I have today, the king said as Ajax stepped away from the throne and made his way back to me. The room quickly fell quiet as they all awaited the king's announcement. I pushed my skills as hard as I could, but I could read nothing from the king other than a slight sense of amusement as he dragged out the silence while watching the nobles. This will be my last act as king before I pass the crown to my son. The tension in the room grew tenfold. It was common for a king's final act to be something unpopular that the nobles would be forced to swallow. In a decade from now, Grindor will resume its expansion into the wild lands. The silence only lasted for long enough to ensure the king had nothing else to say before the whole room broke out into whispers. "Do you know anything about this?" I asked Ajax as he joined me. "I found out this morning," Ajax said. "With me becoming a landed duke, there are now 2 landed barons and a landed viscount who no longer have lands to rule. The king is looking to expand and provide new lands for replacement families. It will also give me a public reason to head into the wild lands that will appease the nobles as I scout the territory for expansion." We all already knew that Ajax would spend 2 or maybe 3 years at most consolidating his gains as setting up his duchy before he would head out to explore the wild lands in search of a bond. The king's move was also very inspired. Rumors of war with the Beastkins had started to circulate as a few spies had finally started to infiltrate the Desert Kingdom once again. By naming an expansion 10 years down the line as his final act, he could actively begin the process of having his son take over as king while keeping the ability to return to the throne in case of a war. The king's announcement caused a big wave of excitement and would change the plans of numerous houses, but it was nothing they would act on at the moment. As the excitement of the last announcement faded and the king sat down on his throne, many of the nobles turned and started to approach Ajax. If anything, I was thankful that all of the archdukes were in attendance as they drew a lot of attention so we weren't swarmed. "Duke, a pleasure to finally meet you," Viscount Cecil said as he approached with an arm extended for a handshake. Viscount Cecil wasn't the only one to approach Ajax, and it was clear from the way Ajax handled himself in meeting the Viscount that his time outside of Grindor had helped with his political training. Something that nobody missed, however, was that Ajax was fully taking his cues from me in how he regarded each noble. All of those who had dismissed me in the past had found themselves quickly dismissed in turn. Today was a day of celebration, and it was to be spent with those who had treated our family well even when we were a brand new barren house. Your Grace. Knight Bonehammer greeted Ajax before he turned to me. Lord Hearthbound. Knight Bonehammer was an old man, not so much in age as in body. At a little over 300 years old, he was barely past his prime for a noble. Knight Bonehammer hadn't been born a noble, however he had gained his knighthood at the end of the last war. The man had been very talented for a commoner. He had no skill with magic, but he had trained hard and joined the army at an early age. He had had a family and lived the life of a normal soldier. When the war came, his talent and luck had shown through. He had survived numerous battles, so many that he was still in his prime by the time his wife passed. The couple had no kids, as there had never been a good time to have them. After being granted the title of knight, the man remarried. With peace settling in, he instead focused on raising a family, and then began the search for a noble family to pledge his services. Knight Bonehammer. I greeted the man with a smile and a firm handshake. I would have also given him a hug, but it wouldn't have been appropriate anymore with Ajax's new standing as a duke. How is your family? Both of Knight Bonehammer's sons were older than I was, but they had become great friends. Being raised as semi-nobles, and with their father sparing no expense, they had shown the same talent that had gotten their father to knighthood on top of all the advantages a noble would usually have. At the age of 50, the boys still looked on the younger side, and with their levels being at 65, they were well on their way to becoming elite soldiers. The boys are doing great, though Grace and myself are moving slower and need a hand every now and then. He answered, a glimmer of joy in his eyes, as he noticed he wasn't dismissed like many nobles of much higher station were. Despite Grace being more than 100 years younger than her husband, she didn't have his level of vitality. Both of them were getting old. It was Dad who had first met Knight Bonehammer and introduced us, and I knew he had been getting out measure on whether we were a good house to pledge to. He had all but decided over the 8 months we had known each other, but held off until he met Ajax. A pleasure to meet you, Knight Bonehammer. Ajax greeted the man. Why don't you come by tomorrow night? I invited the man. Hatchet and Luna were already coming, and I knew a few of Ajax's friends would be by as well. As much as I wanted to give both of them a chance to take each other's measure, the open court wasn't the place to do it. The royal court was a trying experience for Ajax. Unlike previous appearances, he had to stay until the court cleared at dusk. Throughout that time, he met with at least a representative of almost all noble families in Grindor. He was glad for his high mental stats, or he wouldn't have been able to recall who was who 2 hours in. Is it always that bad? Ajax asked Tom as they sat in the carriage taking them to their mansion. It's been mostly different in my experience, Tom answered. I find it hard to get anyone's attention, but that works against me whenever I want something. Ajax could tell Tom had enjoyed a good portion of today's events. His brother had learnt not to show his glee, but Ajax could almost feel it every time one of the houses who dismissed any of his previous requests for a meeting to a late or unspecified date had come asking to talk. They had also been met with a similar response. I'm actually glad this fell to me. Tom's words surprised Ajax. Ajax asked, I would have thought with this taking up your time you'd be slow to level. All your hard work with the guard will stop mattering. I'll lose a lot of the lead I built up over the average guard, Tom acknowledged. But I'll get to make that up. My level stagnating in the early 40s now will mean I will get to clear other countries' dungeons fully. At the same time, I get to do a lot more good. Tom sat forward in his seat. My time as a guard let me see a lot of problems I couldn't solve or that I was a part of. Now I am in a position to solve them, not to mention just how much more time this gives me to spend with my family. If Tom had tried to push his early talent in combat, he would have been forced to travel constantly, while he still spent a large portion of his time dealing with other nobles, and will probably spend even longer dealing with other matters. As mayor, he would be able to carve out a few hours a day for his wife and child. How much is expected of me of us now that I have earned this title? Ajax asked, happy to see his brother enjoying his new role, only to be available for meetings. Tom's answer surprised him as the carriage stopped in front of their mansion. The celebration is expected in 1 year's time once you've had time to establish your estate. You've ruined everything. Judy pulled open the carriage door to yell at Ajax. I was able to flirt and drink with people, and it wouldn't be a big deal. Now they are ready for a commitment at the slightest bit of interest. She'll get over it soon, Lexi, who had followed behind Judy, said as they exited the carriage. Did everything go as you expected? Not quite, Ajax said before gathering everyone. Ajax spent the next hour explaining everything he had told the king and the archdukes. They weren't as shocked by the presence of a dragon inside the kingdom's borders, and the treaty didn't mean all that much to them. They were, however, much more interested in his gauntlet. It was made by a dragon, his father asked as he scrutinized the workmanship like never before. It's a beginner's tool, Ajax explained. It was meant to help me not destroy my own weapons with my spells. Can I take it apart to see how it does that? Sam asked. Not just yet. Ajax shook his head. I still need it for the delve in the Empire, but after that it's all yours. How did you outgrow it if all it does is channel your mana? Lexi asked. Because it does so through mana affinity gems, Ajax explained. Back when I first got it, my spells were so weak that it even enhanced them. As my spells got stronger, however, they started to reach the limit of how much mana the gems could handle at once. Some have already cracked. Is that why you want to go out in the wildlands? Sylvia asked instead. You want to bond with a dragon. Sylvia still wasn't fully on board with Ajax's idea of searching for a bond in the wildlands, thinking it too dangerous, and was hoping to talk her son out of it in the months he would spend establishing their rule over their duchy. I won't deny I hadn't thought about it once or twice, Ajax admitted, but I don't think that would work out. Why not? Lexi and Kate both asked at the same time. Because dragons are ascended races, Ajax answered. I'm not sure what we are, but we are below them. Both parties of a bond gain benefits, but with a dragon, I'd be fluffy in that partnership. While they wouldn't admit it, all of them were relieved to hear Ajax's words. They now knew he wouldn't be walking into the lands of an ascended creature of his own accord, so that would mean he should be protected by the agreement from the strongest predators that rule the wildlands. Before you start thinking about the wildlands, you should focus on our duchy, Alana said. I for one am glad to be finally settling down somewhere long-term. Except this time we're actually going to be the princesses in the keep, just like we used to pretend when we were kids. Judy joked. Think your brother's going to be kicking himself that he didn't join you in the capital. Alana's brother and father had chosen to return to rebuild their small village. This meant that they didn't have the same connection to House Hearthbound as Alana did, where she was considered a member of the family. Judy's words set off a spark in Ajax's mind. It was literally a lifetime ago for him, but he had once been an architecture student back on Earth. True, he had died before he finished his degree, but most of his early classes had focused on old castles and bridges. His duchy would be the perfect place to start integrating some of the advanced building concept he knew with the medieval world and magic he found himself in. That night, Ajax hadn't gone to sleep until the sun started to rise on the horizon. He had spent the entire night drawing schematics for their estate. His starting point and inspiration was Olmwick Castle. In a world with magic, what better starting point was there than Hogwarts, the school of witchcraft and wizardry? What truly drew him into the designs was the numerous hidden passages he remembered existing that he very much wanted to recreate. The size of the castle was overkill for his current family, but it was exactly what was expected of for a duke. With the average lifespan for someone in a ducal household being 450 years, and the main branch pushing above 700, he was sure that it probably wouldn't take all that long for his house to grow in size. Especially since those were the numbers before Ajax's method was implemented. A good number of the nobles would most likely use the extra stats as just an excuse to increase their vitality early in their lives, so those numbers were bound to increase. As Ajax lay down to finally get some sleep, as he reached a good stopping point in his designs, he felt very content. The design was halfway complete. His increased stats and skills had helped him transfer his ideas to the paper much quicker than he would have done back on Earth. Ajax didn't sleep for very long, just a few hours before he was back at his desk. Instead of continuing his design, however, he was racking his mind to remember something from his time back on Earth. The recipe for cement wasn't hard. 1 part cement, 2 parts sand, and 3 parts gravel. But even with skills that would require constant maintenance, what Ajax wanted was the long-lasting cement the Romans had used. He remembered reading that the recipe had been reverse-engineered, but he had a hard time remembering the differences. Not to mention that this would only be the first step before he would have to use his knowledge of alchemy to find the appropriate substitutes to create this world's version of the cement powder. He foresaw the death of many rock and earth golems in his future as he searched for the correct rock type. You're already awake, why didn't you come to breakfast? Lexi asked as she entered his room before she took a look at the papers scattered across his desk. Already making plans for keep. You know, we have masons that will do the little details. All you need are general designs. I don't want them making the hidden passages, Ajax said offhandedly. Means I have to work out the little details so that I know they can be added in without anyone outside the family knowing about them. Ajax was on a time crunch. At best, he would have 3 to 4 weeks. That was counting the time on the road towards the Empire, before he would need to have the general plans finished so that his family could get started while he went for his delve. There was simply no way to use concrete for their castle. It was still something he wanted to look into for the future. 1 week, you couldn't hold out for 1 week. The Crown Prince sounded exasperated as he made his way into Ajax's lab, followed by his laughing brother. Ajax had tried his best in his meetings with his fellow nobles for about 2 days. For every noble that was willing to try and work out something mutually beneficial, there were 5 that were looking to trick the new young duke into a very one-sided agreement. In their defense, Ajax wasn't able to spot the issue with over half the deals that were offered to him. The issue was always in the details, and the deal looked fine at first glance. Ajax also hadn't been stupid enough to take those meetings alone. His grandfather had been with him every step of the way and was quick to call out the issue, much to the noble's displeasure. "I really tried," Ajax said as he took his attention off the chemical mixture. The final straw had been when a baron tried to push his deal through by making a play at Ajax's ego. "Who is the real head of your house?" the baron had asked when Ajax looked to his grandfather. "Can't you do anything yourself?" The baron's red face as anger threatened to overcome him, as Ajax responded was worth the time wasted on that meeting. "If you think I got from a commoner born in a small village to the head of my own ducal house at my age by focusing on business, you are dumber than you look. Of course I will lean on my grandfather when discussing how to rule my duchy." From there, Ajax had taken to starting the meetings with his grandfather, mother, or Alana by his side, and depending on the noble's attitude, during the first 5 minutes he would excuse himself and let them finish the meeting or engage further. "Did they come and complain to you?" Ajax asked. "Of course they came and complained." The crown prince let out a defeated sigh. "That's not why I'm here now. You seem to have forgotten that we had a meeting scheduled. That's what we're here for. He thought you were entrenched in an important meeting with a fellow duke, and with both of us coming to get you, it would smooth over any ruffled feathers," the oldest prince said as he looked over Ajax's vials and cauldrons. "What are you trying to make? This doesn't look like potions. Something that just doesn't seem to work," Ajax said with a defeated voice as he watched his latest mixed batch harden far too quickly, and the solid was almost as crumbly as a good cheddar. It had taken Ajax hours of focus, where he leaned heavily on his meditation skill, but he managed to remember 3 big differences the Greeks had used for their cement. The first was unslaked lime. He had no idea how that differed from regular limestone, but since he needed to find a substitute rock for that here, it was simply a question of trial and error. The second and third ingredients were both a lot easier and a lot harder to find. Volcanic ash and seawater wouldn't take too much testing to figure out the proper amounts for. The issue with those was that there was no volcano in any of the humanoid lands, and more than that, if this world had a sea, Ajax hadn't even heard of it yet. Ajax wasn't discouraged, however. He knew what the end result should be, knew the creation process and the basics of the materials involved. It might take a while to reverse engineer proper base reagents, but he was confident in his alchemy skills. Ajax left the mansion and joined the princes in the carriage that would take them to the royal palace where the meeting was to take place. Ajax had also brought with him his gauntlet, but he wasn't yet willing to part with it. "Oh yes, before I forget." The crown prince turned to Ajax once the door to the carriage closed. "Our blacksmith is very interested in perhaps buying 5 regular-size ingots from the massive bar you brought back, the royal blacksmith." Ajax was surprised. The steel used in his alloy was only the level 50 range, perfect to push his father, but hardly worth it to a grandmaster. "I would have thought he had access to steel magicite alloy with a much higher quality steel." "He does," the crown prince said before wincing a bit. "At least when we need something made from it, he has plenty, but not even we have access to that much magicite that we'd waste it on low mana density steel. He wants it to be used as a prize and motivation for his apprentices." 5 standard ingots weren't nothing, but they also weren't a lot considering the size of the ingot he had brought home. Nevertheless, Judy would have been proud of Ajax when he haggled them down. "I'd be willing to part with 3 of them. My father really does need them to push himself forward as a crafter." Ajax wasn't even lying. His father had only tried to work the metal for 1 day and half of his blacksmithing-related skills had already gone up 1 level. At the same time, he had also exhausted himself thoroughly throughout the day. He was barely awake at dinner after emptying his stamina pool several times over the course of 1 day. "And I don't want to sell them, I'll trade them for a commission," Ajax said. "A commission from him is worth much more than 3 ingots, the crown prince frowned. "Even if it comes with a new crafting design?" Ajax asked, and he could see the eldest prince's eyes widen. "You already have a crystal?" he asked Ajax with excitement. In response, Ajax just pulled out the gift Judy had gotten him, the ping-pong ball-sized void crystal with level 90 mana density. "With this as a base, I think it can last me a good while, maybe even until I reach your level of power. It's void as well, so that will be a hammer," the eldest prince said as he examined the gem. All 3 of them put the discussion on hold as they got out of the carriage and entered the royal palace. The guards instantly saluted and opened the way as they all headed straight for the small throne room. "Silvertongue, you owe me 5 gold coins." The eldest prince's voice resounded throughout the room as soon as he stepped in. The king didn't even attempt to hide the facepalm or the dispirited sigh that came. Ajax was sure that this was all on account of his son's antics, but the king was actually reacting to what they bet on, whether or not Ajax had ditched the meetings with the nobles, and he was late because he was training or doing alchemy instead. Ajax had yet to meet with any representatives of the three archdukes. It was customary to let the smaller nobles meet with any newly landed nobles to give them a chance at closing some business deals in their specific niche, before the large, well-established houses swept up everything. This was all the more important when it came to the amount of land a duchy would cover. Seeing that the meeting was already off the rails, Duke Manhwaedit no longer showed any restraint, as he quickly assaulted Ajax with a few rapid-fire questions regarding vibration mana. I still can't seem to make the transition between getting my sound spells to work like shockwaves. Do you have any guesses why that is? The Duke asked. It might be because of how the sound-based spells work. Ajax answered. Unlike a shockwave, they disperse their energy to amplify a word or even a whole sentence. A shockwave is so concentrated that while it technically also has a sound, you could only hear it for an instant like the crack of a whip. Interesting and important as vibration mana is, especially with two users in our kingdom, the topic we're gathered here for is arguably even more so. The king interrupted them. I've had all of our historic records regarding the ascended races scoured, and while there was no obvious pattern, it all matches perfectly with the agreement you last mentioned was in place. I have also had my family scour our own records, Archduke Steelblade said. Out of 12 encounters with the ascended races we have, 2 of them are retaliatory in nature based on ruins. 9 are encounters found in the wildlands where the group stayed well away. The last, however, is the most valuable. Someone else spoke with one of the ascended races. Ajax was surprised at that. No, nothing like that. The records were recovered from the ruins in the wildlands, but they mentioned the unprovoked attack by a hydra. The Archduke said, unprovoked. Archduke Silvertongue questioned, is this a report disproving the agreement? No. The Archduke shook his head. The reason we have the record is because the civilization lived to record it. The Hydra was killed by a quick response from a dragon, Phoenix and Chimera working together before they left the kingdom's territory. Ajax very much agreed with Archduke Steelblade. Even if it was a record from a doomed civilization, and not as reliable as the others, it was a sliver of proof for the agreement being enforced by the ascended races. That leaves the question, what do we do with this information? Archduke Silvertongue asked. Ajax was surprised. What do you mean? He asked. I suggest we stay away from the dwelling of any ascended being while expanding. No reason to risk it. That's not what I meant, the Archduke assured him. But do we share this with other kingdoms? As soon as we start expanding, the empire will follow suit, the way our border works demands it, or we will start to surround them. Beastkin have been expanding in search of dungeons for the last century. Not only that, but why would they believe us if we do tell them? Archduke Steelblade asked. Admitting that you talked with a dragon when you were 10, few would believe something like that. I'll share it with Arianwen when she comes, Xavier offered. I won't tell her how we know, just that we suspect there is something like that. They'll look in their own records to confirm it. That's not a bad idea. Archduke Steelblade nodded as he rubbed his chin. I'll have Benedict do the same thing. That's settled then. Depending on what Sylvanthal's records say, we could share this further with the other kingdoms. The Crown Prince nodded. Now the gauntlet the dragon gave you. Everyone's eyes focused on Ajax as he brought out the gauntlet. It had been with him for more than half his life, and even though it was carefully maintained, everyone could tell that it was getting worn out. Interesting, looks like a shielded gauntlet. Duke Manhwaedit examined the defensive enchantment that covered the bulky cover. There is also something to disguise and hide. My sense mana can't penetrate it. Underneath that cover there are lots of tiny mana gems, each with a different affinity. Ajax explained. By channeling my augmentation spells through them before imbuing them into my attacks, it has allowed me to not wear away at my weapons. I didn't know about that effect. Archduke Goldminster looked closely at the gauntlet. It would certainly make His Highness's runic hybrid fighting style a lot more viable for the masses who don't have the money to replace their weapons every 4 or 5 engagements. Is there no increase in power? Archduke Steelblade asked. Not anymore, Ajax answered. There was a substantial increase back when I first got it, before I spent my free stats. Because the gems hidden are so small, however, it takes everything they have to just handle my current spells. During my last few encounters on the top dungeon floors, I felt a few of the gems shatter when I put too much power behind an attack. How much power would be too much? Archduke Manhwaedit asked curiously. It's hard to tell. Ajax quickly raised his hands in surrender so they wouldn't protest. My best guess is that for whatever size the gems in there are about the strength of a strong spell for a level 70 mage would be too much. It's hard to tell since even if the gem shatters from the attack it still partially works, taking the brunt of my mana and leaving little damage to my weapons. That is something we can test later. Duke Manhwaedit nodded, but I am guessing this would need some specific enchantments or runes to work like this, or we'd have figured this out before when we used the gems to simply amplify the spells. I've been curious about it for years myself, but finding out is very likely to break the gauntlet, and I still need it for now. Ajax said, after my delve in the Empire will be a perfect time to take a look, as not only will I have outgrown the gauntlet, but there will also be enough time to create new weapons in preparation for my trip in the Wildlands as I get my duchy settled. I still think this trip to the Wildlands is too risky. Duke Manashaper mumbled, but from his tone everyone could tell that he wasn't going to push the subject at this time. That brings us to the final topic for this meeting. The king said, visiting the Empire now is much riskier than it was 5 years ago. You think they'll try something while we're there? Ajax asked worriedly. He wouldn't be going alone. At the very least Xavier, Anna, and most importantly Lexi would all be going with him. He didn't care all that much about Anna's nephew Oliver, who had surprisingly survived his return to House Goldminster. It's hard to tell. The king sighed. Even with how strong you've grown in such a little time, it wouldn't be worth it for them to try anything. That changes if they have deep enough informants to have found out about the plan we have in place with Sylvanthal to share dungeons among the nobility. Archduke Silvertongue said, we've already sent out missives to every noble family that carry your method of waiting to spend your free stats. Nobles will still have their advantages, Ajax argued, not to mention that this only affects the new generation. Ajax's method was being widely spread throughout Grindor to all commoners as well. It was one of the things Ajax had insisted upon, and the king very much agreed with him. There were more than a few nobles who objected to this, but many changed their tune when the king started hinting at the dungeon exchange. You're missing a very important point, Ajax, Duke Goldminster said. You're only looking at what your training will mean from the prospect of a fighter, a soldier, or a delver. There have always been and will always be commoners who have the power to rival the nobles. Now there will just be more, and those will need to be managed more carefully. But despite your experience, the nobles that care about their people are still in the majority. What do you think will be the biggest change to come from you sharing this training with the commoners? The Crown Prince asked Ajax. Everyone will grow stronger. They'll all be able to delve and be comfortable getting the floor clear for most dungeons. Maybe not those above a 15-floor jump, but those below. Ajax answered. That is true for maybe at most a 20th of the population. The Crown Prince explained, and that is counting the standing army and soldiers. Very few people have the drive to push for more and risk like that. Most are content with the lives they live. You're saying it won't make that much of a difference in their lives. Ajax was a little dejected to hear that. That most won't even make use of it. Oh no, it will make a big difference. The Crown Prince shook his head. Children almost always have that drive to push themselves. In fact, I'll do my best to help foster an attitude to help that along. But by saving their points until they are almost 15, it also means they'll spend them with more care. Archduke Steelblade didn't have the patience to let Ajax come to the correct conclusion by himself, and just gave him the answer. By age 15, most have found their lot in life. Having 20 to 30 extra strength, dexterity, and endurance won't change things all that much for a farmer, and they'll know it. It might make things easier, but so will skills. Having an extra 80 to 100 vitality at such an early age, however, will increase their lifespan by more than a century and a half. Ajax knew that all of the physical stats affect a person's lifespan. They just did so in different amounts. Dexterity the least, followed by strength, and then endurance. Vitality, however, was almost 4 times more effective than endurance in terms of lifespan alone. Ajax had never looked at it like that, but even if the effect he had on the population at large wouldn't be exactly what he had hoped, he was still happy to have given everyone an extra century of life. It's not all good. Archduke Silvertongue's words dropped on Ajax like a bucket of cold water. For many, this will double their lifespan. The population will grow like never before. Along with that, so will the need for food and homes. Kingdoms will be forced to expand. I still think we need to look at influencing commoners regarding their children. No, both the king and the Crown Prince said at the same time. They shared a look before the king nodded for the Crown Prince to continue. Changes will need to happen to keep the population from growing too much, but not yet. We could benefit from an initial increase before we slow it down. It was only then that Ajax processed just what he had almost caused. With double the lifespan but not much other changes, it could lead to a catastrophe for the masses. Much as he disliked it, in the end it did fall on the nobles to lead the people. Commoners now averaged 3 to 4 children a family, and the population was kept in check by common causes of death. With double the lifespan, the number of children per family would grow exponentially and lead to starvation or war. Contraception wasn't widely available, but it was something they needed to look into for their new duchy. So are we planning to use this information to harm other kingdoms? The oldest prince asked once everybody left, and he was left alone with his father and younger brother. Ajax is still young and a little too idealistic to even suggest something like this around. It's definitely something worth considering, but at the same time it's also risky. The Crown Prince answered, we know that the ascended races are smart, but we are also inferior to them. If they took the time to look, they would surely be able to tell the Empire is a different kingdom from us, or they might just wipe us both out if one of us breaks the agreement. That would just be playing with fire. The king shook his head as he scratched a small scar on the back of his left hand, one he had gotten as a young child from the aforementioned activity, and his own father had requested the healer leave it there as a lesson. He had initially resented that, but in time came to appreciate the lesson of consequences over a perfect complexion of his arm, because of our deal with the elves that only leaves the dwarves and the beastkin if we do decide to try. Something to consider and discuss with the elves at our next face-to-face meeting. The Crown Prince nodded. With the meeting over, Ajax returned home and took part in a few meetings with noble families. As their rank increased, there were more and more meetings that he didn't leave early, as those nobles were looking for a genuinely mutually beneficial deal. By the time he had to depart, Ajax had barely managed to create a somewhat worse version of the concrete that was available on Earth. It was still a great discovery, and one he planned on putting to use immediately, just not what he was looking for in terms of buildings. The new mixture produced the same quality concrete as back on Earth, but took almost 3 times longer to set and required 6 times as much water to not crack when drying. The one upside was that the rock required was plentiful in the mountain range surrounding Lessus. For the last day before he departed for the Empire, Ajax had already begun making a stockpile of the powder. "What is that for?" Tom asked as Ajax was demonstrating how the concrete formation worked to his family. "This is what I have been working on the last week," Ajax said proudly. "It isn't ready for long-term buildings, but since the rock used for this is so plentiful, it should be good enough for roads. You want to turn the roads into a swamp?" Kate asked hesitantly as she looked at the gooey bowl of wet cement. "It takes a bit of time to set, and you'll probably need a few mages on rotation summoning water to keep it wet as it does so, but this is what the end result is," Ajax said as he produced an already set cube. "What did you use to cut it?" his father asked as he ran his fingers over the edge of the cube. "It's very rough, like it was broken off, but the edge seems too straight for a break. I didn't cut it," Ajax said as he drew their attention to the still drying cement in the bowl. "Think of this mixture like the rock version of molten steel, only it isn't hot. Once it sets, it won't be easy to shape. It just needs to be kept wet until it does so that cracks don't form." "And you want to put this all on the road?" Judy asked. "I want to cover all roads between cities in our duchies with it," Ajax confirmed. "It will take at least a decade, probably 2, to get it done, not to mention that maintenance will be a headache, but it will be worth it." "Why do you say that?" Elijah asked as he studied both the bowl and the finished product. "How much faster could a wagon move if it was moved over a flat road like this than the beaten trails we have now?" Ajax could see his idea getting traction as Elijah's and Alana's eyes grew wider at the implication. "With how central our duchy would be in the kingdom, we could have a toll that will pay for everything in a few years." "All right, so what do you want us to do with it right now?" his mother asked. "I have a few wagons worth of the powder already made. While they are setting the foundations for our estate, I want you to set the road in the direction of Lessus, something to work as a proof of concept," Ajax explained. Ajax wasn't all that much of a fan of using earth magic for their foundation, but it was something he could use earth magic to replace with better concrete once he was finished developing it. "You should stay focused on the dungeon," his mother chided him. "You won't have anyone in there looking after you this time." "I'll be fine, Mom," Ajax reassured her. "I won't be going past level 110. Even then I won't be clearing the entire floor, so I shouldn't be in too much danger." Ajax knew he sounded far too arrogant for someone facing monsters twice his level, but that was simply the level he was at. To help put his mother at ease, Ajax went and joined his family's retainers at the training grounds for the last few hours before his departure. His reception at the training grounds was mixed. For more than half of their retainers, this would be their first time actually meeting him, instead of just seeing him from afar. Their numbers had swelled once rumors of the duchy had started to spread. For the other half, they welcomed him with the respect and an attitude reserved for a teacher. Over the 2 hours, Ajax had brushed up on how the people he knew had progressed since the last time he trained with them more than a year ago. More than that, he had also proven beyond any doubt to the newcomers that despite his young age, the respect he was given came from his skill and power, and not his title. With his bags already packed beforehand and stored in the largest spatial ring they had, Ajax simply took a quick shower before he said his goodbyes and headed off. Unlike last time he went to the Empire, he wasn't taking anyone from his house with him. It wasn't just Ajax that was approaching this trip differently than the last. Their group was much smaller than it was last time, but their combat prowess was much larger. 3 of the 8 royal squads were going with them along with the eldest prince. More than that, the Goldminster's top retainer was joining them as well. "Won't this be seen as aggressive?" Ajax asked as he looked over everyone present. "The deal we have with Sylvanthal and the ones we are trying to make with the Republic and Brightstone already formed an antagonistic relationship," Xavier explained. This is a show of force to stop the Empire from getting any ideas. That's not what you should be worried about anyway, Duke Hearthbound. Ajax's head spun as he recognized the voice but didn't know where from. Oliver, is that you? Ajax wasn't sure as while the man in front of him resembled the Oliver he had seen 5 years ago, it was only barely. It is a pleasure to see you remember me, Oliver said with a bow, though I do believe I owe you some apologies after our last meeting. Oliver's life had taken a drastic turn following their last trip to the Empire. While Archduke Goldminster had spared his life following the attempt on Anna, there were dire consequences. Oliver's quality of life for the following 3 years had been non-existent. He had been given the choice of renouncing the family or redeeming himself. His years of training and hard work for the family had broken him of any entitlement he had in him. What should I be worried about? Ajax had picked up a few things about interacting with nobles. By not acknowledging the apology, he signified that he had not made up his mind about whether to accept it or not. Oliver showed a slight smile, seeing that he was even being given a chance to earn Ajax's forgiveness. You'll be the most eligible bachelor in the Empire for the duration of your stay. Add that to the short stay and your widely known dislike for noble gatherings, I would expect the attempts for your favor to be rather aggressive. Oliver's words had Ajax debating if it wouldn't be better to propose to Lexi before they reached the Empire rather than on the way back. He had already prepared a ring, but with the uncertainty that hovered over the trip, he decided to stick with his original plan. Let's get going. This trip will be a lot quicker than your last one, since we won't be stopping to meet with every noble on our way there. The eldest prince said as he herded them towards the carriages that looked more like an armored transport than fancy transportation. One of the big differences from the group setup compared to 5 years ago was that Oliver was no longer the second strongest of the group. While he wasn't an easy fight for anyone other than Ajax, Lexi, Anna, and Xavier could all win the fight. His level was still higher than all of theirs, but nothing that could make up for the stat difference from dungeons. This reminds me of Deepwood. Ajax mentioned on the third day of the trip. High-speed travel with no stop even during the night. Lexi groaned as she snuggled her head into Ajax's shoulder. I was hoping we were done with this. Accommodations have also gotten worse. Xavier grumbled. The secure transport was not comparable to Sylventhal's royal carriage in terms of comfort, even if it was much sturdier. What's your plan for when you return to your new duchy? Anna asked Ajax, figuring out what our exports will be. Ajax's answer drew inquisitive stares. That and training to get a better handle on these increased stats. You don't plan to rule? Oliver asked, surprised. Having grown up in a branch of an archduke's family, he couldn't imagine someone not wanting the power and control that came with being a duke. I do. Ajax took a moment to think how to best word it. It's just that I don't want to, nor am I good at, to be honest, ruling directly. How do you plan to rule indirectly? Xavier was interested in this. While he was very much interested in one day being king, his recent trips through 3 other countries brought into full focus just how difficult ruling could be. I'm pretty good when it comes to setting the goal and outlining the rules, not so much when it comes to the implementation. Ajax admitted as he thought back to how the recruitment and training of their houses' retainers went. That makes no sense when it comes to ruling, Xavier said. If you make the rules, then you are ruling. Who do you think will do all that for you? Right now I'm thinking my brother, his wife, and my grandparents, Ajax said before he looked down towards Lexi, who was snuggled into his shoulder. Most likely Lexi as well. Don't your grandparents have their own merchant company to worry about? Oliver asked. My grandfather saw this coming years ago. About the end of my first year in the academy, he started transitioning his company under Alana and Judy. Ajax answered. He's been freeing himself up to help run the day-to-day operations of the house until Tom was ready. Nobody was expecting a duchy, so Tom will have to do some learning on the job. I still don't see how this saves you any time, Xavier said. Let's use this as an example, Ajax said as he brought out a handful of prepared herbs. If I decided that one of our exports was going to be growing some mana-infused plants, I would figure out how to grow them, where to best grow them, and then pass it off. Getting the right tax structure and incentives and everything else with getting it running, that would be on my grandfather. One such export potential was the cement Ajax had them setting up near their estate. Ajax would figure out the recipe, and everything else would be for Tom to set up production in and around Lessus. When you say learning on the job, Anna was a bit skeptical, as she knew better than anyone else there how difficult running a duchy was, as she accompanied her father as he started showing her to ropes years ago. He'll be taking over Lessus and the surrounding areas, Ajax answered. It's a backwater region whose only attraction is the dungeon. We won't be doing anything to mess with that area, so he won't be facing all that much pressure. My grandparents, with probably some help from my mother, will be taking over the other barony and the viscounty. They are larger and more connected to the rest of the kingdom. His entire plan with building proper roads actually relied on how convenient traveling through his lands was already. He had already been warned that he would need to work on security, and that would also need to be worked out with his neighboring nobles, as well, since they would also need to beef up security around their borders with him. You do realize that change won't happen overnight? Lexi asked. You're used to making progress and acting on it, but this won't work on the level of a duchy. It'll take time to implement. For something like a plant farm to be set up, it will be a decade or more before they finally start breaking even. That is another reason why I won't be directly in charge of introducing anything that affects or needs the people. Ajax said with a nod. I don't have the patience or the focus to make sure it gets done properly. I've seen you spend 20 hours a day on alchemy for 5 days straight, Xavier said. That takes a lot of focus and some patience. That's exactly the problem, though. Ajax shook his head. I do things like that. For something short that can be set up in a week, I am a good choice. But if I had to just read reports and numbers to make sure things are still going well a month, and I would get wrapped up into something else, and things will start to fall through the cracks. Are you going to be looking into any other odd or new mana types? Lexi asked. With the number of different spells she had learned, she was always eager to try out different mana types to see if she could earn the skill for them. I am, Ajax said with a smile, his mind quickly going to gravity mana. Ajax had made a few attempts over the years before he left for the tournament, but he just couldn't get a handle of gravity mana. Big reason for that, he supposed, was his void mana and magnetic mana. Both void and gravity mana were directly related to space mana, and magnetic mana covered a big area of what gravity mana could provide as well. He was planning to introduce Anna to gravity mana, hoping it would provide a helpful step on the way to space mana with the help of her bond. What have you been working on lately? Lexi asked, as she knew Ajax had been spending every spare hour in his alchemy lab before they left. You'll have to wait until we come back to see that, Ajax said with a smile. It's not finished yet, but I think I have a working prototype. I can't wait, Xavier said. Hopefully it'll be something interesting for me to do while I wait. Ajax knew exactly what Xavier was referring to. Despite getting the lands for the dungeon, there was a small patch of land that the crown had kept in his duchy. Specifically the high mana concentration lake he had discovered back during the skirmish. Xavier was the royal family member in charge of overseeing the attempt at growing a fortress tree outside the elven forest. Xavier's only issue with the assignment was that he would literally be watching a tree grow. Are you planning for any revenge once you return? Oliver asked. Revenge? Xavier asked. The son of the Baron currently in charge of Lessus was responsible for an unfortunate incident where his mentor lost his arm. Oliver explained. Ajax was a little startled at how much Oliver knew. It was a good reminder, he supposed, that in his absence, a lot of nobles had taken a very keen interest in his personal history. He did that. Anna was surprised. He didn't seem that bad when I met him. A little arrogant, maybe. Different son, Oliver explained. The one you met was the eldest. This was the youngest. I am planning an expedition into the mountain of my own, though I will be making sure it doesn't cause any issues. Ajax was very eager in raiding the caves and culling the lizard population. Not simply for revenge, but like the Baron had proved the lizards made for good mounts, and if raised properly even made for a good bond, something he was sure the sons of Knight Bonehammer will very much appreciate. I have long thought that those mountains weren't properly explored for their resources, and the Baron's son, Xavier asked. The matter has already been dealt with by the authorities at the time. Ajax answered politically while he clenched the fist opposite the one Lexi was leaning on. I am sure, however, that any more current infractions will be properly addressed. This answer didn't surprise Xavier. In fact, he was happy with it. The royal family had also investigated the issue, and while they were ready to handle injustice, from up high the crown prince had decided that it would be best to let Ajax handle the matter personally. As far as they were concerned, anything short of ordering a public hit on the man was acceptable. It would also double as a test case to see how Ajax would handle such matters in the future. Ajax took full advantage of the trip to find out what the other nobles were thinking of doing as a reaction to him being named Duke. Between everybody, that was there they had plenty of informants and a good idea of the situation. There's no need to be too worried, Lexi said as she saw him tense up when he heard about the more violent intentions some nobles were panning for in an effort to gain a few favors. My father has already sent some letters to inquire about the health of those houses. While Duke Manishaper was the head of the house, he was also a researcher who didn't have the time to micromanage the running of the house. It was his model that Ajax was planning on not just copying, but taking to an even further extreme. After all, the Duke was a lot older and more experienced, with less room to develop than Ajax is when he got the title. Won't that make my house seem weak? Ajax asked. He knew that was a reason the royal family and the archdukes didn't send and threats to assure his position. It would if he was doing it as a friend. Lexi nodded. But our relationship is in the open. My family is expected to have a stance on this development. Despite being the most gifted in my generation of Manishapers, I wasn't likely to become head of my house. Dad is ecstatic at my opportunity to become a duchess. Despite their intentions for his house, Ajax's first reaction for anyone who crossed Darius Manishaper was pity. It was a fleeting feeling, but one he hid anyway. Darius Manishaper wasn't and couldn't be the next head of House Manishaper for the simple fact he didn't have the ability to use mana. While that in and of itself would not prevent someone from becoming the head of a house, the circumstances were different in a house as new as the Manishapers, and the reason for their title being directly related to magic research. Despite not having access to mana, Darius Manishaper was the youngest of his siblings and had gotten a full noble education that he then leveraged into political aptitude. Even now he was handling the brunt of the day-to-day management of his family, not in any specific field, but as the coordinator of his siblings who handled their interests. If Duke Manishaper was the captain of the ship, then Darius was the helmsman. Right as Ajax was about to pass the border, he was surprised by a notification. Achievement, Researcher. Be the first to make a discovery and prove it. Requires 1 discovery, has to be a first discovery to earn. Recipe for cement. Reward, Skill Alchemical Researcher. Next 2 achievements earned have no discovery requirement. Insight added to alchemy skill regarding cement. Ajax didn't know that he was the first to discover cement. More than that, he had no idea why the system was rewarding it, or why it was a discovery. And finally, why was he getting this notification now, when he had stopped his experiments weeks ago? The second question was the one he deduced the answer to. The achievement also had the requirement to prove it. He guessed that a small proof of concept experiment wouldn't suffice, and that he only got the achievement weeks later now because his family had started putting it into practice. Planning something, Lexi asked Ajax. No, why do you ask? Ajax was still a little distracted by the notification and its implications. You have that look on your face, Lexi said. You're proud of something but still not sure about it. That got Ajax's attention, and he felt very glad to have found Lexi, someone who could read him so well. I'm officially a researcher, Ajax said with a smile as he gave her a hug and a kiss. The entire convoy stopped dead, since the only people joining them on the trip were 3 of the squads and the eldest prince. They hadn't bothered with privacy enchantments. If anyone spying on them could remain undetected by their escorts, they could bypass the enchantments. You've made a first discovery, the eldest prince asked as he opened the door to their carriage. The system gave you the achievement for it. Yes. Ajax dragged the word out, unsure of why that was important. It's incredibly hard to be the first to discover something, the prince explained, understanding the confused look on Ajax's face. We believe that this is because of the ascended races also being smart enough to look into anything system-related and having more power and time to learn about it. The only way we realistically have of gaining that achievement is through discovery of designs or recipes, so anything new can grant it, Ajax asked, a little down that it wasn't as unique as he had thought. Not just anything. The prince shook his head. It has to be something new that is different enough from anything previously made. A new, more potent nightshade poison won't be good enough. It also has to be practical. Why all the interest then? Ajax asked, confused. The reward is good, but I doubt I can help anyone gain it. Was it a new weapon? The prince pressed. I thought you were an alchemist, but I know your dad is a blacksmith. Tell me it wasn't armor. What? Ajax got more confused by the minute. Trailblazer titles, Xavier said, filling him in. We have records of 2 weapons being invented and 1 new armor type. Neither are all that effective but have their place. But the skills for new inventions will also come with Trailblazer achievements. Armor skills are a pain to gain. No, it was a new alchemy mixture, Ajax said, and he watched the prince's face drop a little, but he didn't care. He was now thinking of how he could get a message to his family as quickly as possible to ensure it was one of them or their retainers that experimented with cement to get any Trailblazer skills associated with it. That thing you were working on before we left. Anna tilted her head a little confused. But why did you get the achievement now? You weren't doing any alchemy. Did you leave an experiment running? Ajax was about to answer, but she just kept on going, thinking aloud. No, you would have waited to see the result for yourself. What happened right around now that could trigger it? She kept going, her words coming out so fast Ajax was concerned she wasn't breathing anymore. Your family should have finally made it to Lessus. You gave your rough success to them. They put it in practice. Whatever it is, it works. Are they in danger? Lexi asked, scared that whatever Ajax had come up with was something dangerous, and they used it as a last resort. It isn't anything combat-related, Ajax reassured her. His reassurance also seemed to make the prince and every other squad member a bit more depressed since they wouldn't have a chance at getting a Trailblazer achievement. Okay, we can get back on the road, the prince called out as he slowly closed the carriage door. Is whatever you made hard to transport? Does it take someone with very specific skills to use? As uninterested as the prince was in a non-combat discovery, Anna was curious enough to cost a cat all 9 lives, despite that she didn't push anything about the discovery itself and was more curious if he wanted help selling it. At around the same time near Lessus, where the new Hearthbound estate was being built, all of House Hearthbound's retainers that had the builder's skill were hard at work, while the more experienced and higher-level retainers were working on the foundation and the supports for the estate. The young ones were all working with Ajax's cement. They're just like all the other nobles. Joe grumbled as he sloppily worked to ensure the cement road was flat. Sure, they might now look at us the same way those other nobles did, but we're still doing the grunt work. You should pay more attention, Bob said as he carefully went over Joe's work to ensure the road was as flat. Besides, while we might not be working on the mansion, this is still better. We're working with mages on this. They're also apprentice mages, just practicing their water spells to keep it all wet. If we had a river close by, they might make us carry the water. Joe continued to complain. You're just happy because Lady Kate talked to us and said we were working on something important. Bob was only 17 years old, and his whole face flushed red at the mention of Kate. He had developed a bit of a crush on the beastkin. He tried to stumble out a few words to deny it, while also trying to put more effort into his work when he froze. In front of his face was a system notification letting him know he not only gained an achievement, but he had also gained his first epic skill. He didn't even have a rare skill before that moment, Cement Builder Trailblazer. The group's reception as they crossed the border was not something Ajax had expected. There had to be at least 50 other carriages. Each of them had their door open and a beautiful woman waiting and looking in their direction. I know you warned me about this, but I can't be that much in demand, Ajax said with a gulp as he swallowed down the dread of their remaining journey to the Empire's capital. It's not just you, Oliver told him. You are a target of opportunity. If the Empire can get you, they'll be happy, but you are not why they're all here. I am, Xavier said with a resigned sigh. Despite nobody really knowing about the feeling that had been developing between Xavier and Arianwyn, everyone was very much in the know that Xavier had spent months in the presence of both her and Alara. As far as the Empire was concerned, any marriage between Xavier and a noble elf from Sylvanthal was a disaster. This is quite the force you brought with you in our country. An impeccably dressed man greeted them, someone Ajax recognized as the crown prince of the Empire, Soldarin. I do hope your intentions are peaceful. You can cut the act, Soldarin. The king's eldest son was quick to answer. You know the reason why. Xavier opened the carriage door and the Delve group exited the carriage to greet their hosts. Now that he was a duke, Ajax was left with no excuses in dodging any social events in the Empire. The best he could hope was that they got out of here as quickly as possible. Duke Hearthbound, Soldarin quickly focused on Ajax. I don't believe I paid you the proper attention last time you visited the Empire. The Emperor was a couple 100 years younger than King Grindor. As such, his son was only around 250 years of age. Soldarin wasn't a talented combatant. His excellence stemmed simply from the amount of resources invested in his growth, something that became clear to Ajax when he judged threat backed by inspectors as I was not only undetected, but also labeled the prince as a medium threat. It's an honor to be greeted at the border by you, your highness. Ajax's response was perfect, complete with the small bow that showed only respect and not submission, as was right for a Duke of Grindor towards other royals. The lack of difference displeased Soldarin, but he didn't show it. He instead chose to focus on something else. Prince Xavier, as well as Lady Goldminster and Lady Manashaper. With the Empire, this would make the 5th county whose dungeon you have delved. Truly you are the generation of prodigies. Xavier, Anna, and Lexi all ignored the barb. All of them were more than comfortable with their talent, and they had proven to themselves that they were special beyond the stats given by clearing dungeon floors. When all three of them repeated Ajax's greeting, Soldarin was quick to move away and make way for the veritably army of eligible nobles to swarm the 4 youngsters. While Ajax had his hand intertwined with Lexi's at the elbows, it felt to him more like a lifeline to a man overboard on the open sea. With the opening greetings out of the way, Soldarin moved to the more pressing matters, and the reason he had come to welcome them in person. He quickly approached the eldest prince before deploying a sound barrier. Is Grindor looking for open war? Soldarin asked, his voice devoid of any warmth. For you to share the training method openly like that, there was never any way to keep it hidden. The prince countered. Believe me, I spent months trying to figure one out. Despite his attitude, the eldest prince was a war veteran and someone who took his responsibilities as a champion of Grindor seriously. When he first found out about Ajax's method, he had spent considerable time and effort in figuring out a way to keep it for themselves. Of course it would have leaked. Young teens leak more than a sieve, but there is a big difference in sharing it with the nobility and sharing it with every commoner. Soldarin spat back. You'd best hope we aren't struck by famine in 2 centuries' time, or war will be the only way to stop civil wars from taking place over food. We are looking into solutions or ways to overcome a bad year in terms of food. Not only that, but we are also looking into ways to slow down the population increase. The prince shared. Every single one of our dukes and viscounts have been tasked with this. What the prince didn't mention was that the population issue had been something the dukes and viscounts had been tasked with for a couple of years now. As soon as the nobles who had been given the technique had confessed to having their less talented children spent the majority of their points in vitality. Even Ajax had been informed of his duty during the trip. The prince was shocked at the amount of ideas that Ajax had of how to approach it. For someone so dedicated to increasing his personal power, on top of his study of both magic and alchemy, Ajax had presented numerous ideas off the top of his head. Ajax's ideas had naturally come from Earth. Because of his study of architecture, Ajax had also become somewhat familiar with a few of the issues some countries had suffered from back on Earth. The layout of a city was dependent on its population, and that was influenced by its birth rates. He had information on the downsides of trying to outlaw large families from China's attempt at a one-child policy, as well as a brief overview of how Korea was trying to increase the birth rates of its slowly aging population. There is also no point in discussing this further, not like we can take it back. The prince knew better than to mention that Ajax had requested the information be made available to commoners. At this point, the only way forward is through. This is not the end of this. Soldarin warned, I have also brought along a piece offering in the form of another more sensitive piece of information that I will be relaying to your father upon our departure. The prince couldn't resist provoking Soldarin. With the discussion between royalty finished, everyone took the hint and got back into their carriages to begin their trip towards the empire's capital. As they got back onto the carriages, Ajax, Xavier, and Oliver could be seen blushing. I never expected seduction skills to work like that, Ajax confessed after the carriage door closed. Seduction skills didn't work like mind control, in the same way that merchant skills couldn't mind control someone into a lower price. Despite the lack of mind control, Ajax had found a few of the women present very attractive. His focus on them had been the giveaway of seduction skills. This isn't even their full extent. Oliver said in a rush as he loosened his collar in an attempt to lower the temperature of his neck. Rare and epic skills can actually cause slight changes in the body of the user to better match the preferences of the target. I can't wait to get out of here and back to Grindor, Ajax said as he laid back and tried to get some sleep. Despite the encounter being brief, Ajax felt more tired than he did after a few hours of training. Unfortunately for Ajax, the convoy's travel speed slowed down significantly now that they were joined by numerous carriages that had no intention of traveling throughout the night. They also couldn't just leave since they now had to match Soldarin's pace. This meant that they would be stopping at certain cities or villages as they made their way to the capital. It was in the first city they stopped in that Ajax finally saw one of the unintended consequences of making his training method not only publicly available, but also widespread. Ajax felt a wave of nausea hit him as he took in the slave market, more specifically the advertisements they were making about training their slaves for optimal stats. In a way it made sense. Only the most foolish of slavers wouldn't see the need to act quickly on the new information or be quickly run out of business, but that didn't make it any easier for Ajax to accept. I need to leave, Ajax whispered as he retreated back to the inn before he did something he couldn't take back. Ajax had returned to his room alone, leaving everyone else worried for him. He didn't know how to handle seeing the darker side of his actions and needed time to process it. What's wrong with your prodigy? Soldarin asked. He's just coming to terms with the realities of the world. While the prince's words sounded cold, he had full trust in Ajax not being affected too much by this. In his room, now that he had some time to think it through logically, Ajax had come to the conclusion that what he did didn't affect slaves that much. They were already slaves before, and they were already being trained before he ever made anything public. Once he reached that conclusion, he went to sleep, tired from the emotional response. The next day, Ajax returned to the slave markets with a new goal. He wanted to purchase a few slaves that he would later free, while also hopefully gaining a few retainers out of it. Are you sure this is a good idea? Anna asked him once she heard he wanted to return to the slave markets. You could spend your entire fortune and you wouldn't even put a sizable dent in the slave market. I'm not here to spend everything in hopes of atoning for something, Ajax reassured her as he quickly passed the older slaves and headed for the area that sold children. One thing Ajax had realized as he thought about it was that slaves actually had some of the best foundations. Not even nobles put their children through such rigorous and torturous training regimen from such an early age, for obvious reasons. Ajax had focused his search on children around the ages of 7 years old, his inspector's eye being a great tool as he could look into what skills the children already had as well as their stats. Why are you looking at slaves this young? Oliver asked. There was no judgment in his tone, simply curiosity. Wouldn't some closer to 10 years old be better since they endured the training longer? No, Ajax answered. They will have specialized too much by that age, and their resentment will most likely also transfer to me. One thing Ajax picked up on was that some of the poorer slavers had some of the more resilient slaves. Without the money to care for their product as well, some of the slaves had developed skills like regeneration or enhanced nutrient absorption. The second skill was relatively useless if he was going to acquire them, since he would make sure they were well fed, but the first was a very rare skill that many physical warriors spent decades training in hopes of getting it. I see he is a lot more accepting of our ways compared to the last time he was here, Zoldarin said with a smile as he watched the two slaves Ajax had acquired before as they departed from the city. Both slaves were beastkin. Not only that, but both had their bodies very well developed for their age, along with 5 and 4 skills respectively. Ajax had gotten them relatively cheaply. He was sure the slaver would have wanted to charge a lot more, but while Ajax's hadn't seen it happen, he was sure the Empire had pressured the negotiations to ensure Ajax had a more pleasant experience. He doesn't look at them in the same way you do, the prince corrected. They are a good investment. Zoldarin glossed over the prince's objection. He must have a decent inspection skill if he managed to look at their skills. They are a gamble, the prince corrected. Getting slaves young is always a gamble. Zoldarin said, you only gamble on their talent, the prince explained. As soon as they arrive at his duchy, they will be free. He is not only gambling on their talent, but also on their character in that they will choose to join his house as retainers. That is a foolish way of doing things, Zoldarin scowled in disgust. Increased risk with no reward. There is a reward. The prince responded with his trademark smirk. If you have their loyalty, you don't need to limit their potential to retain control over them. Over the next week and a half, the convoy slowly made its way towards the Empire's capital. Much to the prince's surprise, Ajax had visited the slave market in every village and small town they stopped in. While he hadn't yet acquired any more slaves, Ajax's mood seemed to improve with every single stop, much to the concern of Lexi, Anna, Xavier, and even the prince. Ajax, what is going on? Xavier asked as they departed their most recent stop early in the morning. Xavier, Lexi, Anna, the prince and Oliver were all inside the carriage while the squads made sure nobody interrupted. The prince was even using an item to ensure the privacy of their discussion. What do you mean? Ajax asked, surprised. Your first reaction to what your training meant for the slaves was a bit more extreme than I expected, but understandable. The prince answered him. But you've gone from stone-faced acceptance to increasingly happy with every visit to the slave market. You're worrying us. You don't see it? Ajax asked, surprised that not even the prince had seen what he put together. See what? Lexi asked. She was the most distraught at Ajax's new attitude, that the Empire will most likely fall. Ajax's words cause everyone to gape at him with wide eyes the size of dinner plates. Grindor will likely take it as a vassal or conquer it outright. How do you see that happening? The prince asked. Because they are too greedy, Ajax said with a smile. Unlike commoners or noble, slaves won't really have the option of putting most of their excess points into vitality. With the increased amount of stat points, they will become stronger and stronger. In a century or two, the small slave outbreaks they have now will expand into full-on revolts. Even if the Empire manages to contain them, it will leave them far too weak to defend themselves. What makes you say that? The prince asked, now no longer concerned about Ajax but intrigued by his prediction. It wasn't as obvious in the big cities, but villages have to deal with rogue slaves every couple of years. Ajax explained. Those incidents are clearly swept under the rug. My guess is that it will all kick off from the villages that neighbor the 3 other dungeons away from the capital. Even if it didn't happen naturally, Ajax was going to induce a civil war in 2 centuries. The plan to do so was simple. Have a few of his people infiltrate the villages surrounding the dungeons, and have his spies help the slaves plan. One big advantage the dungeons granted them besides an increase of power was a safe place to stay if they found a favorable floor until the time was right. Entire groups were wiped out in dungeons every day, so a few groups of slaves not exiting wouldn't draw too much attention until they all exited at once. The population is increasing. Anna said as everything clicked. Their focus will be on expanding into the wild lands, especially once they see that we are starting to do so. To do that, they will train more well-rounded combat slaves to help them expand. I'll have to inform my brother of this, the prince said as he also realized that Ajax's vision was no longer had just a small chance of happening, but was a likely scenario. One thing he did leave Uzed was that it was his brother that will also be making the decision on if they warned the Empire of the peril they were in or let things play out. Do you think the same thing will happen in Deepwood and Hymonton? Ajax asked, a little hopeful that he might have given the slaves a chance to fight back and free themselves. No, it was Oliver who answered. Deepwood and Hymonton not only have much fewer slaves, but they also rely on their slaves much less for combat. A big reason why the Empire focuses so much on slaves is because us humans have such a low affinity for magic. It is a relief to know what it was that improved your mood, the prince said. I do want to caution you about letting it show like that, however. We'll be in the capital in a few days, Xavier said. After a welcome party with the royal family, we can delve the day after and be on our way home soon after that. For the first time ever, Ajax was looking forwards to a dungeon, but not for the reward the delve would give him. Outside the possibility of an achievement awaiting him, after getting 150 stats from clearing floors, there was nothing that exciting awaiting him in the dungeon. Back in his duchy, however, he had so many things he wanted to do, and that was all before accounting for his exploratory trip into the wild lands. Emperor POV, so Xavier is finally coming back and he is bringing what amounts to an army. My grandson said as we all ate dinner around the table. Best make sure you don't challenge him again. His sister Denisa teased him. I know better than that now. Despite how humiliating it was to lose to someone who was 2 years younger, that loss to Xavier did Sandor a lot of good. I'm more interested in the 2 slaves the young duke bought, I say as I look towards my advisor. What did you find out about them? 2 beastkin, a 7-year-old monkey-type boy and a 6-year-old lizard-type girl. The advisor answered and he pulled out a report from him spatial storage. Both were malnourished but tall for their age. Why would he buy malnourished slaves? My granddaughter asked. Easier to build loyalty, my wife explained. They wouldn't be slaves when they cross over into Grindor. Much easier to gain the loyalty of a child who wasn't properly fed by making sure they always have enough to eat. Not just that, but they both seem to have gained some rare skills due to their less than ideal conditions. The advisor added. The boy gained regeneration, the girl. What is it? Sandor asked as he notices my advisor go silent as his eyes scan the document. The slaver didn't keep a good enough eye on his slaves. Roger tusked his tongue. Missed a skill the girl developed before he sold her, an epic skill. A slave with an epic skill. That should have been pretty obvious, especially at that age. Was it mana related? My wife asked just as intrigued as I was now. No, it related to her bestial heritage. Roger answered as he continued to scan the report, his frown growing the further he got. One of her eyes adapted to hunt in darkness, heat vision. Her right eye doesn't see colors anymore, but rather how hot or cold something is. Hunt in the darkness, Sandor asked. Roger was so focused on getting through the report now that he flippantly answered. Their storeroom wasn't all that great. She would hunt and eat mice and rats at night to compensate for the lack of food. I could see all of us lose our appetite at the thought of eating raw rat or mouse. All it took was me clearing my throat, and Roger broke out of his focused reading, giving all of us his full attention once more. Much as I appreciated Roger's talents, his lack of social skills was the reason I didn't allow his presence in open court. My apologies. He quickly caught on to his mistake. Both slaves also picked up sense mana on the road to the capital with the help of Duke Hearthbound as well as Lady Manashaper. Anything else? I asked, trying to keep the annoyance out of my voice. Those beasts, gods curse them. Why do they deserve such an easy access to mana? Both of the salves had crafting skills. Roger said. The girl picked up leatherworking from trying to make herself a blanket from the skin of the rats. She stopped himself before finishing. The boy mining from being rented out to mine some rock from a nearby quarry. They both sound like combat slaves. Why bother paying extra for ones with professions? Denisa asked. He wants to train them as delving crafters just like he is. I share my own thoughts on the matter as an answer. He is a talented alchemist. From what my son said, he reacted badly to seeing the results of his work on the slave market and bought the 2 of them the day after. Might want to raise them as atonement and mold them after himself. That cursed training method. Sandor grumbled. Don't feel too bad about it. I chastised him. It is the reason you have a chance to become emperor. I warned my son about having children when he was so young and why that would be a mistake. Thankfully, Sandor and Denisa were still low-level enough to take advantage of the dungeon craze that was about to follow in the wake of Ajax's own delving spree. With the added vitality of them, would still live long enough to take the throne when their father steps down. How strong do you think Ajax is? My youngest son Zilfolin asked, finally joining the conversation as he stopped eating. He was the only one whose appetite wasn't affected in the slightest at the previous mention of eating rats. At only 150 years old, my son had grown powerful enough to call himself an elite soldier. He wasn't a prodigy by any stretch, but with the amount of resources he had access to and his dedication, he was actually a better fighter than Soldrin despite the 50-year age gap. Hard to say. I truly didn't know how powerful Ajax was now. I looked forward to seeing him so I could judge that very thing for myself. What do you think, Uncle Roger? Zilfolin asked. I don't know, but if I had to guess, I would say he is stronger than your older brother. Roger and Zilfolin had always gotten along well. It was probably because Roger had become my advisor around the time Zilfolin was born. Roger was well aware of his lack of social skills even back then and had looked to ingratiate himself by bonding with my son, becoming Uncle Roger. What? Sandor stood up so fast his chair fell over backwards. You think he's stronger than father? He regained his composure as one of the guards quickly lifted the chair and he sat back down. I know better than to think I can compare, but he is still younger than me. How could you say he is stronger than father? Well, we know that Arianwen, the elven princess, is around level 80, and she is a genius of her generation who developed a domain. Much as I disliked those haughty, pointy-eared tree lovers, I couldn't disagree with Roger's assessment. Despite her bond helping her, she still lost in the tournament. My father could also beat her, even if he isn't a dedicated fighter like Uncle Zilfallen. Denisa said as she placed her had to calm down her older brother. It was these interactions between the two of them that made me think Denisa would make for a better successor to Soldarin than Sandor. He was simply too hot-headed. True as that may be, Duke Hearthbound has to have gained, I would say, more than 500 stats since he won that duel. Rogers defended his assessment. I could see Rogers' words shocked not only Denise and Sandor, but also Zilfallen. It was easy to forget that between Deepwood and Sylvanthal, Ajax had delved 10 dungeons. Even if we assume he never pushed past the level 100 barrier, that would still mean he cleared 55 floors, and I would be willing to be a large amount. He cleared at least the level 110 floors as well. 55 floors would mean 440 stats. Add another 10 from potions, and that is a 484 stats without a single level up. Such incredible growth, Zilfallen murmured as his eyes lost focus. I knew this was a hard time for him. He had always loved fighting, though he enjoyed fighting humanoids more than beasts. Zilfallen had come to accept from an early age that while he didn't have the talent to be the best, he could make up for some of that with hard work and the amount of resources he had as an imperial prince. I've seen him be jealous of others' talent before, but this was the first time I saw him jealous of someone else's opportunities. Do you think he would duel me? Zilfallen asked. I very much doubt it. My wife said as she shook her head no. He was almost a recluse last time he was here, and I expect Grindor will want to leave as soon as possible. I didn't blame them for that. It was simply the smart move. Despite my decision not to take action, I still had 2 different plans ready in case. I decided it was best that the 3 future champions, Annabeth Goldmancer, Alexis Manashaper, and Xavier Grindor, needed to die along with the most talented human in recorded history, Ajax Hearthbound. Roger, double security while they are here, I said as I thought more about it. I have already done so, Your Majesty. Roger said. As you have commanded. Increase it again, I said. I can't help but think those beasts are going to try something. I've always thought that those half-animal abominations were up to something in that desert of theirs. The appearance of Ajax had to have at least messed up some of their plans, and I didn't want them to take advantage of this trip to have Grindor attack us, while removing what could be the best chance at humans taking over all the kingdoms. I will have to see if Denise has a chance to marry into the Hearthbound family. Maybe now that he has grown a little and become a duke, he will be open to multiple wives. Need to be careful not to push it too hard and offend him, however. They arrive tomorrow after all. How did you know they would be able to learn how to use their mana? Xavier asked Ajax as they approached the capital. While almost all beastkin could learn to use their mana, getting the skill was a different matter. That both of the slaves Ajax bought had managed to gain sense mana in a week under his and Lexi's guidance was something very important to question. Desperation. Ajax explained. You most often gain skills when you are under pressure. I am sure both of them must have been pushed so close to death from their bad living conditions that they instinctively used mana. A little dedicated effort to use it consciously was all it took. Ajax was very happy with his investment into new retainers. While both of the slaves still looked at him, and Lexi with wariness after a week, they stopped flinching whenever they raised their hand while in striking distance. I'm more interested in that eye the little gals got. One of their guards said as he looked towards the painfully thin beastkin that was still wearing her collar. I know about heat vision. Quite a few monsters with it, but this is the first time I met a person with it, and they can explain what they see with it. Ajax himself was also very interested in heat vision. Initially, he had hoped she had the ability to shoot lasers from her eyes, but he realized the absurdity and wasn't disappointed. Wish I could take those collars off them. Ajax said he wanted to start working on building trust, and in his eyes those collars were the first wall he would have to knock down. Those collars are important for their protection. Oliver repeated himself. He had made the same observation a couple of times since the slaves had joined the convoy. As long as they belonged to someone, much fewer people would dare do anything when they are in town. Ajax's next idea to build trust was to have the slaves join them for their meals. That also backfired, however, as the 2 children wouldn't touch any of the food before they were expressly told they could eat. After they were told they could eat, Ajax saw them practically inhale the food, almost certainly afraid someone would take it from them if it wasn't gone as soon as possible. It'll take time, Lexi reassured him. Some things just take time. Lexi herself had grown a little attached to the 2 slaves as she saw them as her own students after helping them learn sense mana. Something she surprised herself with as she hadn't expected to enjoy teaching as much as she had. She very much planned to help train House Hearthbound's retainers in the future. At least there is no welcoming gala, Ajax said as the convoy entered the capital. The whole place looked very much the same as it did 5 years ago. They don't want their nobles to get comfortable around you, the prince said with his trademark smirk. There will be a party you can't skip out on after you exit the dungeon. Why wouldn't they want people to get comfortable around me? Ajax asked. Not that I'm complaining. Because of Kate, the prince answered. That someone of your status has a beastkin as a sister-in-law is outrageous to them. The prince had been purposefully loud enough that both slaves heard him, and their wide eyes locked onto Ajax. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. They quickly looked at each other thinking they must have heard wrong, only to be met by the same incredulous gaze. You really should name them something else, Xavier whispered. Neither of the slaves' former owners had that many slaves to look after, so the two of them had been named with a placeholder names, Snake and Monkey. Their new masters were supposed to provide them with new names after they purchased them. I'll have them choose their own names once we cross back into Grindor and I remove the collars, Ajax whispered back as they arrived at their accommodations. The same mansion that housed them during their previous visit to the Empire, though their ambassador had changed in the past 5 years. Ajax, Lexi, Anna, Xavier, and Oliver all went to bed relatively quickly. All of them wanted to prepare for their delve tomorrow. While none of them would be pushing their limits as they had done in previous delves, they wanted to be at their best. The lack of safety due to not having anyone boosting them meant they always needed to be on guard during the delve. Once he was sure that all of them had settled in and a squad had set up their surveillance, the eldest prince of Grindor took one squad and headed for the Imperial Palace. Unlike their previous delves, he didn't need to stick so close to his charges this time around. Not only that, but he had other duties on this trip besides the safety of the new generation. Took you long enough to get here. Zilfallen provoked the prince as soon as he arrived at the palace. The prince took a moment to examine Zilfallen. Instead of responding to his words or offering a greeting, he showed his trademark smirk before answering the provocation with a simple backhanded compliment. You've closed the gap some, but you're still not ready. The prince's words had the desired effect as Zilfallen clenched his teeth. Enough of this. Soldarin tusked in annoyance. You said you have a message for father. Come deliver it, and you two can play your childish games after. Lead on. The prince regained his serious expression as he and the 10-man squad of elite warriors was led into the palace. The small throne room they were led to was similar to the one the king of Grindor used for important meetings. It was also pretty packed. Besides the immediate imperial family, there were at least 40 other people there, only a little over half of them being guards there for the protection of the emperor. Welcome, boy. The emperor greeted the prince with a wide smile and open arms. I haven't seen you since the war. My father thinks you're a bad influence on me, the prince responded. Back during the latest war, the empire had allied with Grindor. The prince had met with the emperor frequently during that campaign. The emperor had been pushing for a royal marriage between the empire and Grindor to build a stronger bond between the two nations, an idea that hadn't been without merit before Shadow's rise to prominence and the forced peace that followed. And yet here you are. The emperor's smile widened. My father sent me with a sensitive piece of information. The prince responded as he made a show of taking in everyone present, one not even my guards know about yet. The emperor's face turned stoic as he took a moment to come to a decision. Leave us. The command sent everyone but the guards, the empress as well as their sons and grandchildren out of the room. Go on then, what's so important? It's about expansion into the wild lands. His words instantly provoked a gasp from Sandor. We have a very likely theory on how to expand safely into the wild lands. Everyone present knew that expansion into the wild lands will become very important in the near future to accommodate the increase in population. A theory. Soldarin sounded outraged at the waste of time. Why not test it out then come here and share if it is important? I'm sorry to have wasted your time, the prince quickly answered. Anything concrete will most likely take a while to verify, but we will let you know as soon as we do. After all, only a fool would rush anything to do with the ascended races. The room became so quiet even someone with a perception of 5 could hear a pin drop. You've gained insight into the ascended races. The emperor sat forward on his throne as he asked. The prince provided a quick explanation of what the agreement made between the ascended races regarding humanoids was. He didn't share any of their sources, however. I would like to request access to any of your records that connect to this matter. Ha, I thought you were lying at first. Zilfallen laughed, drawing piercing glares from the squad there to protect the prince. You're only sharing this with us because if we poke the sleeping dragon, it might not bother to check before it wipes you out as well. While the question sounded innocent enough, the real intent was clear as day to everyone. Can we use this to provoke another nation into self-destruction? Not yet, the prince said. You've given me quite a lot to think about, the emperor said, not in the least being how you came upon this theory. Do have a good evening. I look forward to seeing you again in a couple of days. As they prepared to take their leave, the prince turned back, his trademark grin causing Zilfallen and Soldarin to brace themselves. Oh, before I forget, I highly recommend increasing the guard around your dungeon for a short while. The prince's gaze becoming more predatory with every word, something to handle a level on 120 floor break at the very least. Don't say it, Lexi warned Ajax as soon as they entered the dungeon. What, but Ajax was left speechless. I know it's been a long time for you since you entered a dungeon, but for most people it's normal to spend a few months without delving. Lexi sighed. Ajax knew Lexi was right. The only people who delved as often as he did during the academy were adventurers that were freelancing to multiple noble families as they tried to save up a nest egg for something. Fine, let's just go. Ajax said as he started looking for the closest arch to the next floor. Since all of them had completed the first 3 floors already, there was simply no need to kill any of the mini-bosses there. They all made their way to the closest arch and simply moved on to the next floor. Ajax made sure to solo the boss and collect the body, no point in wasting his ability. The 4th floor represented new ground for Lexi, Anna, Xavier, and Oliver. None of them were pressured by the level 45s. More than that, Oliver had no use for the floor since he had already surpassed level 47. Are you sure you want to push as far as the 8th floor? Ajax asked. Considering that Lexi had already killed a level 72, the answer should be obvious, but this wasn't a boost. As much as Ajax could act as a booster, there was still a big difference between Ajax and the real thing. It was easy to forget that while Ajax was starting to rapidly close in on being able to kill monsters close to the same level as the highest level humanoids around, the difference in power between him and those elites was much bigger. Each humanoid that made it to level 150 was a generational talent, in one way or another. They couldn't be compared to monster of the same level. Where Ajax needed a favorable matchup to be able to win with a perfect fight, they would need a bad matchup to lose. I'm sure it'll be fine. Lexi reassured him as they made their way around the 4th floor looking for another miniboss. We just need to find a floor where I can isolate a miniboss easily. If we don't find one, we can always just walk out. The 5th floor would be the last one they could blindly walk into. While Lexi, Anna, and Xavier were all comfortable against pretty much any level 55, the same could not be said for Oliver. When Ajax checked the last arch they found as they cleared the minibosses, he was a little surprised. That is odd, Ajax said as he tried to focus mana siphon as much as he could to get a better read on the mana inside the arch. What is it? Lexi asked him. I can only feel one mana type, Ajax said as he kept trying to see deeper. I thought you could tell apart about 4 or 5 when they are around this level, Xavier said confused. Usually the top 3 once we reach level 50, 4 if the 4th one is close to the 3rd in prevalence. Ajax corrected him. Then why can you only see one? Because it is more than 90 of the floor. Ajax explained. It's masking everything else. Let's do it. Lexi was quick to say. Oliver, Xavier, and even Anna looked at Lexi with odd expressions. It wasn't like her to blindly jump head first like this, especially as she hadn't even asked what said dominant mana type was. Ajax, on the other hand, was very touched by Lexi's gesture. The first time Ajax had ever lost a party member had been inside a floor dominated by the light element. It was something that Ajax still felt a little guilty about to this day, since he had kept the information to himself, so as to not disclose his ability to predict floors. Lexi was the only one of them he had shared that with, and she was eager to jump at the opportunity of helping Ajax feel a bit better about the incident in any way, even if it was something as simple as clearing another one-element floor. What element is it? Oliver asked. He wasn't certain about killing a level 50 miniboss that aligned so strongly with some elements. Metal, Ajax answered. How much above 90 is it? Xavier asked. A bit over 93, not quite 94. Ajax answered. Is this the highest you've seen like this? Anna asked. No, I once came across a 99 light floor, Ajax answered. That was brutal, but the enemies were also above level 50. I say we do it. Xavier nodded. Could maybe find some decent quality metal to take out. Anna was also on board. I can handle metal. Oliver confirmed. With everyone in agreement, they all collectively entered the 5th floor of the dungeon. As they entered the floor, nobody said a word. Everyone but Ajax was dismissing the update about +1 to all stats, but even after that they couldn't do anything but stare as their jaws dropped, and they took in the sights of the floor. The floor design wasn't all that special. It looked like a primitive city in the center of which was a large Aztec temple. Clearly the city was meant to be used by humanoids. The issue was that Ajax was simply unable to pick out the specific combination of life mana, and a few other mana types he had come to recognize only as a group representing humanoids. Is that what I think it is? Oliver asked, his voice shaking with disbelief. I think it is, Xavier said as he stomped his foot, leaving a good-sized dent on the floor near the exit arch. I've never heard of a floor like this. Lexi said as she took in everything with wide eyes. Anna was left speechless. She opened and closed her mouth a few times trying to say something. Anything but nothing came out. While Ajax was just as shocked at what he was seeing as everyone else, he wasn't as clueless. There was a very good reason why such a floor theme should be technically impossible, since it made no sense. But there were other floors that also made no sense but existed because of something else, myths and legends. And Ajax was familiar with this particular myth as it came from Earth. El Dorado. Ajax's whisper was so soft nobody could make out what he said. The entire city was made out of gold. This floor alone represented more wealth than all 8 kingdoms did together. This city, however, was much larger than any interpretation Ajax had ever heard, with the buildings extending past the horizon. The floor also confirmed something for Ajax. He hadn't heard a single story about a city of gold since he came to this world. If floors like this existed, there would surely be a story. The only possible answer was that the dungeons was borrowing something from him. I doubt there would be an elemental with only level 50, but do you think there is a golem somewhere on this floor? Anna's first words were calm and her tone composed, but her face still showed the whirlwind of emotions she was feeling. Also, how big do you think it is? Nobody had an answer to that. While Oliver was a little confused at the question since he didn't know about Ajax's ability, both Lexi and Xavier locked their eyes onto Ajax. This was mana-infused gold. In one fell swoop, House Hearthbound might end up becoming one of the top 5 richest houses in Grindor after Ajax exits the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, Zilfallen and Soldarin were both in attendance with 2 of the 7 Imperial hands. Much like the 10 squads of Grindor, the Empire had 7 hands. Each hand was a group of 5 people who were not only extremely powerful, but also worked perfectly together. Each finger was at least level 165, and each leader above level 180. He was just trying to mess with us, wasn't he? Soldarin grumbled as he looked towards Zilfallen. As much as Zilfallen wanted to agree with his older brother, he just couldn't help but remember the confident grin and challenging eyes the Prince of Grindor had when he threw out those parting words. As a level 125, Zilfallen wouldn't be confident enough to venture past the level 100 floor by himself. In an unknown floor, he could easily be swarmed and killed by a patrol of level 110 creatures. All we can do is wait. Zilfallen said with his eyes fixed on the large arch of the dungeon. We still have a while to go. The others haven't yet come out. Are they beastkin? Lexi asked, a little confused as she saw the Aztec warriors with war paint and feathered helmets charge down the street towards them. No, Ajax said before he sprung into action. Level 50 combatants barely qualified as a threat to Lexi, Anna and Xavier, so Ajax had no issue wiping out the small patrol. This has to be the weirdest sword design I have ever seen, Xavier said as he picked up the manhwaedit. Or is it a hammer, maybe an odd axe? It's a club. Ajax provided. Isn't that the same thing as a hammer? Oliver asked. A club has the weight more evenly distributed across the length of the weapon, makes it less useful against a heavy armor, but it's easier to maneuver and deals decent damage even if the end of the weapon isn't the part that makes contact, Ajax explained. Clubs are also usually longer than hammers because they don't have all the weight on the end. It's still a bad weapon, Lexi said as she examined the weapons. All of these seem of bad quality. That's because they are old, Ajax answered. What do you mean old? Anna asked. Old as in before humanoids learned to use heat to shape metal. They are wood and stone made to fit together, Ajax answered. Keep your guard up and focus on your sense mana. Why? Lexi asked. None of us should have a problem on this floor. It's why we risk the odd mana distribution. Something that pays off really well if we find a way to grab a wall and take it with us, Anna said. You should be careful because we came from people like this, Ajax explained. If they managed to survive and develop ways to melt metal and forge it, it means they had ways to fight off threats. I'm guessing that means magic. Could be a good chance to learn something new. Ajax really hoped none of them could tell how nervous he was. Sure, everything he said was technically true from what he knew about the Aztecs' origin. As for the magic part, he was mostly guessing that the system would make the old Aztec magic rituals adapt for use in their world. If that happened like it did with the blasters from the futuristic space floor, it should happen here as well. What about the gold? Anna asked as she noticed Xavier and Lexi be instantly excited by the possibility of any new magic. I'm hoping the temple has larger statues, golems that we can fight, Ajax said as he pointed to the statue of a jaguar placed on a nearby street. The bigger the better. Ajax's eyes also shone with a hint of greed that put a smile on Anna's face. What are you doing with that? Xavier asked as Ajax quickly moved and ripped the closest doorway off its hinges before stuffing it into his spatial ring. Experiments, Ajax answered. Lots of materials have unknown uses, but how often can you play around with gold to see if something happens in alchemy? I now see why you brought 4 storage rings with you, Oliver says as he watches Ajax pull a second door loose. As they ventured deeper into the city, the group started to head straight for the temple. Why are we going there and not just heading for the next floor? Oliver asked. Letter 1D633, letter 1D656, new letter 1ED1 beta airs. That put the group in a bit of a pickle. Ajax didn't want to share his ability with Oliver. While they trusted him not to do anything stupid like trying to kill Anna again, they didn't trust him to keep his mouth shut in the long term. So far, he hadn't been there to see Ajax loot the corpse of whatever he killed on the previous floors, because it's a temple made of gold. The way Xavier said that made it sound like Oliver was the unreasonable one for not wanting to go see it. For the next half an hour, the group covered a good amount of distance towards the temple. they encountered another 2 patrols, but just like the first one, these were simple physical warriors with odd weapons that Ajax had no issue wiping out. He had even intentionally played around with one of them to see if they could do something else, but nothing came of it. This changed when they ran into the 4th patrol. Like the previous 3 patrols, this was a 7-man group, but only 6 of them were purely physical fighters. Ajax was the first to feel it, but as he wiped out the first 6 with practiced ease, Ajax felt the mana gather around the 7th member. He's doing something, Lexi said with excitement. Cutely tilatani, tilayuskal panketl in chichiltik tilapani, hui tiatl maitoa, iuquitane miatl. The warrior chanted without taking his eyes off the group. He clearly seemed confused as to why they didn't just attack him, but he continued his chant. That's a really impractical chant, Lexi said as she looked on with curiosity. It even rivals some of the longest combat casts I know of, and all mages who use those often end up dead because of messing up the chant mid-combat. Tekwani tizonpentli in tilaltikpak ohuea, zachatl yeatl in kuatli ikuik. As the warrior got close to the end, Ajax notices. He pulled out a more ornate knife, slashed his palm open before retrieving something that looked alarmingly like the heart of an animal and a mana core. The warrior stacked the items on the ground before dripping his blood over them, and finally stabbing the knife down, crushing the mana core and piercing the heart. Kree-ah! Nobody knew where the high-pitched eagle cry came from, but they were all lucky Ajax was so much stronger than the level 50s. The moment of confusion caused by the cry of the eagle was all the warrior needed to charge towards them. Ajax could feel the mana infusing the warrior with power. No longer did it move like a level 50, it now moved more like a level 70. Ajax could feel, using his sense mana, how the mana infused the warrior's body. It worked totally differently than how mana siphon raised his own physical strength. Ajax made sure not to drain the warrior's spell of mana as he moved to clash with him. Even with the power boost, there was still no threat to Ajax. The battle between the two of them looked more like a spar between a child and their teacher as Ajax put the warrior through his paces. It was less than a minute later when the effects of the enhancement began to fail, but not because of lack of mana. That's just wrong, Oliver said as he watched the warrior's bicep burst in a shower of blood when Ajax pressed into his parry, trying to see just how much strength he could handle. The warrior's knee was the next to go, snapping as he tried to pivot quickly enough to hit Ajax from the side with a surprise attack. It was all of naught, as Ajax had no problem keeping up and blocking the strike. The fight ended when Ajax delivered a rather light kick to the man's ribs, looking to make a bit of distance, but he felt the ribs snap, sending the warrior to the floor. The man's chest now looked horrifying. Despite no bones having broken the skin, Ajax could tell how the snapped fragments were now poking at odd angles. It took another 5 seconds of the man screaming on the ground before the magic empowering finally ran its course. With his curiosity satisfied, Ajax felt there was no need to let the man suffer, and he put him out of his misery by taking the head clean off. I've never even heard of a sacrifice spell like that, Lexi said as she looked at the man's body. But that spell could be something very useful. Useful? Anna asked with a raised eyebrow as she took in the ravaged body of the warrior. Most of the damage had been self-inflicted by the man pushing his body too far with the use of the boosting spell. What are those items? Lexi answered Anna's question with her own, as she pointed to the small pile a few ways off where the knife stood impaled into the heart, with 4 shattered pieces of a mana core strewn around them. Heart of an eagle, around level 48, its mana core too, Anna answered. The items had too much power for his body. Lexi explained the spell would work much better with lower-level reagents, though the duration leaves a lot to be desired. I don't see how this is useful. Mages have weak and frail bodies. We wouldn't be able to handle anything that would give us a worthwhile boost. Oliver pointed out. It wouldn't work for me either. Ajax said as he finished putting his thoughts on the magic together. I am already pushing my body with my boosting skill. Stacking another one on top that pays no regard to the damage will hurt more than help. But it would be great for Benedict, Lexi said with a smile. While he can use mana, he is fully focused on physical fighting. He may have used a bit of mana to start the spell, but there was no continuous cost. I bet it would work pretty well for hybrid fighters too. It seems like a good last resort to have. Xavier joined in, now intrigued by the possibilities. Shame the cost seems pretty high. That heart also seemed fresh, so getting the sacrificial reagents will not be easy or easily available. Let's keep going to see if we can find another, Ajax said. Never a good idea to draw a conclusion from a single example. The group continued to head towards the temple. On the way there, they encountered a lot more patrols. Ajax was careful to contain any of their empowered casters, while Lexi, Anna, Xavier, and Oliver each got their own. They are all using the same chant. Not sure if it is specific to the animal heart involved, or if that is the only spell they know, Lexi said as she had examined the spell. It also seems to work by empowering the knife, not themselves. You mean that anyone could use the empowerment if they swung the knife? Ajax asked. As good as Ajax was at dealing with mana, Lexi still surpassed him in terms of theory, and he was inclined to trust her judgment. The spell also looked fragile enough that he was confident in smothering it with mana siphon. The next patrol with a caster they came across, Ajax wasted no time in dispatching all of them, leaving only the chanter to finish his spell. Before he had a chance to stab the knife through the heart and mana core, Ajax rushed him. He caught the warrior's wrist before he could stab the knife, while at the same time also taking off his head. "Are you going to try it?" Lexi asked. "I'd much rather someone else do so, but if I am right about their bodies being too weak to handle the empowerment, none of you can," Ajax said before he stabbed the knife through the mana core and heart. Ajax had made sure to cut off the empowerment of mana siphon before he gained another boost. The boost he received wasn't as strong as the one mana siphon could provide, but his body still felt weird despite being used to handling even more power. "Whoa," Ajax suddenly exclaimed as his perception changed. His vision suddenly came in and out of focus as his sight improved. He was forced to close his eyes to maintain his balance. "What's wrong?" Lexi asked worriedly. "Is the spell attacking you?" "No, but I am more and more certain that the hearts belong to birds," Ajax said as he slowly peeked through a partially open eyelid as he tried to control his improved perception. "The spell must be boosting the strongest aspects of the heart," Lexi ventured a guess. "Birds are fast and powerful, but they have little to no endurance or defense. They make up for it with flight and good eyesight. Maybe the spell is just unbalanced like that," Anna said. "It could be, but I doubt it," Ajax said. "The mana changed slightly when the knife stabbed the heart. I would guess it's based on the heart used. It can also be used by someone other than the initial caster," Oliver pointed out. "This could be a big breakthrough for humans since we have so few magic users." Ajax had barely managed to get a handle on keeping one eye open without his body swaying in an attempt to compensate for his new eyesight when the boost ran out. "How do you feel?" Xavier asked, eager to find out anything about this potential new source of power. "I'm fine. There doesn't seem to be an inherent backlash built into the spell, but I could feel how only certain muscles were being enhanced," Ajax answered. "If I had been pushing myself, I'm sure my body would suffer, my joints and even some muscle groups especially so. I have the chant written phonetically. I won't try it, but my grandpa can once I get back," Lexi said as she started doing another sketch of the knife from a different angle, making sure to get the runes perfectly in terms of proportion and shape. "Are we ready to leave this floor?" Oliver asked. "I think the earth, plant, wind floor would be a decent choice for our next floor." "Not just yet," Ajax said with a grin on his face as he stared towards the temple. He couldn't make it out anymore, but with his previously improved eyesight, Ajax could make out the shape of the 20-foot-tall Aztec statue with an arch between its legs. He was willing to bet that it was a golem guardian. "That golem is massive," Xavier exclaimed. As the person with the second highest perception there, he was able to make out the form of the golem before any of the others. The animal face complete with a beak as well as the wings that ended in palms with fingers made clear this floor's obsession with birds. "How is that golem only level 50? Oliver asked, his voice slightly shaking as he took in the size of the statue. "I'm guessing it's because of how soft gold is," Ajax answered. "All it has is weight and power. It'll be slow and soft to compensate." Ajax was proven correct when he engaged the golem. He had no problem locating the core, and he made sure to use a precisely aimed void-empowered strike to shatter it. He didn't want to damage the golem. His efforts were somewhat wasted, as the golem deformed pretty heavily from the impact it made when it fell flat on its face after the core was destroyed. "I've never butchered a statue before," Ajax said with humor as he approached the fallen lump of gold with feet. Being already so close to the ground, the feet still maintained their definition even after the fall. Ajax made a clean strike, cutting the golem in two at the waist before storing both halves into his ring. "Now we can go to the next floor. You know, Oliver will figure out what you can do when you take that golem out of the dungeon," Lexi whispered as they made their way back towards their selected arch. "I initially wanted to hide it, but there is no point now. We took too long to find the golem," Ajax said as he let out a sigh. "Oliver will figure out at least part of what I can do anyway. It's more important that the Empire doesn't. I know the Empire let you skip out on paying taxes the last time when you came out with a bag of mana gems, but I very much doubt they won't at least fight you for some of this gold," Lexi said. They already set the precedent last time. Ajax's words had no conviction behind them. He knew very well that despite what the initial agreement may have said, special circumstances would be weighed differently. A 20-feet-tall statue of a muscular, broad-shouldered beastkin with wings made out of solid mana-infused gold was not something he would get to keep to himself. "My duchy's financial situation has certainly improved." Ajax decided to change the subject. "That's an understatement if I ever heard one." Anna laughed as she had slowed down to walk alongside the two and join the conversation. "With that much gold, your house is competing for the fourth richest in Grindor." Ajax already knew the economical landscape of Grindor, enough to know that the top 3 houses in Grindor in terms of financial power were the Royals, House Goldminster, and House Smithmaid. House Smithmaid was one of the oldest houses. They focused on crafters and had been raised to Goldminster twice before, once for a single century and another time for a millennia and a half. They were always a contender for the position of Archduke due to their influence on the crafter population. Many, in fact, were sure that once the current head of House Goldminster passes, it won't be long before Smithmaid regains the title once again. The next dungeon floor wasn't anything all that exciting. A forest on the side of a mountain with a hellish wind blowing constantly, but often changing directions on whim. Oliver struggled to kill his mini-boss, and wisely opted to stop his climb at this point. He had managed to gain +2 to all stats, and he was happy with the results. The 7th floor was cleared in a similar manner. The only difference was that Ajax was now starting to show his limits when it came to ensuring his friends and girlfriend got a one-on-one fight with a mini-boss. The level 60s were more resilient, and Ajax had to be careful not to hit the mini-boss while taking out its guards. The 8th was much harder. Both Lexi and Xavier had to kill a second mini-boss after Ajax was forced to enter the fight as he hadn't been able to intercept all the minions. Anna's pyromancer style naturally lent itself to isolation, as her opening attack forced everyone and everything to spread out. From there, Ajax could easily pick off all the enemies with the exception of the mini-boss. This should be safe enough, go to sleep. Lexi chastised Ajax as they made camp in front of one of the arches leading to the 9th floor. You won't get another chance to have someone watching out for you. Take care of yourself. Lexi hugged Ajax one more time before they got ready to leave the dungeon. I'll only be here for a few hours. Ajax tried to reassure her it's not like I am clearing any of these floors. The team spent a bit longer than intended on the previous floor, but Ajax insisted on it, since it was the best chance for him to experiment with alchemy on the gold he collected that he couldn't take outside. The results of those experiments were interesting. Gold was one of the worst products he had ever used when trying to create a potion or elixir. He did find out, however, that gold did make the more unstable mixtures go out of control almost on contact every time. That was something that might be useful in the future, certainly not something he would put large amounts of gold into. I have an idea about how to deal with the gold, Anna said. I'll see if I can get the prince to try and get you out of the way of the dungeon break once you come out. You are carrying multiple storage rings. Maybe you can slip it to him in the chaos. I'm willing to try it if he is. Ajax nodded. If we get caught, it's not like they can say anything about it since they technically shouldn't be taxing me at all. With that, the group parted ways as Lexi, Anna, and Xavier exited the dungeon. Ajax was dead set on speeding through the floors. It would take something very out of the ordinary to get him to prolong his stay, especially on the higher floors, where the danger was very much real. As soon as Lexi, Anna, and Xavier exited the dungeon, they were quickly pulled off to one side. Anna had made sure to wear a small necklace made of gold that she had in her spatial ring before entering the dungeon. Wearing it now was a test to see if the Empire knew anything about the Golden City floor they had delved. The Imperial soldiers that greeted them as they exited the dungeon surprised them a little. A small army was gathered at the entrance of the dungeon, and they looked ready for battle. It didn't take long for them to realize that the army was there to prepare for Ajax's dungeon break. The guards were upon them in moments, and they were quickly escorted away from the entrance of the dungeon. While the guards were very impatient, they all kept a respectful distance, and their words were very polite as they moved the trio to where the Prince of Grindor was waiting for them. How was it? He greeted them with a smile from where he was sitting next to pale-looking Oliver. We were expecting you a few hours ago. Ajax found something he wanted to experiment with, so we stuck around until he got done playing with his cauldron. Xavier explained with a sigh. Hope you didn't threaten Oliver too much. Only once or twice, the prince said with a calm smile. How long do you think Ajax will be? A couple of hours at most. Time moves faster in those higher density floors, and he will be running straight from one floor to the next. Lexi answered. Might take a bit longer on the 16th floor just to not pick a hard battle. Lexi was trying to hide Ajax's ability to pick out floors. The time he would be spending on the 16th floor would most likely be a lot shorter than the time he spent on the 15th, as he would be looking for the most suitable monotype for the level 110s to be. There is the matter of your spatial rings. The Imperial Crown Prince mentioned with a nod towards the 3 new arrivals. Anything we gain from the dungeon belongs to us, Anna said in a cold voice. That does not apply to national resources, Soldrum pointed out. We do need to check. Everyone knew that it was only an excuse for them to check since they wanted information more than anything else. More specifically, they wanted to know just how far they pushed into the dungeon before being forced to exit. Much to the Imperial's displeasure, they weren't able to find a single item from the dungeon among the group's spatial rings. You didn't take anything, Sandor asked, trying to help his father. Were you that unlucky? Just ask the question you want to ask. Xavier dodged the obvious bait. How far did you delve? Denisa asked straightforward. We exited on the 9th floor. Anna answered, much to everyone's surprise. They didn't know why she was giving away such vital information. I'm sorry. While her face was expressionless, the tone of her words didn't convey any regret. Letter 1E5B a letter 1D616 E grave letter 1D480. While nothing could be read on Soldrin's face, the same could not be said for Sandor and Denisa. Both of them winced when they heard Anna's answer. The Empire was relying on Grindor's need to send their people into the Empire's dungeons as a way to trade spots for any future access Grindor might gain in other nations' dungeons. The news that the most promising of the new generation won't need access to the Empire's main dungeon for at least a couple of decades was soul-crushing for both Sandor and Denisa, who would be forced to choose between stagnating their level or giving up floors. The situation is slated so far in your favor you don't even need to hide your hand. Soldrin finally showed some emotion as he let out a defeated sigh. The Empire was at the mercy of Grindor. Do you have an estimate? No, my brother will handle that, the prince answered. Grindor couldn't push the Empire too far when it came to the price. If the Empire thought they were falling too far behind, they would turn to war rather than wait for Grindor to simply conquer them in a few centuries when their champions all vastly outstated the Empire's. It doesn't feel good, does it? Sandor whispered to Xavier. What do you mean? Xavier asked. Knowing you won't become king, Sandor clarified. I made my peace with it a few years ago. My father is too young. The chance to delve into dungeons like this is my first ray of hope of having a chance at the crown. Xavier could sympathize with Sandor's feelings on this matter. He felt very much the same way when he first found out about Ajax's training method. The chance to delve so many dungeons had also reignited his own hopes of becoming king of Grindor one day, though he knew he would have to keep pushing himself to remain competitive in terms of strength with his younger cousins and any other siblings his parents might give him. It's hard, Xavier nodded. It must be even harder for you. You do know you have to change your focus, don't you? Anna asked Sandor. What do you mean? Sandor asked. You're not going to be able to compete in terms of combat prowess. You simply missed out on too much for your level. Anna clarified. Sandor was already level 50, and it was true he had already missed out on the rewards from a lot of dungeon his competition might have access to. You'll certainly need to remain a viable fighter to continue pushing through floors, but you should focus on learning to rule if you want a chance at the crown. I think Denisa has a better chance of being crowned queen as things stand. Unlike her brother, Denisa had focused a lot on learning everything she could about ruling and developing her skills in the same direction as well. She was a competent fighter, but at best average for a royal. It's not a comp Soldrin cut himself off. As much as he wanted to say, it wasn't a competition that was no longer the case. Denisa had never had any ambition for the crown, but that was because she had realized a long time ago it was out of reach for her. Now that it was no longer the case, she could have changed her mind. Over the next hour or so, Xavier, Anna and Lexi talked with Denisa and Sandor. Over the course of the discussion, Xavier, Anna and Lexi cemented their previous conclusion that they couldn't become friends with the Imperials. This all stemmed from their different views towards the other humanoids. But they could be allies and trade partners. He's out. The shout was picked up by every platoon leader and carried over to the group. The prince stood as he and the squad that was present prepared in case they needed to extract Ajax. It turned out there was no need as Ajax was led to them in seconds. Unfortunately for their plan to hide the ring in the chaos, it seemed the Empire were prepared enough to lead Ajax away before the dungeon broke. What's the floor? Zilfalin said, appearing out of nowhere with an excited smile and his sword drawn. Some kind of massive lake. Ajax answered. The aquatic monsters should be easier to handle away from the water, but they are still between level 115 and 120. You want us to help out? The leader of the squad asked the prince. The dungeon started spitting out all sorts of aquatic monsters at that moment. No need, they are prepared for it, the prince said as he eyed the elite fighters that were all around them. This was the most dangerous time for them. Being so close to the dungeon, they were limited to only one of the 3 squads that came with them. Not only that, but the chaos of a dungeon break of this level was the perfect cover for anything to happen. There's no assassination attempt. Zilfalin's words made the prince twitch. Why would you say that? The prince asked. Oh, we discussed it. Zilfalin admitted with not an ouch of guilt or remorse. Your dad's too old for us to try that. Your brother wouldn't be able to keep the peace. Between Manashaper and Goldmancer, a deal would be worked out with other kingdoms to at least cause a change in the ruling family here in the Empire. The prince was about to respond to that when a chilling sound echoed across the courtyard. One so dreaded that a moment of silence descended on the battlefield, every soldier suddenly much more aware of their surroundings as they backed up in fear. Werewolf, the word was spoken as one by everyone above level 100, one of, if not the most lethal floor bosses. It was a known fact that a werewolf's venom could kill even people 30 levels higher even through a highly leveled poison resistance. Ajax quickly brought his focus back to the battlefield, no further than 200 feet from him. A hulking creature, 8 feet tall with sleek black fur, held its head high as it howled with its muzzle raised towards the sky. Ajax felt a chill run down his spine as he saw the creature move. Its movements were wild and unpredictable, dashing to the left and right without a discernible pattern as it charged towards the line of soldiers. Despite the constant change of direction, the creature was still faster than Ajax's top speed in a straight line. Before the beast could clash with the soldiers, a massive tower shield smashed straight into it. Ajax hadn't even seen the man approach until the shield made contact with the werewolf. As the werewolf was ragdolled back, Ajax couldn't help but be reminded of an American football player. Despite its 8-foot-tall stature, the beast's legs were all wiry muscle. From the waist up, however, the amount of muscle increased so much it almost looked like it was wearing shoulder pads underneath all that fur. "You bring the worst luck, you know that," Zilfallen said as he took in the werewolf. "We were hoping to give our more talented soldiers a good workout against a floor boss." One around their level should have been enough to push a few of them to develop some new skills. All this without the dungeon restriction of 50 people in defensive position where the terrain was in their advantage. But Nuo, Zilfallen continued to complain. "It just had to be a werewolf, one of the worst possible outcomes. We let that thing loose inside our ranks, and we'll lose 1/10 of the soldiers before the rest manage to bring it down." Seeing how injured the werewolf was as it got back up, Ajax started to feel more confident in facing the creature. He wouldn't be stupid to face it alone, but with a team of 10 other people around level 120, he was confident in bringing it down. The warrior in full plate with a massive tower shield didn't need 10 more people. It rushed towards the floor boss without a single worry. Despite the heavy plate armor that Ajax was sure weighed a lot based on the footprints that were left in the metal floor that housed the defensive enchantments, the warrior was moving even faster than the werewolf. Not only that, but the club he swung had no issues crushing the beast's arm to the point white bone could be seen sticking out past the fur. With the floor boss handled, it didn't take long for the soldiers to regain their composure and finish off the remaining monsters without any casualties. The aquatic creatures weren't strong enough on dry land to take advantage of the chance granted to them by the appearance of the werewolf, so you said no assassination. The prince returned the conversation to the point they were interrupted. "Nope," Zilfallen confirmed. "There's too many important people here for that. That's not what you're afraid of," Xavier said as he looked Zilfallen in the eye. "You know that if you do it, Dad will make deals with the elves and dwarves about delving Gryndor's dungeon when he becomes king while freezing out the Empire." Xavier's face flushed crimson at that. He knew that Soldarin was referring to an arranged marriage that the Empire would try to use to solidify their ties to Gryndor. "Can we go now?" Anna asked. "I can't wait to get away from dungeons for a while. We've yet to inspect Ajax's spatial storage." Denisa said as she looked towards the rings that adorned Ajax's fingers. Ajax fought back a curse. He had been so focused on the werewolf that he had messed up the plan of trying to pass off the ring to the prince. "You already know how far he got," the prince said with a disinterested voice, one that was good enough to almost convince Ajax he didn't care about the matter if he didn't know better. At best, he picked up a trinket or two from the floors, call it a keepsake of the Empire. "I don't mind him keeping it, but we should at least know how he'll remember our Empire," Zilfallen said as he latched on any way to be combative. With that, Ajax knew it was over. Any further attempts at not having his rings inspected would only make them more suspicious. One by one, Ajax passed the rings over to be inspected. The first 3 drew a few interested whistles as the corpses of each creature he had killed on each floor were brought out. Ajax was glad Alvier had been warned beforehand to keep his expression guarded, as he was sure the man was smart enough to put together that Ajax could somehow remove monsters from the dungeon. "That's not a bad haul. Notice there seems to be 1 monster from each floor. Any chance you have a skill that helps you find them on the floor?" Soldarin asked as he inspected the contents. "We'll be very generous for any info." Cough, cough, cough. The assessor started choking as he looked inside Ajax's last ring and cut off the Imperial Prince. Ajax let out a defeated sigh at that, whereas Zilfallen became much more interested. "What is it? Something good?" The assessor came to his senses and moved a little away from the group to get some space before taking out 1/2 of the golem. Everything from the waist down was still 10 feet tall. The massive amount of gold caused everyone to stare slack-jawed for a moment. We agreed that there was no taxes. Not even the prince had known what was in Ajax's ring, and he was just as surprised as the Imperials to see the massive amount of mana-rich gold. "No taxes. This is only half." The prince's words had been enough to awaken the inspector from his trance-like state before he realized who he was addressing. "Apologies for my rudeness, Your Highness. I'm not sure what came over me. That was our deal." Ajax pressed on, hoping to take advantage of the shock all of them had to be feeling at seeing this much wealth come out of one single delve. "This is not a normal circumstance." Sandor argued back, his eyes not leaving the mountain of gold. "You can have 1 leg, everything under the knee." Ajax's words surprised everyone. Done. Soldrin was quick to agree. It might not be as much as he wanted, but getting that much without creating any waves was a win for him. I wasn't done. Ajax said, causing the Imperial Prince to frown. In exchange, I want to delve your other dungeon. So you can cause a bigger dungeon break than this one. That one would be at level 134. Soldrin balked. I'll stop one floor before that. Ajax said that would be enough to give him 2 more floor clears, enough for him to get a total plus 150 to all stats from dungeon floors alone. An entire leg, Soldrin countered. Ajax could feel his meager merchant skills getting crushed. As much as he wanted to counter the words, simply refused to leave his mouth. Halfway up the thigh, Anna chimed in. Soldrin opened his mouth but took out look in Anna's determined eyes, and before he closed his mouth, nodded and offered Ajax a handshake to seal the deal. Does it really need to be like this? Ajax asked as looked on at all the gathered nobles in the imperial throne room. It's a big power move for the emperor, Anna explained, because the empire can only openly trade with Grindor, and for a lot of those trade products, we are only acting as intermediaries. They have to spend large amounts of gold. The addition of this much gold into their market is a show of strength that dilutes the buying power of all the other nobles. They have to do it like this as a show of good faith to the nobles. Xavier also joined in. It explains where all the gold came from, and that it's not just the royals intentionally pulling a trick on everyone else and just a lucky break they caught. The whispering started immediately as the name was announced. With every passing second, as Ajax entered from the side entrance and he approached the throne, the pressure continued to build like a powder keg. While most nobles had a neutral stance of Ajax, there were few who hated him and almost none who liked him. During his delve this week, this young man came upon an unprecedented floor. The emperor continued, a city made entirely of gold. Like a lit fuse, the room exploded. The silent whispers became much louder as everyone suddenly became very interested in the announcement. This only became worse when both halves of the golem were taken out of the spatial ring and presented before the court. I hope you plan to send an escort with us to the border. The prince addressed Soldrin as the emperor waited for the excitement to die down and the information to settle. That can certainly be arranged. Soldrin grinned back with a merchant's grin. Wipe that smile off. The prince said as he threw him his trademark smirk. We won't pay for it. Either you do it or you better not complain about how we handle anyone who tries to rob us upon our departure. The prince's words had the intended effect. With 3 whole squads present along with the prince, Soldrin knew that any would-be robbers would only head towards an early grave. Usually that wouldn't be a bad thing, as nobles who would risk such an incident over gold were ones the crown would like to keep weak. The timing wasn't good for it, however. They needed as many elite combatants as they could get their hands on for their upcoming territory expansion projects, especially with the information they had received regarding the interference of the ascended races. While this young man is entitled by our agreements to keep anything he gains from the delve outside of national resources, as stated in the deal that granted him the delve, he has decided to honor the tax the empire places on all adventurers. Ajax had to push his social skills as hard as he could to keep his face from showing the surprise he felt as the emperor started spinning his tail. 20 of the treasure, about 1 leg from the mid-thigh down, has been accepted. At those words, one of the royal guards unsheathed his sword, and with a precise cut that most of the audience couldn't even track, the leg in question was separated. The royal advisor then placed all of Ajax's gold back in the spatial ring before publicly returning it to him. It was easy to see that a number of them saw through the charade, while the king was making a big show of